Chapter 301, Fighting. Bitch. A red jade ring appeared in the hand of the Jindan man surnamed Meow. And he shouted, "How dare you steal the treasure of my Nanhua sect? Die!" The magic power surged around him. And the magic power of the late Jindan stage was madly injected into the red jade ring. Roar! A white-browed giant tiger with hanging eyes jumped out from the red jade ring. As soon as it opened its mouth, balls of true fire emerged, blocking the surrounding void. A golden light shield appeared in front of Fang Xing, blocking the thunder and fire. And he looked at the other Nanhua sect monks, who surrounded him in silence. Obviously, they, the monks, were also regarded as the key suspects. Boring, speechless. Fang Xing sighed. Before, he saw that everyone was disguised, so he didn't care about the hiding of the late Foundation building monk. Now it seems that he was tricked by the other party. The key is, although the teleportation array is there, he can't activate it. Breaking through the barrier by force and activating the teleportation array also became an impossible option. And at this moment, he felt a cold spiritual sense sweeping over him again. Nascent soul spiritual sense? Fang Xing's heart moved, knowing that his disguise technique might not be able to conceal the cultivators of the same level. After all, he was just on his way and did not use the Nine Infants Pearl. Even if he used it, the Nine Infants Pearl was only a magic weapon level, and might not be of much use in the confrontation at the nascent soul level. No matter how he explained it at this time, it seemed that he would be regarded as having bad intentions. More importantly, why should I stay to prove my innocence? Fang Xing could already imagine the suspicion of the nascent soul true lord after his arrival. It was like eating a few bowls of noodles and being forced to cut open his stomach to prove his innocence. He was the kind of person who would dig out the eyeballs of the doubter, swallow them, and let the doubter check them for himself. Therefore, boom, Fang Xing no longer hid, and the surging magic power of the nascent soul stage surged out. What? It's actually the old monster in the nascent soul stage? Meow Bishing exclaimed. And then, he was swept by a golden palm, spitting blood and flying backwards, hitting the wall heavily. I finally know how you got into so much trouble. Fang Xing chuckled and flicked his fingers. Swish! A golden sword light flashed, and the late Jindan cultivator, who was guarding the teleportation array, immediately bleeds from his mouth and nose. His magic weapon shatters, and he faints on the spot. Roar! The white-browed tiger with hanging eyes screamed in grief, and was split in two by a sword energy. The Miao Jindan Jinren exclaimed even more, and saw the entire bronze hall collapse in an instant, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Then, a sword light shot up into the sky. Fang Xing stood proudly in the air, holding a petite female cultivator in his hand. It was the female Jindan Jinren, who was arrested just now. This woman is the key to everything. It makes it difficult for me to travel. If time is not tight, I really want to search the soul directly. His face was solemn, and he turned into a sword light, leaving the range of the Nanli Island formation first. At this time, the female cultivator caught by Fang Xing had difficulty in transmitting the message. This, Senior, I have a big secret. Please. Before the female cultivator, who had reached the Jindan stage, finished speaking, Fang Xing saw a long red rainbow flying from Nanli Island. In the red light was a short and fat old man with 3 buns and a huge Mithriya belly. At this time, the pair of bright eyes looked at Fang Xing. Dao Yu, I really don't know you. I don't know where the fairyland is. I am Nanhuiman Tianquan. What is the relationship between Dao Yu and this woman? A trace of doubt flashed in Tianquan's eyes. Although there are many Yuanning sects in the Hanhai Xiuxian world, every Yuanning cultivator is a well-known person. What's more, he knows all the Yuanning Jinjuan active nearby. And there is no such strange Dao Yu. Could it be that she came here for that thing? Master Tianquan thought of this, and made a decision in his heart. It has nothing to do with it. I was just about to go to the inner sea to make a living, but I was implicated by this woman. Fang Xing threw the Jindan female cultivator in front of Master Tianquan and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist. Master Tianquan smiled. Since fellow Taoist is willing to use our teleportation array, it is our honor. Why don't you wait for a while? I will make the decision myself and send fellow Taoist away immediately after repairing the teleportation array. How about it? No need to do that. It's unlucky for me to go out this time. I'm ready to go home. Fang Xing sighed. Master Tianquan was anxious. There is indeed a big secret in their Nanhua sect, involving a huge benefit. This time, They fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. And the strongest Master Huiyun in the sect was attracted to another place. In the sect, only he and another true Lord Shenling were in charge. As a result, the female cultivator, who had reached the Jindan stage, took advantage of the situation. At this time, Master Tiankuan could not help but become somewhat suspicious of Fang Xing. However, it was not easy for cultivators of the same level to quarrel with each other. However, he suddenly heard a telepathic voice in his ear, which made him feel relieved. Fang Xing had a half smile on his face. "You're welcome. I helped you capture this girl. May I leave?" "Of course. Please." Master Tiankuan bowed and saw him off. Fang Xing nodded with satisfaction and was about to turn around. Suddenly, 13 small green needles appeared in the void. As if they suddenly appeared from the void, piercing at high speed, they were like elbows and armpits. If it were an ordinary Yuaning Zhenjuan, he would definitely be caught off guard, and even his body would be severely damaged. But at the moment when the emerald flying needles appeared, Fang Xing was covered with a layer of Qingyang cover. The emerald flying needles pierced into the cyan light cover with difficulty, and encountered dark green soul-devouring demon fire. One of the emerald flying needles suddenly became transparent, and then turned into ashes under the soul-devouring demon fire. In the void, a muffled groan came, and then a woman in a green dress emerged. Her temperament was ethereal. Her face was beautiful, and she had a cold air. At this time, with a wave of her white hand, 12 emerald flying needles coiled around her body, each emitting emerald green light, looking at Fang Xing with fear in her eyes. And her voice was even hoarse. "Demon Fire Monk? Since you have cultivated the magic power of Demon Fire, you must have come for that thing. Kill!" Tiankuan snorted coldly, and a pair of golden pull magic treasures appeared in his hand. Every time the pair of golden pulls attack together, they emit golden light, thunder and fire, and sound waves attack, with a terrifying momentum. In comparison, the flying needles of the true Lord Canling were vicious and hard to guard against. These two were both Yuaning early-stage cultivators, and were well known in the nearby seas. Under the combined attack, ordinary Yuaning early-stage cultivators could not get any good results. Clang! Amidst the sound of the zither, a loud phoenix cry sounded, which actually suppressed the sound of the golden pull. Above Fang Xing's head, the Yuaning of Wanfa appeared, holding the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand, and flicking his fingers. Puff puff puff. One after another, dark green soul-devouring magic fires exploded, covering Master Tiankuan from all directions. There was another scorched tail phoenix, whose tail seemed to be burning, and it spread its wings and flew into the dark green fire cloud. Fang Xing himself looked at the cold-faced true Lord Canling in a green skirt. "How dare you use flying needles to attack me?" He put his right index finger and middle finger together, and a sharp sword light appeared. Crack! A sword blazed, as if it was stirring up the great power of heaven and earth, turning into a long river of sword energy, and fell with a bang. "Sword intent has become a force. Yuaning Sword Lord?" Chanling Zhenjuan exclaimed, pinching a spell in his hand. 12 flying needles were arranged in the air, combined, faintly transformed into a green flying sword, welcoming the long river of sword energy. Then, it was washed away. She, a sword cultivator who changed her career halfway, could not be compared with a real Yuaning Sword Lord. Fortunately, Chanling Zhenjuan had never thought of relying on this green needle sword to resist the sword intent. Using the gap that slightly blocked the long river of sword light, a yellow gourd appeared in her hand. This gourd was the size of a fist, bright yellow, and there was a circle of exquisite and complex seal characters at the mouth of the gourd. Chanling Zhenjuan unplugged the gourd plug, muttered something in his mouth, and injected the majestic Yuaning magic power into it. Woohoo! The yellow light on the gourd flashed, and it was wrapped in a ball of yellow light, blocking the front of the true Lord Shenling. The dark gourd mouth seemed like a bottomless abyss, and it actually swallowed a large amount of sword energy and sword light. Seeing this, the true Lord Shenling flashed a smug look on his face. This spiritual treasure of her swallowing sword gourd came from a big auction. It can absorb most of the attacks of the 4th level low grade, and treat the person in the same way. It even has a miraculous effect on attacks such as sword energy and sword aura. It is said that this is because the 4th level refining master who refined this treasure hates sword cultivation very much. The true Lord Shenling pinched his hands, and hit a seal on the swallowing sword gourd. The gourd immediately turned, And then the gourd mouth was aimed at Fang Xing. The previous long river of sword energy poured out, and the surging sword light was like a tide, surging and rushing. On the other side, with a loud phoenix cry, Master Tianquan escaped from the dark green fire cloud in a somewhat embarrassed manner. His clothes were mostly burnt, and his face was covered with burn wounds. Looking very embarrassed. This person is definitely not a newly promoted Yuanying. How can he have so many magical powers? Master Tianquan looked at Fang Xing. A trace of fear and worry flashed in his eyes. And he regretted fighting directly. He, facing his own sword light. Fang Xing just drew his sword and gently drew it. It was like a little effort to move 1,000 pounds. And the long river of sword energy in the sky suddenly poured back. His sword merged into one, turning into a white light. Under the urging of the great freedom of the black gold sword energy, the speed of the sword escape was unparalleled in the world. The white light merged with the long river of sword energy that rolled back, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, piercing through the body of the true Lord of the Spirit. Although this gourd can swallow the sword energy, if it is reversed rashly, it will only bring disaster to itself. The weapon refiner who refined this gourd is probably a mediocre knife. Fang Xing pierced through the true Lord Shenling with a sword, and grabbed the yellow gourd. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw a flash of green light from the body of the true Lord Shenling, and a Yuanying escaped into the void. And when it reappeared, it was already dozens of miles away. The Yuanying has left the body. It can really run. Fang Xing nodded, and glanced at Master Tianquan again. The master was immediately horrified. Chapter 302 Naming Lihua, and How Yue Lingding. In the void, a silver light flashed, and Fang Xing's true body followed. His aura surged all over his body, like a red sun emerging from the sea of clouds. In the red sun, the true body of the great sun Tathagata slowly pushed out a palm. The first move of the great sun Tathagata palm. The great sun shines everywhere. Light. Infinite light. Infinite life. It seems that there is only this red sun in the sky and on the ground. The great sun true fire enveloped Master Tianquan, causing him to scream, and the spiritual treasures on his body began to melt. Then, the black air surged around Master Tianquan, and a hideous ghost face emerged. Under this ghost face, he barely managed to keep his body from collapsing. A chubby Yuanying emerged from his head and escaped into the void in an instant. Just when he gave up his body, the ghost face of this body collapsed and completely turned into ashes. Run? Can you run? Fang Xing sneered. And the 5 fingers of the Vairocana Buddha stretched out, and another palm came out. The 4 directions were all blocked by golden swastika runes, and there were Buddhist chants, just like a Buddhist kingdom in the palm of your hand. The Vairocana Buddha stretched out his golden palm into the void and grabbed a chubby nascent soul, whose face was exactly that of Master Tianquan. At this time, the nascent soul had closed its eyes and was unconscious, and there was a golden swastika rune slowly running between its eyebrows. On the nascent soul's wrist, there was a green bracelet. Good. The materials for the promotion of the One Fog Ghost Infant are finally available. Fang Xing took off the green bracelet with a sweep of his consciousness, and sensed that there was a huge space inside. It's just that he hasn't broken through the consciousness imprint yet, so he can't really use it. The technology of refining storage bags in the Hanhai Xiuxian realm seems to be better than that in the Dahuang Xiuxian realm. He was moved, watching the Xiuxian clone clean up the battlefield, and caught the female Jean Danjinren, who had been lost before. The two of them turned into streams of light, and disappeared into the sky side by side. On a deserted island, Fang Xing slowly fell down, and saw the camouflage color faded, revealing a spaceship full of sci-fi style. Since he was promoted to Yuanying, as a high-level cultivator in this world, he no longer cares about being seen as different. Anyway, no matter how big the imagination of the cultivators in this world is, can they think that they have traveled through time? I am afraid they will only regard the spaceship as a large mechanical city. However, if I observe more carefully and find that the explorer has a completely different style of refining, I might think that I have inherited the heavenly craftsmanship and refining of the upper world. With the protection of the original body, Fang Xing Immortal Clone had no worries, and used the soul-searching technique directly on the female Jean Dan cultivator. He is not a good person. This time he was implicated by the other party, and he had to figure out the cause and effect. Soon, the female Jean Dan cultivator fainted with a distorted and painful expression. Fang Xing gradually understood the cause and effect of this matter, which was actually related to a love-hate relationship thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago. It was the time of the ancient demon rebellion. And too many things happened. Not to mention the fallen great true lords, and the destruction of a large number of Yuaning sects. More importantly, the destruction of the Yuanshan sword sect directly led to a major reshuffle of the forces in the sea inside and outside. The impact caused even far exceeded the destruction of the ancient demons before. And it has continued to this day. That is to say, there are still 2 holy places to suppress it. So there is no chaos that affects the entire cultivation world. Even so, the changes in the Yuaning forces over the past 1,000 years have been far more dramatic than before. As for the Jindan level families and sects under them, they have risen and fallen. This woman is nicknamed Yinhua Saint, and she comes from Tianyin sect. This Tianyin sect and Nanhua sect were both from the same sect thousands of years ago, and they originated from the great Yinyang master. This great Yinyang master was a great master in the late nascent soul stage, and his cultivation was earth-shaking. After his death, his disciples split into 2 groups. One group formed the Nanhua sect, and the other group established the Tianyin sect, which became a fire and water sect. This is because the Yin-Yang master skills need to harmonize Yin and Yang, and have 2 parts, water and fire. Unfortunately, his disciples have average talents, and no one can get started. They can only practice water-attributed skills or fire-attributed skills. Over time, they even became a fire and water sect. Both the Nanhua sect and the Tianyin sect regard themselves as the orthodox of the great master, and accuse each other of embezzling the master treasures when they split up. The Tianyin sect later found out that the Nanhua sect really had a treasure of the master hidden in private, which was a 4th level Haoyue Lingning, is best at refining various Yin attribute elixirs, which are priceless treasures for the Tianyin sect. Therefore, many people covet it. Finally, after all preparations were completed, the Tianyin sect's top expert, True Lord Jiyue, took action to lure away and contain the top expert of the Nanhua sect, True Lord Huiyun, and then created chaos and ordered the Yinhua Saint to take action. Then, she succeeded, but was discovered and could only break into the sea city to protect herself, and wanted to escape to the inner sea. In the end, I was trapped. Fang Xing looked at the Yinhua Saint and flicked his finger. Poof! The head of this female Jindan Jinren, who was well known among the Jindan cultivators in the outer sea, was immediately separated from her body. He picked up the other party's storage bag and found that there were only a few magic weapons, spirit stones, elixirs, and other sundries in it. He smiled slightly, chanted the spell in his mouth, and pointed with one finger. The clothes of the headless female corpse were torn, revealing a smooth back. A dark epiphyllum tattoo suddenly appeared on her back, and then slowly bloomed. The secret art of the Hanhai Xiuxian world is quite impressive. Although the secret art of holding things in the body can only be hidden for a while, it can avoid most inspections. And if it weren't for the soul search to know the spell, it really couldn't be opened. As the epiphyllum bloomed, the void on all sides suddenly shook. A 4-legged white small tripod floated out of the flower and landed steadily in the cabin. It is small in size, much smaller than the Wanhua Ding, but has a feminine charm. On both sides of the small ding, there is a rabbit-shaped beast head decoration. The whole ding is shrouded in a layer of hazy white light, and you can tell at a glance that it is extraordinary. Is this the 4th level Haoyue Lingning? Sure enough, it is very suitable for refining Yin attribute elixirs at a glance. Fang Xing calculated the time and immediately shouted, Xiaolu, open the skylight. The deck of the explorer suddenly opened, and the scene outside emerged. It was night at this time, and a bright moon was hanging high in the sky. An amazing scene happened. Under the moonlight, the white light on the Haoyue Lingning suddenly became stronger, and a wisp of moonlight was let down and fell into the body of the ding. A moment later, Fang Xing opened the Haoyue Lingning and saw a thin layer of moon dew essence at the bottom of the ding. The moon dew essence is a 3rd-level spiritual object, which is extremely suitable for female cultivators who have formed a pill. It can be used to irrigate spiritual herbs and reap miraculous effects. If it is used to refine pills, the 3rd-level Moon Hua Dan is also the best among pills. What's more, these moon dew essences are only produced overnight. According to the memory of the Yinhua Saint, the Haoyue spirit cauldron absorbs the power of the Taiyin to its heart's content. It can condense a portion of moon dew essence in one day and night, and harvest a portion of Tian essence in 1 year. If it takes 10 years, it can refine a portion of Emperor Flowing Juice. The Emperor Flowing Juice is a true 4th level spiritual object of heaven and earth. It is said that it has the magical effect of opening the spiritual wisdom of monsters. Even the 4th level transformed monster kings are very coveted. What is the immortal cultivation food? This is the immortal cultivation resource. Fong Xing showed a happy expression. With this Haoyue spirit cauldron in hand, it means that there are endless 3rd level and 4th level spiritual objects, which are a great supplement even for the Yuanying sect, even if it is obtained by a Jin Dan family. After hundreds of years of forbearance, it is enough to accumulate a family foundation for the impact of Yuanying. After all, it is the vast sea cultivation world. There are so many good things. If it is changed to the great wilderness cultivation world, you can't see such good things. Fong Xing touched his chin, very satisfied. Of course, although this Haoyue Lingding is extremely rare, it is still inferior to Wanhua Ding. It can be said that if there is no Wanhua Ding, Fong Xing is not too embarrassed to call himself a 4th level alchemist. If its magical effect is spread, even the Holy Land will be shocked. Master Wanfa is indeed amazing, and he has such a magical object. It's a pity that his talent is too poor and his luck is too bad. That's why he stopped before Yuanying. If he breaks through Yuanying, it will be really free. But it's a pity. Sad. Lamentable. Gratifying. After all, if Master Wanfa was not unlucky, Wanhua Ding would not fall into Fong Xing hands. Without the help of the Wanhua Ding, Fong Xing would not dare to take a large amount of pills, and he would not be able to create the myth of breaking through the nascent soul stage within a decade. If the Haoyue Lingding is a 4th level treasure, then the Wanhua Ding is at least 5th level, or even higher. Things of 5th level, even if it is just a piece of raw material, are rare treasures in the Han-Hai Xiuxian world. Speaking of 5th level things, there are many good things in the Nanhua Gate. This is Fong Xing unexpected harvest when searching the soul of the Yinhua Saint. When the woman was looking for the Haoyue Lingding, she accidentally learned a piece of news that there was a 5th level Nanming stone in the Nanhua Gate treasury. This stone is already spiritual, and it has given birth to a 4th level Nanming Lihua. The Nanning Lihua is a famous spiritual flame in the Xiuxian world, which can ward off all evil and has the highest power. Don't look at it as a mere 4th level now. That's because there is only a wisp of the original fire. If it continues to condense, it is very likely to be promoted to the 5th level or even higher in the future. This treasure is meant for me. Fong Xing face lit up. He is now a righteous sword master. Although the Qingyang magic lamp and the soul-devouring magic fire are sharp and useful, they have too much magic aura, which is not conducive to the character setting. If 1 or 2 kinds of righteous fire can be sacrificed and refined into it, the temperament of the Qingyang magic lamp can be changed to become a Qingyang magic lamp, which is not bad. Even if his own refining skills are good, he can try to refine the Nanming stone into a Nanming Lihua sword, or refine it into the Qingyang magic lamp, using 5th level materials. Even if his craftsmanship is poor, it should not be a big problem to upgrade the Qingyang magic lamp by 1 level, turning it into a 4th level middle grade spiritual treasure, or even upgrading it to a 4th level upper grade in the future. Chapter 303 Collision. Alas, I have always been kind to others, but Nan women took the initiative to attack me. Fong Xing first suppressed his desire for Nanming stone, feeling helpless. Originally, he was just a teleportation array user, and he also contributed to the prosperity of Nanli Island. How come in the end, he was directly involved in the love-hate relationship between 2 Yuanying sects? There is nothing to blame, but the world. Don't you think so? Tianquan Daoyu? He took out Tianquan Shangren's Yuanying and made a seal in his hand. Tianquan Shangren's Yuanying immediately opened his eyes and made a thin voice. Daoyu. It was my fault for suddenly attacking me before. I am willing to compensate. We have 3 Yuanying Zhenjuan and Nan women, and senior brother Huiyun is a Yuanying mid-stage cultivator with rich treasures. Dao, you can tell me what you want. Yuanying mid-stage. Is it amazing? Fong Xing sneered. Master Tianquan then remembered that the man in front of him was not only a Yuanying sword lord, but also a helper of a 4th level body cultivator. Even, he could defeat and capture him directly with the Dharma golden body. This method is already unpredictable. Could that body cultivator have reached the 4th level middle grade, or even the 4th level upper grade, comparable to the great true lord? Master Tianquan suddenly felt as if he had died. His slightly impulsive adventure brought a catastrophe to the South Fire Gate. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I am willing to submit to you and let you plant the restriction. At this time, Master Tiankuan could only give up everything just to survive. Speaking of which, I do have something that I want to trouble you with. Seeing this, Fang Xing showed a mysterious smile. Then, a black light flashed above his forehead, and the Wanfa ghost infant emerged. His eyes were scarlet, and without saying anything more, a series of magic formulas were injected into Master Tiankuan's Yuanying, and the secret technique of devouring the baby was activated. Ah! No! Master Tiankuan's nascent soul wanted to struggle, but was sealed tightly by the swastika in Sanskrit between his eyebrows, making it difficult to operate his origin. He could only scream, "What a vicious evil method! You devoured the nascent soul of a cultivator, which hurt the harmony of heaven. You will definitely die a miserable death in the future, and you will never be able to recover." While screaming, Master Tiankuan's nascent soul turned into a green light and was swallowed directly into the stomach of the Wanfa ghost infant. Then, the Wanfa ghost infant seemed to grow a lot, and when he raised his hand, a majestic mana emerged. Didn't die a miserable death? Master Wanfa has indeed died a miserable death. In terms of mana strength, has it exceeded the fake infant and entered the early stage of the nascent soul? In this way, with the combined power of the two nascent souls, the mana of my immortal clone is enough to rival that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator in the middle stage. Fang Xing saw this scene and couldn't help but be very satisfied. After a careful sensing, he indeed felt all kinds of cruel and vicious thoughts from the Wanfa ghost infant. This infant-devouring secret technique is indeed extremely imperfect. There are signs of backlash in the early stage of the nascent soul. Even if it can be practiced, ordinary nascent soul true lords may not dare to start, let alone surpass my cultivation. Fortunately, for me, this is still a simple matter. With the great sun Tathagata mantra, let's see how this Wanfa ghost infant will turn against me. Fang Xing prepared the Wanfa ghost infant, looked at the other party's clear eyes, nodded, and looked towards the direction of Nanli Island, with a thoughtful look on his face. Speaking of which, I do lack a place to stay. The next day, Nanli Island. There was a scene of chaos everywhere, and a large number of Nan-women disciples were flying and patrolling in the sky. Caught unruly cultivators. They were killed at any time. In the sea market, there was even more panic, and many shops were closed. One by one, the cultivators hid in the dark, looking at the bronze teleportation hall that was mostly destroyed, with different thoughts. I wonder if the Saint Lady escaped successfully. Is that strange Yuanying Jinjuan supporting the sect? In a shop specializing in purchasing low-level sea beast materials, the old shopkeeper in the Foundation building period ordered the clerk to close the door, while he was using an abacus and thinking secretly. He was a hidden stake of the Tianyin sect ambushed in the Nanhua Gate. He had received a mission before to help the Saint Lady break through at all costs, but he didn't expect that so many things would happen before he took action. At this time, the shopkeeper of the Foundation building period looked through the window and saw a layer of sky-blue light curtain rising up, covering the entire Nanli Island. It was the scene of the Nanhua Gate's mountain protection formation, the water curtain Tianhua formation, running at full power. A layer of unusually thick water film, like a giant bowl turned upside down, covered the entire Nanli Island, isolating the inside and the outside. Those casual cultivators, demon cultivators, robbery cultivators, who had been in the Sea City before, couldn't escape at all. Once they couldn't produce their identity certificates, they would immediately suffer a catastrophe. Unfortunately, what's the use? The Yuanying Jinjuan has already run away. No. Since the strange Yuanying Jinjuan has run away, why does the South Fire Gate still look like it is facing a great enemy? The Foundation building shopkeeper was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the South Fire Gate is about to be besieged? At this moment, he suddenly felt a dark cloud covering his head. No! It was not a dark cloud, but a mechanical city floating in the sky. It was majestic and vast, suspended in the air, blocking the sun's brilliance and casting a shadow that oppressed all living beings. Boom! In the horrified eyes of the Foundation building shopkeeper, the strange mechanical city crashed into the water curtain Tianhua formation. Countless water flows swept, turning into water dragons that could devour Jindan monks, and fell on the deck of the mechanical city, but only left shallow marks. In terms of the thickness of the deck of the explorer, It was equivalent to having some paint scraped off. Crack! Crack! The water curtain Tianhua formation changed with it, and the water curtains turned into ice, and a large amount of ice condensed into ice walls. On the wall, it also released cold air that was enough to freeze Yuan Yingzhenjuan. Bang! But for Fang Xing, all spells, prohibitions, formations, are useless. He only has one trick. That is, I will hit you to death. The Explorer is a large spaceship, often responsible for galaxy-level transportation, and needs to face various dangerous cosmic environments. In terms of defense, it is enough to come and go freely in the 4th level upper grade formation, relying on the terrifying power. Just rushing forward can smash the large formation base into pieces, which is equivalent to breaking the formation. Master, the surface of the Explorer is damaged, and the current armor integrity is 99.99%. In the control room, Fang Xing sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. Little Green flapped his wings and looked a little worried. Enemy units are found, and they are judged to be harassing single soldiers in the 6th and 7th realms. Fang Xing glanced and found that it was a Jindan monk from the South Fire Gate who attacked with the help of the formation and frantically released magic weapons to bombard the Explorer. It looked like ants attacking an armored vehicle, full of ridiculous flavor. Self-defense weapon authorization. He took a sip of red wine and spoke calmly. Yes. Xiao Lu saluted, and the gun barrels on the deck moved one by one, anchoring the major enemy units. The next moment, swish, countless red, green, and blue laser beams were like a network, spreading across the sky. As an interstellar spacecraft, the Explorer was equipped with only general self-defense weapons, but it was not a big problem to kill ordinary 7th level units. To Fang Xing regret, this was only the standard for transport ships. If his authority was high enough, he could directly apply for warship transformation, and then he could arrange any antimatter bombs and star destroyers. Even a terrifying existence like the Air of Chaos would be completely destroyed after being hit by a few shots. Swish! A laser flashed, and the upper body of a 3rd-level physical cultivator in the sky disappeared instantly, leaving only 2 thighs floating down from midair. Brother Min? Another graceful female cultivator, who had reached the Jindan stage, had not yet reacted when her defensive magic weapon was melted and a big hole appeared, and her head disappeared. After all, Xiaolu was an artificial intelligence, and it controlled the self-defense weapons of the Explorer, which immediately achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Basically, all the enemy units found were killed. The only exception was a young man with a resolute face. He was dressed in black, and his cultivation had reached the late Jindan stage. He was a Yuanying seed at first glance, when several laser cannons blocked him. This person used a life-saving item to barely block the laser cannon and save his life. But at this time, looking at the brothers and sisters in the sky turned into corpses. His eyes were full of despair and confusion, as if he was stunned. And this scene will definitely leave a deep imprint in his memory forever, turning into a powerful inner demon. If he can still impact the Yuanying stage, the possibility of successfully condensing the Yuanying will be permanently reduced by several points. It's a pity that he may no longer have a chance. After discovering that this person had escaped, Xiaolu had already prepared a second round of contingency plans. This time, it was the main gun of the Explorer, aiming at the black-clothed young man in the late Jindan stage, and roaring ferociously. Nascent soul-level attack? The young man's consciousness trembled, and he felt the terrible fluctuations, and his face turned pale. Swish! At this moment, a green round shield appeared in front of the young man. This round shield seemed to be made entirely of a kind of emerald green crystal, showing a translucent luster, and there seemed to be countless runes swimming inside. The thick laser fell on the transparent round shield and was refracted, causing no damage at all. Fang Xing saw this scene, but smiled slightly, ordered the hatch to open, and flew out directly. Master Shenling, finally willing to come out? At this time, the Explorer half rushed into the water curtain Tianhua formation, and had already smashed the formation into pieces. Not only did the formation covering Nanli Island disappear without a trace, but even the most central Nanhuimen mountain gate emerged. The water curtain heavenly array is broken? Haha. God will not let me go. Hurry up. In the market, a hidden demon cultivator saw this scene and was overjoyed and wanted to flee. Some demon cultivators looked at the shops in the market frantically. Even in the direction of the South Fire Gate. Why are you running? If we don't take advantage of this God-given opportunity, and go directly to the South Fire Gate to grab a handful, when will we be able to break through the realm? Not only the hidden robbery cultivators, but even the usually diligent casual cultivators and spiritual farmers saw this scene. Their eyes turned blood red. Ah! A scream came, like a signal gun for a riot. The entire Nanli Island was in chaos in an instant. Fang Xing didn't care about all this. He put his fingers together to form a sword, and the great freedom of black gold sword energy crisscrossed, forcing a woman in a green skirt out of the void. Her face was vaguely similar to the previous Canling Jinjuan, but the mana fluctuations on her body were very strange. It was foundation building, and then it was Dan. After a while, it even emitted mana fluctuations at the level of Yuanying. After taking over a body, the most taboo is to rashly use the magic power before merging with the physical body. Fang Xing shook his head and looked at the woman in green skirt. Which junior with superior qualifications did the True Lord take over? This female True Lord was killed by him yesterday, and only the nascent soul escaped. After returning to the sect, she immediately took over the body of a talented disciple. When she was recovering her magic power, Fang Xing came to the door. At this time, there was no other way. She was forced to this point and had to fight. But Fang Xing liked to take advantage of her illness to kill her. He waved his hand casually, and a series of great freedom black gold sword energy spread throughout the void. Like a sword energy refining domain. The four realms of swordsmanship. Qi, Gang, Intention, and Momentum. The sword intention into momentum is not just a single sword to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also has the expansion of blockade, such as forming a sword domain, making it impossible for the enemy to avoid. The great freedom black gold sword classic that Fang Xing practiced was a classic of the transformation of the spirit. And there was also a description of the fifth realm of the sword, which was sword breaks all laws. One sword can break all laws. However, the old man's eye had not reached the state of transformation of the spirit, and had not reached the fifth realm of the sword. Naturally, there was no similar understanding in the initiation of Jianqing Peak. In other words, there was no initiation, and Fang Xing had to understand it himself. Fortunately, just the sword intention formation method of the nascent soul level was enough to make him dominate the nascent soul stage. Ah! A scream came. It turned out that the black-clothed young man of the Golden Core was unable to resist the siege of the sword domain at all, and was pierced through the forehead by a great freedom black gold sword Qi, and died. Ah! Thief! Shaling's Jinjuan eyes were red with anger. Wait for my senior brother Huiyun to come back. I will never give up on you. Sure enough, he hasn't come back yet? Fang Xing laughed, knowing that it must be Tianyin sect that was secretly dragging Nanhua sect's hands and feet, wanting to bring bad luck to their rivals. But even Tianyin sect might not be able to imagine how far he could go. Humph. In the cold sword area, a silver light flashed, and Fang Xing's true body emerged. His martial arts will was mighty and mighty, turning into a hazy beast and rushing into Shenling Jinjuan's sea of consciousness. The Jinjuan eyes became blank in an instant, and Fang Xing easily killed him in front of him. Swish! Her life spirit treasure immediately activated to protect the master, and green flying needles pierced Fang Xing's body, making a sound like rain hitting banana leaves. A mere 4th rank low-grade spiritual treasure. You still want to break my defense? Fang Xing laughed loudly, put his 5 fingers together, and turned them into a punch. The 6 unique skills of Xingwu's 6 absolutes were each transformed into different strengths, which were directly combined by him and punched out. Crack! The protective spiritual light of Jinju and Shenling shattered like glass, and then was grabbed by Fang Xing's big hand into his dantian, grabbing a female Yuanying with a panicked face. After all, this woman had been seriously injured before, and was attacked by Fang Xing's immortal clone and the original body. She was captured alive without even using the Great Sun to thag at a palm. Chapter 304 Conquering Nanming. Nanhuimen. The mountain gate of this sect was built on a 4th grade middle grade spiritual vein on Nanli Island, and the spiritual energy was everywhere. Countless pavilions and towers were scattered in an orderly manner. A large number of spiritual medicine gardens were dotted in between, and occasionally there were rare birds and beasts flying and climbing, which was really a beautiful fairyland. But today, it was in chaos. Kill! Kill all the Nan-women bastards. Hurry up. Go to the alchemy room. I heard that Nan-women has recently refined several furnaces of Jin Dan. Lu Laosan. We have occupied this place. If you want it, you must do it before you fight. There are too many robbery cultivators in other places. Go to the Sutra Pavilion first. After the formation was broken, Nan-women was a scene of monkeys scattering when the tree fell. Not only did the robbery cultivators make trouble, but even the disciples of the sect directly robbed and ran away. Of course, there are also monks who are struggling to death and defending the sect to the death, highlighting the complexity of human nature and the various aspects of the world. Just as the spiritual weapons and magic weapons were waving, and the various spells were shining, a vast steel mechanical city with the attitude of oppressing all living beings came down with a bang. Crack! Crack! Several palaces were built too high, and they were turned into ruins by the explorers' casual pressure. Warning! You are already invading my master property. After 3 warnings, if you don't surrender immediately, you will be killed directly. The projection of Xiaolu appeared, and warned in the native language with a righteous face. The monks below were stunned at first, and then they didn't care about what this strange weapon spirit said. Some who thought they were smart directly used the escape method and ran away. The stupider ones took action on their own and wanted to grab more. After all, even if there were thousands of Yuanying Zinjins fleeing together, could they still be caught one by one? The stupidest ones were the last loyal disciples of Nan-women. Some of them rushed to the explorer to buy time for the sect's seeds to escape. Swish, swish, swish. Lasers fell one after another. No matter whether they were Jin Dan Jinren, foundation building cultivators, or Qi training disciples. Under the laser cannon, all beings were truly equal. No matter what their cultivation level was, they could be dealt with by a laser. In a blink of an eye, there were only a few living people left in Nan-women. Not only that, a number of multifunctional drones took off from the explorer, each carrying weapons, patrolling around Nan-women and sorting out resources. It seemed that Nan-women and even the entire Nanli Island were regarded as Fangxing territory. According to the rules of the immortal world, Nan-women will take action first, and we will fight to the death. Then, it is reasonable for me to defeat Nan-women and obtain its assets. Fangxing walked inside the Nan-women sect, watching Xiaolu operate drones to clean up the battlefield one by one, not even letting go of a spiritual bead, with a miserly posture, and nodded secretly. The smart butler is good at this, doing things absolutely meticulously, and not corrupt. He threw out a spirit beast bag casually, and in a ball of earthy yellow demonic energy, the treasure-hunting rat fell to the ground and squeaked. The pair of small eyes emitted a light several inches long, and seemed extremely excited. Let's go. Find the best things first, and then look at the foundation of Nan-women inch by inch. According to Fangxing idea, such a large sect must have some private vaults and secret vaults, although some good things must be in the storage bags of the 3 Yuanying Zhenjuan. He has already obtained 2, which is also a rich harvest. As for the Nanli stone, the focus of this time? Because it breeds a ray of Nanming Lihua. It cannot be put into the storage bag at all. Otherwise it will not only burn the items in the storage bag, but may even cause the void to be damaged and the storage bag to be scrapped. Therefore, it must be hidden in the sect's treasure house. Go! Accompanied by Fangxing Lo shout. The treasure-hunting rat squeaked strangely, and its body suddenly expanded to the size of a house. Fangxing stood on the head of the treasure-hunting rat, and saw the rat's body flashing yellow light, performing the art of escaping the earth, and began to look for treasures everywhere. After a while, the treasure-hunting rat came to a cave, looking at the unusually thick light wall at the entrance of the cave in front, and looked very anxious. Well, this underground cave is actually made of the main material of the soul-absorbing stone? Fangxing's eyes flashed, and he was a little shocked. The soul-absorbing stone is a well-known material in the world of immortal cultivation, because it can cover up the fluctuations of mana and block the consciousness. It is regarded as the preferred material for building various secret compartments. But such a large cave is made of spirit-absorbing stone as the main material, so its value is amazing. The effect it brings is also quite powerful. Even if Fangxing Divine Sense accidentally scans it, it will only be regarded as an ordinary rock wall. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't believe it. Well done. I give you a credit. Fangxing smiled slightly, and with a flick of his finger, a great freedom of black gold sword energy fell on the light wall. causing the wall to tremble slightly. Swoosh! The light curtain trembled suddenly under the stimulation. A blue light flashed on it, and a ball of blue flame flew over. The hot temperature carried the power to ward off evil spirits, which made Fang Xing show a trace of surprise. Puff! He flicked his finger, and a ball of soul-devouring magic fire emerged. The dark green flame and the blue flame met and entangled in midair. An amazing scene happened. The blue flame was only the size of a pigeon egg, but it was very tenacious. It actually suppressed the soul-devouring magic flame that was the size of a human head. In fact, its power was still rising. Naming Lihua. Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he flicked his fingers continuously. Balls of soul-devouring magic fire flew out and surrounded the Naming Lihua. Then, the Qingyang magic lamp emerged. He kept pinching his hands, and sword energy sank into the Naming Lihua. Finally, this ball of Naming Lihua trembled slightly, turned into a wisp of light blue flame, and fell into the Qingyang magic lamp. Puff! Fang Xing pointed his sword again, and this time the light curtain finally shattered completely, revealing an ordinary cave behind. This underground cave is about the size of a house, and seems relatively empty. Only on a dark stone platform in the center is a fist-sized light blue stone, which is the Nanming stone. At this time, on the light blue Nanming stone, there is still a wisp of flame burning. The origin of the Nanming fire? Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this. In the world of immortal cultivation, if you want to refine a kind of magic fire, immortal fire, you need to obtain at least a wisp of its origin fire. The origin fire is different from the ordinary flames released. It is very difficult to divide and increase. Otherwise, the magic fire cultivators of the Wanqiang sect should be all over the world of immortal cultivation. The flames emitted by ordinary fighting methods, even if they are finally retracted and sealed, cannot be used for cultivation at all. Just like the flame of the Nanming fire that Fang Xing collected just now. It is not the origin fire, and can only be used to study the nature of the Nanming fire, or directly devour it. Only by refining this origin fire can the next level of Nanming fire be continuously stimulated for fighting. If the soul-devouring demon fire wants to truly upgrade, it also needs to devour various origin fires, not the ordinary fireworks they emit when fighting. 5th level spiritual objects are really rare. This vast sea of immortal cultivation world is the right place to come. Fang Xing opened his hand, and a magic power emerged, turning into a golden hand, grabbing the Nanming stone. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chirp! On the Nanming stone, the wisp of origin fire screamed, and suddenly a blue light flashed, turning into a blue bird, which looked like a falcon, petite, and a layer of light blue Nanming fire burning all over its body. Swoosh! A flash of blue light. The spirit bird transformed by the Nanming Lihua came in front of Fang Xing, and pecked lightly with its beak. Seeing this scene, the treasure-hunting mouse screamed in fear, shrank into the size of a palm, and hid behind Fang Xing. It could feel the terror of the flame spirit bird. Even a 3rd-level demon king would not be able to resist the opponent's pecks and claws. Zheng! Fang Xing's 5 fingers were like plucking the strings of a zither, and the Jiawaikan appeared in front of him. The spirit bird transformed by the Nanming Lihua pecked on the spiritual treasure light curtain, and the hot breath burst out, causing the spiritual treasure light curtain to shatter instantly. Then, the Jiawaikan cried sadly, and the charred marks on the tail seemed to expand rapidly. The strings flew out one after another, like a birdcage, trapping the Nanming Lihua in it. Fang Xing smiled slightly, and a black light flashed above his head. The Wanfa ghost baby appeared with a smile, holding the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand. Yuaning rubbed his hands together, and a group of bean-sized soul-devouring devil fires flew towards Nanming Lihua like marbles. Puff! Nanming Lihua spread its wings, and a circle of light blue flame surrounded its body. However, the soul-devouring devil fire devoured various spiritual flames one after another, and its power was also extraordinary. Although Nanming Lihua was more famous, it was only at the 4th level at this time, after being besieged by a large number of soul-devouring devil fire bombs. The circle of light blue flames exploded. Then, marbles fell on Nanming Lihua. The light blue bird cried strangely, and a layer of dark green flames burned around its body. This layer of dark green flames flowed slowly like oil, and with strong viscosity. It was mixed in Nanming Lihua, and stained Nanming Lihua's wings and flame like feathers. It looked like a seabird covered with oil and marine oil pollution. unable to fly again. Hurry! Seeing this scene, Fang Xing's mouth curled up slightly, and he plucked the strings again. A sound of the piano, like a golden warhorse, emerged and fell into the light blue bird's sea of consciousness, causing severe damage to the spirituality of this ball of origin fire. Affected by this, the Nanming Lihua finally couldn't maintain the posture of flame transformation, and turned into a thumb-sized ball of origin fire again. Wan Fa Yuanying immediately sacrificed the Qingyang magic lamp, and countless bronze runes were like chains, completely surrounding this small ball of origin fire. Then, Fang Xing's spell changed. The origin fire continued to condense and became the size of a soybean, falling into the Qingyang magic lamp. Like a wisp of flame, the originally dark green soul-devouring magic fire was actually squeezed to the edge of the lamp. Not only that, through the connection of spiritual consciousness, Fang Xing actually felt that the temperature of the Qingyang magic lamp was constantly rising. Obviously, although this spiritual treasure can contain the Nanming Lihua, it is very reluctant. If you are not careful, it may be destroyed. Chapter 305 Conquer Nanli Island. The immortal clone went to plunder wealth. Fang Xing's original body was sitting in the Explorer, with a smile on his face. When he saw the Jindan cultivators coming over with dusty faces, he bowed down one after another. Greetings to the true Lord. They all had sad faces, and the worst-looking ones were the Nanhua sect members. The next ones were the Jie Xiao and Mo Xiao. There were a few Jindan cultivators who looked like shopkeepers. They looked normal and behaved in a decent manner. They probably had other backers. The only thing in common was that they were followed by several small drones, with laser cannons ready to go. Greetings to the true Lord. The true Lord's mechanical puppet technique is truly unparalleled in the world. A Jindan cultivator from the Nanhua sect with white hair and beard stared at the Explorer in the sky, with a hint of obsession in his tone. This Mingquan is indeed a super large puppet of the nascent soul level, almost reaching the pinnacle of puppetry in this world. Fang Xing nodded slightly, gave the Explorer a localized name, and looked at the old man again. Who are you? True Lord. Please allow me to report. I am Nai Huolong, a worshipper of the South Fire Gate, a third-level formation master, responsible for the daily maintenance of the teleportation array. Nai Huolong saluted. Oh, not bad. How about you? Fang Xing looked at the other Jindan True Lords. We are Hutuhai cultivators. Today, we heard that the True Lord attacked the South Fire Gate and fought against injustice, so we came to join in the event. Several black-robed robbers clasped their fists and said, it's rare that they can talk about taking advantage of the fire so fresh and refined. In fact, if it weren't for this nascent soul-level super-large mechanical puppet town above their heads, they would definitely run as far as they could. This time, they really couldn't run away, so they could only come here and accept the punishment obediently. I hope that the true Lord will give them a lighter punishment for their contribution in breaking through the South Fire Gate. One Mao Tower Hongwan Jin. I pay my respects to the true Lord. A fat man with gold embroidered on his body bowed with a smile. I am just doing some business in Haishur under the order of the building. If you have any instructions, I will do it even if I die. Third Branch Hall Lei Hong. Wandan Hall Xian Nong Gui. Several local representatives of Yuanying forces seemed very generous and introduced themselves one by one. One Mao Tower, 3 Branch Hall, are all famous Yuanying forces in the Outer Sea. They are organized by the Chamber of Commerce. Although the structure is loose, there are several Yuanying worshippers, including some Yuanying mid-stage cultivators. As for Wandan Hall, it is backed by Baichao Mountain, a major sect of alchemy in the Inner Sea. Even the great true Lord has to give it some face. The reason why I attacked the South Fire Gate is that Master Tianquan and Master Qianling did not follow the moral code of martial arts. They took my spirit stone. Not only did they not teleport me, but they surrounded and killed me. Fang Xing told the truth. At least, he had a firm grasp of the truth first. Although this seemed useless, in the world of immortal cultivation, most people still only look at strength. Then I wonder what plans you will make in the future. As far as I know, the strongest Master Huiyun in the South Fire Gate has already reached the middle stage of the nascent soul. Lei Hong and others looked at each other, and it was Hong Wanjin who spoke. It's nothing more than fighting against the enemy and covering the water with earth. Fang Xing waved his hand and answered indifferently. Seeing this scene, Hong Wanjin and others looked at each other and had a bottom line in their hearts. Of course, there is no fool among the cultivators who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage. since the other party dared to attack the South Fire Gate and occupy it. They must have the confidence to compete with the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Maybe he is a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator. No. It seems that there were not even one person who attacked before. Maybe there were two mid-stage Yuaning True Lords, who were sure to drive out Huiyun True Lord. Xianongdui is a businessman with a sharp mind. Hearing this, he said, True Lord, do you intend to open up a Taoist sect in Nanli Island? I wonder about Haishur. Of course. Everything is normal. Just remember to hand over the spirit stones. Fang Xing waved his hand to send away the representatives of the Yuaning forces, and then looked at the pale-faced Jindan cultivators such as Ni Huolong and Hutahai Jishio. These Jindan cultivators have no backers, and can only wait for Fang Xing to make a judgment on their fate. I am interested in practicing here, but I am still short of some people. Fang Xing had just opened his mouth when Ni Huolong and many other calamity cultivators knelt down. We are willing to submit to the true Lord and serve you like dogs and horses. Well, it's just that you are so cunning that I can't rest assured. Let's do this. Fang Xing laughed, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a silver-white pill. This is the three-corpse pill. Once it enters the body, it will disappear into thin air. It is difficult for ordinary Jindan cultivators to remove it, unless the Yuaning True Lord is willing to spend a lot of vitality. The means of restriction in this world all emphasize cost-effectiveness. A Jindan cultivator, as long as he is not a Jindan late-stage Yinging seed, and is not the Yuaning True Lord's biological son, it is not worth it for the Yuaning True Lord to spend a lot of vitality to save him. For some Yuaning True Lords with cold temperaments, even their biological sons may not be as important as their own path. Thank you for the pill. Ni Huolong was a wise man. He immediately picked up a silver pill and swallowed it directly. Under the Yuaning consciousness, no one could cheat. Finally, Fang Xing watched the 8 Jindan cultivators present swallow the 3 corpse pills one by one, and then immediately sang praises. Well, should we change Nanli Island to Shenlong Island? That would be even more interesting. Fang Xing touched his chin and couldn't help laughing. However, he didn't do such a shameless thing after all, but just sent these Jindan cultivators to clean up the mess. Nan women originally had dozens of Jindan cultivators, but after a big battle, most of them died and fled. The same is true for the remaining disciples. With 8 Jindan cultivators, it is enough to stabilize the overall situation. As for the more numerous fake Danjinren and foundation building cultivators, they are not even qualified to swallow Fang Xing 3 corpse pills. Fang Xing Immortal Clone was riding a treasure-hunting mouse and galloping freely at this time, which was quite like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Swish! Amidst the whistling sword energy, the restrictions of another spiritual medicine garden were forcibly broken. A strong smell of medicinal fragrance overflowed. It turned out to be a 4th-level spiritual medicine garden. His eyes lit up, and he glanced at the corpses near the spiritual medicine garden, and immediately understood, the restrictions are too strong. Ordinary Jindan cultivators can't get in. But it's a bargain for me. Fang Xing entered the spiritual medicine garden, glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Jade dragon fruit. 1,000 purple leaves. Not bad. Not bad. These 4th-level spiritual herbs, plus the reserves he had accumulated before, are enough to refine a large number of elixirs that improve mana, allowing him to practice to the peak of the early nascent soul stage with peace of mind. Of course, the speed is definitely slower than using the 10,000-year-old stone milk to assist in cultivation during the Jindan period. But for ordinary nascent soul true lords, it is definitely a shocking speed. Plus this 4th-level middle-grade spiritual vein, it will take about a few decades to cultivate to the peak of the initial stage, and then find a way to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Fang Xing looked carefully again, and his brows suddenly frowned. There are all kinds of strange restrictions on the roots and stems of these spiritual medicines. If you pick them rashly and transplant them, it is likely to cause the spiritual medicine to self-destruct. It is indeed a large sect, and all the measures are very complete. But it is just like a safe. It is for villains, but not for robbers. If you encounter a real fierce bandit who takes away the safe, you can only stare blankly. Now that Fang Xing has broken through the South Fire Gate, he can go to the Sutra Pavilion to look for the South Fire Gate's martial arts books and find a way to break the restrictions. Not to mention, there are also those 3rd-level and 4th-level spiritual plant husbands. It can be said that there are many ways. The South Fire Gate cast these restrictions just because they were afraid that some cultivators would sneak in to steal the medicine. And they never thought that there would be someone like Fang Xing who would kill them all at once. If you encounter them, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. So many spiritual fields cannot be wasted. And that teleportation array can be repaired and maintained by Nai Huolong. The teleportation array business can continue to be successful, which is enough to make a fortune every day. For Fang Xing, he only needs to satisfy his own cultivation, without the burden of tens of thousands of disciples of Nanhua sect. Therefore, as long as he grasps the teleportation array, it will be an endless supply of high-quality spiritual stone mines, not to mention the commission from the market, as well as the harvest from the sect's spiritual fields and spiritual medicine gardens. It can be said that if he becomes a rich man with a single rob, any casual cultivator Yuan Xinjuan will be envious. The original accumulation of capital is full of blood, this is true. Fang Xing sighed secretly. And next, he still needs to face Huiyun Xinjuan. Only by driving away or killing this Yuan Xinjuan, he, the strange Xinjuan, can truly gain a foothold in Nanli Island. Originally, he planned to go to the inner sea to cultivate, but plans cannot keep up with changes. With the 4th level middle grade spiritual vein in Nanli Island, it is enough for him to cultivate to the middle stage of Yuanying. Moreover, there are many benefits such as the teleportation array, so it is not impossible to stabilize and settle down first. At the same time, on a deserted island reef, Huiyun Xinjuan looks middle-aged, dressed like a secular prince, with a Huiyun jade crown on his head, and countless complex fire spirit patterns gathered, like a sun, constantly emitting light and heat. His eyebrows turned red. Looking at a beautiful woman in a white Taoist robe in front of him, Jiaoyue Xinjuan, you Tianyin sect have hurt me so much. This time, I lost 2 junior brothers and sisters, and I will never let you go. Jiaoyue Xinjuan was helpless. It was originally just a treasure-stealing operation. Even if it was discovered later, it was just a quibble. Who could have thought that a strange Yuan Xinjuan would come into the situation for no reason? However, this is also an opportunity. Jiaoyue Xinjuan's beautiful eyes moved, and he said softly, Brother Huiyun, don't worry. Canling and Tiankuan are both of low caliber and have not practiced the fundamental law of our sect. Their future achievements are destined to be limited. Now that the Nanhua sect has encountered a great disaster, I wonder if it is God's will that you join our Tianyin sect. After all, the water and fire mystical skills of our 2 sects must be integrated to have a hope of glimpsing the late stage of the nascent soul. But I have thought hard and come up with a way. If you and I practice dual cultivation together, we may be able to break through in another way. Huiyun Xinjuan's face remained unchanged. These old monsters, who have lived for hundreds of years, don't care about worldly rules or faith at all. In addition to the sect's tradition, what they care about is only their own realm breakthrough. In fact, the latter may be more important. Brother, please take a look. Jiaoyue Xinjuan smiled and set a jade slip. Huiyun Xinjuan swept his consciousness and his eyes moved slightly. Since there is such a wonderful method, why didn't you tell me earlier? Sister? Although there was a slight blame, the tone was much looser. Haha. Brother, you blamed me wrongly. Jiaoyue Xinjuan acted like a little girl. This dual cultivation secret technique is what I have learned after many years of comprehension. There are still some flaws. I am afraid that it will require my brother to participate in it to reach perfection. Besides that, I also have a selfish desire. If we 2 practice dual cultivation, who will be the master? Who will be the follower? Now that my senior brother has escaped from the cage, it is a blessing from heaven. I am willing to swear a great oath in my heart. As long as my senior brother joins Tianyin sect, I will immediately become the deputy sect leader, second only to one person and about 10,000 people. Alas, Huiyun Xinjuan felt a little unhappy. He was a person who was unwilling to be inferior to others. But when he thought about Nanhua's sect again, all his thoughts disappeared immediately. Now that his sect has disappeared and his junior brothers and sisters are dead, what else can he fight for? Immediately gritted his teeth, senior brother agreed. But I also asked my junior sister to promise that once she achieves something, she must kill that person and avenge me. Huiyun Xinjuan looked towards the direction of Nanli Island, and a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. Of course, the life tablet of our sect's Yinhua Saint has been broken, and the revenge for the robbing of the Haoyue Lingning is all on that person. True Lord Jiaoyue's face turned cold, and it was obvious that he was also quite resentful of Fang Xing, according to the intelligence. The nascent souls that appeared were not simple. There were suspected to be two of them, one of whom was a physical cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the other one was suspected to be good at swordsmanship and puppetry. There are many sword cultivators in the Han-Hai immortal cultivation world, and because the flying swords are sharp, many high-level cultivators often choose to learn some flying sword techniques. They are not considered orthodox sword cultivators, but only wild fox Zen who are slightly proficient in sword techniques. That is, they have not condensed sword pills, sword infants, but have taken the orthodox way of cultivating immortals, only using flying swords and sword formations as means to fight against the enemy. There are more such cultivators. After the demise of the Yuanshan sword sect, a large number of classics flowed out, which caused a wave of sword cultivation craze. Therefore, the two Yuaning true lords would not immediately pull the Yuanshan sword sect when they saw a sword cultivator. Humph! The sword path is only refined and pure, and the puppet technique is also supplemented. It's really nonsense. It's indeed the way of casual cultivation. Huiyun true lord snorted coldly. Don't be careless. I have already asked the Dark Cloud Palace. Get detailed intelligence. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. The Dark Cloud Hall is spread all over the vast sea of immortal cultivation, and its members are extremely mysterious, even including the nascent soul true lord. It undertakes all tasks such as intelligence gathering and assassination. It is said that there are many high-level cultivators who are listed in it, so the power is huge. The Bright Moon True Lord said, Please be patient, brother, and practice the Great Tao with me, as long as we get a little bit of the entrance. Even if we can't defeat the Great True Lord, we may have the power to protect ourselves in front of the Great True Lord. Then we can take revenge, and it will be safe. The Fire Cloud True Lord slowly exhaled a long breath. What the junior sister said is very true. The practice of the fire mysterious art for me has really affected my character. Chapter 306 Refining the Void. A few days later, Nonli Island. The original sea market reopened, but now it has become a deserted place. The cultivators who occasionally passed by were all in a hurry, and occasionally looked at the direction of the Nanowomen Mountain Gate with awe. A large number of palaces and jade buildings there have been flattened, leaving behind a steel mechanism puppet city. The destructive power of its nascent soul level that day was enough to impress any cultivator. No, it can no longer be called Nanowomen, according to the meaning of that true lord. The original Nanowomen Mountain Gate has become the place where the Minkuin is stationed. There are some monks on the island who are good at doing things, and they call Fong Xing the master of Minkuin Island. After all, according to the rules of the cultivation world, after the extermination of a family, all place names related to the original owner must be changed again. These low-level cultivators did not know that there were actually two nascent soul true lords who took action that day. But in fact, their guess is closer to the truth. There is indeed only one master of Minkuin Island on this island. Inside the Bronze Hall, Fong Xing Immortal Clone stood with his hands behind his back, followed by Enai Holong and several other array masters, watching the teleportation array. Master, the damage to this teleportation array is not serious. The required Kongming Stone and Shuihuan Jade are in stock in the warehouse. We will work overtime and repair it within 3 days. But there will be a problem by then. Enai Holong said, the teleportation array is two-way. If the island master wants to continue this business, he must reach a tacit understanding with the opposite Pingma Island. This Pingma Island is a demonic force that can occupy a place in the inner sea. The master of Pingma Island has extraordinary cultivation, and is a powerful character in the middle stage of the nascent soul. In his heart, there was still some criticism. This sword master in the early stage of the nascent soul seemed to be the master of this Minkuin Island, while the extremely powerful body cultivator was in seclusion in the puppet city all year round. It seems that the island master specially invited him to help. The master of Pingma Island? I know. Fong Xing nodded. The world is bustling, all for profit. As long as this true lord knows that it is difficult to defeat us, the rest is just a matter of how much share. He knew all this. After waving his hand to let Enai Holong leave, Fong Xing turned into a sword light and patrolled the entire island. The explorer had scanned it before. The area of this Nonli Island is 2,987,369.64 square kilometers, which is quite large. And the most important spiritual vein is the Nanowomen Mountain Gate, which has a 4th level middle grade. The most important. These days, he had no choice but to stop the explorer there to replace the broken 4th level formation. And in the sea city below, a formation was used to draw a small spiritual vein from the main body of the spiritual vein, which was enough for the Gene and cultivator to practice. He checked the terrain and immediately slapped the body bag on his waist. The 5 mixed demons then emerged, each carrying a formation flag, a formation plate, and even a mountain of formation tools. Let's go. Set up this Wanxiang Wuchang formation for me. Fang Xing used his spiritual sense to control the 5 mixed demons and began to work as laborers. This 4th level formation was naturally dismantled from the Wanxiang sect. This kind of formation that is difficult to move will permanently lose some of its power after dismantling. However, it is definitely stronger than those movable formations when it is rearranged. As for the formation secrets of the Wanxiang Wuchang formation, Fang Xing naturally found it in the Yuaning of the Wanxiang Old Demon and the Wanxiang Sect Classics. Anyway, before the death of Huiyun Zhenjuan, he would definitely not continue to repair the Shui Mu Tianhua formation, which would be purely to make himself uncomfortable. After the Wanxiang Wuchang formation is arranged, the 5 mixed demons can patrol in it. It can be regarded as making the best use of it. Fang Xing did not plan to arrange any super large formations. After all, he was not planning to establish a sect. As long as the core of the 4th level spiritual vein, as well as those spiritual medicine gardens and spiritual fields are covered, it will be enough. Combined with the 5 chaos demons, ordinary Yuaning Zhenjuan will have to spend some effort to break in, which is enough to buy enough time to make himself alert. After arranging the Wanxiang Wuchang formation, Fang Xing came to the explorer and saw the original body sitting cross-legged. The Yuaning of the Shenling Zhenjuan had disappeared. Wanfei Yuaning still wants to advance to the middle stage of Yuaning, and it requires more than 1 or 2 Yuaning. Anyway, it is not enough. Fang Xing simply throws it directly into the Great Sun Furnace, which can also increase the proficiency of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. And it can also make him know more about the South Fire Gate, the Fire Cloud Zhenjuan, the Tianyin Gate, and even the Han Hai Xiuxian world. After all, the knowledge of a Yuaning Zhenjuan is not comparable to buying some intelligence. So there are so many hidden things in the South Fire Gate? And hidden vein disciples? The first thing he got was many secrets of the South Fire Gate. Unfortunately, some treasures were difficult to retrieve, and the places where his disciples practiced were scattered. So he was too lazy to eradicate them one by one. In addition, this Canling Zhenjuan has a lot of personal collections. Of course, the most important thing is her experience and various information. Fang Xing's most important thing is actually this. After gaining the insights of such a Yuaning Zhenjuan, he is no longer afraid of being seen to know little about the Han Hai cultivation world in conversations with cultivators of the same level. In fact, some of the information about Yuanshan Sword Sect and higher realms is a pleasant surprise. The remnants of Yuanshan Sword Sect have been strangled almost to death. Even if there are some left now, they certainly dare not claim to be the descendants of the Sword Sect. There are 6 books above the level of Huashan in Yuanshan Sword Sect. 5 of them can only be cultivated to the level of Huashan, and the Zizai Xianjin Sword Classic is one of them. Fang Xing saw this and felt cold in his heart, knowing that the outer sea was fine. Once he arrived in the inner sea, he was afraid that some Yuaning Zhenjuan would recognize the Zizai Xianjin sword energy he used, which would be a bit troublesome. In addition to the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic, the 5 divine arts include the Wonderful Music Sword Classic, the Thunderbolt Sword Classic, the Flying Fairy Sword Classic, and the Killing Sword Classic. Ranked above the 5 sword classics is the most supreme inheritance of the Yuanshan Sword Sect, the Spiritual Void Sword Classic. All inner and outer disciples of the Yuanshan Sword Sect practice swords. Only those who have condensed the Golden Elixir and are ranked as true disciples can be taught one of the 5 divine sword classics. Even if they are promoted to become Yuaning elders in the future, they will still practice the 5 sword classics. Only the true core descendants, the seeds of divine transformation, can be taught the Spiritual Void Sword Classic when they are in the Golden Core realm. Fortunately, this sword classic is the source of all sword classics and swordsmanship of the Yuanshan Sword Sect, and there will not be too many difficulties and bottlenecks when switching to practice. After understanding it, Fang Xing realized that it was indeed feasible for him to join the Yuanshan Sword Sect as a branch. But even if he joined the Yuanshan Sword Sect, he could only learn the 5 sword classics. It is still difficult to become a candidate for the sect master and a core successor. Of course, there is a chance. After all, the Yuanshan sword sect is a group of sword cultivators. And sword cultivators are probably crazy. As long as he goes on the sword fighting stage and kills the current sect master, he can immediately take over the position of sect master and pass on the Lianqiu Sword Sutra. Of course, those who can go on the sword fighting stage are all our own people. If any foreign cultivator dares to challenge the leader of the sword sect, he will probably be torn into pieces by random swords before the mountain gate. So, the realm above the transformation of the gods in this world is called Lianqiu? Fang Xing learned this from the memory of the true Lord of the Spirit, and his eyes lit up. The venerables of the transformation of the gods in this world can be regarded as the ninth realm professionals, which is equivalent to the god of war in the main universe. And the great power of Lianqiu should be the realm above the god of war, according to his advantages as an immortal warrior, no matter the original body or the immortal clone. Whoever can cultivate to the realm of Lianqiu, then the breakthrough of the god of war in the future will probably not be a problem. The realm that the main universe martial god has been striving for, but cannot obtain, is right in front of Fang Xing. The reason why Yuanshan Sword Sect, Piamu Immortal Palace, and Wuji Palace are holy places is because they have produced great masters of Lianqiu and successfully ascended to heaven. Other sects and casual cultivators may occasionally have a cultivator of Huashan, but it is a flash in the pan, and it is impossible to cultivate to the realm of Lianqiu and ascend to the upper realm. According to the common sense of Canling Jinjuan, it is difficult for cultivators in this world to ascend even if they have reached the state of Huashan, unless they find some Taishu channel and try desperately. The result is a life or death struggle. To truly ascend safely, one must cultivate to the realm of Lianqiu. The great masters of Lianqiu have unlimited lifespans and can travel in Taishu. It seems that there is no limit to spiritual energy. After all, Taishu is a void, and there is no spiritual energy to replenish mana. If a cultivator of Lianqiu wants to ascend, he can only cross Taishu by himself, another one with unlimited lifespan. After understanding this, Fang Xing was speechless. The lifespan of the martial god is infinite, while the immortal cultivator cultivates the soul infant. It can be considered that the lifespan of the soul is infinite. The body is not just a stinking skin. The soul is also indispensable. Perhaps, only the immortality of the body, combined with the immortality of the soul, is the real immortality. He sighed, with a hint of sharpness between his eyebrows. Then the next goal is clear, which is the spiritual void sword sutra of the Yuanshan sword sect. Even the previous ones are not important, but the key parts of the transformation stage and the transformation of the soul to break through the refining void must be obtained. This goal is obviously a bit difficult. After all, it is not known whether this spiritual void sword sutra has been circulated outside. If there is no outside world, I am afraid I have to go to the mountain gate of the Yuanshan sword sect to look for it. It is an extremely dangerous place. Even the great true lord may fall. If Fang Xing wants to go, he must wait until his own mecha is built and has the combat power of the ninth realm before trying it. In this world, the combat power of the 9 realms is already the best, because once a cultivator who has reached the perfect spiritualization realm breaks through the void refining realm, he will be rejected by the whole world. Even if there is a light from the upper realm to guide the immortals, they will be forced to ascend immediately, and it is impossible to delay for a moment. Even if those strong men who descended from the upper realm enter the immortal cultivation realm, they must drop to a lower realm and disperse their power to the spiritualization realm. For Fang Xing, this is good news. As long as he waits until his own mecha is built, he can walk sideways in the immortal cultivation realm. But he is almost there. Chapter 307 The Master of Pingma Island. 3 days passed in a flash. Mingquan Island. Fang Xing stared at the Nanming stone, which had a rice-sized gap on it. He spent a lot of effort and finally took a part of this 5th level material. What a pity, originally. This material was full of spirituality and could produce a strand of Nanming Lihua. After I split it like this, it was wasted. But even if it is not split, after taking away the source of Nanming Lihua, it will take thousands or tens of thousands of years to breed another strand. Fang Xing was too lazy to do this kind of pure thing of planting trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. It is better to use the Nanming stone directly. At this time, he no longer paid attention to the Nanming stone, but instead focused his attention on the Qingyang magic lamp. With the refining of that bit of Nanming stone, the bronze body of the Qingyang magic lamp was slightly blue, but not much. My refining skills are still too advanced. Fortunately, I only added materials to improve the quality this time, not to refine a spiritual treasure from scratch. Otherwise it would definitely fail. Even so, Fang Xing messed around, and the result was that the quality of the Qingyang magic lamp only rose a small level, becoming a 4th level medium-grade spiritual treasure. If those refining masters saw it, they would probably spray him to death, using 5th level materials. And finally getting this result? I'm afraid it's enough to commit suicide ashamed. But Fang Xing doesn't care. If there are resources, they should be used as soon as possible. For example, Nan woman, who obviously has 5th level materials, but is reluctant to use them, and is preparing to save materials to finally refine a 5th level treasure. What will be the outcome? In addition, most of the Nanming stone is left. After the Qingyang magic lamp is upgraded, it can completely accommodate the Nanming Lihua. This is the best result. The materials made of Nanming stone are indeed the most suitable for accommodating the Nanming Lihua. Feeling that the Qingyang magic lamp has stabilized and there is no abnormal temperature increase, Fang Xing showed a satisfied smile. Then, he stared at the lamp. In the center of the lamp, there was a light blue flower the size of a soybean. Around this flower, there was a circle of dark green flame. At this time, the 2 different colors of the flames were devouring and merging each other. Although the Nanming Lihua was small, it was not inferior at all. After adding the Nanming Lihua, the soul-devouring demon fire is not enough to describe the new spiritual flame. What name should be changed? Fang Xing thought for a while. Let's wait until it is completely integrated. Master. At this time, Xiaolu's projection appeared. Master, I have monitored that Enai Huolong has completed the repair of the teleportation array. Oh! Fang Xing showed a playful smile. He never believed in the loyalty of his subordinates, especially those who were forcibly subdued. Therefore, he had always asked Xiaolu to monitor secretly. If Enai Huolong wanted to do something, now would be the best time. Whether it is to directly activate the teleportation array and escape to the inner sea, or to invite Pingma Island to attack, it is a good way to seek death. Not long after, a sound transmission note flew over. Fang Xing took it. His expression became calm. His lips moved slightly, and his own echo was imprinted into it. I know. I will come to inspect it in person at that time. As expected, Enai Huolong chose the most reliable way. Half an hour later, Fang Xing came to the bronze ancient temple with the master. True Lord. Enai Huolong brought several Jin Danjinren, and had been waiting there for a long time. Even the Jin Danjinren in the sea market were very concerned. After all, the reason why the market was able to open and prosper before was largely due to this teleportation array. There are many unique immortal cultivation resources between the inner and outer seas, and a little bit of trading will cost a sky-high price. Fang Xing and the master walked side by side, and came to the inside of the bronze temple, and saw the teleportation array. Enai Huolong immediately stepped forward to make the final adjustments, and then embedded one after another of the top-grade spirit stones into every corner of the teleportation array. Layer after layer of array patterns flashed with spiritual light, and the silver seal characters seemed to be flying out. Island Master. It should be done. Enai Huolong said to Fang Xing, immortal clone, with a happy face. Good. Fang Xing looked around and pointed to a previously subdued Jiexiao Jindan cultivator. You teleport over and hand over the recent events and this jade slip to the people of Pingma Island. Enai Huolong has proved his loyalty, and is quite useful. For risky things? Of course. Those Jiexiao must make up for their crimes. Yes. The Jiexiao who was pointed out looked helpless, holding the jade slip and standing on the teleportation array. Enai Huolong immediately took out the teleportation token and waved it fiercely at the array. Puff! Amid the flashing silver light, a ball of light enveloped the Jiexiao. Then, his figure disappeared instantly. It is indeed space teleportation technology. Fang Xing was deeply moved when he saw the scene. This is a high technology that even the main universe has not yet broken through. Time passed by bit. Half an hour later, the teleportation array that was originally empty suddenly roared and burst into a brilliant silver light. Island Master. Do you want to close it? Enai Huolong hurriedly looked at Fang Xing. If he deliberately closed the teleportation array, he could completely block the other party in the inner sea. But Fang Xing originally intended to make money by being friendly, and he took the initiative to contact, so he would not do so. Buzz! Silver light flashed, and several cultivators stood on the teleportation array. The leader was wearing a Pingyu magic robe, tall, with eyes like a falcon. a smooth and full forehead, and an impressive hooked nose. A terrifying wave of mana overflowed from this person, making every Gene Dan cultivator present feel like falling into an ice cave. Middle stage of nascent soul. This person came in person? The Lord of Pingma Island. Fong Xing confirmed the identity of the visitor at a glance and said with a smile, "Welcome to my Minkuan Island." Early stage of nascent soul? The Lord of Pingma Island glanced at Fong Xing. "Are you the Lord of Minkuan Island? You can kill 2 early stage nascent soul cultivators and force true Lord Huiyun to not dare to fight. It should not be just a nascent soul puppet, right?" There was a little gold in his pupils, and his eyes turned and fell on Fong Xing himself. At this time, Fong Xing himself had naturally activated the characteristics of the immortal warrior, and transformed the Dharma image of the Great Sun Tathagata into the Great Sun Tathagata's early nascent soul. However, the fluctuations emitted by his Great Sun Tathagata at this time were only at the early stage of nascent soul. "Fellow Taoist, what is your name?" The Lord of Pingma Island looked at Fong Xing himself with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "I am Fong Yun, and I am here to help this junior of mine." Fong Xing smiled and used the same tricks to bluff people in the past. At the same time, he was also amazed. Although the art of incarnation is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation, it is not unheard of. His incarnation art was concealed even from the master of Pingma Island, who was obviously well informed and had practiced the method of spiritual eyes. Obviously, it was because the twin guardians of Tianmu Mighty Golden Lotus were extremely mysterious and proficient. 2 Yuaning early-stage cultivators are not enough to maintain the business of the teleportation array. The master of Pingma Island smiled and said, "I wonder if you are willing to try a few moves with me." The exchanges between Yuaning cultivators are all based on the premise that their strengths are not much different. The master of Pingma Island is a strong player in the middle stage of Yuaning, so his style of doing things is naturally extremely strong. "Try it?" "Okay." Fong Xing thought about it and wanted to try his true combat power, so he agreed directly. "I see that fellow Taoist seems to be a physical cultivator. Then let's just compete in physical cultivation methods. It just so happens that this island master also cultivates both magic and body." The island master of Pingma suddenly said meaningfully. Swish! Dozens of rays of light immediately rose from the bronze palace and flew into the air. It started. Hong Wanjin of Wanmao Tower drove a golden magic weapon, facing the gust of wind, and sent a telepathic message to Lei Hong of Sanfen Hall next to him. What do you think? As businessmen, they naturally don't like chaotic situations and desire stability and order. The island master and his predecessor are naturally extraordinary. But the island master of Pingmo has been dominating the inner sea for many years, and has long been a strong man in the middle stage of the nascent soul. It is unlikely that he will win. But as long as he can hold on for 3 moves and 2 styles and perfectly display his own strength, it will be enough. Lei Hong also replied with telepathic message. Xi Anongdui of Wand and Hall shook his head, somewhat disapprovingly. You haven't been in the inner sea for a long time, so you don't know the majesty of this Pingmo Island lord. It is said that his mother fell in love with a transformed monster and gave birth to him after 3 years of pregnancy. He was born half monster, and his bloodline is even extraordinary. He didn't practice ordinary skills. Now his body is probably comparable to that of a 4th level middle grade monster. Such a cultivation level? I'm afraid that even if he faces a great true lord in the late nascent soul stage, he can retreat unscathed. Right? Lei Hong and Hong Wanjin looked at each other and both gasped. Haha. As long as this true Lord Fang Yun can block 3 moves from the Pingmo Island Lord, he will be famous in the inner sea. Xi Anongdui transmitted the message faintly, and cast his expectant eyes on the battlefield again. In the sky, the strong wind was fierce. The leader of Pingmo Island on the opposite side, wearing a rock feather robe that rustled, suddenly let out a long whistle. Be careful. The leader of this island is going to take action. He moved, as if blending into the wind, and in a flash, he came to Fong Xing. In terms of wind escape techniques, the previous leader of the wind department was not even worthy of carrying shoes. The leader of Pingmo Island was extremely powerful, with an indescribable sense of oppression. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed with one claw. A faint golden color bloomed on each of his fingers, which was obviously not inferior to any spiritual treasure. Facing this grab, Fong Xing just calmly stretched out his right hand. His palm was white, delicate, with a layer of jade luster, and it didn't look like the palm of a martial artist. Bang! The 2 palms collided in midair. making only a muffled sound. An invisible wave of force spread out, and there seemed to be nothing unusual around. But the white clouds nearby suddenly dispersed. The faces of many cultivators present changed slightly. This is not magic power, but pure physical strength. Xi Nongui opened his mouth wide. The Pingma Island Master is fine. But that Fang Yunjinjuan is also a 4th level middle grade physical cultivator? Why have I never heard of this person before? Chapter 308 Pingma Tuosi. Good. I really didn't make a mistake. The Pingma Island Master laughed heartily. You are already proud enough to fight against this Island Master with pure physical strength. His eyes flashed with brilliance. And he shouted, this Island Master will use all his strength next. Cry. Before he finished speaking, a sharp cry that pierced through the sky and broke through the clouds suddenly came from behind him. A series of black auras rose into the sky. Demon spirit? It seems true but not true. Fang Xing's eyes moved slightly, and he saw a strange golden statue behind the Pingma Island Master. It has an eagle head and a human body, with wings on its back, and looks quite strange. It's a bit like the magic method of the devil, and it seems like the innate magical power of the demon race. No, this is the physical magical power of the body cultivator in this world. Fang Xing nodded. When the body cultivator reached the late stage, he could still compete with the cultivators. He relied on the magical power born from the physical body. Moreover, he noticed that the breath of the master of Pingma Island was different. It was very likely that he had extraordinary blood. At this time, the golden body of the Dharma image let out an eagle cry and pressed down with one claw. The air around him seemed to be compressed, pressing towards Fang Xing in the middle, giving people a sense of inevitability. Fang Xing's body was full of golden light. His dragon tendons and tiger bones were roaring. His blood was dense, and his essence was like a wolf's smoke, rising into the sky. He put his 5 fingers together and turned them into a fist. The 6 absolutes of Xingwu were released with all his strength, and the 6 different forces merged into one. In the void, a huge fist shadow emerged and slammed into the sharp claws of the eagle-headed human body Dharma image. Whoosh! The wind rose from the ground, and the terrifying strong wind swept in all directions. Many Jin Dan cultivators already looked solemn and released defensive magic weapons to protect their bodies. Obviously, the aftermath of the fight between these 2 Yuanian cultivators could seriously injure or even kill them. Puff! The fist shadow dissipated, and Fang Xing's shirt was torn on his chest, revealing 3 claw marks in parallel. A layer of faint golden light flickered on his chest, and under the operation of the Dragon Elephant Vidra indestructible divine ability, he was completely unscathed. But Fang Xing knew in his heart that he was still a step behind. The 6 ultimates of Xingwu should also be improved. Otherwise, it will not be suitable for fighting at the Yuanian level. However, there is still one move in the 6 ultimates of Xingwu that can be used. Fang Xing activated the characteristics of the Immortal Warrior, transforming some of the blood and qi, and the Immortal Warrior flowed together. In the void, a golden hand emerged and actually took the lead in attacking the Immortal Martial Qi handprint. Although this handprint is not as good as the Sun Tathagata palm, it can be used as his regular move. The power that burst out is the strongest among the 6 unique skills of Xingwu. Wow! The golden hand formed a hand seal, and the sound of Buddhist chanting suddenly rang out in the void. The golden hand seal pressed down and landed on the golden body of Pingma Island Master. The golden body of the human body and eagle head was shattered directly. What? The cultivators who were watching, except Fang Xing Immortal Clone, were all speechless. The fact that Fang Yunjinjuan had a 4th level middle grade body cultivation was already very surprising. It was unbelievable that Pingma Island Master had used such a great magical power as the golden body of the Dharma, but was still defeated by the opponent with one palm. Especially the cultivators who followed Pingma Island Master, who knew their own Island Master's strength best. Although he did not use magic treasures or spells, the most proud thing of the Pingma Island Lord was his own body refining skills. Is this being crushed in the area he is best at? Cry! At this moment, the Pingma Island Lord roared to the sky, making a shrill eagle cry. The breath of a peerless monster emerged, making all the monsters within 100 miles tremble in fear. Not good. Island Lord. An old monk who came with the Pingma Island Lord was horrified. The Island Lord is going to use that magical power. It's bad. With that magical power, he can't distinguish between friend and foe, and he might even swallow us all. Run away. What do you mean by swallowed together? Fang Xing Immortal Clone asked with interest. Then, he saw a layer of illusory golden feathers appearing around the Pingma Island Lord in the field. Above his head, the originally defeated Dharmakaya golden body was actually recondensed. No! The Dharmakaya with an eagle head and a human body let out a long cry. And the wings behind it spread out. And it really turned into a big rock. The feathers on its body were like swords, emitting strands of golden light, and a tuft of golden fluff on its head, like a burning golden flame. It was the Dharmakaya of the golden winged Daping. The Daping Dharmakaya opened its mouth and burst out with a terrible suction force. It is said in the ancient books of the cultivation world that the golden winged Daping soared up to 90,000 miles and fed on dragons. It is ferocious and likes to eat people. With one big mouth, it can swallow the people of a city. The magical power to swallow the sky and the earth? I didn't expect that your Dharmakaya golden body, the island master, would have such changes and great magical powers. Fang Xing laughed loudly, knowing that the ancestors of the Pingma Island master must have the blood of a great demon. And even that great demon was very related to the legendary golden winged Daping. This kind of magical power is no longer a physical power, but a natural magical power that is deposited in the demon blood. He activated the immortal warrior's characteristic of gathering into Yuaning and dispersing into Dharma images. And the power of his spirit condensed and turned into a Dharma image. Blocking himself, the terrifying suction force descended, and actually swallowed Fang Xing Dharma image into his stomach. Fang Xing blinked, feeling that the owner of Pingma Island was really not afraid of death. He dared to swallow his own Dharma image of Dharma Tathagata. What's the difference between this and swallowing a nuclear bomb? Boom! Just after the golden winged Daping Dharma image swallowed the Dharma image of Dharma Tathagata, it turned its head, and its eyes were full of ferocity, looking at those Jindan cultivators, and was about to continue swallowing. Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst out from its abdomen. The red light continued to condense, and finally exploded. The back of the golden winged Daping Dharma image exploded, and a red sun emerged, revealing Fang Xing Dharma image of Dharma Tathagata. The Tathagata sat on the back of the golden winged Pung, forming a picture of Pung demon carrying the sun, which all the Jindan cultivators present remembered in their minds. The Pung demon island master turned pale and took a step back. He was barely using his magic power to suppress the blood in his throat when he heard Fang Xing say, "The island master is very skillful. How about we call this a draw?" The Dharma images of the golden winged Pung and the Tathagata both dissipated. The eyes of the Pingma Island Lord finally regained a trace of clarity, and he nodded slightly. Master Fang Yun's body refining ability is amazing. I admire it. Haha. The island master has integrated the innate ability and the physical ability into one, which also opened my eyes. Fang Xing Immortal Clone stepped forward at the right time. Pingma Island Lord is too polite. This island master has ordered people to arrange a banquet. How about moving over and drinking a few cups together? Good. The Pingma Island Lord turned around Fang Xing body, with fellow Daoist Fang Yun here. I believe that Mingkuan Island is definitely capable of defending the teleportation array. The distribution rules will be based on the previous ones. In fact, the previous rules were that both sides charge teleportation fees to the cultivators. And there are definitely more cultivators going from the outer sea to the inner sea than those returning from the inner sea. Cultivators, like ordinary people, will take the initiative to migrate to prosperous places. Therefore, Nanhuimen actually has to distribute a lot of high-quality spirit stones to Pingma Island from the travel expenses it receives every year. Because if he didn't give it, the island master of Pingma would not do it, and he could just shut down the teleportation array or even attack. But if it was Fang Xing and Fang Yun, the island master of Pingma thought he couldn't beat them, so he definitely wouldn't take the commission. This was a disguised concession. After all, the other party not only had more strength than him, but also gave him face. Immediately, the island master of Pingma forced a stiff smile on his face and went to the banquet with Fang Xing. Leaving behind Xian Nonggui, Hong Wanjin and others looked at each other. Master Fang Yun was able to fight with the master of Pingma Island and not lose? Xian Nonggui was the most shocked and murmured, except for the great master and the elusive master Huashan. There is no one in the Hanhai Xiaoxian world who can stop him. It seems that we should not only continue to open the door for business, but also increase investment. Lei Hong said thoughtfully, with the ability of the two island masters, Mingkuan Island will only be more prosperous than when Nanhuimen was here. In the Xiaoxian world, If you want to run a market or even a fairy city well, the management methods and concepts are important, but not the most important. The most important thing is sufficient military support. Otherwise, it is easy to have a situation where my neighbor is my granary, while my neighbor is my granary. Fang Xing is stronger than Nan women. So the sea market here will definitely attract more cultivators. Soon. Nanli Island. No. Mingquan Island opened a sea market again. And the news that the teleportation array was as usual spread to all the nearby seas. Along with it came the legend that Master Fang Yin fought with the master of Pengma Island. And the two fought to a draw. The originally deserted Haishar immediately became crowded again. Tianin Island. A Yuaning master, whose whole body was shrouded in black fog, walked among the green mountains and green waters. A jade-like lake was like a mirror, overflowing with amazing spiritual energy. The lake suddenly stirred violently, half red and half white, like a Tai Chi yin-yang fish. A whirlpool emerged, and the figure of Master Jiayue slowly walked out of it. She had a slender figure, wearing a light gauze as thin as a cicada's wing, with a peach blossom on her face, and a round and satisfied feeling. Master Anha. Master Jiayue said, Dao Yu. You must have news when you come here. All that I got from the Dark Cloud Palace is here. Master Anha's voice was hoarse, and he raised his hand, and a ball of black light wrapped around the jade slip fell into Master Jiayue's hand. True Lord Bright Moon swept his spiritual sense, and said angrily, the information obtained by Dark Cloud Hall seems to be no different from that obtained by my sect. The origins of those two true lords are strange, and they seem to have suddenly appeared in the outer sea. True Lord Dark River said, however, our Dark Cloud Hall has infiltrated their close people. If you want more, please bid again. Humph. True Lord Bright Moon snorted coldly. That person is now on par with the Lord of Pengma Island. No matter how high my offer is. Can you Dark Cloud Hall still kill that person for me? Hee. That's possible. The Lord of our Dark Cloud Hall is a great true Lord. True Lord Dark River laughed and said, it's a pity. Daoist friend Bright Moon. You can't afford the price of the Lord's action. Chapter 309 Mecca and the New World. Main Universe. Xinghe Island Villa. Fang Xing was lying on the sofa, showing an elegant big character, and his whole body was filled with a lazy temperament, like a salted fish, on the side of the immortal clone. All the forces knew that I could rival the master of Pengma Island, and they were very quiet. After the teleportation array was opened, it was a day of wealth. The spiritual medicine garden and the market were also managed by a group of Jindan cultivators. Next, it was just refining pills and taking medicines, and practicing hard for decades. When Huiyunjinjuan came, I would need to go over to calm the situation. He cultivated to become a martial saint for better enjoyment. Now that everything is calmed down, we should have a good time. Xiaolan. Fang Xing immediately jumped out of the villa, stood in the air, and looked at his private spaceship taking off. Let's go to the entertainment planet. I want to try out the power of this martial saint's Vidra body. 10 days later, the blue private spaceship stopped outside Shanghai Company. Fang Xing jumped out of the cabin, full of energy. Sure enough, the martial saint's physique is beyond ordinary people, and he has endless power. It's just strong enough. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Wang, who was busy. Doctor, how is it? It has passed the test and confirmed that the two samples you sent last time are of extremely high value. One is suspected to be the offspring of the evil god, and the other is suspected to be from the evil god himself. And although it cannot be sequenced by gene, there is definitely a blood relationship. Dr. Wang pushed his glasses. Boss, are you going to use these two as the main materials for the mecha? Yes, that's it. Fang Xing naturally only sent 2 samples last time, and most of the materials are still in his hands. When the mecha is really built, he must be here and live in the factory. Otherwise, any accidents may happen. These 2 samples do not seem to be on the list of evil gods announced by the Federation. Dr. Wang lowered his voice and hesitated. You don't need to worry about the channels. Just build the mecha according to the highest standards. Fang Xing waved his hand. After reaching the Martial Saint, he was already a senior member of the Federation. Even the Blue Star Federation could not investigate him whenever they wanted. Moreover, as a senior member of the Federation, some private channels are not a big deal, but rather a kind of unspoken rule. I try my best. Dr. Wang sighed, but boss, once the quantity is too large, it is obviously impossible to conceal it for long. It doesn't matter. I'm still here, right? Fong Xing smiled and came to the office. After reviewing several documents sent by Vigari and Shiling, he thought about it and made a phone call. On the other end of the phone, it was Han Chunfeng. Haha. Classmate Xiao Fong. Han Chunfeng has been very proud recently. After all, after overcoming all difficulties, he finally built the martial god level Mecha Moon God. From then on, their Nine Swords Academy has 2 people with the 10th realm of combat power, even among super first-class universities. It is quite eye-catching. If it weren't for the first president of the 11th realm of St. Armor University, it would have been able to compete for the first place in the university ranking. It's like this. I obtained 2 evil god materials through some special channels. Fong Xing said, I wonder if the Nine Swords Academy is interested in setting up a special research institute here? Evil god materials are a bit taboo after all. And he plans to pull more people in. Which is also a tiger skin. Huh? You kid. You can really always get some good things. Han Chunfeng thought for a while. I support it in principle. And the project can be established after the discussion of the upper house meeting. And the personnel can be sent here immediately. But she has wanted to see you for a long time. It can't be. Nandong Shui? Fong Xing smiled bitterly. Haha. It's Shui girl. She should also consider what to do after the martial saint. And you kid. You dig a hole yourself and fill it yourself. Han Chunfeng looked proud and hung up the phone. Fong Xing let out a long breath in a somewhat depressed tone. Forget it. Anyway, the general ending is good. The twists and turns in the process are not a big deal at all. A few months passed in a flash. Fong Xing lived in the laboratory of Shanghai Company. As the boss, he was naturally treated the best. Almost the same as in the villa. And there was also a special training room. In the training room, he sat cross-legged, and the power of spirit gathered, faintly forming the shape of a strange beast. If you want to fully exert the power of the martial saint level mecha, it is best to complete the strange beast map. The secret will pattern atlas of Blue Star University has a total of 3 maps. Fong Xing has already completed the Starry Sky map, and has also entered the strange beast map. According to the estimation of the proficiency panel, when he reaches the master level, he can also complete the strange beast map. As for the last nameless map, Fong Xing is still confused when he looks at it now. However, since he has entered the proficiency panel, he should be able to understand it after reaching the master level. To comprehend the nameless diagram, this is the prerequisite for driving a martial god level mecha. Although, it is only one of many prerequisites. To drive a martial god level mecha, not only must you be a martial god, but you must also build the mecha. These 2 prerequisites alone have stumped many martial artists. In comparison, comprehending the nameless diagram is just a trivial condition. Fong Xing's spirit continued to gather, and turned into a hazy beast. The roars of various beasts continued to be heard in the secret room, and then gradually became silent. Every day, I comprehend the secret pattern diagram of will. In addition, there are the 6 wonders of Xingwu. He looked at another column on the attribute panel. After the 8 realms, the 6 wonders of Xingwu have begun to gradually fail to keep up with the demand. In addition to the simplified version of the Tathagata palm and the origin of fighting spirit, new unique skills need to be added to promote the upgrade of this martial art. After all, the 8 realms martial saint cannot rely on the Tathagata palm to conquer the world. It is easy to lose strength after a few moves. You must master several conventional martial arts. In martial arts rating, D level and C level are the lowest, followed by B level, A level, S level. Above S level, there are various secret and unique martial arts. The martial arts that stand at the top of all secret and unique martial arts are peerless martial arts. The best one is the one that suits you. Although Fong Xing has also seen martial arts such as Star-Destroying Sword, Sky-Breaking Knife, and Nuclear Palm in the Wandling Atlas, they are obviously not suitable for him. The Star-Destroying Sword requires a prerequisite profession. Sword Saint. The Sky-Breaking Knife requires a space ability user. The Nuclear Palm must be used in conjunction with a high-level mecha to perform. It's better to learn a few more S-level martial arts. If the number is piled up, it will always be a qualitative change. Fong Xing stood up, took a quick shower, changed into casual clothes, and began to inspect the factory. In the mecha construction cabin, he could see a pitch-black giant skeleton through the glass. Through the induction of the Great Sun Infant, in the core of the skeleton, it was the core seed that he had refined into his own spiritual treasure. The seeds of the biological mecha have sprouted. And then the bones, flesh and blood are constructed from scratch. The membrane is replaced by armor. And a large amount of inhibitors are injected. Of course, the secret pattern of will must be engraved, although there are countless difficulties in the process. To put it simply, the construction of the evil god mecha is just these few words. Feng Xing martial arts will rushed out, sensing every inch of the mecha. 103.4 meters high. Among the martial arts mechas, it is considered to be relatively medium. On the skeleton, there is a Xun alloy attached, with inhibitors, and there are secret pattern engravers. He was carefully comprehending. And suddenly his eyes glared. Second level alarm. Evacuate immediately. Yes. The Gali immediately pressed a scarlet button, and the dazzling warning light flashed. Inside the construction factory, the employees, who were originally working on the scaffolding, immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They all performed qigong or took a glider to escape directly. The heavy multiple protective doors were then closed. 37 seconds later, the dark skeleton suddenly raised its right hand. Crack! The steel ropes were torn off one after another, and its right hand opened, as if it wanted to grab Feng Xing. But it stopped in midair. Runaway? Dr. Wang raised his glasses and looked at the scene through the glass. He saw layers of white light emanating from the dark skeleton. The robots that remained in place fell down in rows, like wheat being cut. The power of death. It even gave these robots the concept of death. It's not runaway. It's just unconscious twitching. Instinctive reflex. Feng Xing shook his head. Through the refined mecha core, he could sense the exact time of this frog-like reflex, which could reduce a lot of casualties. Even if a serious mecha is built, casualties may occur in the factory. The casualty rate of biological mechas has risen sharply. However, with his help, this situation has been suppressed. Without the evil god mechas going crazy from time to time, the work is very safe, which has led to a significant improvement in the progress of mecha construction. Boss, it seems that you have a high degree of compatibility with this mecha. I can already feel its instinctive power release. Dr. Wang complimented. Well, I may be more talented in this aspect. Feng Xing nodded, and received a wave of admiring and amazing eyes. Suddenly, a figure walked in. The other party had two braids, wore thick round-framed glasses, and held a notebook in her hand. She looked like a rustic schoolgirl. It was Nandong Shui. Feng Xing. I finally caught you. Nandong Shui looked at the messy factory and the black semi-metal skeleton. Her eyes, full of obsession, explained to me where these evil god materials came from. We in the Blue Star Federation have never encountered an extraterritorial evil god with the power of death. There may not even be one among the known extraterritorial evil gods. This is an evil god lost in history. Seeing Nandong Shui's expression, Feng Xing suddenly felt a headache. This great master of the Vidra realm is extremely obsessed with ancient evil gods. These? I smuggled them from aliens through the black market. He shrugged his shoulders and gave an explanation. Hee. Nandong Shui looked like you were taking me for a fool. What else? Feng Xing spread his hands. Did I make them out of thin air? Even if I colluded with the evil god sect, they would never take out the materials of the evil god's offspring and the evil god from outside the domain. This is a blasphemy and disrespect. You know the psychology of those evil god believers very well. Nandong Shui nodded. Even if they get the remains of the evil god's offspring of the hostile forces, they will only sacrifice them to their master at the first time. Okay. I'm going to go back and rest. Feng Xing yawned. Nandong Shui smiled slightly and took off her glasses. Suddenly, it was as if she had removed some kind of seal. Her temperament changed, and her appearance even surprised Wei Jieli. So, do you want to have dinner together? I remember that you still owe me a candlelight dinner. Feng Xing thought about it and finally made a decision. It's not impossible. The next day, Feng Xing got up and supported his waist. Alas, I think I'm over 50 years old. This person can't refuse to accept old age. Before, I went to the entertainment star to enjoy the wine and meat. But nothing happened. But a female Vidra almost broke her waist. Does the Nine Swords Academy still teach this? It's really so terrifying. He habitually glanced at the attribute panel and found that the proficiency of the martial arts will secret pattern and the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, and even the Great Sun Tathagata palm, had increased. There are even some surprising discoveries. The limit of the proficiency of Xingwu Liujiu has increased again. Does this mean that Wu Wujie has no end? after performing the Great Sun Tathagata palm several times. The proficiency has also increased rapidly, and it will probably reach the mastery level soon. Of course, the most critical thing is that the gate of the heavens is opened. Fang Xing is somewhat looking forward to it. The gate of the heavens has been opened twice so far. The first world of cultivating immortals brought him the path of immortal warriors. The second world of evil gods. The biggest benefit at present is that it is the raw material source of martial saints, and even future martial gods. So, where will the third world be opened? If we follow the previous speculation, the world opened by the gate of the heavens is related to the energy used. The opening of the world of cultivating immortals is completely accidental. That is the energy that came with the gate of the heavens before. The second time the evil god world was opened was because the master of the sect was devoured. And with the help of the power of the gate of nothingness, it was directly related to the evil god, and even an evil god from outside the domain of this universe. This is far worse than the first one that crossed the universe. And the difference can also be compared. The third time the gate of all heavens opened, the main energy source came from some sacrifices from the sect and the obelisk. I'm afraid it can't open other universes like the world of immortal cultivation. But a small world? However, after so much trouble, it should be bigger than the second evil god world. Right? Fang Xing looked at the progress bar of the gate of all heavens, his expression full of expectation. Chapter 310 The Invitation of the God of War. The next day, Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel, Gate of the Heavens. 2 out of 100, positioning, he couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. I can progress a little bit every day, and I can open the next world in just over 3 months. For him, who has an extremely long life, more than 3 months is indeed a blink of an eye. 3 months. I can definitely wait. Fang Xing looked quite excited. Then, he entered the virtual cabin and began to read many S-level martial arts in the virtual space. On a cliff thousands of feet high, Fang Xing stood still, as if he was about to be blown away by the wind in the next moment. This book Subduing Dragons and Subduing Tigers is still quite impressive. He threw an ancient book casually. The terrifying strong wind swept past, instantly turning the ancient book into countless fragments, flying like a butterfly through flowers. By constantly learning new martial arts, extracting their essence, and integrating them into his own Star Martial 6 Absolutes, Fang Xing Star Martial 6 Absolutes proficiency limit is constantly rising. But I don't know when I can truly complete it, or even break through the master level proficiency? He felt a trace of expectation in his heart, and then looked into the void. Xiao Lan's figure appeared. Master, you have an important communication. Whose? Fang Xing frowned. When he was reading martial arts, he hated being disturbed the most. Could it be that his own mecha factory was investigated by Xiao Lan, who treated it as an important communication and thought it was worth disturbing him? From the president of Blue Star University, the god of war Yi Liyun. Xiao Lan said. It's the president. Fang Xing was a little surprised. When the moon god incident happened, the other parties gathering and dispersing to Thaga Dharmakaya really impressed him. Moreover, this is a god of war who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It can be said that he is a big man who really stands at the top of the Federation. The other party communicated? Fang Xing became interested. What did they say? It was an invitation from Principal Ye's artificial intelligence, hoping to meet you in the virtual space. Xiao Lan answered. Fang Xing nodded. He hadn't even graduated with his doctorate yet. It shouldn't be a bad thing for the president of Blue Star University to meet him. It's impossible that they want to clean up the door just because I've been close to the Nine Swords Academy recently. If they want to clean up the door, they won't meet in the virtual space. Fang Xing laughed in his heart. Then, he took a step forward, and his figure suddenly became empty, falling from a cliff thousands of feet high. Ta-ta! A sense of weightlessness came, and Fang Xing found himself in an unknown space. For huge stone tablets stood proudly in all directions, which made him intuitively think of the style of the 10,000 Spirits Atlas. But what was engraved on the stone tablets was not martial arts, but rather the style of the secret pattern of martial arts will. On one of the green stone walls, there were countless scratches on it, which made Fang Xing seem to see the wind. Countless green winds, as if they had spirituality, gathered on the rock wall. On another red stone wall like magma, there were scorching flames and flowing high temperatures. There was also an earthy yellow rock wall, which had the heavy feeling of the earth. The last azure stone tablet was as deep as the sea. Earth, fire, wind, water? Fong Xing couldn't help but murmured. You are worthy of being the most outstanding student of Blue Star University in hundreds of years. You can see the mysteries on these stone tablets at a glance. A gentle voice came. Fong Xing looked over and saw an old man in white clothes looking at him gently. It was Yi Luyun, the god of war. Hello, principal. Fong Xing saluted quickly. What do you mean by the most outstanding student? I am not worthy of the title. Ha. Xiao Fong. You don't have to be modest. Although Yi Luyun looks like an old man, he is full of vigor and vitality, as if he has endless youth and energy. The body of a martial god is almost immortal, which is as it should be. He laughed a few times and then said, there are many martial saints who have graduated from Blue Star University, but you are the first martial saint who has been promoted to a martial saint while studying for a doctorate. In addition, I have seen your videos in the Interstellar Martial Arts competition. You can simplify the Tathagata palm when you are in the Vajra realm. And now you must have truly entered this peerless martial arts. In addition, you are a strong martial saint who has been promoted to the great Vajra realm. I am afraid that if you don't use mecha, your strength is enough to rank among the martial saints in the Federation. Yi Luyun looked quite emotional. Interstellar Martial Arts competition? I think I'm anonymous. Right? Although Fong Xing had guessed it in his heart, he still looked a little surprised. I am one of the shareholders of the Federal Holographic Universe Company. But don't worry. We shareholders are all supervised by the omniscient brain. At most we know it ourselves. And it won't spread it. Yi Luyun said meaningfully. You don't have to worry about Lao Gu coming to you. Fong Xing could only smile bitterly. In order to get resources, he joined the research group of Simplified Tathagata Palm, which can be said to have brought the technology of water thesis to the extreme. The key is that the tutor still doesn't know about it, and foolishly thinks that Fong Xing has done his best. Now think about it. If Fong Xing was the tutor, he would probably turn against him directly. However, after he was promoted to Martial Saint, these are all trivial matters. It turns out that the principal is actually the Federal Holographic Universe Company shareholders. Fong Xing is more concerned about this company. I wonder if the holographic simulation of the 7th realm has been completed? It can already maintain the combat power of the 7th realm, and it will be put on the market soon. Even the actual combat simulation test of the 8th realm can be carried out, but it can only be maintained for a short period of time, and it is limited to a certain area. It can only be used in a small range. Yi Luyun shook his head. The 8th realm is already the limit of virtual space technology, and it is impossible to simulate the 9th realm. In this regard, we have encountered a strong technical threshold. Even according to the most optimistic estimate, it may be stuck for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years is not very long. Fong Xing sighed. Moreover, the normalization of the 7th realm and the occasional 8th realm is enough to have a huge impact on the martial arts of the Blue Star Federation. Yes, the purpose of our initial competition was to promote the Federation's martial arts. Although other professionals have also made great progress with the help of virtual space, they can never compare to martial arts. Yi Luyun was a little excited, but also a little sad. Unfortunately, after the 9th level of martial arts, there is no way. We old guys originally hoped that the virtual space could simulate the combat power of martial artists in the 9th or even 10th level to provide some help for breakthroughs. Now it seems that there is no time. No time? Fong Xing was a little confused. Even if we encounter a technical bottleneck, it shouldn't be a big deal for us to wait for a few hundred years. After all, the lifespan of the god of war is infinite. Even if the soul will eventually decay, it is unknown how many tens of thousands of years it will take. It is true in common sense, but I believe in my own spiritual perception. The longer I delay, the more dangerous it will be. Therefore, I may resign as the president of Blue Star University in a few years, and try to break through to a realm above the martial god, which can be regarded as paving the way for those who come after me. Yi Luyun has a strong heroic spirit, which is the fighting spirit of the old generation of interstellar colonization, when they just started fighting against countless foreign evil gods. When the time comes, I will choose to broadcast the breakthrough process live to the entire universe. Remember to watch it. Yi Luyun seemed to be indifferent to this. If it succeeds, it will be a blessing for martial artists. If it fails, you can learn a lesson. Principal. Fong Xing was a little surprised and wanted to persuade him, but he couldn't speak. With his martial arts will, he would definitely not listen to others persuading him. What is the scenery above the martial god? Although the Academy of Sciences has made many hypotheses, they must be verified one by one, even if it costs my life. Yi Luyan looked at Fang Xing. I asked you to come here today mainly because I want to meet the future leader of my Blue Star University. You majored in Tathagata Palm, and at least the road from martial saint to martial god is clear. But what about after martial god? How to practice? He seemed to want to give Fang Xing some advice. After martial god, what you need is enlightenment. The road you take, and the martial arts you practice are all created by predecessors. But when you reach martial god, you are the pinnacle of martial arts. And there is no ready-made martial arts. So you must open your own way. At the beginning, you don't have to choose the difficult ones. But you can create some low-level skills and martial arts skills. Then start with the easy ones, and then the difficult ones. Step by step. Yi Luyan taught earnestly, above martial god. I think you should pursue the immortality of the mind. And then combine the immortality of the mind with the immortality of the body to achieve true immortality. After becoming immortal, one should comprehend the laws and touch the authority. Undoubtedly, those extraterritorial evil gods are like this. So our path may be the same in the future. Fang Xing listened attentively with a solemn expression. This was a peak martial god personally imparting his experience. If he was not the best student at Blue Star University, he would probably not have gotten this precious opportunity. He did not lack the resources to break through. But this kind of experience and understanding. By the way, I heard that you have been very close to the Nine Swords Academy recently. At the end, Yi Luyan mentioned it with some meaning. Yes. In order to build the mecha, I bought a batch of evil god materials from the black market, and asked the Nine Swords Academy for a favor. Fang Xing answered softly. You can actually get the main materials of the mecha? Yi Luyan was a little surprised, but also a little relieved. Okay. I was originally worried that you would sign some unequal treaties with other major forces for the sake of the Wuxing mecha. But now it seems that there is no need to worry. He pondered for a while, and sent a letter of appointment with the intelligent brain. This is... Fang Xing took a look and his expression moved. After your doctoral thesis is passed, you can stay in school and take up a position directly. Yi Luyan said, of course I won't wrong you. King Kong Realm can be a tutor. And you can at least be the head of the grade or the dean of teaching. If you don't want to be busy, you can also just hold a nominal position. How is this tiger skin compared to the Nine Swords Academy? Thank you for your kindness, Principal. Fang Xing quickly agreed. Chapter 311 Arrival. Shanghai Company. Fang Xing walked out of the virtual cabin. His expression became very solemn. What kind of thing would make a martial god feel that he must seize the day? I can't wait for hundreds of years. Is there going to be a disaster for the Blue Star Federation? The martial artist's spiritual perception is mysterious. Even low-level martial artists may have a whim and avoid some disaster. The intuition of a martial god should not be underestimated. This is probably the main reason why Principal Yi is preparing to break through by force. Thinking of Yi Luyan's last instructions, Fang Xing couldn't help but show a trace of emotion on his face. This Principal Yi is a good person. More than 3 months later, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and the rune of the Gate of the Heavens in the attribute panel shone brightly. Then, a piece of information was circulated. What? I can't go to the new world in my real body. I can only descend with my consciousness. When my consciousness descends into the other world, my original body will be in a sleeping state? He looked slightly surprised. This third world looks a bit strange. I originally wanted to let my immortal clone go to investigate first. But now it seems that I am the only one who is gone. Fang Xing came to the sleeping cabin next to him, and laid down directly in it. The sleeping cabin can not only maintain the body's functions, but also has a certain defensive effect. It even has a wake-up function, which is very suitable for this situation. After telling Xiaolan a few words, Fang Xing looked at the closed sleeping cabin and closed his eyes. The next moment, he seemed to fall into a deep sleep, breathing evenly and long. Daxia, the third defense city. The piercing air defense alarm echoed back and forth over the city. It's the border. The beast has appeared again. Quickly hide in the shelter. On the ground, a large number of pedestrians were bumping around like headless ants. Roar! A black-skinned tiger with a body size of more than 5 meters and a pair of saber teeth suddenly roared. Its voice seemed to carry a powerful force, causing nearby glass to explode one after another. A large number of people screamed and fainted. Ah! Kill the beast! A middle-aged man in a warrior's outfit roared. and his body was like a tiger, rushing over like a shuttle through the mountains and forests. Awoo! The shadows of people and tigers intertwined. And then the middle-aged man was pounced to the ground by the saber-toothed black tiger. The sharp fangs directly pierced the carotid artery, and blood spurted several meters high, like a blood-colored rainbow. Whoosh! The black shadow flashed, and the saber-toothed black tiger's tail was like a steel whip, cutting off the two warriors who wanted to sneak attack. The scene was a sea of corpses and blood, exuding a doomsday-like horror. Awoo! The saber-toothed black tiger roared, lay on the ground, and began to feast. A concrete high-rise not far from here. The 5th floor. The glass was broken all over the ground. The wind was howling, and the curtains were whistling. A boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old fell in a pool of blood, and his life or death was unknown. Suddenly, the wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and his eyelids were shaking violently. Finally, Fang Xing opened his eyes, and a lot of memories emerged in his mind. Daxia Kingdom. New calendar year 42? I didn't expect I would come in this way. He barely stood up and looked at his hands. Really, what a weak body. How long has it been since I felt so weak? Through the memories in his mind, he knew that the humans in this world had not even left the planet. The most powerful country on the planet is called Daxia, and its technological development is similar to that of the previous life, except that there is the existence of ancient martial arts. Of course, no matter how powerful the ancient martial arts master is, facing armor-piercing bullets and missiles, he is still a flesh and blood body, and it is difficult to achieve great things. So the social order is quite stable. Until the first year of the new calendar, the border appeared. According to the research of scientists in this world, the border seems to be a kind of space-time overlap phenomenon. And there is another world that partially overlaps with this world. If only so, it can be called the greatest discovery of this century. But along with the border came the terrifying beasts. What's even more amazing is that within the border, the more advanced the technological weapons, the less effective they are. Human civilization was soon caught off guard, with casualties numbering in the tens of millions and hundreds of millions. Fortunately, those ancient martial artists made rapid progress in the border, and with the addition of the beast materials, ancient martial arts have been given a different kind of vitality. After more than 40 years of hard fighting, Daxia successfully established a series of human settlements, and vigorously developed martial arts, trained beast hunters, and guarded against the beasts in the border. It is regrettable that new borders continue to appear, and the scope of old borders is still expanding. According to the most pessimistic estimate, the border will eventually spread to the entire planet. By then, the entire Daxia will be a paradise for beasts, and the weak will have almost no right to survive. Stimulated by this, Daxia and other countries began to fully promote martial arts, establish major martial arts schools, and encourage private martial arts schools. This body is called Li Ying. And is he an apprentice of Yin Yang Martial Arts School? His parents died in a disaster caused by a ferocious beast, and he lives with his uncle and aunt's family. What's sad is that when a new border appeared this time, his uncle and aunt took his cousin Wang Xiner and ran away, leaving Li Ying unprepared, and was almost dying from a sound wave attack from the saber-toothed black tiger. No, he didn't run away directly, but didn't call me at all? Fang Xing touched the door handle, but it didn't open, as if it had been locked. TSK. This is not a child's prank, but it has risen to the point of stealing money and killing, coveting pensions and inheritance? Who did it? Or, together? Fang Xing's mouth curled up slightly. Leave your revenge to me. No. His expression changed, and he felt a pulling force, like a spring, which was constantly increasing. Although the amplitude was very slight at the beginning, his consciousness would eventually be ejected from this world. What a strange time travel. There is even a time limit? I don't know if I can come back after I go back? After I leave, should Li Ying consciousness still dominate this body? If there is a next time, I wonder if it will descend into this body or another one. Fang Xing felt that he was a bit like playing a holographic simulation game, or a deeply immersive version. In fact, it's very simple to know whether you are playing a holographic virtual reality game. As long as you burst out the 7th or even 8th realm combat power, you will know. The current federal network has no support at all. Forget it. I travel through the gate of the heavens. Of course I am not playing games. Fang Xing was a little speechless. Then, He heard screams in the corridor and creepy chewing sounds. It is obvious that there is definitely more than one beast. And they have begun to spread into the residential building and start the buffet mode. My strength shouldn't be enough to be killed as soon as I land. Right? Fang Xing carefully sensed his own blood and qi. As his consciousness descended, his own martial saint physique was gone. Even his mental power belonged to this body. The only thing he brought was his will and his profound martial arts experience. Will and mental power are two different things. Will is closer to the self. But mental power needs to be carried by the body. Without a strong enough body, it is impossible to carry a huge amount of mental power. Otherwise, weakness to death is the only outcome. Fang Xing touched his brows. The Nawan palace of this body has not yet opened. But he has a feeling that as long as his physical strength is accumulated, he will definitely be able to break through successfully and enter the fourth realm of martial arts again. It's a bit interesting. The martial arts of the main universe seem to have no conflict in this world. Could it be I haven't left the main universe yet? Fang Xing couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. At this time, the heavy footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. At this time, it was too late to recover martial arts. This body, however, still has some physical memories and instincts, which means it has a foundation. Fang Xing looked at his right palm and found that his fingers not only had thick bones and rough skin, but also had a faint blue-black luster. Eagle Claw's skill of Yingyang Martial Arts School? Well, this Li Ying seems to be an apprentice of the martial arts school. Actually, he was originally a worker. And then the owner saw that he worked hard and had good character. So he made an exception and accepted him as an apprentice? Memories emerged one after another. Among them, there was the scene of the expensive training in the newly established 3rd Defense City Martial Arts School after the Order of Daxia was destroyed. And his aunt was unwilling to send him to school. And there was also the scene of himself going out to work and working hard in Yingyang Martial Arts School. Finally, it was fixed in a claw move. The martial arts in this world start from Ming Jin to In Jin, Hua Jin. Then, there are martial arts masters and martial arts grandmasters. It feels not as good as the main universe. It seems to be in the early stage of development. Even before the first year of the new calendar, Ming Jin warriors were all masters. After the new calendar, Daxia vigorously developed ancient martial arts. And many high-tech equipment, such as blood and qi measuring instruments appeared. With the assistance of the strange resources of the border area, the ancient martial arts road has regained its brilliance. And martial arts masters, and even martial arts grandmasters have appeared. However, even Hua Jin masters seem to be the third realm of martial arts in the main universe. That is, the unpolished jade realm? In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the innate martial arts. The ancient martial arts in this world seem to revolve around strength. Although it is a little worse, it can be used as a supplement to my Xingwu 6 wonders if it is developed. Fang Xing is still thinking about what benefits this world can bring to him. If consciousness descends, nothing physical can be taken away, and the only things left are various skills and experiences. While thinking, Li Ying muscles and bones are buzzing. If other martial arts students see the scene, they will definitely be dumbfounded. Because Li Ying is integrating the strength of muscles and bone throughout the body, and breaking through the limits of the human body is Ming Jin. The limit of ordinary people's fist force is hundreds of kilograms. And the limit of Ming Jin masters is several tons. Without this kind of strength, it is difficult for ancient martial arts masters to fight fierce beasts head-on. Chapter 312. The hero breaks the law with martial arts. Only by mastering the Ming Jin can one stand out from ordinary warriors and register as a real warrior. Through his memory, Fang Xing knew that many apprentices in the martial arts hall came from wealthy families, ate nutritious food every day, and practiced hard for many years. But they had never mastered the tricks and practiced the Ming Jin. But for him, controlling the body in detail was as simple and natural as breathing. Even within his limbs, there was the Yin Jin quietly dormant. But it could not break out after all. My physical fitness can't keep up. I can't use the Yin Jin. Fang Xing sighed. He was a martial saint, but he was dragged down by this body. The next second, electric sparks suddenly flashed on the electrical appliances in the room. Then, the door was hit hard and began to deform and twist. Forbidden technology weapons. How come they are a bit similar to the secret world? Wait, could it be that this world is also being invaded by the evil god? Just as Fang Xing was thinking, the door was slammed open, and a beast with 2 heads, like a 2-headed giant dog, broke into the room. It sniffed with its thick nose, and looked at Fang Xing with greed in its scarlet eyes. It doesn't seem to be a member of the evil god's family, and it doesn't have that kind of pollution. Fang Xing was a little confused. Then, the 2-headed dog pounced directly. It was as tall as a person, and it brought a gust of evil wind when it pounced. Fang Xing could even smell the stench of the beast on the other party. He turned slightly. His right hand became a claw. 5 fingers opened, and a claw fell. Poof! The 2-headed giant dog in midair fell to the ground, and 5 blood holes appeared on its head. Woo woo! It screamed strangely and climbed up again, with its injured head drooping, while the other head controlled its body and jumped down from midair. With the opponent's fierce beast physique, it would definitely not die if it jumped from a 5-story building. And there was an even more powerful saber-toothed black tiger, which was definitely a way to survive. But just as the 2-headed dog jumped off the building to escape, a figure also jumped down. Fang Xing was in midair, with his arms stretched out, like a hawk catching a rabbit, and his eagle claws came out, and 3 fingers fell on the intact head of the 2-headed dog. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the 2-headed dog fell heavily on a car, crushing the roof of the car. Fang Xing used the soft body and abdomen of the fierce beast to remove a lot of impact force, and his body rolled sideways and stood up, almost unscathed. Awooh! At this moment, the saber-toothed black tiger raised its head and roared. The fangs were full of scarlet color, mixed with broken meat and bones, which looked extremely terrifying. Very strong. It seems that almost no one can stop it except the martial artist of Huajin. Fang Xing curled his lips. With his current strength, it is still a bit difficult for him to fight against the 3rd realm with 1 realm. Swoosh! A gust of evil wind came. Clouds followed dragons. Winds followed tigers. The moment it saw Fang Xing, the saber-toothed black tiger flew over, and its momentum was extremely ferocious. Fang Xing clenched his right fist and smashed the tiger's head hard. Obviously, if it was in normal state, he would only send himself into the tiger's mouth and become the food of the saber-toothed black tiger. But he was not a normal person. When the punch was thrown, Fang Xing will surged out, turning into a strange beast picture with a secret pattern of martial arts will. In the void, an unknown strange beast emerged and sank into the head of the saber-toothed black tiger. This powerful beast instantly lost all its life in midair and turned into a corpse. Then, bang! Fang Xing's fist force of several tons fell on the tiger's head, and the saber-toothed black tiger was directly knocked into a nearby supermarket. Countless bricks and debris fell, almost burying most of the tiger's corpse. Such a beast has very nutritious meat. Eating a few more pieces can make up for the lack of body essence. At least it will be no problem to break through the dark power and the transformation power. He walked into the empty supermarket, took out an iron pot and a kitchen knife from the shelf on one side, and then cut open the saber-toothed black tiger. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Fang Xing picked up a bag of 5-spice seasoning on the ground and sprinkled it directly on it. Well, the pieces of meat with the most essence of the tiger's blood and chi are all here. He took a bite and frowned. He had to admit that his cooking skills were average, and he was spoiled by the star chef of the main universe. Now that he was grilling meat himself, he lacked a few soul seasonings, so he could barely eat it. After eating, Fang Xing's stomach rumbled, and he was running his strength and moving his intestines to absorb the blood and chi better and faster. Suddenly, a footstep sounded. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes striding in. His facial features were regular, and his eyes were like those of an eagle, piercing and energetic. He scanned the area and his eyes fell on Fang Xing. Li Ying? Fang Xing thought about it and found that it was an acquaintance, the owner of Yingyang Martial Arts School, Ji Zhongliang. In his impression, this owner is a famous dark power master. Master, are you here to hunt beasts this time? Fang Xing held up the meat. Let's have barbecue together. After all, Ji Zhongliang helped Li Ying before. Fang Xing had to repay him. Well, I heard that there is a Huajin level beast here. You should not barbecue here. If you attract the other party, it will be fun. Ji Zhongliang was serious. Then his throat moved, took the barbecue, and took a big bite. It smells so good. This chi and blood power? Level 3? Could it be that the Huajin beast is this one? What's going on? Fang Xing shook his head. I don't know how it died. Anyway, he had already seen it. There were no cameras nearby. And even if there were, they were broken by the rules of the border. There were no witnesses. So he could make up whatever he wanted. You actually picked up the corpse of a level 3 Huajin beast? Ji Zhenliang's eyes widened. Do you know how much a pound of level 3 beast meat sells for? And this pair of saber teeth. Tiger skin. Tiger bones. Tiger blood. Tiger whip. That's right. Please help me sell it. How about a 50 to 50 profit? Fang Xing stood up and punched casually. Pa! In the void, there was a sudden explosion. Ming Jin? Have you entered the Ming Jin? Ji Zhenliang was surprised again. I got something by chance. Fang Xing nodded and walked out on his own. The most valuable flesh and blood of the saber-toothed black tiger had been eaten by him. He should find a place to digest it well, and then take advantage of the opportunity to break into the dark power. As for the remaining materials, let Ji Zhenliang sell them. According to memory, this person is a decent person. Giving him half is just to repay the kindness of teaching martial arts before. Why does this Liang feel a little strange? Ji Zhenliang touched his head. It's like he's possessed by a ghost. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the body of the saber-toothed black tiger again, and his breathing became heavy. The complete body of a level 3 beast was so valuable that even he was moved. How could a mere Liang remain calm even if he broke through the Ming Jin? Could it be that the other party killed this beast? But Ji Zhenliang quickly patted his head and knew that he was overthinking. How could a mere Ming Jin warrior kill a level 3 beast alone? A few days later, Fang Xing stretched his muscles and pressed his palm on the wall in front of him. Clatter! Bricks, stones, and cement flew, and a clear palm print emerged. The release of the dark energy. I think it's the beginning. Fang Xing nodded and shook his head. Next, the dark energy will spread all over the body, and the energy will be transformed. It's the transformation of energy. Nowadays, it's considered a first-class player. He was in his room. These days, with the end of the search and rescue work and the confirmation that there were no beasts left, the relocation work has begun. Outside the door, a middle-aged couple with a girl chewing gum were looking at the messy living room. It's going to die. This beast has made a mess of the house. Wang Wending glanced at the devastation inside. Now it's the new calendar, and all major insurance companies are almost bankrupt. So there is naturally no place to pay compensation. That dear thing. Is the jinx dead? Aunt Zhao Chunhua snorted coldly. There are level 3 beasts here, and I locked the door casually, so he must be dead. Wang Xiner, who was chewing gum, seemed to be talking about something unrelated. There is just a room available for my cloakroom. Just then, Fang Xing walked out of the room and looked at the scene calmly. You. Wang Wending seemed to have seen a ghost, and his fingers were trembling. Are you disappointed to see that I am not dead? Fang Xing laughed dumbly. But this was just Liang relative, not his. So he was very calm. I was wondering what's wrong with you. You are a jinx. A star of misfortune. Zhao Chunhua looked disgusted, and even felt like throwing a tantrum. This is the case of the villain complaining first, which is also the opponent's specialty. Seeing that he is in the wrong, he will make a fuss, and then both sides will be punished. Fang Xing has always been too lazy to respond to such provocations, so as not to be dragged down to the level of mental retardation, and then be disgusted by the opponent's rich experience. Make way. He walked out of the door with a calm expression. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures flew out directly, and it seemed that as soon as they touched his body, they were bounced away by a strange force. This martial arts power? Wang Wendy grinned, and it took him a long time to get up from the ground and look at the direction where Fang Xing left. He became a martial artist? At this moment, he felt a little regretful in his heart. Bah! Beating people, killing people. Look, that kid is really a vulture. He dared to beat my aunt. I'm going to call the police to arrest him. Zhao Chunhua had a ferocious look on her face, and she was even more afraid. This Liang is not dead. If he tells the truth, there is also the pension and inheritance of his parents. Ah! Wang Wendy looked at his wife, and once again felt that she had lowered his IQ. Go find someone quickly. This matter will not end like this. Isn't your brother in the Public Security Bureau? Go find him immediately. He spoke in a stern voice, which Wang Xiner next to him had never seen before, and she was shocked. Warrior Center. Fang Xing looked up, looked at the large gold-plated characters, and walked in directly. Hello. Sir. What business do you need to handle? A girl in a professional suit came up to greet him. To apply for a warrior certificate. Fang Xing spoke. What? A warrior? He looked so young. Has he practiced Ming Jin? For a moment, many eyes fell on Fang Xing. Of course. Please measure the blood and qi first. The waitress took Fang Xing to an instrument that seemed to check blood pressure and asked Fang Xing to stretch out his arm. Beep. The instrument flashed for a while and began to print the report. According to the latest standards of Daxia, the blood and qi of a prospective warrior must be below 5 cards. And for a Mingjin warrior, the blood and qi must reach at least 5 cards. The waitress took the report and suddenly exclaimed, blood and qi. 20 cards? You? Sir, are you a Dark Force warrior? In the ancient martial arts era, Dark Force was a master. Even in the new calendar of Daxia, a Dark Force warrior can open a martial arts school and make a fortune every day. Or go to a martial arts school to be a teacher. It can be said that he is a real upper-class person. Sir, you haven't registered before? The waitress looked at the other information again and was surprised. Can I apply for a warrior certificate in my situation? Fang Xing just said. Of course. The waitress went down immediately, and soon came forward with a small booklet with a stamp. Mr. Liang, this is your warrior certificate. With this, you can enjoy accommodation and catering services at the Warrior Center. And you can also go to the Warrior Hall to accept tasks. And the points you get can be exchanged for treasures and various martial arts. Warriors defend their homes and work for Daxia, so it is reasonable for them to enjoy privileges. Fang Xing took the warrior certificate, looked at the big head photo of Liang on it, and suddenly laughed. If someone embezzles the inheritance of the warrior's parents, and secretly harms the warrior himself, how should it be dealt with? That? It will definitely be punished, the waitress said. She had some doubts in her heart. Who would offend a dark energy warrior? Could it be an internal struggle among some big forces or aristocratic families? Well, I will report my uncle Wang Wending. Please help me report it to the Public Security Bureau. Fang Xing handed over his warrior certificate again. Of course, the nature of ordinary people reporting a crime is completely different from that of warriors reporting a crime. He did this on purpose because he was too lazy to deal with Wang Wendy's family personally and felt that it would dirty his hands. After more than 10 minutes. Warrior Hall. Dining area. Fang Xing was drinking coffee at his seat when he saw a middle-aged man coming over. Liang. Let's chat. I know you. You are the woman's brother. Zhao Chuntai. Fang Xing looked at the middle-aged man inside. Strictly speaking, we are all relatives. Why do we have to go to this point? My sister is willing to compensate 10 times. As for assassinating a warrior, this is simply impossible. Zhao Chuntai sat down and his expression became gentle. They are just ordinary people. What qualifications do they have to assassinate a Dark Power Master? Dark Power Master. This is why he is willing to sit down and talk. If it is just bright power. Although it is also considered a little genius. The future is just SOSO. But if such a young Dark Force warrior is exposed and treated unfairly, even he can't cover it up. So he must bow his head. I'm here to report the case, but I'm giving you a chance. Fang Xing took a sip of the drink slowly. Either you do it yourself, or I do it myself. Once I do it myself, you will be very passive. The hero breaks the law with martial arts. At this moment, Zhao Chuntai thought that the person sitting in front of him was not a teenager, but a major criminal who committed many crimes and killed people without blinking an eye. An uncomfortable feeling suddenly came to his mind. If it were a few decades earlier, who would dare to be so arrogant in front of an official like himself? Even those ancient warriors can't do it. But now, the times have changed. However, a feeling of depression in his heart rushed straight to his head. Okay. It's very good. I want to see what you can do. This person is actually very smart. He knows that Liang can't be settled peacefully, and is deliberately angering the other party, and doing irrational things. Even if some order has collapsed now, Daxia is still the strongest side. A mere Dark Power Master can be suppressed with just a snap of a finger. Chapter 313. Hua Jin. Me? Fang Xing said slowly. Of course, I followed the formal procedures. If you don't report the case to me, please give me the written documents and I will show them to your superiors. Zhao Chuntai was stunned immediately. He couldn't imagine that this young man who seemed to be full of passion could be so patient and could use the rules skillfully. Like an old fox. Hello. You are fine. Zhao Chuntai had nothing to say, so he could only stand up and walk out of the dining area. Brother Zhao. Soon after he walked out of the warrior hall, several fierce-looking people came to greet him. How is it? It's not easy. Zhao Chuntai shook his head. You go to my sister's house first and send them all away. Send them away? Several men looked at each other and confirmed. Brother Zhao. Did you make a mistake? No mistake. Send them away and find a safe place to hide. Zhao Chuntai shook his head, and the boy's eyes seemed to appear in front of him. Cold. Ruthless. He even suspected that if he didn't protect his sister, she might not see the sun tomorrow. Fang Xing was eating dinner, and inexplicably felt that the pulling force of his consciousness jumped by an order of magnitude. This made him frown. So fast. It seems, I won't stay in this world for a long time. If that's the case, many plans have to be changed. There are many ways to explore the origin secrets of a world. There are fast and slow ones. If the time is short, then you can only use the one with the greatest destructive power. Then, your own martial arts cultivation must be improved quickly, and you don't have to care about your foundation, potential, or hidden injuries. For me, it's not difficult to transform strength. As for the higher martial arts masters and martial arts grandmasters, it probably takes a fight. For Fang Xing, who is already a martial arts saint, if he wants to improve his martial arts, he will learn it by fighting. After he ate and drank enough, he fell into deep thought while drinking tea. Young man, you seem to have encountered some troubles? A fat man who looked unkempt and sloppy sat opposite him. Will you share it? You are? What gene? Fang Xing looked at the other person's steps and said with certainty, as expected of the new genius of our martial arts association, he can actually sense my realm. The fat man smiled and said, my name is Feng Jin Shui. I heard that a 17-year-old dark energy genius appeared in the registration hall, so I came to see. I heard that you also encountered some troubles. It is the same in any world. As long as there is value, there will be people willing to invest. It's just a small matter. Fang Xing waved his hand. Compared to those, I am more fascinated by martial arts. For example, the realm above Hua Jin. Young man is really aggressive. Above Hua Jin is a martial arts master who activates the energy. I know one. Su Bianjiao, the Flip Sea Dragon. If you are willing, I can introduce him to you. If you can become the disciple of this martial arts master, it will be very good for your future prospects. Feng Jinshui said. Above the transformation of strength is the activation of strength? Fang Xing eyes lit up. What about the martial arts master? In his opinion, a martial arts master is at most a 4th level of martial arts. Although the activation of strength is quite interesting, he will definitely learn it after being hit once, and even master it. The martial arts master practices the real strength martial arts, which is even more transcendent. Ordinary hot weapons can be ignored. He is a national level figure. Feng Jinshui reminded tactfully, hoping that Li Ying would not be too ambitious. Real strength master? Fang Xing nodded. It sounds like he has the combat power of the 5th level. In the main universe, he has the power of the external scene, which can indeed ignore some low-level hot weapons. What about above the master? He thought about it, and continued to ask. The martial arts system of this world is constantly innovating on the strength, and it is very systematic. It doesn't seem to be figured out in just a few decades. Maybe there is a higher civilization inheritance. How do you know that there is a realm above the Grandmaster? Feng Jinshui suddenly became alert. Tell me. Fang Xing smiled lightly, and the invisible power of will spread. Feng Jinshui suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was very kind, just like his own son or nephew, and said everything. I heard. Above the Grandmaster, you need to comprehend various mysteries. That is the inheritance obtained from the border area, and there are rumors that it is connected with the advanced civilization of the universe. When Feng Jinshui said the last sentence, his body was trembling. After all, he was a native of the planet. If he was told one day that the country was in contact with aliens, you would be confused too. Alien civilization? Fang Xing nodded, not surprised at all. After all, he is an alien. Moreover, the main universe is in the era of interstellar colonization and has seen everything. True power martial arts should be one of the 6 unique skills of Xingwu. Secret? Martial arts secret? Fang Xing fell into deep thought. Yi Luyuan, the martial god, once mentioned that after becoming a martial god, one should comprehend laws, rules, secrets, concepts. These are complicated to say, but they are actually the same thing. That is to understand the laws of the universe and try to use them. After sublimation, there is authority. Feng Xing owned biological mecha was given the death authority of the evil god. This is also one of the reasons why the martial saint level mecha can burst out the combat power of the ninth realm. Just as Feng Xing was pondering, Feng Jinshui on the opposite side suddenly came back to his senses from his trance and felt a little strange. It seems that he would not say so many things to a warrior he just met. But he also did not feel that his spirit was affected. He could only think that the other party was born with a friendly temperament. Okay. Think about it carefully. If you have any questions, you can come to me. After all, you belong to our martial arts association. Looking at Feng Jinshui leaving, Feng Xing eyes were dim. Late at night, a rooftop. As Feng Xing breathed, the dark energy in his limbs surged and spread all over his body, which had a sense of unity. He stretched out his right hand, and when his fingers grabbed, the air made a hissing sound, as if even the space was grabbed and exploded. Even the blue-black color on his fingers, along with the operation of the dark energy, gradually spread all over his body, making him look like he was covered with a layer of iron clothes. To practice Eagle Claw Kung Fu, you must practice Iron Finger Zen. Otherwise, your fingers will be useless sooner or later. Iron Finger Zen is a hard skill, mainly practicing the 10 fingers of both hands. But with a little modification, it can also temper the whole body. The power of Huajin is similar to that of unpolished jade and innate, especially the meaning of mixed yuan and oneness. Feng Xing had grasped it early. After completely digesting the blood and flesh essence of the third-level fierce beast, the strength will naturally enter the transformation strength. Transformation strength. If the strength of the whole body is integrated, when the hard work is carried out, I am afraid that even swords and knives cannot hurt. Feng Xing looked at his own blue-black skin when he was practicing, and nodded. Iron Finger Zen has changed, and now it can be called Iron Claw Shirt. The hard work defense of the Iron Claw Shirt, plus the force release of transformation strength. Even if he encounters the third-level saber-toothed black tiger again, Feng Xing has the confidence not to use martial arts will to crush it, fight fairly, and kill it in one battle. As for the subsequent activation of strength, I really don't understand it. I must have a sample so that I can innovate. Feng Xing suddenly thought of flipping the river dragon and Su Bianjiao. Since Feng Jinshui said that he would introduce this martial arts master to him, the other party's residence must be nearby. But it doesn't seem right to just knock on the door like this. Feng Xing thought about it, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the vast night. Zhao Chuntai walked out of the door and exhaled a long breath. He felt that today was really his most tiring day. Not only did he need to deal with many outsiders, but also his hysterical sister and niece. Alas, my sister still doesn't know anything. Xiner is the same. She usually has the image of a rebellious girl who is fearless. She was slightly frightened, and she didn't do anything serious, but she burst into tears and snot. This kind of psychological quality is not good. Thinking of what he had done, Zhao Chuntai secretly felt relieved. In fact, the latter accusation of Li Ying, murdering a warrior, was the most fatal, but also the easiest to clear. After all, Li Ying was a dark force warrior. How could a door stop him? If it was the ordinary boy before, he might have died. So the second one is completely nonsense. As for the first one, it is the embezzlement of inheritance. There is no way to wash it off. But in order to take care of my nephew, there is nothing I can do. At most, I have to pay compensation. As long as they are smart enough and stick to the words I taught them, it will be no big deal. What we should be careful about is Li Ying private revenge. What a stupid woman. Such a talented warrior, who could have become a good relative of our Zhao family and the pillar of the future, just did it like this. After that, they will be enemies. So we must strike first. Zhao Chuntai sighed. But there was no way. People can't choose where they will be reborn. Even though he knew that his sister was a pit, he could only bear it. Next, how about moving them to another city? Just as he was thinking, there seemed to be a black shadow flashing in the sky. It was a figure with his arms open, like a night owl, falling from the sky. Stupid. Although Zhao Chuntai was only a Mingjin warrior, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed. When he saw the figure, he reached into his waist. A musket appeared in his hand, and a bunch of lead bullets were fired. Bang! Due to the expansion of the border to the third defense city, all the technological products in the city will gradually become scrapped. On the contrary, the more primitive black powder muskets can still be barely used. And 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Especially this kind of warrior who comes from the air. It is simply a living target. Bang bang. The lead bullets hit the attacker, and it actually made a sound of metal hitting metal. The opponent seemed to wear a layer of fish scale armor. With a slight shake, a large number of lead bullets fell all around. Shaking scale force? Are you a master of transformation force? Zhao Chuantai's pupils suddenly became larger. And then he saw a blue-black finger stretched out and gently touched his forehead. Chapter 314 Elementary Civilization. The night was hazy, and the original silence was pierced by bursts of noise. In an alley, Fang Xing turned many corners, and had already shaken off the large group of pursuers behind him. For a warrior who is powerful alone, facing a group attack, the most important thing is to take advantage of the complex terrain. After all, no one will use weapons of mass destruction in the city. This is the use of weapons to kill the rat. If I kill them back, I can still defeat them one by one. But it's meaningless. Zhao Chuantai is the backer of that family, and Fang Xing likes to kill the monkey to scare the chickens. After dealing with Zhao Chuantai, that family is meat on the chopping board. One day, each of them will be given a dark force, and it is guaranteed that they will die in a special way. As for the subsequent suspicion and investigation, the one who killed Zhao Chuantai is obviously a master of Huajin. What does it have to do with Li Ying? A dark force warrior? Not to mention that warriors have privileges, even if they are finally found out. Fang Xing is about to pat his butt and leave. Who cares about the flood after leaving? Anyway, before he came, Li Ying was also a dead man. No matter how long you can live, it will be a profit. According to the route I planned, it should be soon. Right? Fang Xing counted silently in his heart and came to a factory warehouse. When he counted to 0, he seemed to hear the sound of the tide. No, that was not the tide, but the sound of a person's blood fluctuations. Under the moonlight, a figure stood quietly at the factory gate. He was very tall and thin, like a bamboo pole, with a distinctive face with distinct features. Fanjianglong Su Bianjiu? Fang Xing laughed. You are very brave. You dare to kill people near my home. You don't even know how to write the word death. Su Bianjiu snorted coldly. I don't know where this black warrior came from. He is so unruly. Before he finished speaking, he had come in front of Fang Xing and grabbed with one claw. The martial arts that Su Bianjiu is famous for is the dragon claw hand. At this time, he grabbed out with his claws, making a hissing sound in the air, and his body movements were like a fish dragon. Very flexible. It was the 9 changes of the fish dragon. Fang Xing's skin was dark blue, and he wore a mask on his face. He gently plucked his hands and immediately swung the dragon claw hand away, like plucking the strings of a musical instrument. The two sides fought fast, and in a blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. So strong. Su Bianjiu bent his body and looked at Fang Xing with disbelief in his eyes. The peak of Huajin? You are only 1 step away from being a martial arts master. Who are you? Fang Xing said nothing, and formed a claw with one hand, and he actually used the dragon claw hand. After a short fight, he had already learned the dragon claw hand martial arts, and even innovated and surpassed his master. Humph. Seeing this scene, Su Bianjiu snorted coldly and used all his strength. He also used the dragon claw, but the strength was completely different from before. Bang! As soon as Fang Xing and the other party's 5 fingers touched, he felt 5 forces, like a wriggling little snake, drilling into his body from his skin and then rushing to his internal organs. Force activation? It's actually alive? He took a deep breath, and his internal organs turned into a big mill, harmonizing yin and yang, balancing the 5 elements, and completely dissipated the 5 activated forces. Then, he understood what force activation was all about. Open the Naiwan, integrate the spirit into the force, and produce an effect similar to activation. It's interesting. In a flash, Fang Xing Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows also opened, entering the 4th realm of martial arts. He hit out with a palm, and a force seemed to be activated, bypassing Su Bianjiao's defense and imprinted on his chest. Poof! Su Bianjiao's face changed drastically, and he spurted out a stream of blood and flew backwards. Breakthrough halfway? Activate your strength? How could someone like you be willing to be an assassin? You don't need to know. Fang Xing took 8 steps to catch up with Su Bianjiao, and his strength was extremely active. Su Bianjiao's face was miserable. He didn't expect that he would pretend to be dead just to show off. Just then, a black light flashed. Fang Xing retreated backwards and looked into the air. In the night, dark strengths left his body and turned into a black armored giant. The giant's facial features were blurred, and he was wearing armor. In his lower body, there was a figure. He held his chest and straightened his back, and his demeanor was solemn. Dragon King Zhang Daoxian. Su Bianjiao's face showed surprise. Such a big commotion finally blew out this martial arts master. Master of true strength? Fang Xing nodded as he looked at the strength that was visible to the naked eye, like a dark cloud, and condensed into a solid entity. Martial arts in this world are inseparable from strength. But no matter how the strength is activated, it only comes from the blood of the human body, which is mysterious and invisible to the naked eye. After reaching the master of true strength, the true strength is already visible to the naked eye, as if it has materialized. It covers the warrior's body like a thick layer of armor. No wonder most thermal weapons lose their effect. Transformed. It is the 5 realms of the main universe. Exterior scene? Still a weakling. Fang Xing complained in his heart, looking at the Grandmaster Zhang Daoxian. Grandmaster Zhang, I have long heard of the name of the true power martial arts. May I take a look? Defeat me, and everything will be yours. Zhang Daoxian's eyes were like lightning. After answering one sentence, he didn't say anything more, and stretched out his big hand. The huge black true power black armored half-man above his head immediately made the same action. A black hand condensed entirely by true power fell from the air. Its momentum was like a mountain crushing an egg, and any martial arts master would have to bow down. Seeing this scene, Su Bianjiao's face was full of satisfaction. No matter how powerful you are, can you still break through in the battle and cultivate true power? But in the next moment, the expression on his face became confused, even a little dazed, as if he thought he was dreaming. Of course, Fang Xing couldn't break through true power instantly. This new power martial arts system becomes more and more difficult as you go up, and it is not something that he can learn instantly at the high level of the martial saint level. At least, he has to learn it for 2 or 3 days. Therefore, he directly used his martial arts will to create a crushing effect. The Dragon King Zhang Daoxian, who was protected by the true energy, only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and immediately fell to the ground. After this person fainted, the huge true energy black armored man disappeared, turned into countless black energy, and returned to Zhang Daoxian's body. The master of true energy, the peak of the world. Su Bianjiao stared at this scene in a daze, and had lost the ability to speak. Fang Xing went straight forward, searched Zhang Daoxian's body, and took out a strange ancient book. This ancient book bloomed with a metallic color, although the style was a thread-bound book. The paper was very strange, with the hardness of steel and the flexibility of paper. On the metal pages, there were also strange lines, like some unique language. This doesn't look like a technological creation of Daxia. Fang Xing looked at this metal secret book, and in a trance, he even seemed to think that he had returned to the virtual space and met the four-sided earth, fire, and feng shui stone tablet when he met Yuliyun, the martial god, above the Grandmaster. The secret martial arts? He was somewhat amazed. I never thought that after the 5th realm, the martial artists of this world would be exposed to the mysteries of the laws, even if it was very superficial, or even just a little bit of fur. Where did it come from? Fang Xing looked at Su Bianjiao, who immediately felt a strong pressure coming, as if he was facing his supreme master, and immediately revealed the details. This is the secret book of martial arts, which is said to come from the border area. Only those martial arts masters have it, and it contains the road after the true power. Sure enough, the formation of the border area is very problematic. Fang Xing nodded, and kicked Dragon King Zhang Daoxian on the forehead with a casual kick. The martial arts master woke up immediately, but his expression was a little confused. Have the senior officials of Daxia contacted aliens? He asked casually. This martial arts master is already an absolute senior figure in Daxia, and he must know a lot of top secret information. Sure enough, Zhang Daoxuan's eyes were blank. And he answered yes. Along with the discovery of the border, there are also many ancient civilization relics. Daxia has established a connection with a primary civilization in the universe by excavating these relics. Primary civilization? What is the criterion? Fang Xing became interested. Those who can leave the planet where civilization thrives and carry out space migration are primary civilizations in the universe. As for us Daxia, we are not considered a cosmic civilization, but only barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood. Zhang Daoxuan's words made Su Bianjiao on the side stare wide-eyed. He had some guesses about aliens. Anyway, fierce beasts appeared at the border, and one more alien would not be a big deal. But it was hard for people to accept that they were barbarians. The martial arts' true power, and the secrets after the true power, were given to you by the primary civilization? Fang Xing became interested. No. The primary civilizations of the universe didn't give us much help. These secrets were directly discovered in ancient ruins. They are good things that the primary civilizations of the universe covet. Zhang Daoxian said, we have gained a lot of high technology through these ancient civilization heritages, including the construction technology of defensive cities that can accommodate tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people. So that's it. Fang Xing asked a few more questions that he was interested in, and his figure disappeared like the wind. After a while, Zhang Daoxian came back to his senses from his trance and looked at Su Bianjia next to him. Master Zhang. I'm Xiao Su. I met him at the previous Daxia martial arts conference. Su Bianjia forced a smile. Who is that person? Zhang Daoxuan's face was as dark as water. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being like an ant again. Such a powerful person is far beyond the master. Is there a master breakthrough on our planet now? Su Bianjia asked curiously. No. After Zhang Daoxian answered. He also had some guesses in his mind. It seems that either he is a lucky person who has inherited the ancient civilization, or he is a real alien. Even, he is not from a primary civilization, but a higher civilization? Some alien visitors like to disguise themselves as natives and then travel to various native planets. It's just like the Daxia people like to go to foreign grassland tribes to hunt with bows and arrows when they have nothing to do. It seems that the commotion tonight was intentional by the other party to lure the two of us out? Su Bianjiu suddenly realized, and felt a little aggrieved. What is this? Is it a cat playing with a mouse? Chapter 315 Transcendent. Warrior Center. Inside the room, Fang Xing opened the door and saw a commotion outside. What happened? I heard there was a murder last night, and the whole city is being searched. A passing Mingjin warrior explained. They were all warriors, enjoying the food and accommodation services of the warrior center. And this one happened to live next door. Did some big shot die? Fang Xing was surprised. No, it should be some big shot. The warrior was also a little confused. In the new calendar of Daxia, the border expanded, and too many people died. Even in the third defense city, many people died not long ago. How big a person does it take to achieve this effect? Fang Xing actually knew in his heart that the death of people was not important, and what kind of person was lured out was the most important. Just as he was about to go for breakfast, two uniformed warriors came to him. Li Ying? It's me. Fang Xing nodded. What do you want? Zhao Chuntai died last night. Did you know? A female warrior said, and immediately stared at Fang Xing's expression. Zhao Chuntai. Dead, haha. He died well. Fang Xing laughed. He died so well. What did you say? The young man next to the female warrior was immediately furious. They did an investigation last night, and the one who killed Zhao Chuntai was a Pequajin master. As for the fact that he had broken through the martial arts master and even easily defeated the martial arts grandmaster, even they had no authority to know. Not to mention the top secret that the perpetrator was suspected to be an alien. Therefore, according to the conventional vendetta investigation, the first thing to do must be to find Zhao Chuntai's enemy. It's just that Li Ying cultivation was mediocre before, and he was only certified as a Dark Force Master yesterday, which has nothing to do with the peak of Huajin. Even so, seeing this person cheering loudly after hearing the news of his death still made them furious. Zhao Chuntai's sister has a grudge against me. His death is certainly a good thing. What's wrong with me being happy? Fang Xing asked back. Very good. You admit it. What were you doing last night? Do you dare to take another test? The young man said immediately. I was sleeping last night. As for whether I dare or not, Either you force me to go, or I will definitely not agree. Fang Xing sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? I volunteered to be examined. For this kind of thing. It should be you who finds evidence to incriminate me. Not me to prove my innocence. Anything, once it gets to the point where you need to prove your innocence, is often at a disadvantage. After all, no one is perfect. When you start a comprehensive inspection, there will always be some mistakes and handles, and then they will be infinitely magnified. In the end, even if the matter to be investigated is fine, the person's reputation will be ruined. So proving your innocence is stupid. Fang Xing has only one attitude. Either find evidence to arrest him, and then he resists arrest, or do what you should do. Okay, we got it. Thank you for your cooperation. The female warrior saw Feng Jinshui coming and immediately pulled her partner out of the restaurant. Lulu. Why? The male warrior immediately said angrily. Seeing that he is so confident, maybe it really doesn't matter. And warriors have privileges and cannot be imprisoned without guilt. Lulu shook her head, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face again. I always feel that the reaction to this case is very strange. It seems that we already know who the murderer is, so we don't need to do too much. Just routine investigation. In short, everyone is earning a salary. Why risk their lives? Alas, I just feel a little sad. The young man sighed. Fang Xing has a very good psychological quality. He fooled Feng Jinshui for a few more words before returning to the room. After confirming that there was no surveillance, he took out the secret book from Zhang Daoxian and began to read it carefully. The secret of the law. After the true strength. Can we touch it? Even if it's just a little bit. The so-called true strength is nothing more than the activation of strength to the limit. 3 days later, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and the strength of his body was surging. At this time, he had already deduced the strength of Eagle Claw to the level of true strength, which was unprecedented and unparalleled. After all, it was quite remarkable to be able to practice Eagle Claw, a martial art, to the level of transformation. Should it be renamed Eagle Claw Iron Claw Shirt or something? Fang Xing touched his chin and finally let go of this speechless idea. As soon as he raised his hand, a series of blue-black true strength emerged, and along with his thoughts, they coiled around his body and faintly transformed into various forms such as eagles, human figures, and weapons. The power of true energy is not inferior to that of the warriors in the outer scene. The more important thing is to comprehend the mysterious power next. Fang Xing looked at the secret book in his hand. This secret book is very strange. Before he has mastered it, it is even difficult to copy it. Even if he does not understand the content, he will quickly forget it. It's no wonder that the master would carry it with him. According to the main universe, after the external scene, it is to condense the martial arts golden elixir. But it seems that the power of the martial arts golden elixir may not even be as powerful as the mysterious power here. After several days of meditation, Fang Xing has gradually gained some insights. He looked at his right hand and saw that a wisp of flame had appeared on his palm without knowing when. This is not some kind of fire power or martial arts external scene. It is a flame formed directly with the help of the laws of heaven and earth. The mystery of the law is not a move, but just a state or an auxiliary. But adding it to the move can increase the power of the move 1,000 times. Fang Xing pointed casually. His Eagle Claw skill has reached the master level, and his fingers are as smooth as jade. At this time, he gently pointed out, but the air made a fine explosion sound. I haven't broken through to the Grandmaster level yet, and I have only comprehended the mysteries of fire. But after adding this little bit of mystery, the power of the Eagle Claw will be increased by at least 10 times. What a true master! One finger can kill. If you completely comprehend a mystery, how powerful will it be? It's like a step to heaven. But it's very difficult. It's much more difficult for a Grandmaster in this world to comprehend the law and break through than to break through the golden core. The key is not the lack of resources, but the understanding. If you don't comprehend it thoroughly, you may not be able to break through even after tens of thousands of years. Fang Xing felt that this power system was a bit strange. It didn't seem to be specially used to train strong people, but it seemed like some kind of freshman assessment, which was specially increased in difficulty to select excellent seedlings. He observed the metal secret book. His expression gradually became obsessed, and he forgot the time in the outside world. Even the increasingly approaching return time could not distract him at all. A week passed. 2 weeks passed. Half a month later, late at night, Feng Jinshui reviewed several documents and shook his head. I said, although that Li kid is a bit eccentric, he is definitely not the murderer. But why did the higher-ups close the case without explaining the truth? Could it be that there is some secret involved? In his hand, it was the case file about Zhao Chuntai. Forget it. I can go find that Li kid later. Don't stay in the room all day. If a warrior doesn't go out to do missions, experience actual combat, exchange treasures, and practice, how can he make progress? Feng Jinshui mistakenly thought that Fang Xing stayed indoors all day to avoid the limelight. In fact, he was completely wrong. Just as he moved his footsteps and came to Fang Xing's door, something strange happened. Sizzle! The wall cracked directly, and the hot air rushed in his face. Feng Jinshui was startled and rushed to the back like a frightened rabbit, with incredible agility. Then, he saw 3 red claw marks side by side rising into the sky. Its momentum was so great that it illuminated the night. Even the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, tearing the sky with one claw. This. Even the master of true energy can't do this? Feng Jinshui looked at this scene and his expression became dull. In the room. Success? Fang Xing looked at his palm, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. With his martial saint-level vision and knowledge, as well as his extremely strong will, and a little talent for understanding, after spending half a month, he finally understood the first few pages of the Metal Secret Book, The Mystery of Fire. I can get started. The latest mystery of fire that I have comprehended can be named ignition technique or explosion. The effect can make the true energy attach a layer of hot power, and the power will increase by about 33 times. This power is almost the same as the power of the martial arts golden elixir. But my body seems to still be a martial arts master. No. What's more terrifying is that this increase should be based on my own power. That is to say, if Li Ying breaks through to the master level, the power of his current moves will be 33 times the basic value of the master level, compared with the Vajraprajna power I once practiced. It is not even worthy of carrying shoes. What kind of cosmic inheritance is this? It's so mysterious. Just when Fang Xing's heart was surging, the entire third defense city was bustling because of this huge movement. An unknown space. The ancient gray-white stone hall was majestic and solemn, suspended in a gray mist. In the center of the stone hall, there is a pool, and on the pool, a model of the planet Daxia appears. At this time, a red light spot suddenly flashes on the model. It continues to expand, gradually revealing the outline of the third defense city. And the light spot is in the dormitory of the warrior center. Finally, a gray-robed man saw the scene. With a hint of excitement in his tone, he looked at Li Ying, who was sitting cross-legged in the dormitory, and suddenly opened his hands. Inside the room, Fang Xing suddenly felt creepy all over. Then, he felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the world was spinning. Is this a teleportation array? A similar space transfer? He was shocked, but his expression remained unchanged as he looked around. All he could see was a gray-white stone palace. One stone pillar after another supported the sky, looking extremely magnificent, and the various sword marks on it were modeled in vicissitudes. I have waited for 372 eras, and finally waited for a genius who could enter the mysteries before the age of 20. A gray-robed man appeared in front of Fang Xing. Fang Xing looked at his face, but could only see a bottomless darkness. 372 eras. Daxia takes 100 years as an era. That is 37,200 years? Fang Xing was not surprised. After all, even if he died, it was Li Ying who died, and it had nothing to do with him. What's more, the time for return is coming. Otherwise, he would not be so reckless. After comprehending a trace of the mystery of fire, he would be impatient to try his moves immediately, not afraid of being exposed. Yes, I have been monitoring this planet. As long as there is a fluctuation of the mysterious power, I will immediately check and guide. Unfortunately, for more than 30,000 years, no one can meet my requirements until you appear. The gray-robed man seemed a little excited. Fang Xing was awed in his heart, knowing that he had met an unimaginable strong man. Although Li Ying was not his original body, it was unimaginable in the Blue Star Federation of the main universe to be able to move a 5th-level professional in space. After all, the space technology of the Federation is very weak. According to Fang Xing's speculation, only the space-powered martial god of the Nine Swords Academy can do this. So, this senior, What do you want to talk to me about? Fang Xing recovered his mood and felt that he was about to touch the origin secret of this world. So he asked directly. In his heart, there was even more excitement. I thought it was just an ordinary little world. But I didn't expect there would be so many surprises. Before, Fang Xing felt that it was worth it to take away the profound understanding of fire. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. My purpose is to find a successor, the gray-robed man said, because I am dead, and what remains here is just a part of my will, or projection, obsession, which is maintained by a treasure. Before I die, I want to accept a student to do a few things for me. There is no good without reason in the world. Why do those strong people accept disciples? Of course they need help from others. Otherwise, if you have unlimited life and powerful strength, why don't you cherish it yourself? But teach your apprentice to surpass yourself? Even high-tech companies know how to create barriers, block technology, and prevent leaks. What's the matter? Fang Xing was mentally prepared and asked. When you become powerful, avenge me. The gray-robed man looked at Fang Xing and saw that his expression did not fluctuate at all. He continued, then, if one day you can reach that peak state, resurrect me. Resurrection? Fang Xing was a little surprised. In the main universe, although the evil gods from outside the domain can do this, it seems that they can only resurrect themselves, and human strongmen have no means of resurrection. You will never be able to imagine the strength of the peak strongmen in this universe, for them. Rescuing people from the long river of time is not a particularly difficult thing. The real difficulty is transcendence. The gray-robed man's tone was full of emotion. The planet you are on is just an indigenous planet, and there is an elementary cosmic civilization on it. Above the elementary cosmic civilization, there is a medium cosmic civilization, and a high cosmic civilization. And the real strongmen in the universe will only be born in the peak cosmic civilization. Even so, there has never been a transcendent in those peak cosmic civilizations. The so-called transcendence is to transcend everything. Transcend this universe, and transcend all shackles and cages. Chapter 316 Grey-Robe Marquis. Transcendent? Why do I feel like I am one? No. It's my golden finger that is one. Fang Xing's eyes lit up when he heard this. So, what level of cultivation is yours? Senior? My level? The gray-robed man smiled and said, you may not understand it now. You just need to know that I used to be treated as a VIP even if I went to a high-level cosmic civilization. As for the primary and intermediate civilizations, I could even sweep through them. That's really powerful. Fang Xing showed a yearning look. Then, are you willing to accept the test and try to become my disciple? The gray-robed man's voice was full of expectation. Fang Xing began to ponder. According to common sense, this should of course be agreed. But who knows what means this strongman will have? What if he has to sign a contract or oath, even if it not only binds Li Ying, but also his own will? That would be fun. I don't know if I can come back to this world in the future. If I am directly judged as breach of contract and then pay a heavy price, it will be too much of a loss. What? You don't want to? The gray-robed man spoke again. This will is anxious. Fang Xing nodded in his heart. Sure enough, his mood is not a real strong man. He should really be just a projection. Or even worse, just an intelligent brain program. There are many rules that cannot be violated. For example, only human geniuses judged by the previous standards can be selected. Then, the scope is limited to the planet of Daxia. Even if they do not meet the standards, they cannot be pulled in at will, otherwise. If it were me, I would definitely try many times and cast a wide net to catch fish. He had already thought about it in his heart and said, Senior, I have a question in my mind. The disaster of the border area that Daxia is facing. Is it done by the senior to select the successor? For such a powerful person, it is also important to judge the other party's temperament, likes and dislikes, and style of doing things. Although Fang Xing does not think he is a good person, he still hopes that there are more good people among the people he socializes with. It is always a little more reassuring to associate with the righteous than with the evil. Of course not. The appearance of the border is a spatial overlap, which is a cosmic wonder and natural change. The gray-robed man shook his head. I can't interfere with the natural evolution of the planet. I can only wait silently for the emergence of qualified people. So, are you willing to accept the trial? If you agree to become a student of the senior, I wonder what oath you need to sign. Fang Xing still avoided the question. You need to swear to this Yuanzhong temple that you must kill the Blood Yuan Mountain Master for me within 10,000 epochs. And then, when you are able, you must resurrect me," the gray-robed man said. Yuanzhong temple? Fang Xing looked at the gray-white stone temples around him. This treasure is extremely rare and precious even in the peak cosmic civilization. As long as you pass the trial and swear, I will give it to you, the gray-robed man said. Obviously, the binding force of this treasure is extremely high. Fang Xing really doesn't dare to gamble. But at this time, he said so much just to delay time. And, even if he got the Yuanzhong temple, he couldn't bring it back with his will through the gate of the heavens. I wonder what the test is, Fang Xing asked. You have watched the essays of Fiery Flame and comprehended one of the mysterious powers. But that is only a trivial part of the mystery of fire. Not enough to prove your understanding and talent. Although I have prepared resources for future disciples, the more top-level strong people need top-level resources. And the tolerance rate is very low. So you must continue to prove yourself. The Grey Cannon waved his hand and took Fang Xing to another hall. In the void, there are dozens of fireballs. In the fireballs, there are all kinds of inheritances. Fang Xing saw several metal books that he had seen before. In addition, there were more exotic carriers, such as fire jade, feathers, scales. The universe is vast and endless. The road to the strong is the same. At this time, the voice of the gray-robed man came slowly, from the mystery to the law, from the law to the great way. Here are 36 volumes of the Fire Mystery Book. If you can comprehend it, and truly enter the law of fire, then I will accept you as a disciple, and give you enough resources for a breakthrough. By the way, you must do this within 10 years. It turned out to be this test. Fang Xing understood in his heart. The other party is worthy of being a projection of a strong man. It is impossible for him to go all in when he sees a genius. The normal plan is to test in stages and gradually give guidance and breakthrough resources. Even if you fail at the beginning, you will only lose a little early resources, and the top resources later can be retained. If I had known it was this kind of test, I would have agreed immediately. Fang Xing immediately took out a metal book and flipped through it quickly. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind: mystery, law, and great way. I wonder what level this conceptual ability of the authority of the evil god from outside the domain belongs to. Time flies. This day, Fang Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his body seemed to turn into a ball of fire in an instant. Even if he was at the peak of the martial arts golden elixir, and built 72 evil points and 12 gang meridians in his body, he could only transform into a half-energy life. But in that moment, he seemed to have become a complete energy life. What's more amazing is that he changed back again. The mystery of fire. The body of the fire god. I've got it. Fang Xing's face showed a hint of joy. The increase brought by the body turning into fire in a short period of time is very terrifying. This can not only be used for fighting, but also for daily practice. Apart from other things, if this kind of mystery can be displayed in the world of immortal cultivation, it is almost equivalent to awakening a fire-type Taoist body. The power of rules is everywhere. As long as there is order, there are rules, or disorder is also a law. In the world of immortal cultivation, there should also be rules. Then even if the strong in this universe are gone, they can manipulate the rules of heaven and earth. What is this realm? At least it is the level of the God Transformation Venerable. Right? The God Transformation Venerable can already manipulate the spiritual power of heaven and earth in a certain area. In the world of immortal cultivation, the spiritual power of heaven and earth is the greatest extraordinary rule. The more Fang Xing thought about it, the more he felt that he had obtained the gate of the heavens, which was really a supreme opportunity. Gathering the essence of many great worlds, I may be able to truly transcend in the future. You actually comprehended the fire god body? A gray light flashed, and the gray-robed man appeared beside Fang Xing, praising him unabashedly. Your talent is simply unreasonable. I have been watching this planet for more than 30,000 years, and I have never seen a genius with such comprehension as you. According to the other party, this gray-robed man can only observe everything on the Daxia planet, and it can only be done with the help of the Yuanzhong Temple. Even the previous remote capture and movement of the void are also the power of the Yuanzhong Temple. After all, the gray-robed man is dead, and at this time, he is almost like an artificial intelligence program. Wait, I'm about to leave. After I leave, Liang's comprehension will definitely not be as good as mine. Is it a bug? Will the identity of this quasi-heir still be recognized? I don't know if this grey-robed man will crash directly or kill Li Ying at that time. A thought suddenly emerged in Fang Xing's mind. Then, feeling the pulling force that was already on the verge of limit, he looked at the grey-robed man. I haven't asked your name yet. Senior? I didn't ask it first because the name carries power. In Fang Xing's opinion, the strength of this grey-robed man before his death was at least comparable to that of an evil god from outside the domain. However, it seems that the enemies he provoked were also very powerful. He was killed directly and couldn't even be resurrected. He could only ask a stronger person to rescue him from the long river of time and space. But Fang Xing felt a little embarrassed after seeing so many inheritances from him. Besides, he was ready to pat his butt and leave. So he didn't care about these. My name is Grey-Robed Marquis. The tone of Grey-Robed Marquis was slightly fluctuating, and he wanted to talk about some of his past. But he suddenly felt something was wrong. On the opposite side, although Li Ying was still the same Li Ying as before, and even his true energy cultivation was still there, but his eyes had obviously changed, and he was even a little timid. What's wrong with you? Something went wrong when you were comprehending the mysteries of fire? It's impossible. The Grey Marquis was a little suspicious, and even checked Li Ying's soul fluctuations, and found that everything was normal. There was a tremor in Li Ying's voice. He was just a punching bag who was bullied to death by his uncle and aunt. What kind of comprehension? Talent. Is there really such a thing? The main universe. Shanghai Company. In the hibernation cabin. The cabin door opened suddenly, and countless white gas overflowed. Fang Xing walked out of the hibernation cabin, feeling refreshed and radiant as if he had a full-body SPA. Xiaolan. How long have I slept? He asked. Master, you slept for a month and 3 days, plus 7 hours and 16 minutes. Xiaolan's projection appeared, and she answered sweetly, during this period, your secretary came to you 6 times, and Nandong Shui came to you 27 times. Xiaolan blocked them all. Well done. Fang Xing nodded, but he began to compare in his mind. The time flow rate comparison on both sides is almost the same. In addition, he glanced at the attribute panel and immediately found new information. Fire Mystery 77/100, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens 1/100. Sure enough, even if the Fire Mystery is difficult, I have the attribute panel. As long as I can get started and the proficiency bar is lit, I can work hard. And the Gate of the Heavens? Could it be I still have a chance to go back? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Although the Daxiao planet has average military power, that universe is obviously a treasure. Even if I only get a little knowledge of the mysteries of fire, I can make my martial saint strength go a step further. I just don't know if I can master the mysteries that I haven't comprehended in the main universe without being able to refer to the original secret book. Chapter 317 Attack. After Fang Xing came out of retreat, he naturally contacted his secretary to check the progress of the mecha construction. Then, he had a few meals with Nandong Shui and fed the girl. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. That day, Fang Xing checked the attribute panel again. Xingwu Qijue, 1035/1200, Grandmaster. Fire Mystery, 78 out of 100, Entry, Gate of the Heavens, 2/100. Sure enough, the true strength martial arts can also be integrated into my martial arts as a unique skill. Fang Xing showed satisfaction. Although his strongest unique skill is still the Great Sun Tathagata, the Xingwu Qijue is the foundation of his martial arts, and the grade may even exceed the scope of peerless martial arts in the future. After all, my Xianwu Ichi grade handprint can barely be considered a peerless martial arts, although it only has one move. It's just that this master-level proficiency seems to have no end. Just grind slowly. Anyway, when I become a martial god and my body is immortal, I don't believe that I won't be able to grind until the end. Fang Xing thought for a while, and looked at the mystery of fire again. In the Daxiao universe, once the original secrets are lost, unless you have already comprehended the mystery thoroughly, you can't continue to comprehend it. But in his hands, it is obviously different. Did the attribute panel record the 36 volumes of the mystery of fire that I read? Or can the mystery be comprehended by oneself? But it is difficult? Fang Xing is more inclined to the second guess, because the first person in the Daxiao world who comprehended the mystery of fire must have no secret reference. It's just that without the relevant inheritance, it would be very difficult to comprehend the mysteries of fire. But for me, As long as I can get started, I can work hard. So my qualifications and comprehension are simply the best in the universe. The gray-robed Marquis asked me to be his apprentice, which is absolutely worth the money. But unfortunately, Fong Xing shook his head and looked at the progress of the Gate of All Heavens. It increases by about 1% every 10 days. It seems that I may have to wait for 3 or 4 years before I can re-enter the Great Xia universe. Not bad. Through the changes in the Gate of All Heavens, Fong Xing already knew that he could still enter the Great Xia universe in the form of his will. It's just that the number of times is limited. This time I need to wait for 3 years. And the next time may be 30 years. 300 years. Or even no chance to come again. Therefore, every opportunity to travel through time must be cherished. That gray-robed Marquis also only gave me the mystery trial and said nothing else. What realm is above the true energy grandmaster? Fong Xing sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the mysteries of fire wholeheartedly. Even if he wanted to learn other mysteries, there was no way. After all, he had only mastered the mysteries of fire and was completely clueless about the other mysteries that he had not mastered. Time passed bit by bit. 1 year later, on the white bird star, a group of Anti's birds spread their wings and soared. They had a long wingspan and white feathers. When their wings flapped against each other, it seemed as if a hurricane had been blown up. At this moment, the void in front suddenly twisted, and a hideous mass of flesh and blood emerged, with a large number of purple-black meridians on it wriggling like a python or earthworm. Boom! The hideous and twisted pieces of flesh made a roaring sound of the heart. The Anti's birds suddenly fell from midair, as if their hearts were broken directly. A large number of bird corpses fell, and white feathers floated into the sea like raindrops. The shrill alarm sounded back and forth in important buildings all over the planet. The high-energy reaction of the evil god's followers is discovered. Level 7th level. No. It may be breaking through the 8th level. Davis flew into the sky in a mecha and almost fell down in midair. A gestating evil god's offspring? Are all the teams in the imaginary space blind? Can such a big one be let go? Even if it is the breeding season of the Anti's birds, it is the time when the evil gods attack most frequently. Isn't it too much? If it is just a 7th level evil god's followers, he can still fight with the mecha team. But the quasi-8th level is too much, which is no different from sending death. Fortunately, there is still a tallest person on the planet who can still take over at this time. Go and ask the Federation Fong Wuxing immediately. Davis yelled to his intelligent butler. Hurry! Shanghai Company? The gestating evil god's offspring? I didn't expect to encounter such a big scene. I go right away. Fong Xing flashed and came to the sky above Shanghai Island. The offspring of the evil god appeared on the white bird star, and he definitely couldn't escape, since he had decided to take action. The sooner the better. Although he had killed the pale offspring before, that offspring had not yet fully grown up. If the opponent was given enough time to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the offspring of the evil god, who was quasi-8th realm, even if he grew up, would be at most the 8th realm, although he could be taken down. He would have to expose some things. With a flash of fire, Fong Xing figure disappeared instantly. A sea area. Countless bodies of Anti's birds fell from midair. Then, with a flash of fire, Fong Xing figure flashed out. He had never worn any mecha, only his own martial saint body, and his speed was amazing. He actually intercepted the evil god's offspring before Davis and others arrived. The mystery of fire is not only attack, but also includes movement and defense. It is an all-round enhancement. Of course, this kind of move must be designed by yourself, and the degree of improvement may not be as much as the enhancement of attack. 2 points of fire burned in Fong Xing pupils, and he saw the evil god's offspring. Or it should be said that it was a bloody meat mountain. On the meat mountain, there were all kinds of twisted and tangled limbs, scarlet tentacles dancing like octopuses. It's obviously the style of endless sea of blood, flesh and blood authority. Which kind of mystery should it be classified into? Life? Blood? Is there such a mystery? Or is it the law? The way? It must be said that Fong Xing is a pure novice in the field of mystery. But at this moment, facing such a huge meat mountain, he actually felt that he could easily defeat it. After all, I came here as the god of fire, and my speed was super fast. It hasn't had time to develop yet. And now it is at most a weak martial saint level. And I am already a strong martial saint. Forget it. Let's fight quickly. Fang Xing snorted coldly, ignoring the powerful pollution brought by the meat mountain. And a red sun appeared behind him. In the sun, there was a statue of the Tathagata, whose face was very similar to Fang Xing, and his hands were in the sun's seal. The sun's true fire gathered and spread all around, like a sun purgatory. It just so happens that I have comprehended a kind of mystery of fire. Let's try its power first. As Fang Xing mind moved, the originally red sun's true fire suddenly began to emit a little gold. The terrifying temperature instantly rose again, and even the pollution in the void was burned out. The tentacles seemed to be electrocuted, and they curled back frantically. If they could not dodge in time, they would turn into ashes. What a strong flame! Fang Xing heart moved slightly when he saw the scene. Even the soul-devouring demon fire in the hands of the clone in the Xiuxian world seemed to be less powerful than this. What is this called? The upgraded version of the sun's true fire. The sun's golden flame? He smiled slightly and raised one hand. The characteristics of the immortal warrior moved accordingly, and the mana and blood in the body merged and went hand in hand. A ball of golden flames instantly became violent, and turned into a golden flaming hand, grabbing the mountain of flesh and blood fiercely. It was the immortal martial one-chi great handprint. Hua la la. Before the golden flame of the sun arrived, countless seawater was evaporated, revealing a dry seabed. Woo woo! The huge mountain of flesh and blood screamed, and was actually pierced by the golden flaming hand. Not only that, there was a layer of golden flame slowly burning on the wounds of its flesh and blood, making it difficult for this evil god's offspring, who was famous for regeneration, to recover from his injuries. After the amplification of the mystery of fire, my immortal martial one-chi great handprint is now almost as good as the great sun Tathagata palm, and the consumption is still about the same as before, and it can be used as a regular move of the 8 realms. Fang Xing stared at the mountain of flesh and blood and found that the other party was constantly spreading blood mist. In the blood mist, there was also a creepy voice. The power of the descendant of the evil god can affect the surrounding environment. This descendant of the evil god wants to run away. Fang Xing martial arts was so powerful that it instantly pierced through the fog. And in this short moment, a layer of blood and flesh carpet had been laid on the originally dry seabed. A large number of scarlet meat pieces were wriggling, longing for blood. A layer of hazy and blurred spells sounded directly in Fang Xing's ears. And then he ignored it directly. Heaven-covering hand. He pressed down with his palm, and the golden flame of the sun exploded instantly, not only burning the blood mist, but also severely damaging the meat mountain. Boom! Fang Xing's body turned into flames, causing blood-colored flying blades to pass through his body. But he was unharmed. He came in front of the descendant of flesh and blood, opened his 5 fingers, and then slowly closed them together. 5-finger mountain. Boom! A huge mountain of 5 elements seemed to emerge in the void between heaven and earth, and fell down with a bang, suppressing the body of the descendant of flesh and blood. Fang Xing martial arts will turn into a strange beast and rush directly into it. Explode. The attack with the mystery of fire exploded directly. The blood and flesh descendant suddenly twitched violently, and then stopped struggling as if dead, and its tentacles fell powerlessly. Dead? Sure enough, without using the great sun Tathagata palm, I can kill a descendant of the evil god with my bare hands. Fang Xing clenched his fists, and was quite satisfied with his performance. At this time, the mechas barely arrived at the battlefield, and they were all shocked when they saw this scene. Fang Wuxing? This is... Davis stepped forward, and his tone became more respectful. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know the power of the martial saint. It's been solved. This blood and flesh descendant came at the right time, which can save me a lot of mecha resources. Fang Xing laughed. This is indeed what he thought in his heart. Purchasing enough resources to build the martial saint mecha through the black market is a bit shocking after all. And it seems like he is deceiving others as fools. But if the majority of it comes from his own spoils of war, and a small amount comes from the black market, it makes sense. Chapter 318. Several years. Half an hour later. Shanghai Company. Mecha Manufacturing Factory. What? A spy invasion? Fang Xing had just finished fighting the blood and flesh descendants. And when he came back, he heard a piece of news that made him frown. Yes. Vigali adjusted her glasses. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and Miss Nandong helped. The spy did not cause any damage. Where is he? Fang Xing looked at Nandong Shui. He committed suicide? Nan Dongshui frowned. Do we need the security department of our Jiujian Academy to intervene and investigate? Thank you. But not for the time being. Fang Xing waved his hand. He felt that this time the evil god descendants incident had some problems with the spy invasion, which seemed too coincidental. If it was just a new type of inhibitor, the background of Wusheng and 2 top-notch universities would be enough to protect it. But with the addition of unknown foreign evil god materials, isn't it a bit eye-catching? No. With the current confidentiality of the laboratory, it should be just a suspicion. Right? In this case, we should just fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. At the same time, Evil Dragon Star. Wormhole. A spaceship that looks like a dark evil dragon slowly flew out of the wormhole. Inside the ship, in a hall, a warrior with sparse hair and a look similar to that of an old man was sitting cross-legged. He has a big head, a thin body, and looks very old. But his eyes are very bright. The spirit of martial arts gathered around, causing the void to fluctuate faintly. Wuyong Wusheng. This time you will serve as a prosecutor and go to the White Bird Star of the Evil Dragon Galaxy to confirm the materials and military exploits. The mechanical voice of the omniscient brain came out. Every time there is an attack at the level of the descendants of the evil god, it is not over after killing them, and everyone divides the meat. In fact, according to the orthodox process, it must be reported first. Then the Federation confirms the results. And finally, after deliberation, rewards and punishments are distributed according to merit. The grace and power come from the top, and rewards and punishments are controlled by the federal governors, which is the manifestation of the stability of the regime. If the subordinates directly divide the spoils privately, it is obvious that there is a problem with the foundation of rule. Of course, special cases are treated specially. When the meritorious person is a martial saint, ordinary federal civil servants dare not say anything. At this time, a new balancing force is needed. Considering that the martial saint Zhou Yehua must stay in the evil dragon star, the one who travels this time becomes the martial saint Wu Yong. Fang Xing. He broke through to the martial saint level in his 50s. He is really a genius. Wu Yong looked at Fang Xing's resume. His face was inexplicable. During college, he also killed his mentor Wei Shitong. The little martial saint is a rising star in our department. Although he is stuck before the martial saint level and has been unable to break through, with his Vajra physique, he will be a strong martial saint once he breaks through. Now he is dead, and there is nothing left. With the technology of the Federation, of course, it is easy to clone another Wei Shitong. But whether the other party can cultivate to the Vajra level again is a difficult thing to say. What's more, it requires a lot of resources to invest, which seems to be very cost-effective. And cloning is not resurrection. So even if a high-level strongman dies, he is really dead. It's my turn to review this time. Which is a very strange thing. No one in our faction is working hard. So other factions want to fish in troubled waters? A ray of light flashed in Wu Yong's seemingly turbid old eyes. He was able to cultivate to the martial saint level, so he was naturally extraordinary. Although this kind of mission was said to be randomly arranged by the all-knowing brain, anyone who believed it would be a fool. Want me to weigh the weight of the newly promoted martial saint? It's really interesting. Wu Yong's joints cracked on his palms, with a hint of expectation. Is the federal prosecutor coming? On the White Bird Star, Fang Xing also got this news from various channels. It feels like it's not for that flesh and blood offspring. He sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. However, this is a routine test, and it cannot be responded to too fiercely. It seems that your factory has attracted the attention of many people. Nandong Shui was next to him and took off her glasses. How is it? Do you want to kill that person? What are you crazy about? That's a martial saint. Fang Xing glared at Nandong Shui. The sword masters of the Nine Swords Academy have more or less problems with their brains. That's really boring. Nandong Shui yawned, put on her glasses, and suddenly turned into a rustic schoolgirl again, sealing her charm. A few hours later, Xinghe Island. A black dragon-shaped spaceship slowly docked. The door of the spaceship opened automatically, and a figure walked down. It was Wu Yong. Wu Wusheng. Welcome. Fang Xing greeted him with a smile on his face. Fang Wusheng. Wu Yong also smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. The two sides held hands together, and the void seemed to be shaken. A show of strength? Feeling the powerful force coming from his palm, Fang Xing smiled slightly and activated the mystery of fire. Crack! A sharp bone-cracking sound was heard. Wu Yong's face changed, and he withdrew his palm without a trace. But a storm of emotions rose in his heart. How old is he? He can actually beat me? Through this handshake, Wu Yong knew that he was definitely not Fang Xing's opponent. In ancient martial arts, there is a way to distinguish between superior and inferior by handshake. This handshake just now made him realize that if it was a life and death fight, he might be beaten to death by Fang Xing. Thinking about his own age and the age of the other party, he suddenly felt that he was living a dog's life at such an old age. Wu Wuxing, please, I have prepared a banquet. Fang Xing smiled, as if the person who just attacked was not him. Yes. Wu Yong nodded in agreement. For Wuxing's physical recovery ability, bone fracture is not a big deal. He is almost recovered. At this time, he weighed it in his mind and immediately quit. If Fang Xing is very weak, maybe I can still force him to inspect the factory. As for now, let's just handle things impartially. The upper echelons of the Federation do things like spring breeze and rain, and have a lot of unspoken rules. Just like this time when they received the task. They didn't mention anything about the mecha factory at all. If Wu Yong can suppress Fang Xing, he can naturally conduct an in-depth investigation. But if he can't suppress him, then he will be honest and settle the merits of the flesh and blood descendants. And then he can leave. Of course, Wu Yong can also rely on his official status to force a search. But when the time comes, he must bear the consequences himself. In the reception room, Fang Xing accompanied him personally, and Davis and others were there. This time when the flesh and blood descendants appeared, everyone's response was remarkable. The one who made the greatest contribution was naturally Fang Wuxing. After the banquet, Wu Yong went to check the body of the evil god's descendants, and then began to discuss the merits in an impartial manner. How is Fang Wuxing going to deal with this flesh and blood offspring? According to the merits calculated by the intelligent brain, you can occupy 89.6% of the flesh and blood offspring. The Federation encourages all martial saints to hand in all the spoils, so that the merits obtained can be increased by another 30%. If Fang Wuxing needs to refine the essence of the spirit and other items, he can also reserve one in advance. Hearing this, Nandong Shui, who was acting as a secretary next to him, suddenly brightened up and looked at Fang Xing with eager eyes. The refining of the essence of the spirit requires the offspring of the evil god as raw materials, and the output is very low. There are too many Vajra Realm warriors in the Federation. Even if she has the background of the Nine Swords Academy, she has to queue up if she wants it. But now, it is a fair opportunity to jump the queue. I need to keep half of the main materials of the blood and flesh descendants to build my own mecha. Fang Xing thought about it, and said directly, can the remaining share be exchanged for a refining spirit? A blood and flesh descendant can often only refine 2 or 3 refining spirits. This blood and flesh descendant is not very strong, and can refine even fewer. Maybe only 1 or 2. Wu Yong shook his head. Everyone wants this kind of top-level resource. Even the martial saint and martial god have disciples, juniors, relatives and friends who need to be taken care of. According to the calculation of the intelligent brain, the share you have handed in, Fang Wuxing, is not enough to exchange for a refining spirit. But you can lock in the priority. He smiled slightly. If it is for this Ms. Nangong to use, with the background of the Nine Swords Academy, it is enough to raise the sequence to the top 3. And it will definitely be her turn next time. Okay. After asking Nangong Shui's opinion, Fang Xing agreed directly. He was doing a favor. After all, after giving the reservation qualification to Nangong Shui, Nandong Shui would definitely return his contribution points, or even more. After Fang Xing's side was over, Davis and his group would not even have a share of flesh and blood descendants. Only a promotion and salary increase. Some of the top resources of the Federation would not be open to the public at all. Fang Xing also relied on his unparalleled talent and amazing training speed to forcibly break through these layers of shackles. This Wu Yong seems to be quite knowledgeable and interesting. Looking at the martial saint Wu who was so refreshing, Fang Xing thought to himself, or, when you are strong enough, you will find that there are good people around you. Time flies. Since Wu Yong left, Nandong Shui also left. She waited for the breakthrough opportunity that other Vajra Realm martial artists had been seeking but could not get, and was ready to return to the Nine Swords Academy for retreat, and sprint to the martial saint realm with all her strength. It should be said that she was stimulated by Fang Xing breakthrough. This woman is the pride of the Nine Swords Academy, and she is also a woman full of pride. Inside the factory, Fang Xing glanced at his own exclusive mecha and found that it had already taken shape. The black armor plates were installed piece by piece, looking like a ferocious giant. Boss, the construction rate of the exclusive mecha has exceeded 50%. Dr. Wang was full of joy and lowered his voice, because the raw materials used are very harmonious. The difficulty of the work is much reduced, although it was announced that the main body was made of flesh and blood. In fact, Fang Xing Mecha did not use any materials from the weakling's offspring. The main body was still the pale offspring, while the key parts were made of the pale mother body, which was convenient for future upgrades. The two materials were very harmonious and brought unexpected benefits. If Fang Xing had not yet been promoted to the God of War, he would have wanted to use the foreign evil god as the main material to create a dedicated God of War level mecha. In another 10 years, it will definitely be completed. Dr. Wang made a promise with a happy face. 10 years. Not long. Fang Xing was quite emotional. Now his immortal clone is still cultivating hard on Minkuan Island, and has not yet reached the peak of mana in the early stage of the nascent soul. As for the original body, it has made great progress. Fang Xing consciousness was concentrated on the attribute panel. I am 55 years old this year, and I will be 65 in 10 years. I am still young and can contribute to the cause of the Blue Star Federation. Fang Xing, who is still a doctoral student and destined to stay in school after graduation and completely escape military service, thought shamelessly, I spent the past few years, in addition to advancing the Great Sun Tathagata Palm and the Mystery of Fire to a higher level, the most important thing is to perfect the 9 absolutes of star martial arts. The so-called 9 absolutes of star martial arts is the most suitable unique skill for Fang Xing to integrate the Dragon Tiger posture and the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power into the 7 absolutes of star martial arts based on the previous 7 absolutes of star martial arts. 9 is the number of extremes. Therefore, even if more martial arts essences are incorporated in the future, it is only the 9 absolutes of star martial arts. Unless there are some earth-shaking changes, maybe it can be renamed and called the 10 absolutes of martial arts or something like that. Finally, the Gate of the Heavens is finally about to be completed again, and the Great Xia universe can at least go there again. Fang Xing heart was inevitably a little excited. The proficiency level of the Mystery of Fire brought him great benefits, and it increased his strength in all aspects. This is because I don't have the inheritance secret book. I can only comprehend it by myself, and the progress is very slow. If it was in the Yuanzhong Temple, I might have reached the master level. The proficiency level of the Mystery of Fire brought a greater gain. That is, Fang Xing felt that his affinity with fire was extremely high. Even through continuous comprehension of the mystery, he vaguely saw the path above the God of War. The cultivation of the martial saint is very simple. Just practice the Great Sun Tathagata Palm. When you reach the master or even the grandmaster level, you will definitely be able to condense the Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya and become a martial god. Of course, if my Great Sun Tathagata Palm wants to be promoted to the grandmaster level, I must first upgrade the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra to the grandmaster level. But this is not far away. The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra is promoted to the master level, bringing the Great Sun Godhood. Then what changes will the grandmaster have? Will it not be directly condensed into the Great Sun Godhead? And then I will become an evil god? No. Does the real foreign evil god have such a thing as a godhead? It seems that only the so-called authority. Authority is a highly concentrated rule in a certain aspect. Now Fang Xing's mysteries are getting deeper and deeper, and he even sees the way to condense his own authority. The way of immortal martial arts is just one way, and it is not safe. The poor Blue Star Federation has not yet determined the way above the God of War, so I can't take it lightly. In addition to the way of immortal martial arts, there must be another insurance. For example, get the promotion system of the Great Xia world. Fang Xing's eyes were full of expectations. Chapter 319 Back to the Great Xia world. Inside the Yuanzhong Temple, the broken gray-white stone pillars rose into the sky, surrounded by gray fog. Fang Xing woke up with a start, feeling the weakness of his body and the surrounding environment. He smiled. So, am I still Li Ying? In his mind, the memories of the past 3 years came one after another. After I left, Li Ying suddenly became an ordinary person, and his progress in comprehending the mysteries was almost zero. The gray-robed man was surprised, disappointed, even desperate. But he didn't kill him in the end, just cut off his food source. After 3 years of fasting, If he hadn't been promoted to the Master of True Energy, he might have died of thirst or starvation. It seems that the Grey-Robed Marquis is really limited. Not only can he not actively kill the trial takers, he can't even cut off the air. But Li Ying was able to hold onto his mouth and didn't reveal the fact that I had come. Was he afraid of losing his usefulness and being killed? No, he seemed to regard me as his schizophrenic second personality. Although this body is a master of true energy and can barely do fasting, it will definitely not last for 3 years without air. Or maybe the Grey Marquis still has a glimmer of hope? Deliberately torturing, wanting to inspire Li Ying to work hard. Forget it. Fang Xing stood up, looking at the 36 volumes of the Mystery of Fire around him. With a smile on his face, even the inheritance is still there. It is right to make rapid progress. Last time he traveled through time, he only came here for more than a month. This time, the time may be shorter. So we must seize the opportunity. He stretched out his hand and took out a red scale from the fireball. On the red scale, flame-like patterns are constantly changing, emitting scorching temperatures. The mystery of the Heart of Fire? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. It happens to be a difficult point I was thinking about before. He immediately sat cross-legged and immersed himself in it. In another hall, Grey-Robed Marquis stared at the model of the Great Xia planet, motionless, and sighed. The talent that can be regarded as a peerless genius in a medium-sized universe country is indeed extremely rare. For more than 30,000 years, there has only been one Li Ying. And more importantly, it is still such a special physique. Because Li Ying refused to admit it, and he could not observe the crossing of the gate of the heavens. He could only attribute Li Ying's sometimes effective, and sometimes ineffective understanding to his special physique. Grey-Robed Marquis' original body is knowledgeable, and has traveled to various civilized countries, and seen all kinds of strange geniuses. Naturally, he knows that some special physiques often have speechless effects. For example, a hidden physique can even reveal physical talents from time to time. Then, the same is true for understanding, which is also very likely. It regularly becomes stupid? Grey-Robed Marquis is prepared to observe for a while. And at most, he will throw it out after the 10-year period is up. Suddenly, the cloak turned, and the deep and bottomless darkness looked at everything in the inheritance hall again. Are you starting to comprehend again? The Grey-Robed Marquis just glanced at it and ignored it. After all, after Fang Xing left, Li Ying also did not give up and tried to comprehend the mysteries of fire, and then became a fallen genius, and then gave up. Now it seems that after being forced into a desperate situation by himself, it seems that a little hope has finally been burned again? He didn't know that Fang Xing was not a fallen genius, but a sleeping genius. And now, the sleeping genius is about to wake up. A few days passed quickly. Wonderful, wonderful. So this is what the Heart of Fire is like. Fang Xing sketched casually. He obviously didn't use any real strength now, but just sketched casually with his fingertips. And red lines appeared in the void. Countless lines were sketched together, faintly forming a heart of fire. The flame heart beats vigorously and burns. Immediately, Fang Xing feels that his affinity for the fire element has increased again, and the power of the various moves he comprehended has increased again. If this continues, after fully comprehending the mystery of fire, can I be a martial saint and rival a martial god? Then what do I need a mecha for? That's not right. It is very likely that after fully comprehending the mystery of fire, I can only barely escape from a weak martial god. But if equipped with a mecha, I can rival a weak martial god, even a senior martial god, a strong martial god. I can fight. Weak martial gods are just Fang Xing classification. Even the weakest martial gods are far superior to powerful martial saints. Therefore, perhaps it should be called a new martial god, which is more appropriate. Okay. Strike while the iron is hot. Fang Xing picked up another long flame feather and looked at the dazzling tassels, the mystery of the fire meteor. Once I comprehend it, my speed can at least increase several times. He felt that his progress in the mystery of fire was like riding a rocket. It should be that in the past few years, without the guidance of inheritance, he had to comprehend by force, and accumulated a lot of problems and experience. Now seeing the orthodox guidance and inheritance, it is a great achievement. Moreover, Fang Xing deliberately revealed the mystery of the Heart of Flame, naturally wanting to attract the Grey-Robed Marquis to come. Sure enough, when the Heart of Flame was outlined, the Grey-Robed Marquis was excited. This, his talent has been restored? My revenge? My resurrection? There is hope again? The grey-robed Marquis wanted to go over immediately. But he forced himself to hold back. No. Wait a little longer. Observe a little more. Maybe he is just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Or this talent can only be revealed when no one is around? Oh! Quite patient. 3 days later. Fong Xing smiled in his heart and raised his hand. Flame meteors emerged and surrounded him. Fire meteor? Another mystery? The Grey Marquis finally couldn't bear it anymore and appeared in front of Fong Xing. Your talent. Huh? He looked at Fong Xing carefully and found that although he was still the same Li Ying, his temperament and demeanor were completely different. Combined with Li Ying's previous performance, he was more certain of his guess. The talent of twin personalities? This kind of talent is just like the mental illness of split personality. The key is that some split personalities often carry incredible talents. Li Ying's performance is very similar to this twin personality. For the Grey Marquis, it doesn't matter what talent it is. The key is to help him get revenge. Your qualifications seem to have some problems. Deep in your heart, there is another personality hidden. A cowardly, incompetent, and weak personality. The Grey Marquis said to Fong Xing seriously, you must solve this problem if you want to fully develop your talent. Oh! What can I do? Fong Xing immediately understood that the Grey Marquis regarded him as a split personality, and asked with a smile. There are 2 ways. The first is to practice a method of splitting. Cut out your weak personality. Grey Marquis said, this is the best way. Apart from this, you can only use some secret techniques and treasures to seal and suppress the personality deep in your heart. But it is only a temporary solution. However, there is a problem with both of them. That is, after the treatment, will your comprehension talent disappear or weaken? Some special physiques are just this troublesome. After solving the disadvantages, the benefits are also gone. If Fong Xing talent requires that the dual personality is intact and can be switched continuously, then there will be such comprehension. I can solve this problem by myself. Fong Xing said indifferently after listening. He secretly glanced at the attribute column and found that the mystery of fire had reached the mastery level, which made him feel that he had made a big profit. If it weren't for the limited time of crossing, he would not even bother to lure Grey Marquis out. Isn't it better to practice silently by yourself? Now, I have comprehended more than half of the mystery of fire, and I can vaguely feel the law of fire. 2 red flames quietly appeared in Fong Xing's eyes. As long as you enter the law of fire, you will be a true inheritor. The grey-clothed Marquis fell into silence, and then sighed, yes. I want to ask a question. What realm is it after the Master of True Energy? What is the difference? You need to answer me seriously. Fong Xing spoke. After the martial god of the main universe, there is a dead end. The way of immortal martial arts may not be continued. If there is a new smooth road, at least it can be used as insurance and leave a way out. Forget it. Then I tell you about it. The Grey Marquis sighed. The true strength grandmaster is just an ant in the universe. The strength system is too low-level and rough. It's very difficult to advance. The true strength grandmaster must comprehend a mystery if he wants to move up, which can be the mystery of fire, the mystery of water, or the mystery of wind. After the mystery is fully comprehended and a law of power is entered, its strength will increase by 1 billion times, and it can truly rival a star and destroy a planet. Therefore, it is called a Star Lord. Star Lord? Fong Xing was somewhat moved. The true strength grandmaster, in the main universe, is only about the strength of a 5th-level professional. But the Star Lord realm can destroy a planet, which is the combat power of the 9th or 10th realm, jumping from the 5th realm to the 9th realm in one go. This difficulty is really ridiculous. It's even harmful. Such a big leap? He couldn't believe it. The power system is only developed on your small planet Daxia. In other planets and civilizations, there are naturally more complete and systematic extraordinary roads. But the end point of all extraordinary roads is to comprehend the mysteries. From the mysteries to the laws. And then from the laws to the Great Way. Grey-robed Marquis sighed. In other words, Daxia's power system is too weak. And there are many courses to make up. If you don't make up, then the road ahead will be cut off. Unless you meet a super-standard genius like me. But Fong Xing knows that his talent is very watered. In fact, he has accumulated the accumulation of the 6th, 7th, and 8th realms to comprehend the power of the mysteries again. There is also the attribute panel to help cheat. It would be unfair if he can't succeed. In the Star Lord realm, it can be divided into finer At this time, Grey-robed Marquis continued to introduce, in terms of the depth of the laws comprehended. Every more comprehension will increase the destructive power exponentially. Chapter 320 Star-Lord. Law Lord. Tao Lord. In the Star-Lord realm, the lowest level is the satellite level, which can only destroy small satellites. Next is the planetary level, which can destroy an asteroid. After that is the star level. At this level, it is enough to run rampant in the primary cosmic civilization, and the destructive power is comparable to that of a star. After the star, there are the red giant level and the neutron star level. The gray-clothed Marquis was a little disappointed. My original body was once a master of the neutron star level in the Star-Lord realm. Even in the advanced civilizations of the universe, I can be widely respected. It's a pity. I met my old enemy, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. Although he has not yet been promoted to the Law Lord realm, he is rumored to be an extremely rare Star Lord realm black hole level existence, enough to compete with ordinary Law Lord realm. Law Lord realm? Fong Xing's face showed a trace of doubt. To fully comprehend a law is to be in the realm of the Master of Law. If the realm of the Star Master is simply powerful in destructive power, the realm of the Master of Law can already interfere with the operation of the rules. The Grey-robed Marquis explained. To put it simply, players who pay for games can't beat players who cheat. Fong Xing understood. After all, the Great Xiao world also has online games, and there are all kinds of cheats. What is the Star-Lord realm satellite level? Planetary level. Star level. It's better to say that it is the Star-Lord realm primary level. Intermediate level. Advanced level. Perfection. Great perfection. Beyond great perfection. He was more interested in the Star-Lord realm black hole level. Star-Lord realm black hole level can actually cross the realm and fight against the powerful Law Lord realm? Grey-clothed Marquis said, generally speaking, the neutron star level is already the limit of the Star-Lord realm. The strong ones, who go above it, often completely understand a law and are promoted to the Lord of Law. But there are some special cases. They are trapped for some reason, and have been unable to fully comprehend a law. However, because of various adventures and talents, their combat power far exceeds the neutron star level, and they can even fight against the powerful Law Lord realm, who comprehend a law. So they are named Black Hole level, and their number may be more than that of the Law Lord realm. Great powers are rare. I don't know much about the classification of the Dharma Lord realm. After all, such great powers are generally active in the peak universe civilizations, and the strong ones, who stand at the top of countless civilizations, and can make the peak universe civilizations bow down, are the Tao Lords, who master the great Tao. Star Lord, Dharma Lord, Tao Lord. Fong Xing nodded, and finally had some understanding of the upgrade system of this universe. Of course, it's useless to have an understanding without inheritance and skills. How can you be promoted just knowing a name? Even if you are promoted, what about the supporting means and secrets? Fong Xing was very anxious, and thought to himself, in the main universe, the power of authority held by the evil gods outside the domain is not as mysterious as usual. But it feels a bit like the power of the Dharma Lord. For me, the value of the Da Xiao world has increased again, with such a clear inheritance and upgrade route. Isn't it possible to be a Tao Lord in the future? But the key is still the inheritance of skills. Since this Grey-robed Marquis was a great master of the sub-star level in the Star Lord realm, the inheritance in his hand is obviously more extraordinary. At least it can reach the Dharma Lord realm. Right? Fong Xing felt a little itchy in his heart. But he really didn't want to bear that promise, especially after the Yuanzhong Temple was proven to be very special. Maybe I can try to take a detour? He thought about it, and suddenly had an idea. A month passed in a flash. Inside the Yuanzhong Temple, Fong Xing relied on the attribute panel and worked hard. After all, with or without the guidance of the secret book, the progress is absolutely different. It is a world of difference. One after another, the mysteries of fire were perfected in his hands. In the end, the 36 volumes of the mysteries of fire inheritance have been fully understood. Boom! When the last mystery of the embers was fully understood, Fong Xing's head shook violently. In the sea of consciousness, on the attribute panel, a piece of information appeared. Mystery of Fire, 800/800, Grandmaster, Mystery of Fire, Law of Fire. Law of Fire, 1 out of 1600, beginner. Then he felt the ubiquitous law of fire in the universe. Fire? Fong Xing murmured, already understanding the horror of the strong who mastered the law of fire. With my current understanding of the law of fire, it seems that I can only affect the law of fire within a few meters around me, such as weakening the enemy's fire attribute attack power, even if it is only 1,000th, 1/10,000th. But what about after I advance to the Master of Law realm? Maybe it will be weakened by 90%, or even more. Sure enough, it's just like cheating in the game. No matter how high the Krypton Gold players stack their own values, they will still be defeated when they encounter cheating players who change the rules and lock blood. This is the biggest difference between the Star Master realm and the Master of Law realm. A gray light flashed. The figure of the gray-robed Marquis emerged, and the deep darkness beneath his cloak began to fluctuate violently. 1 month. 1 month. You actually completely comprehended the mysteries of fire? You even got to know the principles of fire? As long as there is a suitable inheritance, you can immediately be promoted to the Star-Lord realm, the gray-robed man said with a hint of meaning in his tone. Even if Fang Xing completely comprehended the mysteries of fire, and even got to know the principles of fire, his strength has increased dramatically. But he is still not as good as the main body of the main universe, because he still lacks a technique. Now that the realm has been reached, the strength is far from being filled. Once you get the inheritance, you can be promoted to the Star-Lord realm. Even if it is only the satellite level, you can be comparable to the Martial Saint. When you break through the planetary level and the star level, you will be able to compete with the martial god. Mystery, principles, and the Great Way, what is the difference? Fang Xing had a question and asked directly. The power of the mystical realm has the narrowest application range and may be restricted and weakened by many secret realms of the universe or even the inner world of the strong. The power of the law is spread throughout the universe. But if it is a different universe, it may not be effective. The power of the Great Way is spread throughout all the universes. The gray-robed Marquis answered. And before Fang Xing could react, he stretched out his hand and waved. In the depths of the Yuanzhong Temple, in front of a gray-white stone tablet, Fang Xing and the gray-robed Marquis appeared again. This is the core treasure of the Yuanzhong Temple, the Yuanzhong Tablet, the oath made to it. Even if the great power of the Dharma Master Realm violates it, will pay a heavy price, or even fall directly. The gray-robed Marquis tone became extremely solemn. After more than 300 epochs of waiting, the day when I complete my mission is finally here. Now, swear and become my disciple. Otherwise, he didn't say much, but there was a hint of threat in his tone. Okay. Fang Xing nodded, and his temperament changed instantly. Li Ying is back again. Li Ying looked at the gray Marquis, fearing that he would kill him directly, coupled with the psychological hint left by Fang Xing before he left. He swore to the Yuanzhong stone tablet, I, Li Ying, voluntarily become the disciple of the Gray Marquis, and swear that within 10,000 epochs, I will kill the Blood Yuan Mountain Master, and when I can in the future, I will revive the Gray Marquis. The Gray Marquis stared at Li Ying in a daze, and did not stop anything. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Your twin personality is very smart and cunning. It knows that when you complete the trial and become a quasi-disciple, I can no longer do anything to you due to the rules. I pushed you out again and wanted to confuse the power of the oath. Unfortunately, you underestimated the Yuanzhong Temple. This treasure will trace the source and use the power of cause and effect to directly lock all your clones, incarnations, and even twin personalities. So, you can't run away. The gray-clothed Marquis laughed. In the name of the Yuanzhong Temple, I declare, the oath is fulfilled. As he laughed, the Yuanzhong Temple suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Li Ying's brow. After a while of dizziness, Li Ying looked at the familiar sky and earth, and couldn't help but burst into tears. I finally came out. Ha, he cried and laughed, and his emotions were obviously extremely strong. Even after a little venting, there were streams of true energy that swept across the sky and turned the earth into a mess. That person. Is it really my subconscious personality? Who cares? Even if I am bound by the oath. 10,000 epochs is 1,000,000 years. I will be happy if I can live for 100 years. Li Ying feels that he is a lucky man, although he suffered a lot when he was a child. When his second personality awakened, he immediately had good luck. Not only did his martial arts improve by leaps and bounds, but he also obtained the inheritance of ancient civilization. With his current strength, it would not be a big problem even to unify the Great Xia planet. Inheritance? Inheritance. Li Ying's heart moved. and he immediately focused his attention on the center of his brows. He saw a miniature gray-white Yuanzhong temple, and felt that he had become the master of the temple. He could return to the temple in a moment, and read all the inheritance left by the gray-robed marquis, and even obtain resources. Boom! Boom! A strong heartbeat sound came, and Li Ying's face was flushed. I am indeed the protagonist of this world. I want to be the best. I don't want to be bullied by my uncle and aunt anymore. Even my cousin dares to bully me. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Li Ying looked up and saw that several drones seemed to be startled by him. And then the camera stared at him. Oh no! Did I cause attention by my wanton destruction before? Li Ying subconsciously wanted to run, secretly complaining that the gray-robed marquis who had become a spirit of the weapon was unreliable and directly placed him near the third defense city. But at this time, he thought of the good things his second personality had done before. He waved his hand without hesitation, and two true forces were released through the air. Bang! The two drones exploded directly, and Li Ying opened his arms like a giant eagle, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Main universe. Galaxy Island. The hibernation capsule opened, and Fang Xing walked out of it. 1 month and 3 days? He looked at the time, and then focused on the attribute panel. Law of Fire, 1/1600, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens, 1/100. The Mystery of Fire. Promoted to the Law of Fire. The entry-level proficiency is surprisingly high. It seems that it must be extremely difficult to comprehend. It is impossible to be as simple and easy as the Mystery of Fire. Fang Xing looked at the last column, and was happy. Sure enough, I can go again! Chapter 321. Back to University. Time flies. More than 100 days later, Fang Xing looked at the progress of the Gate of the Heavens, which had finally increased a little in the attribute column, and made a rough estimate. Will the next opening be in 30 years? In fact, there may not be a next chance. The next opening must be inherited. Although he has already entered the Law of Fire, theoretically he can be promoted to Star Lord. But in fact, he still lacks inheritance, and it is impossible to break through. And Fang Xing sketched casually, and a flame heart appeared in front of him. Red lines continued to extend outward from the flame heart, and a large number of lines condensed to form a flame clone. As the flame clone began to practice a set of boxing, the temperature around it immediately continued to rise. The Mystery of Fire. Sure enough, if you experience it carefully, the power seems to be weaker than in the Great Xiao world. Fang Xing's expression was a little serious. According to the introduction of the gray-robed marquis, combined with his own understanding, the difference between the so-called mystery, law, and avenue lies in the problem of adaptability. The scope of the mysterious is the smallest, and is most susceptible to the influence of different worlds. The power of the law is spread across almost all worlds and is less affected. The last avenue encompasses everything. It is above all universes and worlds. Now that I am in the main universe, it is normal for the power of the mysterious to be affected. What is abnormal is, it is weakened very little. Either the underlying rules of the main universe and the Daxiao universe are very similar, but this cannot be explained. Either the Daxiao world is like the evil god world, and it is somewhere in the main universe. The scale of the universe is too large. Even the area discovered by the Blue Star Federation now, plus the area where the evil gods are rampant outside the domain, may be just the tip of the iceberg. It is very likely that there is another peak and brilliant civilization countless light years away. Even, it is possible the other way around. The Daxiao universe is extremely vast, and the main universe is just the inner world of a strong man in the Daxiao universe? That strong man is called the Dream Creator? Fang Xing thought of a guess that made him shudder. Otherwise, why would this time's crossing of the Gate of All Heavens be so strange? For me, thinking about these things seems meaningless. The most important thing now is to practice and break through. The third time I enter Daxiao, I must obtain the inheritance. He has been checking himself during this period of time, and did not feel any oath restrictions. Therefore, Fang Xing roughly confirmed that his plan before leaving was successful. Li Ying signed the contract of the cause and effect oath. And when he crosses the next time, he can bypass the restrictions and obtain the inheritance of the gray-robed marquis. Even if it is just a common product, it is better than the current situation where there are only the mysteries of the law but no strength to show. In fact, the conditions of the gray marquis are not harsh. It's just that I can't leave my safety to outsiders or treasures. If I can obtain the inheritance of the gray marquis, even if there is no oath restriction in the future. If I have the ability, I will go to the great Xiao world to avenge him, and even try to resurrect him. I forgot to ask what realm it is to be able to resurrect the dead from the long river of time. The Dharma Master seems to be a little unqualified. Could it be that it is the authority that only the Tao Master level has? A few years passed in a flash. This day, Fang Xing rarely walked out of the Shanghai factory and boarded his own private spaceship. The factory is left to you. He looked at Nandong Shui, who still had a strong earthy smell, and said, "Don't worry." Nandong Shui adjusted her glasses and answered lightly, with a strong confidence in her tone. During this period of time, Fang Xing was not the only one who made progress. After obtaining the refining spirit, Nandong Shui immediately tried to impact the martial saint at the Nine Swords Academy. This top resource is difficult to remove because of the strong pollution attached to it, and only martial artists dare to take it. Even for sword saints, the effect will increase by 10 to 20%. Nandong Shui was originally a first-class genius. After obtaining resources, she successfully broke through to the martial saint realm. Moreover, after breaking through to the martial saint realm, she did not stay in the Nine Swords Academy, but came to find Fang Xing. When they first met, the two sides had a big fight. In the end, Nandong Shui was only a newly promoted martial saint after all, and was easily defeated by Fang Xing, who secretly used the mystery of fire to increase the power in all directions. This time Fang Xing was going back to Blue Star University, so he naturally left Nandong Shui behind at the base camp. After all, his mecha was about to be completed, and he had to prevent someone from stealing his house. Also, be careful when defending your thesis. Nandong Shui smiled and said, "I don't want to see you being made difficult and unable to graduate. You be behind me in academic qualifications." That's right. Fang Xing's first goal when he returned to Blue Star was to solve the problem of graduating with a doctorate and staying in school. To graduate with a doctorate in martial arts, one must first have sufficient martial arts strength. Fang Xing is already a martial arts saint, so there is no need for assessment. Then, there is the doctoral thesis and thesis defense. He plans to use the new inhibitor as the theme, which is just a formality. Nandong Shui dared to laugh at him like this. She really deserves death. When he comes back, he will have to beat her up a few times. Fang Xing walked into the spaceship, and Xiaolan immediately closed the hatch, causing the blue spaceship to soar into the sky. Inside the cabin, "Teacher, I'm already on the way, and I'm sure I can make it." Fang Xing hung up the communication, his expression solemn. This time he went to Blue Star University. Solving the problem of doctoral graduation was just a side issue. The really important thing is that Yi Luyun, the president of Blue Star University, is ready to step down and then impact the realm above the martial god. Yi Luyun has already told Fang Xing about this. He has always respected the predecessors who paved the way for martial arts. And, as the martial arts saint of Blue Star University, he should go to see him off anyway. In other words, if he observes on the spot, it will be more beneficial for future breakthroughs. Now I am a martial saint on the surface, but in fact, I have perfected the mysteries of fire. Even if I don't have a proper inheritance, even if I meet a new martial god, I may not be able to defeat me. This is the biggest trump card. Just in time to see the foundation of Blue Star University. Blue Star University. A blue spaceship is directly parked at the university's spaceport. The hatch opened. Fang Xing strode down, and didn't see any familiar faces. In today's university, the students have changed for who knows how many classes, and at a glance, they are all new faces. Let's go see Teacher Niang first and discuss the issue of doctoral graduation. Fang Xing raised his foot and was about to leave. Suddenly, his spirit sensed a trace of familiar aura, and his footsteps could not help but pause, and then turn around. After walking a distance, you can see a small lake with some carp playing in the lake. By the lake, there is also a sturdy figure who looks like a bodybuilder. When the other party saw Fang Xing, he immediately smiled and threw a bottle of soda over. "Ah Xing, we meet again." "Ah Wei." Fang Xing also smiled and touched his soda bottle with his own. Just like before. A moment later, plop, plop, the two soda bottles were thrown into the lake and gradually sank. Fang Xing glanced around and didn't find any sweeping martial gods coming out to ask him to pay a fine or something. It seems that sweeping monks are very rare in Blue Star University. He sighed silently in his heart. At this time, Lu Wei said, thinking back then. We both worked all day to earn money to get into college. Decades have passed. And we have finally fulfilled our original wish. Especially you. Ah Xing. Lu Wei looked at Fang Xing with a complicated look. I never dreamed that you would be admitted to Blue Star University, and even become a martial arts saint. If you have a cheat, you can do it. This is basic exercise. Not awesome. Fang Xing complained in his heart and smiled. You are not bad either. I heard that in the Federal Science Research Institute. Although you are responsible for research, you have also broken through to the 7th realm of martial arts. Right? The principal back then was not as impressive as you. In his eyes. Although Lu Wei is now in the 7th realm of martial arts, his body is a little strange. It is not an ordinary martial arts golden body, but a more bizarre magnetic body. It seems that the magnetic force between heaven and earth is being attracted by him, and poured into the acupoints and meridians generated by the golden elixir. Magnetic field martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Is this a different kind of golden body? Primordial magnetic golden body? Bipolar golden body? Fang Xing complained in his heart. Yes. I'm here on behalf of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Lu Wei sighed, feeling that everything could not go back to the past. So, what is it for? New inhibitors? Or evil god materials? Fang Xing only has these two things, which are most coveted by outsiders. But it is not a problem to allocate some for research. We want both. Lu Wei shook his head and gave an answer that Fang Xing did not expect, but what they want most is you? Me? Fang Xing pointed at his nose. Well, some people think that your talent is beyond imagination, enough to take on the follow-up research of magnetic field martial arts. So they hope that I can persuade you to join the magnetic field martial arts project. Once successful, there will be another possibility of breaking through the martial god in the future. Lu Wei said with some envy. This is what he has been pursuing. But others are begging Ah Xing to do it. Moreover, this kind of attitude of equal dialogue alone is not comparable to that of a half-experimentalist like him. Invite me to be a guinea pig? Fang Xing sneered and refused without hesitation. I won't do it. If it were any other martial saint, he might still consider it carefully. After all, it is a research of the Federal Supreme Academy of Sciences. Maybe this is the chance to be promoted to a martial god in the future. Being studied does not mean being sliced. And there may be many benefits to cooperating with the research. But for Fang Xing, he has at least two ways to break through. And he definitely doesn't want to be a guinea pig, no matter how equal the dialogue and communication are. The one being studied is still a guinea pig. Unless you invest in a laboratory and study yourself. Although the prospect of magnetic field martial arts is bright, the road is still very tortuous. Okay. Lu Wei saw Fang Xing's attitude and did not persuade him much. He had long known that this former friend seemed easygoing, but in fact his heart was as hard as iron, and he would never change his decision. Chapter 322 Preparing for a Breakthrough. A few days later. Congratulations. You are graduating as a doctoral student. After the thesis defense, Niang personally handed a badge to Fang Xing. In fact, in the interstellar era, online certification and permission activation are important, and offline ceremonies are becoming less and less. At Blue Star University, there is no ceremony for undergraduate and graduate graduation. However, doctoral students are different after all, and Fang Xing is a martial saint. After graduation, Niang specially organized a small celebration. Thank you, teacher. Fang Xing put away the Blue Star badge and attended the cocktail party with Niang, meeting some former seniors. As one of the 3 top-notch universities, Blue Star University has produced countless strong people. Recently, due to the fact that President Yi Luyun is going to impact the martial god, many strong people have returned to campus. Fang Xing also benefited from Yi Luyun's light and met a large number of top federations at once. On such occasions, he behaved very humbly and left everything to Niang. Fang Wuxing, congratulations on your graduation. Su Sanong strode over with a wine glass in hand. Councilman Su. Fang Xing was very reserved. Although this Su Sanong had created a halfway path for witch doctors, he eventually chose the path of a martial artist, and was also an 8th-level martial saint. Yi Luyun wanted to break through to the level of martial god, which was the most attractive to martial artists. You are very strong. Su Sanong poured himself another glass of wine. I can't see through you anymore. Fang Xing suddenly recalled that this senior Su Sanong seemed to have a poor alcohol tolerance. And the crazier he got, the higher his inspiration became. But his current strength is indeed a little difficult to measure. Unexpectedly, even Su Sanyong, who was half crazy, couldn't see through himself. I just did some research recently. By the way, Councilman Su, I wonder if you know some experts in dreams and consciousness. I have some questions to ask. Fong Xing was confused about the strange phenomenon of the third time crossing. Is it for the creator? Now the Federation has already strongly supported the research on dreams and subconsciousness. Many universities have opened special dream majors. And even a new profession has emerged, called Dream Master. Su Sanyong said, the big boss who researched the Dream Master profession is called Lilith Anna, a 9-level illusionist. I will introduce you to her another day. Thank you. Fong Xing thanked him sincerely. He was very curious about why he could directly descend into consciousness after his third time of traveling. And, after he descended, his relationship with Liang was also very strange and special. Anyway, he couldn't be the product of the other party's split personality. After the banquet, Fong Xing returned to his villa on Blue Star, lay in the virtual cabin, and began to play games without fail. First, it was Glory of the Soldier. Then Crystal King, White Ape Jianghu, Swordsman Love. After a round, he won countless MVPs and left the virtual cabin with a sense of emptiness. There is a problem. Fong Xing frowned slightly. He played games mainly to relax and entertain himself. And he could also check the business intelligence of the sect. The result? Everything was normal. Everything was normal. Which was the biggest abnormality. Yi Liyun Wishen was going to break through. Which was definitely a big event in the evil god world. How could there be no reaction at all? Unless these local evil god believers can no longer be trusted. Fong Xing sighed, thinking of the last moon god incident, where 8 of the 10 local evil god believers were planted with undercover Sin spies, which eventually led to a complete failure, and even the moon god was killed. Then think about the disciples under his command. How many double-faced and triple-faced agents were mixed in among them? Obviously, no matter how stupid the evil gods were, they knew how pitiful these evil god believers were. It is normal to be abandoned. The foreign evil gods are just crazy, not stupid. Even, maybe these are all smoke bombs? The Federation is so huge. There must be corresponding measures. Maybe they have set up traps for this. It's a fight between dragons and tigers. Martial Saint graduates like me are now returning in large numbers. And it's the time when Blue Star University is the strongest. I would like to see how many evil gods from outside the domain come. Fong Xing mouth curled up a smile. Under the expectation of all citizens of the Federation. Finally, the day when Yi Liyun breaks through to the level of martial god has arrived. Blue Star University. Fong Xing and Ye Ying walked in a large library that looked like a white marble seal. The principal is going to break through in this small world above the library. Ye Ying introduced Fong Xing. At that time, there will be only one camera controlled by the all-knowing brain, and no one else will be allowed to enter. The small world above the library was originally used to place the 10,000 Spirits Atlas. It was later broken and should have been repaired. At this time, it is quite qualified as a secret room. The principal is really upright. Fong Xing sighed. At the moment of breakthrough, it is most taboo to be disturbed. Just a live camera facing the principal may reduce the probability of breakthrough, even if it is just a little bit. At a critical moment, it may be the difference between life and death. Yi Liyun can do this. Even Fong Xing admires it very much. The principal has entered the small world, and the work of blocking and evacuating ordinary students has been completed. Let's wait together. Niang looked a little disappointed and followed Fong Xing to the rooftop of the library. The entrance to the small world here has naturally been closed and replaced by a huge screen. In the middle of the screen, there is only one person, the god of war Yi Liyun. On the rooftop, there are more than 20 people standing scattered, and their cultivation is above the 8th realm. One of them is a retired old man, whose spirit and energy seem to have declined to a certain extent. He is half lying there, wearing a half-torn white sweatshirt and holding a palm leaf fan in his hand. It was Uncle Ming from the library, who had been guarding the Wanling Atlas. Mr. Ming. Fong Xing stepped forward and greeted him. It's you. Ming raised his eyes and sighed. Xiao Yizi fought hard to become a martial god. You are the most outstanding young man in our school. Watch carefully and learn well. My old bones are useless. As he spoke, a sense of dejection came over him. Even if it was a holographic simulation image, The screen could not express the subtle changes in chi, blood, strength, and will at the time of breakthrough. Not to mention that today's federal virtual technology cannot reach this standard. Therefore, these martial saints need to gather at the entrance of the small world to experience the fluctuations in person. Fang Xing said nothing and sat cross-legged. Ming was chattering. In your class. I was originally optimistic about Gu Jiantong. But that kid was unlucky. Even if he was rescued later, he was already half useless. Yellow-browed Gu Jiantong. Another familiar name. Fang Xing couldn't help but ask, remember when he was possessed by the master of the sect? Wasn't he rescued in the end? Although he was rescued, the devil didn't care about his body at all and forced his potential. His photochemical ability was wasted. And his body was full of holes. Mixed with evil god pollution. And entangled with the origin of life. Even if the source sea-level treatment cabin was used, and the professors helped, it was difficult to save him. He could only barely repair his body and reason. Recently, I heard that he was completely desperate. Gave up the road of martial arts. Went home to inherit a 10 billion fortune. And went on a blind date to get married. Old man Ming said. It's really. Fang Xing didn't know what to say. But he was lucky enough to survive the possession of the master of the sect. Not to mention the 10 billion fortune. The mansion and the beautiful wife. I'm quite envious when I think about it. It started. At this moment, Niang spoke lightly. Fang Xing looked at the screen and saw that Yi Luyun was still sitting cross-legged, without any change. He pondered for a moment, released a trace of his own spirit, and immediately felt the deep and sea-like martial arts blood and will transmitted from the small world. After a few seconds, the blood and will began to fluctuate slightly. Teacher is worthy of being a former martial god, and his grasp of the chi is far better than mine. Fang Xing could not help but admire. Niang looked at his student in surprise. He was once a martial god, but later fell into a state. But his vision and knowledge were still there, and he could see a little beginning. But Fang Xing's grasp of the timing has surpassed his several martial saint brothers. In the martial arts competition, the vision and grasp of the timing can be 1 or 2 seconds in advance. And the difference is already heaven and earth. Among my students, you may have the highest achievement in the future. Niang sighed. Before, Pan Xiong recommended this student to him, and he just reluctantly accepted it. After all, as the vice president, he has taught and educated people for many years, and has accepted too many graduate students and doctoral students. Even later, when he knew that Fang Xing had killed the school mentor Wei Shentong, he still felt a little unhappy. Although it was understandable. Couldn't he ask the school to make the decision? Why did he have to fight directly? This is a common problem for all superiors. If you have grievances, you can ask me to make the decision for you. But you can't do it yourself. Of course, Niang is a good person. At least he gave everything he deserved. Fang Xing was also happy that the mentor didn't care about him and had a lot of fun. Later, he gradually showed his talent and turned out to be a late-stage player who could break through the Vajra realm. Niang also changed his opinion and accepted him as a doctoral student. The last step is to break through the martial saint. Now, Niang suddenly found that Fang Xing seemed to have surpassed all his students and became a true successor. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several martial saints near Niang changed. Fang Xing looked normal. He couldn't miss this rare opportunity and carefully felt the changes in the blood and chi in this small world. As for the outside world, he was quite relieved. The Federation has so many arrangements and backup plans. There are more than 20 martial saints and martial gods in the library alone. Even if an evil god from outside the domain comes, he will be beaten to death. But, theoretically speaking, the evil god should not be able to rush here. Right? Otherwise, the Federation will lose all its face. Just as Fang Xing was daydreaming, a moon appeared above the low Earth orbit outside the blue star. In the moon, there was a young man with a crew cut, dressed in black, and a cold expression. It was the space martial god Duan Hai of the Nine Swords Academy. He drove the moon god and silently watched the blue star. Chapter 323 True Immortality. It has begun. Fang Xing's mind was shaken, and his martial arts will and spirit were combined to feel everything coming from the small world. The changes in the chi in the dark were like a sea with turbulent waves, which ordinary martial saints could not bear. Boom! On the screen, the martial god Yi Luyun suddenly stood up, and the blood and chi in his body were like real dragons. 99 real dragons dancing wildly. An amazing spirit emerged. a strange soul rose up. It was like a big Buddha, but it was also impermanent, layered, like a Buddha statue made of a large group of white clouds, with 4 strange phenomena of earth, fire, wind and water swirling around it. It was Yi Liuyun's unpredictable gathering and dispersion. Tathagata Dharmakaya. Martial God Dharmakaya. So that's it. Fong Xing suddenly had many insights in his mind. The so-called martial Dao Dharmakaya is actually the martial Dao Yuanshan. The transformation of the gods in the immortal cultivation world also needs to transform the Yuaning into the gods, and train the Yuaning into the Yuanshan. Therefore, the 9th realm of the main universe martial arts truly corresponds to the transformation of the gods in the immortal cultivation world. It's just that one side focuses more on the Yuanshan to condense the Dharmakaya and assist the physical body to break through, while the other side is the Yuanshan to refine the spiritual energy and manipulate the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Could it be that the 3,000 great ways, when they reach a certain realm, all have different paths to the same destination? After the Yuanshan, you need to comprehend the mysteries, laws, and great ways. After the enlightenment, more questions emerged. Today, I, Yi Luyun, will continue the many sacred and unique skills of the past, and open the way for the warriors of all ages. A mighty voice came from the white cloud Buddha. Fong Xing martial arts was in a trance. He seemed to have come to a secret place, and saw Yi Luyun directly. Yi Luyun stood tall, walked like a dragon and a tiger, and began to slowly practice the skills. Fong Xing saw that it was not some magical skill, not even an S-level martial arts. It was the pile training that every junior high school and high school would teach. The big dragon pile. The tiger subduing pile. The dragon and tiger are combined into a dragon-tiger pile. The dragon-tiger pile is above the dragon-tiger artistic conception, which is the dragon-tiger golden elixir. This is the most ancient, grand, and orthodox way of Blue Star martial arts. The sound of dragon roars and tiger roars even spread directly outside the small world. The amazing blood and chi were like raging waves, with a sun rising in it, and dragons and tigers crouching inside. A white cloud Buddha, holding the sun in his hand, kept lifting it up. This is the Buddha holding the sun. Boom! The terrifying spirit burst out. The rooftop was in a mess. Many martial saints were pushed thousands of meters away by this amazing spirit. When they came to their senses, they were already far away from the library. Old principal. I can't resist the unconscious spirit release when I broke through. A martial saint's eyes were red. I don't accept it. I'm no worse than them. He looked at the figure standing in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. The dignity of a warrior must make him move forward. But at this time, every time he moved forward, he had to bear 1,000 times the terrible pressure. And it was difficult to move forward at all. It can be said that Yi Liuyun's spirit burst out, like a touchstone, testing the quality of many students and teachers of Blue Star University. Oh, damn little Yi. I'm an old man, and the maintenance of this library will be deducted from your salary. Old man Meng rolled on the ground a few times, looking at the big library turned into ruins, cursing with full energy. Even so, he was still ahead of many martial saints. Even if he was lying down before old man Meng, it was Su Sanon. He looked crazy, and his martial arts stared at the strange scene of the white cloud Buddha holding up the blood and blazing sun. And he kept muttering something. Look! Old man Meng is still in the mood to scold. It seems that as I guessed. The old principal's breakthrough this time was smooth at the beginning. Fong Xing folded his arms. His figure was like a 1,000-year-old pine, standing on the ruins of the library, standing side by side with Niang. In front of him, there were 2 figures, one man and one woman, with ordinary looks. Who are those 2? Some guesses suddenly emerged in his mind. The martial god who once walked out of our school. Niang looked at Fong Xing, who was standing side by side with him and could still talk, and was even more amazed. At this time, their martial arts changed again. Break it for me, Yi Luyun roared. And his blood and chi were about to rush to the 9th cloud. But it seemed to be restrained by some invisible shackles, and the speed became extremely slow. There was even a tendency to fall. The Baiyan Buddha made a series of sounds of being overwhelmed. I'm in trouble. Fong Xing's eyes condensed. There is no way forward in the martial arts. I wonder what way the old principal is going to break through. At this moment, one acupoint after another on the Baiyan Buddha's body lit up, as if the stars in the sky had descended to the earth. The number of acupoints was far more than the number of the 72 evil acupoints of the martial arts golden elixir. Countless colorful lights suddenly shook. And there were 365 of them, each connected by meridians, emitting amazing magnetic force. The colorful light flashed, and then turned gray, making the body of the white cloud Buddha stable. And the sun rose again. It is indeed magnetic field martial arts. The old principle is awesome. He actually showed the soul opening acupoints directly. What is the difference between this and personally demonstrating the opening of magnetic field acupoints? More than 365 acupoints. There are acupoints within the acupoints. There should be 12,960 acupoints. Nie Ying said beside him. Fong Xing had no time to respond, but carefully memorized the white cloud Buddha picture. After the martial saint, even at the time of the martial god. This is a peerless secret book. Now it is revealed by Yi Luyun without reservation. Finally, under the attention of the crowd, the white cloud Buddha lifted the sun, as if breaking through a layer of restraints. Yi Luyun's blood and chi have transformed again. Is it going to work? At this moment, most of the eyes of the Blue Star Federation are focused on the white cloud Buddha. Yi Luyun's breakthrough carries the expectations of too many people. This is the future of martial arts. Blood and spirit have begun to transform. If there is a road ahead and a legacy, Lil Yi will surely be able to break through. Old Man Meng looked at the direction of the small world with expectation in his eyes. But the next moment, the dragon and tiger's sun suddenly exploded. The terrifying blood and chi power poured back, and the spirit seemed to burn fiercely, directly igniting the white cloud Buddha. Buddha Nirvana failed? A martial saint saw this scene, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. The vast sky. Why do you treat martial artists so poorly? Why? Old principle. As a group of martial saints watching closely, they wailed directly. Fong Xing's expression remained unchanged, looking at the two martial gods in front of him. Their expressions were still calm. His martial arts will was so powerful that he saw Yi Luyun's true self emerge from the nirvana of the white cloud Buddha. At this time, Yi Luyun's body was like porcelain, with spiderweb-like ice cracks emerging one after another. At the same time, another martial arts will rose to the sky. It suddenly turned into a starry sky with strange beasts roaring in it. And suddenly everything was extinguished and turned into nothingness. In the chaos, the earth, fire, wind and water were reborn and renewed with vitality. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Named, the mother of all things. Hazy, there are images in it. Fong Xing is the orthodox descendant of Blue Star University, and he has already memorized the 3 volumes of martial arts will secret patterns. Even with the help of the attribute panel, he has practiced the martial arts will atlas to the perfection of the 2nd volume of the Strange Beast map. Seeing this scene again, he suddenly realized it. On the attribute panel, a line of information changed instantly. Martial arts will secret pattern, master of mastery. Martial arts will secret pattern, 1/400 master. In this moment, he not only comprehended the last nameless diagram of will secret pattern, but also initiated a certain transformation of his own will. In front, the female Valkyrie looked back and glanced at Fong Xing, and couldn't help sighing. There are always talented people in every generation. You can actually comprehend the nameless diagram, and have the will to control the martial god level mecha. Unfortunately, your body is still a martial saint, and your physique is not strong enough. So you will be contaminated by the martial god level mecha. You can cultivate it. The male Valkyrie also nodded, and then focused all his attention on Yi Luyun. The old principle is amazing. He actually made 2 preparations. At this time, Fong Xing vaguely saw Yi Luyun's plan. First of all, of course, he broke through with his own accumulated and vigorous chi and blood, with the old principle's foundation. If he had the inheritance of a 10-level martial artist, he would definitely be able to do it. However, he didn't. So the chi and blood transformation failed in the end. The white cloud Buddha collapsed. But the old principle did not give up, but fed all the Tathagata Dharmakaya back to his body, preparing to break and build. Break and then build. Wasting all his chi and blood, even strength, spirit, and soul. Only with the purest martial arts will control the most powerful body. With the immortality of the mind, integrate the immortality of the body, impact the 10 realms of martial arts, and reach the real immortality. Disperse the soul and feed all back to the body? Only keep the purest martial arts will It's really crazy. It's not alive, but it feels like it can work. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He really hoped that the old principal would succeed so that he could see the road ahead. After all, it is not as easy to open a path by yourself as it is to follow others. Even if he has a way out, he has not obtained the inheritance of the Star Lord at all. And the immortal warrior is not perfect after all. If the old principal succeeds and takes a universal path, the Federation will definitely promote it vigorously. When the martial arts flourish again, the future created will be extremely brilliant. It may even become a huge turning point in the war between humans and evil gods, laying the foundation for the final victory. The battles over the years are enough to prove that only martial artists are the most natural profession to defeat the evil gods from outside the domain. At this moment, in front of countless screens, one by one, citizens of the Blue Star Federation, whether they are martial artists or not, clench their hands nervously. Success? Carrying the wishes of countless people in the Blue Star Federation. The ice cracks on Yi Liuyun's body continue to expand and grow larger. Fang Xing martial arts can already observe the new immortal body behind the cracks. Break and then stand. Invincible in the world. Crack. Crack. Yi Liuyun's whole body shattered, as if he had taken off a layer of armor and a layer of restraint. What was revealed was an indescribable, perfect and immortal body. The 10 realms of martial arts. Really immortal. Chapter 324 The Master and the Last Words. Blue Star. In the underground command room. On the huge command platform. The current Supreme Archon of the Blue Star Federation looked solemn, looking at the busy crowd below and the honeycomb-like screen. Report from the imaginary space. No abnormality was found. Report from the sea-breaking martial god. No abnormality was found yet. Communication from St. Armor University. The first generation is ready to attack at any time. A stream of information was constantly transmitted from all over the universe and summarized here. Beside the Supreme Archon, there was also a female martial god, Jianqiu. No abnormality is the biggest abnormality. Jianqiu frowned. Have those sects taken action? Bloodfall School. No news. Gate School. No news. Church of the Creator. Everything is normal. Chaos Association. They are planning to create chaos on Blue Star, and have notified the General Administration of Prevention and Control. Martial God Jianqiu looked at the surveillance of Blue Star University, and the old fragments on the screen that were gradually peeling off. Breaking through. The figure of the 10th realm of martial arts. His face was as cold as ice. Had the background checks of the martial saints and martial gods still in Blue Star University passed? All passed. No problem. The Supreme Archon said, now. That is the strongest place in Blue Star University. Even if the evil god from outside the domain comes, it can be suppressed. There are many kinds of evil gods from outside the domain. The martial god Jianqiu said, the 3 pillars must be monitored more closely. The evil gods from outside the domain generally have the combat power of the 10th and 11th realms. And the powerful ones have the 12th realm. And the 3 pillars are the peak of the 12 realms. Since learning about the existence of the Creator sect and seizing many secret books, the Blue Star Federation has increased its monitoring of the 3 pillars. For example, a large number of spies were stuffed into the sect led by Fang Xing. If there is a meeting now, Fang Xing doesn't need to convene it. The Federation can take the lead and all the disciples can gather directly in the Blue Star office. The Gate of Nothingness is already under surveillance. In addition, the information about the other 2 pillars is very vague. The Federation is still stepping up its investigation. The Supreme Archon replied. And the Dream Gods? Jianqiu Wuxian suddenly felt a chill. Have you confirmed the status of the Dream Gods? Report. At this moment, a bright red warning light came on. A monitor screamed. Lilith Anna fell into a deep sleep. It is suspected that she was attacked from the dream. Dream? The Supreme Archon and Jianqiu looked at each other, and they both felt helpless, and could only wait for the disaster to come. Blue Star University. The old principal is like this. Does he think that martial arts soul is the wrong path? It's not right to cultivate the soul body. Should warriors focus on the physical body? What will it be like in the end? God and devil body refining? Looking at the immortal body that brought him huge pressure just by its breath. Fang Xing's mind was full of thoughts. Depending on the situation, it should be possible. Just when Fang Xing thought that everything was about to be settled, he suddenly touched his forehead. The Sun Tathagata mantra began to run violently. Not good. A feeling of great terror was about to come. which made Fang Xing react almost without thinking. He gathered his spirit, and his martial arts will was so powerful that Niang next to him was shocked. What are you going to do? Niang's eyes were like lightning, and his spirit gathered in his hands, ready to take action immediately if Fang Xing revealed the trend of attacking the small world. But Fang Xing suddenly retreated quickly, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face, because he did not find any source of danger. At this time, inside the small world, Yi Luyun opened his eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears emerged. He raised his palm and found that starting from the fingertips, his fingers were turning into dust bit by bit and disappearing into the world. This trend continued to spread to his palm, arms, and body. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Luyun's face, and with a faint fear, a will that penetrated the sky and the earth broke through the small world, echoing in the ears of many martial saints and martial gods of Blue Star University. Cannot break through. Cannot break through. Cannot break through. Puff. Under the gaze of many martial gods and martial gods, Yi Luyun, who had already broken through the 10 realms of martial arts and theoretically proved to be true immortal, suddenly exploded, and everything inside and outside was shattered and dissipated into the world. Failed. Failed. Old man Ming widened his eyes and suddenly screamed, "Little Yi, what should I do if you die? You still owe me 3 meals of wine money." Later, he was already in tears. How is it possible? His aura had stabilized. How could he suddenly die? Niang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The martial god moves forward. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to the abyss. It seems that the old principal did not succeed after all. The male martial god looked sad. My condolences. Soon, this news spread to the entire Blue Star Federation through many media present. The president of Blue Star University, martial god Yi Luyun, failed to break through the 10th realm and was shattered to pieces. Only Fang Xing seemed to be immersed in a great terror just now. What? Has come? No, that's not right. Even the evil gods from outside the domain, or even the gate of nothingness, can't hide it from so many martial gods, martial saints, and the Blue Star Federation present. The sudden fear in my heart just now was because the mystery of the law was touched? He carefully recalled the moment just now. His face was sad, and his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that a great master of the law master realm took action? In Fang Xing's opinion, Yi Luyun had indeed successfully broken through. But at the moment when the other party succeeded, a certain rule in the main universe was tampered with. This directly led to the collapse of Yi Luyun's immortal foundation. And then it was like falling off a cliff, with no place to bury his body. If someone did this to me at the critical moment of my breakthrough, I would definitely die miserably. Who is it? The gate of nothingness? Or the other 2 pillars, or even? Fang Xing had some guesses in his mind. And looking at the people who were frantically contacting, he knew that all the martial saints were contacting the Federation to find out the problem. He thought for a moment and came to Su Sanyang. What happened? Su Sanyang's eyes were blank. Still a little dazed, I contacted the family, and the family told me that just now, all the gods in the dream were silent, and the Creator seemed to wake up. For a moment. Can you stop breathing heavily when you speak? It's scary, Fang Xing complained. And then he was also a little absent-minded. The Creator woke up for a moment. Maybe it was at that moment that the Creator modified the rules about the 10 realms of blood and immortality of warriors. And then Yi Luyun fell to the ground. The Creator, suspected to be a powerful master of the realm of the Master of Law? Why did he suddenly wake up for a moment? Fang Xing immediately thought of a more critical question. Maybe the Creator had a tendency to wake up gradually. And then those evil god believers. No. The evil gods stimulated him in some way. This should require a specific time, rituals, or even the stimulation brought by the old principle's breakthrough. Otherwise, he should not be forced to wake up for a moment. Su Sanong murmured, telling a terrible fact. The Creator is gradually waking up. This means that the bell of the end of the world is gradually approaching. For the Blue Star Federation, it is even more of a disaster. The Creator woke up in an instant just to deal with the old principle? Fang Xing was a little amused. Even if the old principle broke through to true immortality, he is only a 10th level combat power, with the most advanced mecha of the Federation. He can only be at the 11th level at most. That is the level of ordinary extraterritorial evil gods. There are not none among us humans. Why didn't the first generation principal of St. Armor University suffer such a terrible fate? Targeting? I just observed. Smelled, asked and felt a possibility. Su Sanyang said, "Don't give up martial arts. Never give up martial arts. The evil gods from outside the domain are terrified of the development of martial arts. Even if they stimulate the creator to wake up, they will destroy our future of martial arts. This shows that the peak of martial arts is the nemesis of the evil gods from outside the domain. Once the creator wakes up, not to mention humans, even the evil gods from outside the domain will suffer a catastrophe. It is unreasonable to take such a big risk just to stop Yuliyun from breaking through." The only explanation may be Su Sanyang's guess. Fang Xing secretly clenched his fist. The future of martial arts? The martial artist profession is the nemesis of the evil god. When martial arts reaches the peak, can it really destroy all the evil gods outside the domain? Even the creator? Above the martial god. It must be related to the law. What law can a martial artist comprehend? Destruction? Destruction? Qi and blood? Immortality? Or, what law did the creator comprehend? Dream? The opposite of dream. Is it reality? Even the Grey Marquis doesn't know much about the Master of Law. Fang Xing's guess is even more limited. But he can confirm one thing. I'm afraid that the creator is full of malice towards the martial artists above the martial god. Boom! Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain poured down in an instant. Walala! Countless raindrops fell down, and were spread out by a stream of spirit, splashing around. The atmosphere of sadness instantly spread in Blue Star University. Farewell. Yi Wuxian. The two Wuxian at the front bowed down first, showing humility and respect for the pioneer of martial arts. Farewell. Old principal. Fang Xing and Su Sanyang also bowed down. The Wuxian bowed. The Wuxian bowed. All the Wuxian and Wuxian of Blue Star University bowed their heads and watched Yi Luyun return to the world. Then, a strong sense of sadness formed in everyone's heart. Everyone. The principal did not leave a last word. In the future, I hope you will encourage each other. Niang suddenly stepped out. With a stern voice. Yi Luyun's final failure to break through was really incredible. If it is considered a last word, then does the countless martial arts research in the Blue Star Federation have to be suspended? This is obviously impossible. Moreover, once the last word spreads, it will force the forces of Blue Star University to take action and stop some of the Federation's martial arts policies. Therefore, Niang chose to suppress it directly, as long as everyone present reached a verbal agreement. Some rumors in private were nothing. Chapter 325 Cooperation. A dozen days later, inside Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District, Fang Xing directly turned off the program that mourned the martial god Yi Luyun. It has been 13 days since the old principal failed to break through. During these 13 days, he did not do nothing. At least, he took the previous contract and went to Blue Star University to go through the entry procedures and got a nominal title in the logistics department. When going through the entry procedures, he keenly noticed that there was a little resistance in the process, and some people felt that they were out of favor. Fortunately, he was still a martial saint, and there was a vice principal teacher, so he finally got it done. Thinking of Yi Luyun's death, no matter what his mental state was before his death, his last words of not being able to break through were directly suppressed, which really made him feel a lot. For a person, the most important thing is to be alive. If you die, you will have nothing. And once you are about to die, you don't have to worry too much. Anyway, future generations will make a mess. This day, a communication connection came in. It was from Su Sanyang. Counselor Su. Fang Xing nodded politely. I've been in a bad mood lately, so I'm going to go to the imaginary space to kill a few descendants of the evil god to relax. Do you want to come with me? Su Sanyang got straight to the point. Imaginary space? Descendants of the evil god? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Is there still such an attack now? However, he soon thought of the blood and flesh descendants last time. The descendants of the evil god, who can really descend into reality, means that the defense of the imaginary space has been broken once. And behind this failure, there are at least hundreds of successful interceptions. In other words, there may be hundreds of descendants of the evil god who have been killed inside the imaginary space. Such a high-level secret world. I really want to see it. Fang Xing immediately agreed. He could see that Su Sanyang was selling him a favor. After all, if they join forces to kill the descendants of the evil god, they can get a lot of top resources. If it were an ordinary martial saint, they might not be able to avoid it. But for Fang Xing, it was a great thing. Well, in the eyes of outsiders, his lack of channel resources must be a good thing. Very good. Come to base 996. Su Sanyong sent an address and temporary flight permission. Fang Xing immediately flew out and walked into the private spaceship. I have completely escaped the federal military service. But it seems that my reputation is not very good. It just so happens that the old principal has passed away. I must at least kill the 3 descendants of the evil god and mourn for the old principal. His eyes were cold like a knife. The benefits of killing a descendant of the evil god are beyond the reach of 100,000 or 1 million ordinary soldiers combined. Base 996. Fang Xing stopped the spaceship and walked out of it, and saw Su Sanyong, who came to greet him. Behind Su Sanyong, there was a cute girl. Let me introduce you to my sister. Su Sanyong blinked, the one I was planning to date before. Brother, the girl said coquettishly, which made Fang Xing scalp numb. Wait, didn't you say your sister is a 3-no girl? She looks quite lively. Haha. Su Sanyong laughed loudly, looking at Fang Xing back as he fled in panic. His expression became a little gloomy. Well, it seems that she doesn't like you. The girl instantly became expressionless. I don't like him either, even if he is a potential new star at Blue Star University. No. Now he should be said to be a big shot in the Federation. But I just don't like him. Meeting him today is also considered to have completed the family mission. Okay. Su Sanyong had a headache. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell Fang Xing about the slap in the face. Metal Hall. Fang Xing glanced and found that there were still seats. He nodded. It's much better than the equipment in the previous lunar defense camp. Okay. I have sent out a combat request. Next. Just wait. Generally speaking, there will be an attack every 16 hours. Su Sanyong changed into a combat uniform, which looked full of science fiction. The secret world that can carry the descendants of the evil god does not restrict us much. In addition, the void bubble technology that the Federation has cracked. Although my mecha cannot be driven now, it is not a problem to bring in a nano suit. Is that so? Fang Xing nodded. His expression was neither sad nor happy. 10 hours later, a piercing alarm sounded. Here comes the mission. The energy level strength is at the peak of the 8th realm. Do you want to do it? Su Sanyong looked at Fang Xing and communicated directly with his will, which was extremely fast. Do it. Fang Xing responded with a thought. Accept the mission. Accept it successfully. Ready to count down 3, 2, 1. Su Sanyang's expression became serious. Then, the figures of the 2 people disappeared instantly. A corrupt swamp. The dark green swamp water exudes a foul odor, and bubbles filled with highly toxic gases emerge from time to time. The environment is so harsh that even human warriors below the 5th realm have difficulty surviving. Puff! Su Sanyong waved his hand casually, and a blade of light flew across the sky, falling into the swamp water, stirring up a cloud of mud. Splash! Ugly fish monsters emerged one after another. They looked strange. Some had 5 arms, each as sharp as a knife, and some were like octopuses, with tentacles all over their bodies. They looked like they were not the same species at all. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing and Su Sanyong looked at each other, and they probably understood the race of the descendants of the evil god they encountered. Descendants of chaos? The peak combat power of the 8th realm. Then it must be weaker than the one we met last time. And these evil gods' followers, if they cannot be completely killed, will sooner or later be thrown into the human territory and become a huge disaster. Fang Xing snorted coldly, and the chaotic fish monsters fell down one by one. Your martial arts will. Su Sanyong was a little surprised when he saw this scene. It seems that you have surpassed me. It is indeed a weapon that can cut down the grass. The 2 martial saints turned into streams of light wherever they passed. The servant level and family level fish monsters turned into corpses, with white bellies floating in the swamp water. After an unknown period of time, Fang Xing and Su Sanyong finally came to the core of the swamp and saw groups of dark fog. Chaos Domain. Fang Xing smiled slightly, and the Dharma image of the Tathagata of the sun appeared behind him. Although the difference between the Dharma image and the Dharma body is only one word, there is actually a world of difference. The Dharma image is just the condensation of spirit, while the Yuanshan Dharma body is the embodiment of the martial arts Yuanshan. Behind him, the Tathagata of the sun sat in the red sun, formed the Dharma realm seal with both hands, and gently pushed forward. The Dari Dharma realm upgraded from the Jindan Dharma realm descended with a bang. And countless dark fogs dissipated instantly, revealing a chaotic offspring in the middle. Its entire body seemed to be formed by countless black lines. And it looked like a huge snake ball. Chaos. Disorder. Along with it, there was also a strong mental shock and pollution. If my mecha was here, it would only take one move to kill you. Su Sanong snorted coldly. And the 3 Yang Dharma images appeared behind him. He slapped out with one palm. And the one he used was also the Tathagata palm. Wave. The Buddha's light shone on the swamp. And countless poisonous swamp water evaporated. A huge palm print appeared on the body of the chaotic offspring in the middle. And suddenly let out a piercing cry. Woo wow. Black tentacles appeared out of thin air, sweeping over. At a very fast speed, and with great power. Even a martial arts golden body may collapse instantly after being hit. Or grow deformed hands and feet. Eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Stubborn. After Su Sanong used the Tathagata palm, he slapped again. His spirit gathered and turned into 3 blazing suns. With a sense of being the only one in the world, rounds of scorching suns fell, like nuclear bombs exploding one after another. And the blazing light and fire engulfed the descendants of chaos. What a great move of the 3 waves of the Tathagata palm! Fong Xing exclaimed. His martial arts will was mighty. And he could sense that the strong pollution source was still full of vitality, not dead yet. He opened his 5 fingers and blocked the surrounding void. It was the 5-finger mountain. Then, he stepped forward, and his right hand was like a giant palm covering the sky. And it fell down with a bang. It was the sky-covering hand. After integrating many martial arts essences and upgrading to the Star Martial 9 Absolutes, Fong Xing's simplified version of the Tathagata palm has become more powerful. The sky-covering hand was overwhelming, and a golden sun flame seemed to be burning in the palm. And it suddenly pressed down on the descendants of the evil god. Bang! Half of his body disappeared in an instant, and the iron wire worm-like torso twisted to escape. But it could not escape the blockade of the 5-finger mountain at all. Simplified Tathagata palm. Su Sanong looked at Fong Xing, who was showing great power, and his evaluation of him was raised in his heart. He had already consumed most of his spirit, and will by hitting 2 palms of Tathagata palm. If there was only one martial saint, it might be difficult to hunt this child of chaos. But Fong Xing was different. His simplified version of Tathagata palm could be regarded as a regular move, and he would hardly be exhausted. At this time, under one palm, half of the body of the child of chaos was destroyed. And Su Sanong felt a little distressed. We should try to preserve its body, so that we can refine the essence of the soul. I know. Fong Xing changed his moves, and cooperated with Su Sanong to encircle and suppress this child of chaos. He deliberately knocked off half of the opponent's body before. But in fact he secretly used the Great Sun Tathagata mantra to burn the child of chaos, and turn it into nutrients. After all, apart from here, if you want to eat buffet, you can only go to the world of immortal cultivation, or the world of evil gods. But the clones in the world of immortal cultivation are practicing hard, refining pills, and secluded. And the evil god world can only sneak around and shoot and run, and may also face the siege of many original spirits. Last time it was unexpected, but it is also possible to overturn. Fong Xing plans to wait until the evil god mecha is completed before going. At this time, when he encounters this chaos descendant, there is also a martial saint to support him, so he can try to steal some. After being burned by his great sun golden flame, the body of the chaos descendant did not disappear into nothingness, but was swallowed by the great sun Tathagata curse. Thanks to this, on the attribute panel, the proficiency of the great sun Tathagata curse is slowly and steadily rising, impacting the Grandmaster level. Just don't know what kind of changes will be brought after the great sun Tathagata curse Grandmaster. Fong Xing martial arts will is as cold as a knife, soaring into the sky, turning into an unknown beast, and rushing into the body of the chaos descendant. The chaos descendant twitched violently, and then stopped struggling and lost all life breath. Chapter 326 Shocking Change. Bang! The huge corpse of the chaos child half sank in the swamp. Su Sanong hurried forward and wrapped the corpse of the chaos child layer by layer with his own spirit. Otherwise, when the secret world collapsed, if they failed to bring back the corpse, they would lose a lot. When the light flashed, the two returned directly to the metal hall, and various alarms rang. A team of well-trained soldiers wearing the highest level of protective clothing rushed in and quickly dealt with the corpse of the Chaos Child. Su Sanon looked at Fang Xing with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Nameless picture? He is also an outstanding graduate of Blue Star University, so he naturally knows the inheritance of this university. He also understands that Fang Xing will is like a knife, and he can kill the seriously injured Chaos Child with one knife and cut off all his life. He must comprehend the third nameless picture to be able to do it. Not bad. Fang Xing nodded. Anyway, he had already been discovered by the two martial gods when he broke through. There was nothing wrong with spreading it. On the contrary, it would make people think that he was a late bloomer and a talented person. Haha. Good. Su Sanyang patted Fang Xing's shoulder fiercely. You are only at the level of martial saint, but your will is comparable to that of a martial god. You are the talent that the virtual space team needs most. I think all the final blows against the descendants of the evil god should be dealt by you. Make sure to kill them quickly and well. There are only two requirements for the training of Blue Star warriors. The first is that the warriors have a strong will and are not afraid of the pollution of the evil gods. The second is that they can burst out the killing of high realms at a low level, which is cost-effective. Today, Fang Xing has maxed out both. According to the distribution, you have 33.7% of the merit for this chaotic descendant. How do you deal with it? Su Sanyang manipulated the watch again and looked up to ask. For this kind of killing, the participants naturally take the lion's share, but the Federation also has a share. After all, setting up the imaginary space defense front and even this metal palace are all investments, and they have the right to demand dividends. According to Fang Xing, it is the difference between gold diggers and the service industry in the gold mining town. Change them all into contributions. Fang Xing directly gave up the distribution of evil god materials this time, which was considered to be a partial favor to Su Sanyang. He changed all of them into contribution points, so Su Sanyang could exchange more materials. Good guy. I thought your mecha materials were not enough. It seems that you are a big dog. Su Sanyang nodded happily. Then I will accept it. Let's take a day off and continue working. Are there so many evil god descendants? Fang Xing frowned. There are more than just the two of them in the Federation Martial Saints. According to observation, there has been a peak recently. We judge that it is likely that the evil gods outside the domain paid a huge price to awaken the creator for a short time. Then, they transferred this price through splitting and nurturing offspring. Or, you could also regard it as a large-scale sacrifice to the creator. Su Sanyang revealed a secret. Sacrifice? Even the offspring of the evil god can only be the offering of blood sacrifice. Fang Xing shook his head, feeling quite emotional about this. Time is like water. Half a month passed quickly. One day, in the metal hall, Fang Xing sat in his seat and glanced at the attribute panel. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, 395/400 Master. Well, if there is another offspring of the evil god, I will definitely be able to break through. He has teamed up with Su Sanyang for some time, and has killed two offspring of the evil god. The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra has made great progress. The reason why he is so eager for quick success is that he is forced by the creator. This person actually has the tendency to wake up. So Fang Xing has no choice but to work hard to improve himself, so as not to be wiped out by the other party's thoughts in the future. Here it comes. Just then, Su Sanyang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, said, 8th level of combat power assessment. Do you want to fight? It's just the right time to harvest. Fight. Fang Xing responded immediately. Su Sanyang smiled and started to grab it immediately. In the past few days, he and Fang Xing have been working together to kill the descendants of the evil god. They are often slightly injured or even uninjured, but the harvest is extremely rich. Now he is even more happy and forgets about his work as a counselor. He just wants to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Except for the first time Fang Xing made a concession. Everything else was handled in a fair and impartial manner. It feels like he is about to accumulate a contribution to the refining spirit essence. But I don't have any of my subordinates above the 7th level of golden body, so I can't use them at all. Forget it. It's not bad to keep them for training my subordinates in the future. Got it. Su Sanyang cheered and then counted down. 3, 2, 1. A flash of light. Fang Xing subconsciously took a deep breath and felt a heat wave coming towards him. If it was a strong man below the Vajra realm of martial arts, who had not practiced the indestructible golden body, his lungs would probably be burned directly. As far as the eye could see, It seemed to be a volcanic area. On the ground, red magma flowed like human veins. Volcanic ash was diffused in the void, and visibility was very low. Huh? There are no servants and dependents. Su Sanyang's spirit dispersed, and he was a little suspicious. Without a large number of dependents to increase the weight, this secret world can accommodate 2 martial saints to come. It's not simple. We need to be careful. Death, decay, Fang Xing will become more acute. And he felt the inexplicable charm in the void. He looked inexplicable. And he and Su Sanyang fell into a crater. Boom! Suddenly, there was a tremor, and a giant beast that seemed to be made of black rocks crawled out from the vicinity of the crater. Its body was huge, like a small mountain, with a half-moon head and only one eye. On its chest and back, there were overlapping and complex door patterns, piled up together, erupting with dizzying pollution. Descendant of fire? Su Sanyang looked solemn. Why do I feel that it is the pollution from the gate of nothingness? Kill! Fang Xing had no scruples at all. As the immortal warriors' characteristics flashed, the immortal warrior's one-cheek great handprint fell. Snap! In the void, a ball of golden flame exploded and turned into a flaming hand, and the temperature around it rose steadily. After fully understanding the mystery of fire, Fang Xing every move now, whether in attack or defense, and even in the spiritual aspect, has the amplification and bonus of the mystery of fire. The immortal warrior's one-cheek great handprint is simply not inferior to the power of Su Sanyang's previous Tathagata palm. The black rock beast was slapped into the boiling magma by Fang Xing. Boom! The next moment, the originally calm volcano erupted, and a large amount of magma mixed with volcanic ash rose into the sky. A huge shadow walked out of the magma, which was the black rock monster just now. However, compared with before, its image suddenly changed. On the original black rock body, there was a large amount of dark red magma flowing. These magmas seemed to be activated energy lines, and finally gathered on the layered door symbols on its chest, opening up one door after another. At this moment, the original offspring of fire seemed to be transformed into a lava demon. It opened its ugly big mouth and let out a shocking roar. In the roar, there were also a lot of words in the evil god language. Fang Xing, a master of the evil god language, immediately understood the meaning. Fanatics never die, and the imprint of the door can't imprison me forever. This descendant of fire may be the descendant of a certain evil god from outside the domain. But, imprisoned by the gate of nothingness? Fang Xing felt a little creepy. Then was it thrown into this battlefield? Was it a waste? Or, he didn't think about it anymore. The great sun relics on his forehead slowly turned, and the great sun Tathagata Dharma appeared behind him. And he slowly pushed out a palm. The 8th style of the great sun Tathagata palm Buddha head adds filth. No matter what evil god descendant it is brewing a conspiracy. Just kill it with a palm. When pushing out this palm, the great sun relics on Fang Xing eyebrows started to work, and a ray of great sun divinity was quickly consumed. The blessing brought by it, plus the mysterious amplification of fire, is already a real blow from the god of war. Boom! A spot of black light emerged from the top of the lava demon god's head, and then a palm fell, completely burning its torso, essence, and turning it into nothingness. Ah! The lava demon god gave up struggling, and eyes grew one after another on his belly, and his eyes became very strange. Father God. Fang Xing palm fell, and the lava demon god turned into nothingness directly. Then, he felt the rich divinity of the sun, and fell directly into the sun relics to make up for the previous consumption. This lava demon god is actually the descendant of the former sun evil god? What is it yelling? Well, Su Sanyang should not doubt it. Even if he can understand it, he will probably only guess that it is calling for its own father god in the end. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he looked at the attribute column again. Sure enough, after devouring a lava offspring, the progress of the Vairocana mantra skyrocketed. Then, it soon reached the master level, and lines of information changed rapidly. Vairocana mantra, master grandmaster. Vairocana mantra, 1/800, grandmaster, boom. In Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the Vairocana relic bloomed with infinite light. Infinite light. Infinite life. Inside the relic, a Buddha vaguely emerged, and his face was originally blurred. But at this time, it turned into Fang Xing facial features. Is it really the Vairocana godhead? No, that's not right. Fang Xing carefully experienced it, and felt that his understanding of the law of fire was gradually deepening. Sure enough, 3,000 great ways, different paths lead to the same destination. Is the power of the evil god from outside the domain actually the power of the law? But before he could carefully experience the effect of the great sun godhead, Su Sanyang next to him had already shown a look of horror on his face. In that place where the lava demon god, the great sun air, fell, one transparent and illusory door after another opened with a bang. Colorful balls of light emerged, condensed, and condensed, turning into an indescribable door. Mysterious and mysterious. The door to all wonders. The projection of the evil god from outside the domain? No. It seems that we are facing the original body. An evil god from outside the domain who is at least in the 12th realm and suspected to be at the pillar level. Su Sanyang's eyes were already flowing with illusory and transparent tears of blood. Impossible. Why would he come? It can't be because I condensed the great sun godhead. Right? Fang Xing complained in his heart. And then he understood, no. This lava demon god may indeed be a conspiracy. But I don't know if it is against me or Su Sanyang. Of course, it may also be against both of us at the same time. And, after I killed the heir of the great sun, it seemed a little out of control. What Fang Xing didn't know was that if he hadn't broken through the great sun Tathagata mantra and condensed the great sun godhead, even if the gate of nothingness came, it would only be a projection clone. But at this moment, the power of the great sun godhead seemed to have broken through the barrier between the secret world and the imaginary space, allowing them to truly see the true body of the gate of nothingness. Just a glance, the indescribable vast knowledge filled Fang Xing's mind. It even made him lose the ability to think for a moment. The language of the Hoekue tribe, the 35 ways of eating of the Isakeo tribe, the care of the void insect eggs, all kinds of messy and useless knowledge filled his every thought, making Fang Xing become confused in an instant. Su Sanyang, who was standing next to him, even began to become illusory. Then, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the door. Suddenly, between Fang Xing's eyebrows, the great sun godhead shone brightly, and the great sun Tathagata mantra turned into a furnace, burning all pollution and useless knowledge, and then pressed out with one palm, the 9th style of the great sun Tathagata palm. 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. Boom! In the void, it seemed that there were ancient Buddhas one after another, chanting Sanskrit, praising the great sun, praising the great sun Tathagata, and praising Namo great sun Amitabha, one after another. Golden swastikas filled the sky and the earth, and even blocked the light ball of the gate of nothingness for a moment. Hold on. No matter how the gate of nothingness came from, now that the descendants of the evil god are dead, as long as we hold on until the secret world collapses, we can go back. In the secret world, the gate of nothingness can't cast much power. Fang Xing shouted. Su Sanyang came back to his senses immediately, and reluctantly used the 3 Yang Dharma to protect the two people. As expected, the gate of nothingness can only transmit power through this channel, and there is a limit. Otherwise, even if I burst out the combat power of the 9th realm, I can only fall to the street when facing this ancient pillar of the 12 realms. Even now, Fang Xing's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose are constantly bleeding. It is obvious that the gate of nothingness has caused him extremely strong damage. Crack! Crack! In the slightly desperate eyes of the two, the gate of nothingness slowly opened. In the door, there seems to be a falling sun, about to climb out. It is the great sun evil god, who has died in the ancient books. Fang Xing's heart moved. He was indeed killed by the gate of nothingness. And even the other party's body was hidden. Is this? Sensing my great sun godhood and generating attraction, he looked at the corpse of the foreign evil god in the door, which looked like a human figure and a sun extinguished, with desire in his eyes. Instinct and the sun god had told him that as long as he could obtain the complete corpse, he could directly advance to the 10th realm, or even the 11th realm, or the 12th realm. But I will inevitably become an evil god. What's more, this is obviously a trapping plan of the gate of nothingness, using this strong attraction to open more doors. After comprehending the nameless diagram with the secret pattern of will, Fang Xing's martial arts will become more pure and condensed. Even if he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, he could still think calmly. But even without this strong correlation, the power of the gate of nothingness still crushed the two of us. I can't hold on any longer. It's time to open the gate of the heavens and hide directly in the world of immortal cultivation or the world of evil gods. With Su Sanong by my side, many things can't be done. But if compared with life, there are no taboos. Looking at the speed of the secret world breaking, which is far behind the speed of the gate of nothingness opening the door, Fang Xing's heart was cold, and he was ready to use the last resort. Wait! Suddenly, he stared at the dead star corpse inside the gate of nothingness. A sun rose up in his sea of consciousness. Eyes and brows. Looking directly at an evil god from outside the domain would bring a lot of knowledge and pollution. Even if it was just a corpse. Behind Fang Xing, the image of the great sun Tathagata appeared, but then disappeared sadly, leaving only a palm. The 10th style of the great sun Tathagata palm, Great Sun Nirvana. Chapter 327 Severely injured. The sun is extinguished, and eternal darkness descends. The thick darkness enveloped everything, including the passage and even the door behind the passage. The true face and pollution of the gate of nothingness were shrouded in endless darkness at this moment, isolating, giving Fang Xing and Su Sanong a chance to breathe. Crack! Crack! In the void, the secret world began to break at an accelerated speed. When they came to their senses again, Fang Xing and Su Sanong were already lying in the metal hall inside the 996 camp, bleeding from their mouths and noses, looking very scary. A shrill alarm roared, and a team of soldiers rushed in. Seeing this scene, they all shouted, "Medic!" Several doctors in protective clothing immediately stepped forward. Just as they stretched out their hands to check the status of the two, they screamed, "Not good. The pollution is too strong." The highest level protective gloves on their hands were actually burned by an inexplicable force, revealing charred arms and skin. The concentration of evil god pollution is off the charts. Hurry. Disinfect first. Then send to the Source Sea level treatment cabin immediately. At the critical moment, a martial saint came and saw this scene, and immediately shouted. The mighty martial arts will descended, barely suppressing the pollution in the metal hall. But he looked at Fang Xing and Su Sanong, who were extremely miserable, his face full of horror. What happened? How could Counselor Su and Fang Wuxing, two martial saint masters, fall to such a state? What happened? Fang Xing, lying on the ground, was also thinking about this question. First of all, it is certain that the big day air is a trap. I just don't know if it is aimed at me, or at Su Sanong, or at both of us. I am really not suitable for the battlefield. Once I go to the battlefield, I will encounter accidents or bad luck. To be able to achieve this kind of cooperation, there is a high probability that there is a traitor in the human faction. With the failure of the martial god Yi Luyun to break through and die, the faction of Blue Star University lost a peak martial god, and its strength was greatly damaged. If some forces secretly acted, it is not impossible to understand. Then, if I didn't take the initiative, I'm afraid that the heir of the sun would also be sacrificed, communicate with the gate of nothingness, and descend into a projection or entity. It's just that my condensation of the sun godhead seems to have caused some kind of change. But the result is almost the same. Facing a pillar-level existence of the 12th realm, even if the opponent can only transmit power through the door that is open for a short time, and there are restrictions on the secret world and imaginary space, it's still too lucky to be able to survive. 12 realm combat power. This is a power that the strongest human being cannot achieve alone. Only the top 11 realm professionals can work together, and with the top weapons of the technological fleet, can they temporarily enter the destructive power of the 12th realm. If there were not many conflicts among the evil gods outside the domain, and even fighting each other, if the three pillars worked together to attack the human race, perhaps the Blue Star Federation would have been severely damaged long ago. Fang Xing was almost forced into a desperate situation this time, and was ready to use the gate of the heavens to escape. I just don't know what changes will happen if I open the gate of the heavens in front of the gate of nothingness. If things go wrong, the other party may borrow the rules of the gate and reversely pollute my gate of the heavens, or even follow it to the world of immortal cultivation or the world of evil gods. That would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, at the last moment, Fang Xing comprehended the artistic conception of Great Sun Nirvana by observing the corpse of the Great Sun Evil God, and deduced the 9 styles of the Great Sun Tathagata Palm to the 10th style. The Great Sun Tathagata Palm combines the secrets of the Tathagata Palm. As a peerless martial art, the Tathagata Palm originally only had 9 styles. But now, Feng Xing Great Sun Tathagata Palm has 10 styles. He thought and looked at the attribute panel. Sure enough, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra is at the master level, and the twin guardians of the Heavenly Mother's might and virtue Golden Lotus will soon be promoted to the master level. I wonder if you can give me another clone after perfection. Feng Xing then looked at the Great Sun Tathagata Palm. After realizing the Great Sun Nirvana, his proficiency in the Great Sun Tathagata Palm improved by leaps and bounds, directly breaking through the master level. When the Great Sun Tathagata Palm becomes a master, or even a perfect master, he will be able to condense the Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya and enter the realm of the martial god. By observing the attribute panel, Feng Xing also has a better understanding of his body. The current situation is a bit complicated. He is now a strong source of evil god pollution. After all, facing the pillar-level existence and fighting, it is natural to be seriously injured. Feng Xing even felt that his martial saint physique became tattered, like a discarded and ravaged rag doll. Even the immortal matter in the body was destroyed and polluted. The great Vajra physique was mostly destroyed. What's more terrifying is that his sea of consciousness is filled with the pollution of the gate of nothingness. Doors are imprinted everywhere, as if opening a mysterious passage in the void, with endless pollution emerging at any time. Pollution is already difficult to solve, and if it is continuous pollution, it is even more terrifying. Su Sanong is in trouble. The injury he suffered this time is definitely more serious than the last time. This is the first thought that comes to Feng Xing's mind. As for him, he is not afraid. It doesn't matter whether it is physical injury or the injury in the sea of consciousness. After all, his Great Sun Tathagata mantra has broken through the Grandmaster level. No matter how high the pollution level and quality of the gate of nothingness are, it is just fuel. Of course, he can't be cured directly at this time. Otherwise, it is hard to explain. What's more, Su Sanong and I were attacked together, and I was fine. But Su Sanong was useless. He is also a senator with a higher background and status than me. So I will be the scapegoat. Right? I'd better bear it for now. I don't know if the Federation can cure this kind of injury, Feng Xing said to himself. But he knew it was basically impossible. If it could be cured, Su Sanong would not have stayed in Qinshan Mental Hospital before. He couldn't heal himself. After all, a doctor can't heal himself. First observe for a while. Find the mastermind behind the scenes, and then let the master of the school take action, so that the Sanong brothers can help. By the way, try the people around you again? But people's hearts can't stand the test. Feng Xing suddenly had many plans in his mind. And then he continued to lie down and pretend to be dead, and was carried by several huge treatment robots into a treatment room. After soaking in the source sea-level treatment cabin, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Feng Xing could feel that as his injuries healed, the pollution of the gate of nothingness was even constantly reviving, merging with his skin, blood, and bone marrow, and even infiltrating into the origin of life. The will of the sea of consciousness and the origin of life are all polluted, and I can become the offspring of the evil god with just one thought, he complained in his heart, watching the needles pierce into his body and inject various inhibitors. One of them, Feng Xing felt very familiar with, turned out to be a new type of inhibitor he researched. Fuck. You are desperate to try any possible means. Although the martial saint's physique is extremely powerful, you inject the mecha materials directly into my body. Are you so afraid that I will become the offspring of the evil god? He hurriedly let his eyelids tremble violently, and his life and will began to strengthen. He is about to wake up. Outside the treatment cabin, various instruments began to flash, and the data rose sharply. A therapist immediately said, "Go and ask Marshal Saint Nye Ing to come over immediately. Once the patient starts to struggle, suppress him immediately. They have rich experience in treating these polluted strong men. Sometimes it is not all right to wake up, and it is more likely to turn into a madman directly." Swoosh. Feng Xing immediately felt two figures entering. He opened his eyes directly and saw Nye Ing. At this time, Nye Ing was different from before, like an angry lion, with bloodshot eyes. "Teacher." He pulled off the oxygen mask with difficulty, and the voice came out of the treatment cabin. "Feng Xing, can you still maintain your sanity? Very good. Hold on. Everything will be fine." Nye Ing's eyes were full of bloodshot. This time they specifically targeted the two most outstanding graduates of our Blue Star University. Those people are really getting more and more unscrupulous. We must retaliate fiercely. "Teacher, do you know who it is?" Feng Xing's eyes moved. I don't know. But who will benefit in the end and who is the most suspicious? At most we can beat them one by one. Niaing's breathing was a little heavy. Well, if we don't find the enemy, it seems to be a solution to put on a mad dog posture first. I am pretending to be seriously injured and downcast, just to lure the snake out of the hole. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he saw another person. The other party had a white beard that fell all the way to his chest, and he looked like a great professor with a wealth of knowledge. Professor Lingxiu, thank you for your help, Niaing said to the white-bearded old man next to him. Treat Fang Xing well. Lingxiu? Professor of Pharmacy at Blue Star University? Levi's teacher. The great therapist who has been waiting for appointments for decades? He is indeed one of us. So he can jump the queue. Fang Xing recalled the identity of this person. Fang Wuxing. Professor Lingxiu's expression was very serious, and he took out a piece of crystal. Please release a little martial arts will and enter this crystal. Okay. Fang Xing struggled to mobilize a little will and rushed into the crystal. The crystal roared, and there seemed to be colorful water flowing inside, blooming with various colors of strange lights. In the end, it was fixed on a colorful color. Even the liquid inside began to solidify, faintly turning into the mark of a door. Seeing this scene, Lingxiu's expression suddenly became extremely solemn, and he looked at Niaing. Principal, how about we go out and talk? No need. I have the right to know. Go ahead, Fang Xing said frankly. Fang Wuxing, your situation is better than Su Sanyang next door. It should be because your martial arts will has broken through to the martial god level. Lingxiu habitually said a few words of comfort first. Chapter 328 Half-Wasted. Martial arts will. It is always the strongest weapon against the evil gods from outside the domain. The stronger the martial arts will, the more it can resist the pollution of the evil gods. When Fang Xing was watching Yi Liuyan's breakthrough, he suddenly realized the nameless picture, and his martial arts will was comparable to that of an ordinary martial god. So in Lingxiu's view, it was normal for Fang Xing to maintain his sanity. But your spiritual sea is already full of the pollution of the gate of nothingness. This is the pillar-level evil god pollution, which will continue to disintegrate your spiritual will, and its intensity is very high and endless. Maybe one day, it will submerge your consciousness, and then you will be half crazy, or even completely crazy. Lingxiu's face was extremely solemn. Martial arts will. My current martial arts will is insufficient. When I break through to the martial god, can I cleanse all the pollution with my own will? Fang Xing spoke. I'm afraid not. Your body is seriously polluted. We can only do some repairs and remove some of the seriously polluted flesh and blood. But it is only a temporary solution. It has already merged with your body and mind. Your origin, Fang Wuxing. I'm afraid you won't be able to practice in the future, let alone break through. It's best not to do it. Otherwise you may be transformed into the offspring of the evil god at any time. Lingxiu sighed. In this case, he could have been directly thrown into prison and sealed. At the very least, he would have to be given a VIP bed in a mental hospital. Unfortunately, this Wuxing actually has the will of a martial god, so he can barely maintain his sanity. Moreover, the other party also has a background. My suggestion is to enter a sanatorium to recuperate well, and have physical examinations and psychological interventions every once in a while. In addition, give up martial arts. Lingxiu gave the final diagnosis, which was like a death sentence. Fang Xing's face remained unchanged. A martial arts master has this kind of temperament that does not change his face even when facing a collapse. But his eyes were a little gray. Seeing this scene, Niaing couldn't help but feel extremely sad. What a pity! What a pity! This is a martial god-level genius. He may even surpass the martial god. Niaing has read Fang Xing files. He was mediocre in junior high school and high school. It was just before the college entrance examination that he suddenly broke out and was admitted to Blue Star University. But compared with the top scorers in the college entrance examinations of all generations, he was not particularly outstanding. He was a genius that only appeared once a year, and was much worse than Nangong Shui. But later, he broke through the martial arts golden elixir and the diamond realm. His talent was actually gradually increasing with practice. This is rare. Many geniuses start to make rapid progress, and the more they go, the more difficult it becomes. But Fang Xing is different. He has been practicing in the diamond realm for many years, and he has accumulated a lot of experience and broke through to the martial saint in one fell swoop. He is a genius in the late stage, and has surpassed Nandong Shui. He can be called a late bloomer. And in this observation of Yi Liuyun's breakthrough, even the martial arts will took the lead in breaking through the martial god level, leaving a deep impression on the two martial gods. If there is no accident, he will definitely become a martial god in the future. But now, an accident happened. Not only Fang Xing, but also Su Sanong next to him. Although he is slightly inferior to Fang Xing, he is also a rare genius in a century. Those who can break through the martial saint and even open their own witch doctor are geniuses who are more creative than Fang Xing. As a result, they all failed this time. And in the secret world with a fixed strength limit, it is almost impossible to have an accident. This made Yang heart full of the urge to kill. No matter who it is. Don't let me find out. Otherwise. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Half a month later, after treatment in the Soar Sea level treatment cabin, Fang Xing's body can no longer see any injuries. It seems that he has recovered. But anyone who is a professional at the martial artist level will feel uncomfortable around him. This is because although the pollution is barely sealed in my body, there will still be some catharsis of breath. The last seal should be the method used by the Nine Swords Academy. Fang Xing knew this in his heart, and came to the treatment room next door. Good baby. Don't be afraid. A maternal figure in a white coat was holding Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang's eyes were full of innocence at this time. He was no longer injured. He was leaning on the woman's arms, and slowly fell asleep. After a while, this gentle woman came out. Fang Xing really knew her. She was Director Yi Lingxin of Qinshan Mental Hospital. Director Yi. Fang Xing hurriedly greeted him. How is Sanyang? He doesn't have as strong a martial arts will as you. After multiple treatments, he barely controlled the pollution in his body. But his spirit has been greatly eroded. He can only wake up for an hour every 10 days. And most of the time, he has a crazy personality. I can only barely comfort him and let him keep his innocence. Yi Lingxin put her hands in her white coat, looking at Su Sanyang who was sleeping and biting one of her fingers, her eyes full of tenderness. Can he heal himself when he is awake? Fang Xing asked. I'm afraid not. His injuries this time are much more serious than last time. Yi Lingxin shook her head. I plan to check him a few more times. After a period of observation, I will transfer him to Qinshan Mental Hospital. He has always taken care of me. This time, I am finally taking care of him. Fang Xing was speechless. Although he wanted to advise that it was immoral to sleep with his own patients, it seemed that Su Sanong enjoyed it before. So forget it. By the way, your examination report has come out. All indicators are better than Su Sanong. You can be discharged from the hospital. Yi Lingxin said, just pay attention. Don't practice, let alone break through. In addition, it's best not to use force. And check regularly. Professor Lingxiu has already told me. Fang Xing sighed, returned to his ward, then changed out of his hospital gown, put on his own clothes, and turned on his communication device and other equipment one by one. After leaving the hospital, he came to a small park, sat on a bench, and looked at the carp in the lake. A gust of cold wind blew, and Fang Xing shivered unconsciously. Has my body become so weak? He glanced at the attribute panel. 8th realm, martial saint, severely injured. The severe injury state has not been lifted. And now my strength is only 1/10 of what it was. I am so weak. If I don't use the great sun Tathagata mantra, I'm afraid my whole life will be like this. A genius has fallen. And I have fallen from a peerless genius to dust. I don't know how many people will be eager to step on me. Xiao Lan. After thinking for a while, Fang Xing turned on the communicator. The elf with blue wings immediately projected out. Master, I miss you so much. I am so worried about you. Stop talking nonsense. Did you blow up your address book? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Master, during your hospitalization, you received a total of 13,981 communications, and the important ones have been selected. Xiaolan immediately projected a large number of lists. Fang Xing looked around and found that Nangong Shui, Wei Jiali, Gu Yun, Xiao Long, Song Jin Gang and others were all there. In addition, there were many people he knew and didn't know. For example, Han Chunfeng, Davis, and executives of the Aoi Group, etc. He circled the latter group. You can write a reply in my tone to express your gratitude. As for the former ones, he naturally had to contact them one by one. Hey, Lao Song. I'm fine. I treat you to dinner another day. Gu Yun, You must be very busy at the Prevention and Control Bureau recently? I'm fine. I won't bother you anymore. After greeting them one by one, Fong Xing's finger moved to the name at the bottom, and his eyes moved. Soon, a projection appeared in front of Fong Xing. He was extremely strong, like a bodybuilder, axing. Lu Wei looked at Fong Xing. I heard that you were beaten into the hospital. Yes, you are half disabled, and you may have to quit the world in the future. Fong Xing shook his head helplessly. Then, come to the Academy of Sciences. We brothers will fight together again. Lu Wei invited, those top doctors can't cure you. But it doesn't mean that the highest scientific institution in the Federation has no chance. Forget it. I don't want to become a guinea pig and compete with you for food. Fong Xing refused. If I had cooperated in the research of magnetic field martial arts before, I would have a high degree of freedom as a martial arts saint. If I go now, I will definitely be treated as a guinea pig, and I may even have to beg for body transformation. If I really have no other choice, some martial arts saints may really agree to it and pave the way for the career of mechanical warrior. However, Fong Xing's injury is fake. He has a lot of ways out. Only fools would become guinea pigs. Okay, I will work hard with you. Even. Lu Wei's figure disappeared without saying much. Inside the Academy of Sciences, he took off his virtual glasses and clenched his fists. The upper echelons of the Federation have indeed been tainted. Although the rebels are wrong in many ways, they are also right in some ways. When I am strong enough, I will avenge you. The golly. Fong Xing continued to make a phone call while enjoying the scenery. Notify Dr. Wang that the mecha construction project will continue. Even if he bursts out with all his strength now, he could only burst out 1 or 2 martial god attacks at most. And wearing a dedicated mecha, a casual attack is the power of the 9th realm. This naturally cannot be given up. Although, with the Star Lord system of the Great Xiao world, the importance of mechas in Fong Xing's heart has greatly decreased, becoming a transitional item in the period of martial saints and martial gods. It can still be used to temporarily improve strength. Okay. The golly bit her lip and said, Boss, there is one more thing. Xiling wants to resign. Sure enough, Fong Xing was not surprised at all. He used to be the martial saint of the Federation, a well-known big man, and naturally many people came to him. Now that the news of being half disabled has spread, the monkeys will surely scatter when the tree falls. However, since they knew my physical information so quickly, there must be a big force that has contacted her. Fong Xing thought for a moment and said to Wei Jili, you can resign, but you have to go through an inspection first to confirm that my business secrets have not been leaked. If she has been leaked, kill her directly. I once saved Xiling's life. If the other party just wants to leave, then everyone should part ways in peace. If the other party wants to be a spy before leaving, don't blame him for being cruel. Chapter 329 Plan. I actually have only 2 good things in my hand. The first is the new inhibitor, and the second is the exclusive mecha. After hanging up the call from Vigari, Fong Xing sat on the bench and silently calculated in the biting cold wind. Now that the news of the semi-waste has spread, those enemies probably need to observe first. Those who want to take advantage of the benefits have already gone into battle barehanded. Xiling has had contact with Vigari? Where is Dr. Wang? And where is Nangong Shui? The raw material channels of the new inhibitor are all in his hands, so he is not afraid at all. On the contrary, the exclusive mecha has the biggest problem. The most likely person to take action is Nangong Shui, who made this new female martial saint have no mecha and is from the 9 Swords Academy. So she is a good match for the evil god mecha. Although the core of the biological mecha has been locked and only I can drive it, the 9 Swords Academy may not have the technology to replace the owner. Even if the price is a little weakened, it is definitely more time-saving and labor-saving than building it by myself. Although I have made second-hand preparations, the core of the biological mecha has been refined by the Great Sun Infant and turned into a life-saving spiritual treasure. But other warriors don't know. My mecha is not funded, nor has it attracted investment. The shares of Xinghe Company are 100% in my hands. According to federal law, no one can take my mecha away unless I take the initiative to sell it. Is it a good opportunity to test the rule of law in the Federation? And see if Blue Star University is willing to protect me after it is destroyed? As for the Su family, Su Sanong is destroyed. And it's good that he doesn't hate me. If I am still intact, I might be listed as the first suspect. Fong Xing sighed in his heart. He didn't want to test people's hearts, because people's hearts can't stand the test at all. But he and Su Sanyang were plotted against, which really frightened him. It's just right to take this opportunity to retreat bravely and temporarily disappear from the public eye. By the way, quietly investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. Su Sanyang was talented back then, but he was plotted against. Now he is trapped with me. Could it be the same group of people who did it? Although Su Sanyang claims to have killed all his enemies, but with his strength, he can only kill the person directly responsible. Those chess players behind the scenes may be unscathed. After all, although the Su family is powerful, they also eat from the pot of the Blue Star Federation. Su Sanyang also has a sister, parents, a big family, too many concerns. But Fang Xing is different. He has no worries, no matter who is involved. If they dare to plot against him, once they are found out, even if it causes the collapse of the federal order, he will definitely retaliate fiercely. Wait, maybe it won't be that serious. After all, I still have a vest. I can do whatever I want, no matter what the evil god leader does. Isn't it justified? White Bird Star. Walala. Nandong Shui is flipping through Fang Xing's physical examination report in her hand. Well, with the power of the Nine Swords Academy, it is still very easy to get such a report. If Fang Xing was not disabled, the hospital might have to worry about the revenge of a martial saint. But he is already disabled. The adult world is so realistic. Opposite Nandong Shui, there is a white-haired woman wearing a tight and gorgeous robe and elegant manners. So, teacher, has Ah Xing become a disabled person? Even with the sword saint profession of our academy, it cannot be saved? After a long time, Nandong Shui put down the report and looked at the white-haired woman. Yes, you know our sword saint. The characteristic of the profession is that the origin of life and the core of will cannot be polluted. Then gradually digest the blood of the evil god. But Fang Xing is different. His origin of life was polluted from the beginning. Even his will was mixed with pollution. If it weren't for his strong martial arts will, he would have gone crazy now. The white-haired woman sighed, although I am also very sad about the fall of a genius. You have to think about yourself. After becoming a martial saint, your exclusive mecha has a huge investment. Although you can attract investment, there must be various additional conditions. Even the college contract is equally harsh. But now, as long as you acquire Shanghai Company and make a slight modification, you can have the 9 realms battle power. In addition, the company where the teacher works can also obtain the patent of the new inhibitor. Right? Nandong Shui suddenly laughed. Then, how to acquire a company that is not listed? It's very simple. As long as Fang Xing agrees to sell it, he is now useless, and there is no possibility of cure. Why waste resources? The white-haired woman said, of course. You are partners. So after you acquire the company, you can give him a promise. Such as safety protection? No matter how low-key a martial saint is, he may offend people during his growth process. Even unknowingly. You are helping him. Yes, I am helping him. Nandong Shui took off her glasses, but I am willing to give him another chance. 10 years. I hope you can be patient for 10 years. What if I don't? The white-haired woman smiled, but seemed to be a little dangerous. Then you are not my teacher anymore. Nandong Shui spoke, and the shadow of a giant snake seemed to flash across the sky above the villa. After a moment, the white-haired woman walked out with a little stagger. Madman. You are really a madman. Teacher, take care. I won't see you off. Nandong Shui put on thick glasses that looked like the bottom of a bottle, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You are not willing to wait even for 10 years. Teacher, you are too impatient. No wonder you lost to me. After all, you are just a weak martial saint, not as strong as me who was promoted from the Great Vidra realm. At this moment, a trace of surprise appeared on her face, and she answered the call. Fang Xing, you dead man finally knew to call me? I am on the spaceship and will return to White Bird Star soon. Fang Xing projection appeared, looking very tired. I have resigned from the position of Federal Security Consultant, and now I am just an ordinary company boss. At Blue Star University, Nie Ying is still supporting him, and the empty position of the logistics department is still hanging, and even the administrative level has been adjusted. The level is higher than before, and the salary has been increased by 1 level. Adjusting the level and salary is nothing at all. I am willing to let him take up a post, and with the help of Blue Star University, I can save a lot of trouble. Oh, What do you want to talk to me about? Nandong Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. There is one thing. Shi Ling is going to resign. You should keep an eye on her. If she leaks the company's information, kill her directly. By the way, observe Viggory. Fang Xing did not trust the two secretaries, so he asked Nandong Shui to be a safety net. No problem. Nandong Shui immediately agreed. What else do you have to say? No. Fang Xing seemed very silent. Well, I tell you. My teacher asked me to rob your company directly, but I refused, and I'm going to give you 10 years. Nandong Shui smiled and said, if you can't recover within 10 years, you will just do it. Fang Xing smiled bitterly. No. I just leave. Nandong Shui's mouth curled slightly. I'm not used to driving other people's mechas. You can start from scratch and build your own exclusive mecha. Why can't I do it? Pa! The communication was hung up. Fang Xing nodded, as expected of Nandong Shui. She is really determined to become a martial saint. Then, he fell into silence again. If you keep pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, you may really become a pig. People's hearts cannot stand the test. For example, Nandong Shui. If he continues to act after 5 years, he will definitely lose this ally. Even if he tells the truth, he will become an enemy. And seeing that he is so weak, those who originally didn't want to step on him will try to eat meat. And it will become a situation where everyone pushes down the wall. This is called self-defeating. And everyone is targeting me. How can I confirm who is the mastermind? If the mastermind is going to block Blue Star University, then it has succeeded. The most outstanding martial saint of Blue Star University is useless. There is no need to continue to attack. And there is no flaw. Therefore, after I go back, I must find a time to show that I have hope of getting better. Some people don't mind offending a useless martial saint. But a martial saint who has hope of getting better must still be considered. In this way, it also gives confidence to allies and friends, so as not to really turn against each other. As for idiots like Shi Ling, who can't even wait for the bullets to fly for a while, it's better to kill them directly. Then, how to get better? Fang Xing already had a comprehensive plan, physically and mentally. There is no cure. This is the judgment given by the most authoritative doctor in the Blue Star Federation. My sudden improvement is not in line with common sense. The way of warriors is not feasible on the surface. So, I can take out the mystery of fire, and say that I have comprehended a new way to break through the martial god. The power of mystery does not require will or physique. Only understanding is needed. After comprehending it, any move can greatly increase the power. And it is also the orthodox way of the great Xiao world. If you fully comprehend a certain type of mystery, combined with inheritance, you can be promoted to the Star Lord realm. Even the weakest Star Lord satellite level existence is at least equivalent to a martial saint. As long as you study it a little, you will definitely know that this mysterious road has a promising future. As for the impossibility of being promoted to the Star Lord realm without subsequent inheritance, this is natural, because Fang Xing has only created a beginning. What is the 36 volumes of the Mystery of Fire? He is not going to release them all. At most, he gives 1 or 2 mysterious meanings, which is enough to amaze outsiders. So, after I became a waste, I thought hard for a long time, and finally found another way. I also watched the old principle breakthrough. I had a new understanding of cultivation, and opened up a mysterious road. Now that I have fully comprehended the mysteries of fire, I can turn my own insights into a secret book that can assist in cultivation and comprehension. At most, the material used is inferior, and the effect is inferior. But what's the problem? In this way, once the news spreads, most professionals in the Federation will support me and hope that I can create a new path. My friends and allies will only support me strongly. Even if I have offended someone or have forced slightly before, I will only give up the plan if it is not a life and death feud. Only the mastermind who dared to pit me is most likely to take action, because he has offended me to death. If he doesn't kill me, I will get up again, and he will be unable to sleep and eat. The more he takes action, the easier it is to reveal flaws. At that time, the master of the sect can come back to work. Fang Xing's eyes were dim, and he made a plan. There was no way. The person who took action this time was too well hidden, and even though Ne Ying was furious, he could not find the real culprit. Fang Xing could only use himself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Galaxy Island. The blue private spaceship slowly landed, and the hatch opened. Fang Xing walked out of it. His steps were weak, and his spirit and energy seemed very weak. He glanced around and found that Nangong Shui had indeed come. In addition, there were Dr. Wang, Wei Jieli, Shi Ling and others. "I'm back," he smiled. "Sure enough, you have become a weak chicken." Nangong Shui looked over with a spirit, her expression a little gloomy. "Let's go. Go back to the villa or go to the company?" "Well, go back to the villa." Fang Xing waved his hand, looking disheartened. The people around him saw this scene and felt bad. A dignified Federation martial saint, who became a useless person after going out, is not something that everyone can accept. Of course, it is hard to say whether anyone is secretly happy. Sure enough, he has become so weak. Shi Ling returned to her dormitory with a gleam in her eyes. She thought again and again, and took out the communicator. "Does your promise really count? Of course. You should believe in the reputation of our Aowei group. Now Fang Xing can no longer protect you. As long as you join us and help us obtain the formula of the inhibitor and the most important raw material production area, we will never retaliate against you, and will also give you a lot of resources. Enough for you to break through the 7th realm or even the 8th realm in the future." A line of text appeared. "No. I need a credible third-party guarantee." Shi Ling put forward her own conditions. "The boss is very good to me. I just wanted to resign." But unexpectedly, Aowei Group came to her. Even if she just revealed a little bit of revenge, Shi Ling couldn't bear it. After all, the more you are a citizen of the Federation, the more you know the horror of these giant chaebols. Shi Ling. At this time, the door suddenly opened and Wei Jieli walked in. "Ah, you?" Shi Ling's expression changed, and she pressed her chest. Countless nanometals spread out instantly, turning into a 6-realm mecha, covering the whole body. As a professional, she is never lacking in decisiveness. But sometimes, she is too decisive. It's useless. Vigali looked at Shi Ling with pity and unspeakable emotions in her eyes. "I shouldn't have introduced you to the boss. This is a mistake for both of us. Sister Vigali, forgive me." Shi Ling raised her hand, and the laser cannon instantly blasted down a wall, preparing to escape directly. But the next moment, a giant python appeared. Its body was several thousand meters long, and the huge snake head just sucked lightly, and Shi Ling's figure disappeared. Chapter 3:30 10 years. Aowei Group. In the villa, after receiving Nangong Shui's communication, Fang Xing touched his chin. "Although they had some personal grudges with me, they reconciled later. They don't seem to be a force that can create such a big event. This time, I'm afraid they saw that I was in a bad state, and they couldn't wait to step on me. They are short-sighted." Fang Xing didn't care about it at all. Anyway, he had made a plan, and he was just pretending to be in a bad state temporarily. Even if he was seriously injured, it didn't hinder him from comprehending the law of fire and the palm of the Great Sun Tathagata, master of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. Condense the Great Sun Godhead? Fang Xing touched his brow. The condensation of the Great Sun Godhead, in addition to allowing him to take the path of becoming an evil god, brought about the biggest change, which was the change in his own law talent. "My understanding of the law of fire seems to have improved," he thought silently. Originally, Fang Xing had comprehended the complete mystery of fire, and finally stepped into the threshold of the law of fire. But it was still hazy, like looking at flowers in the fog. Not very clear. After condensing the Great Sun Godhead, at least in terms of the law of fire, it was like a myopic person wearing glasses. The speed of comprehension has increased by more than several times? The original proficiency of 1600 made me almost despair. Now it seems that there is still a way. I wonder what kind of power will be after the law is mastered. Fang Xing's eyes flashed with expectation. Time is like water, and time flies. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Xinghe Island. The island now looks very depressed. Outside the villa, Fang Xing wrapped a thick blanket, sat in a rocking chair, and watched the falling snowflakes. Snow flying all over the sky. The world is solemn. It's so beautiful. He stretched out his hand and let the snowflakes melt in his palm, bringing a cool touch. A pair of white jade hands came behind him at some point. Pushing the rocking chair, Dr. Wang sent a message. "Your exclusive mecha will be completed soon." It was Nangong Shui who spoke. The lifespan of a martial saint is extremely long. She still looks like she is in her 20s, full of youthful vitality, even though you have suffered various blows over the years, and the company's performance is bleak. You have tried your best to maintain the mecha factory. Many people regard this as proof that you are unwilling to give up martial arts. So, the 10-year period is coming. Are you ready? Nandong Shui said meaningfully. After spending so much time with this guy, she even had an illusion. Now Fang Xing, who is half disabled, is still extremely dangerous. It even seems to be more dangerous than in his heyday more than 9 years ago. Alas, 10 years of life and death. Fang Xing sighed. During the 10 years of his silence, nothing major happened in the Blue Star Federation. But a lot of things happened around him. It is said that the personal memorial hall of the Eagle Star has been demolished. The warmth and coldness of human feelings are nothing more than this. In addition, some of the friends in the previous address book have completely stopped contacting, while others have bad intentions. Even some people who once had good intentions towards him chose to gradually distance themselves after seeing that he had not improved year after year. This is the case of a long-term sick bed without a filial son. This is true for fathers and sons, mothers and sons, let alone friends. I can only say that I asked for it. Then, it's time to show something. After sinking, I spent 10 years to finally create an entry-level prototype. It's reasonable. Fang Xing thought slowly in his heart and glanced at the attribute column. 10 years of silence. There has been no great progress in martial arts. The twin guardians of Tianmu Mage Jinlian were indeed promoted to Grandmaster. I didn't expect that this would be the effect. This method of clone promotion to Grandmaster level brought Fang Xing a very simple effect. It did not add an extra clone position, but could take back the clone in a thought. In other words, the clone and the original body are combined into one. For Fang Xing, a fairy warrior, this is naturally a good thing. If he could do this when he broke through the nascent soul last time, he would definitely not fail in the end because of the slight conflict between the essence of mana. And he could save a superb Ninging pill. Now, this skill of clone return, Fang Xing thinks, can be used as an absolute helper when the main body breaks through the Great Realm. For example, the immortal clone first achieves the God transformation stage, and when he breaks through the martial God, let the immortal clone return to the main body. Isn't it equivalent to a supreme elixir for breaking through the Great Realm? What is this? Cannibalistic immortal cultivation? It's just that I eat myself. Of course, the return of the immortal clone is only transformed into mana, and only the main body of the immortal warrior can bear it and transform the mana into blood. In addition, the progress bar of the Gate of the Heavens has passed 1/3, and in about 20 years, you can travel to the Great Xiao world. This may also be my last chance, and I must obtain the inheritance. Finally, it is the law of fire, and I finally comprehend 1/10 of the entry level. Although it is only 1/10, and it is only 1/10 of the entry level, Fang Xing feels that his strength has improved very rapidly. Nandong Shui looked at Fang Xing in deep thought, with a playful smile on her face. Why? Are you thinking of your old lover Ouyang Qianqian? What do you mean by old lover? Fang Xing was speechless. A lot of things happened in the past few years. For example, the old classmate Ouyang Qianqian came to buy Niao Star again after hearing the news that he was half disabled. With her wealth, it was not easy to afford the tickets for interstellar travel, as well as the time and energy she spent. Fang Xing reluctantly took her with him and let Ouyang Qianqian take care of herself. It seemed good at first, but after a few years, all kinds of trivial things came one after another. Then we lived together, and all kinds of filters were gone. Ouyang Qianqian felt an indescribable disappointment as soon as the novelty disappeared. When I was a child, I looked at the mound at the door and thought it was a magnificent mountain that was difficult to climb. Then I gradually grew up and found that it was just a small hill that I could step on by stretching my legs. Finally, one day, I left without saying goodbye. Fang Xing understood this very well. Even if you pretend to be a good person, it is easy to pretend for 1 or 2 days. But it is difficult to pretend for 10 years. And pretending for a lifetime, that is a real good person. Therefore, he directly sent Ouyang Qianqian away, and did not stop her. Instead, he transferred a sum of star yuan into her account as a nani fee. As for Nandong Shui, Fang Xing felt that this woman was half crazy. And she stayed not because she liked him. No, it should be said that she didn't like him, but the mysterious and uncontrollable side. In short, women's emotions are even more complicated than the law of fire. I received news that a young master from the Giant God group is coming soon. It is said that he is carrying official documents from the Federation. Nandong Shui said, obviously. He is here with bad intentions, and is targeting your Mecca. Giant God Group? Federal Energy Giant? What a distant name. Fong Xing eyes were filled with memories. Why are you so sure that the man surnamed Yin is coming for my Mecca? Because the man is named Yin Huanyu, from the Nine Swords Academy, and is now in the Great Vajra realm. It is said that he has already reached the stage of refining the soul essence. Qualified. Just wait for the next batch to be refined. And then, you can try to break through the martial saint realm. Nandong Shui said, what's more, the Yin family is a little dissatisfied with you. The Yin family genius Yin Huanjin once tried to win me over. And he was also my college classmate. But unfortunately, he was gnawed to the bone in the Moon Goddess incident. Fong Xing sighed. This Yin Huanyu, at first glance, is of the same generation as Yin Huanjin. He should be a genius who rose after Yin Huanjin's death. Right? Alas, why do you have to do this? Just when Fong Xing was talking to Nandong Shui, Evil Dragon Star. Wormhole. A green spaceship flew out quickly. In a luxurious cabin of the spaceship, Yin Huanyu was looking at the documents in his hand. Has it been built? Hee. Although it is not pleasant to control other people's mechas, if it is just a transition to the martial saint period, I will accept it with reluctance. But, Master, Fong Xing is the martial saint of the Federation, and has the background of Blue Star University. A white-collar woman who looked like a secretary beside him said with some concern, will it be bad for us to do this? What's more, the other party's mecha has no outsider shares. If they insist on not selling it, we theoretically have no right to do anything. What can I do? Humph. After 10 years of being disabled, it is confirmed that there is no possibility of recovery. It is like a phoenix with feathers falling off is worse than a chicken. What's more, I am not going to do anything to him. I just want to acquire the Galaxy Company. Since he is already disabled, he should honestly donate the mecha and contribute to the Federation. Yin Huanyu looked at the two documents in his hand, and a smile with ambiguous meaning appeared on his face. Otherwise, it would be a toast and a punishment. I did this with the support of the family. He thought of Yin Huanjin, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Jinjin died in Blue Star University. The family accepted it at that time. After all, it was normal for someone to die in such a big disaster. But later, I found some clues. Jinjin's death may have something to do with this star. But the other party is already a martial saint, so it is not easy to do it. Now sending me here. Is it revenge? Or a test? In short, if this matter is done well, the future development will be limitless. What Blue Star twins? Aren't they my stepping stones in the end? Yin Huanyu's eyes were filled with desire. For him, becoming a martial saint is not the end. He will become a martial god in the future. In the end, he will take over the family and company, and even become the president of the Martial Artist Association. Chapter 331 revealed. Xinghe Island. Fong Xing and Nandong Shui sat opposite each other, and were playing chess. He played black, and picked up a black piece with his right index and middle finger, and placed it on the Tian Yuan position. Nandong Shui frowned, picked up a white piece, and placed it next to his black piece. Obviously, the two were playing Go Bang invented by Fong Xing. I heard that the Giant God Company has settled many relationships this time. You are in danger if you bring the federal documents. Nandong Shui revealed a piece of news. It's nothing more than fighting against the enemy and covering the water with earth. Fong Xing placed a black piece and answered casually, on the contrary. Within the Federation, in the Supreme Council, there are turbulent waves. Even the Supreme Archon was impeached and stepped down. The Blue Star Federation adopts a parliamentary system. The Supreme Archon is the nominal head, but he cannot cover the sky with one hand and is subject to the restrictions of the Supreme Council. And to become a member of Parliament, the 8th realm combat power is only the most basic requirement. For example, Fong Xing, even though he was once a martial saint, can set up an election office, but he has no hope of winning the election, unless Blue Star University is willing to mobilize his connections for him. But this requires joining the college faction. Even in the so-called college faction, there are several factions, such as the Blue Star University faction, the Saint Armor University faction, and the Nine Swords College faction. In addition to the college faction, there is also the Death Fight faction, which advocates an immediate battle with the hostile extraterritorial evil gods. And the family faction, similar to the ancient aristocratic families, is mainly composed of giant families and financial oligarchs. And when the existence of the creator is confirmed, there are the escape faction and the coexistence faction. There is also frequent personnel flow between these large and small factions. And it is not static. For example, the Su family belongs to the family faction. But it is very powerful in the military. Because of Su Sanong. It also has a say in the college faction. In the past few years, due to the failure of the old principal Yi Liyun to break through, the power of the Blue Star Mountain was weakened. And some peripheral interests were more intense. Fang Xing and Su Sanong, the Blue Star twins, were attacked and were regarded as the victims of this fierce competition. For the big men of the 10th and 11th realms, the loss of the martial saint of the 8th realm was indeed just a sacrifice. Fang Xing also jumped out of the circle and remained silent for many years. After communicating with Nandong Shui, he barely sorted out the thread. The two of them played faster and faster. Nandong Shui made another snap and pressed down a piece. The giant god group belongs to the family faction. The Yin family is one of the small hills. It has also established a martial arts association and has considerable power. Do you think it is possible? What do you mean? This time it is not only a plunder, but also a test? Fang Xing smiled slightly. And the black piece fell, instantly reversing the situation. They're here. Nandong Shui looked outside the villa and suddenly messed up the chessboard. Let's go out and greet them. You can't afford to lose. Fang Xing shook his head, thought for a while, sat in a wheelchair, and put a blanket on his knees, letting Nandong Shui push him out. Whoosh! Amid the howling wind, a green spaceship slowly landed. The hatch opened and a young martial artist walked out. Fang Xing looked at this person with a slightly dazed look, thinking he had seen Yin Huanjun. Fang Wuxing. Nandong Wuxing, I am Yin Huanyu, a special commissioner of the Federation. I have brought several doctors to check Fang Wuxing's body. This is the treatment he deserves. Yin Huanyu got off the spaceship with a smile on his face. Fang Xing's body is not far from being transformed into the offspring of the evil god. The Federation must conduct regular physical examinations. This process has been carried out many times in the past 10 years. Of course, the results were not very good every time. Although it did not get worse, it did not get better either. Therefore, many people gradually became disappointed with Fang Xing. It turned out to be little friend Yin. Fang Xing smiled. At such a young age, he was able to be promoted to the Great King Kong, which is really amazing. While he was talking, several medical staff beside him had completed the instrument spot check and other procedures, and were printing reports. Nandong Wuxing. May I have a good talk with Fang Wuxing? Yin Huanyu suddenly said to Nandong Shui. Nandong Shui looked at Fang Xing. And when Fang Xing nodded, she immediately said indifferently, Then I will go back and sit for a while. Watching Nandong Shui return to the villa, Yin Huanyu opened a matchbox-sized piece of metal and threw it on the ground casually. This is... Fang Xing seemed a little confused. The latest technology of the Federation can prevent the martial saint from eavesdropping. Now everything we talk about will not be recorded or videotaped. Yin Huanyu said, Fang Xing, you have to face the reality. Now you are useless and your mecha can't be saved. It's better to sell it to me directly. I promise to give you a preferential price and let you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Oh, you little wolf cub are much more fierce than your cousin. Fang Xing coughed. Yin Jinjin didn't dare to do this to me back then. So he's dead. Old man. And you're out of date. Yin Huanyu stared at Fang Xing. And the martial arts will of the Great Vidra realm slowly pressed down. You have to understand that I have settled most of your relationships now. After all, you are just a waste. No one will really make a desperate effort to protect you. Everything you have now is just built on the sand dunes. Because you are already useless. And I am a federal commissioner. A future martial saint. And I have your final physical examination report. Fang Wuxing. You don't want to be forced to be detained for treatment for the rest of your life. Right? As a body contaminated by the evil god, there must be certain risks. If the health report does not pass, it is very likely that you will be forced to be detained for treatment. At that time, it will not be the treatment of Su Sanong. You? Fang Xing widened his eyes and stared at Yin Huanyu. Is the matter of the imaginary space done by your Yin family? What are you making up? Are you going to throw dirty water on me? Yin Huanyu frowned. He couldn't imagine what other carts Fang Xing had. It seems that you are not. Fang Xing shook his head, then put his right index finger and middle finger together and thrust out a sword. Since you don't know anything, Then get out of here. Swish. A red sword light appeared and chopped on Yin Huanyu's chest. His face changed, and he was chopped and flew dozens of meters away. The body of the Vajra was broken, and a blood scar deep enough to see the bone appeared on his chest. Not only that, a sword light could be seen in the void, sweeping across hundreds of meters and lingering in the air for a long time. Whoosh! A figure came to Fang Xing. It was Nandong Shui. At this time, the woman's eyes lit up, and she stared at Fang Xing. Have you recovered? No. I just found another way and figured out some things. Fang Xing waved his hand. As a martial saint, I have long been thinking about how to break through to the level of martial god. I watched the old principal's promotion before, and then I was injured and couldn't use the warrior's physique and will. This allowed me to calm down and find other solutions. You didn't use any warrior's blood and martial arts will in your sword just now, but you can condense the sword light and attract the universe. Cosmic energy is already an 8th level skill. Nandong Shui said, Congratulations. You succeeded. And what's the name of this? The Mystery of Fire. Fang Xing looked at the frightened medical staff beside him and smiled. Yin Huanyu can be spared from death, but he can't escape the punishment of life. Don't even think about becoming a martial saint. Go and save him first, and help me detect the pollution concentration. I originally thought that you were just a genius in cultivation, but I didn't expect that your creativity was not inferior to your martial arts talent. You are worthy of being called the Twin Peaks of Blue Star together with Su Sanyang. Nandong Shui sighed again. Half an hour later, a new inspection report came out. Nandong Shui took it directly and compared it with the previous one. Her eyes shining. You have already exploded the combat power of the 8th level, and the pollution in your body has not increased at all. The mystery of fire is really amazing. Fang Xing is now a useless person because he can't use his own body and will. Otherwise he will inevitably increase the pollution and become the offspring of the evil god. But the power of the mystical realm does not involve one's own physique or martial arts will. It only mobilizes the power of heaven and earth. So it is completely a different approach. Fang Xing can now be said to have restored his 8th level combat power, and even has the hope of going one step further. Those former relationships can be restored immediately. At least, it is impossible to be killed by Yin Huanyu's report. The mystical fire I created may also have the opportunity to break through to the level of martial god in the future. This may be a hope for martial arts, or it may be a brand new profession. Fang Xing watched Yin Huanyu being carried onto the spacecraft like a dead dog, and said to Nandong Shui next to him, Therefore, I am going to notify Blue Star University to come and verify. Although I want to ask why it is not the Nine Swords Academy. Yin Huanyu has already given the answer. Okay. Nandong Shui nodded. Fang Xing did not expect that Blue Star University would respond quickly. Just a few minutes later, Nie Ying called, Fang Xing. Are you okay? Of course not. I just realized something. If it's convenient for the teacher, you can come and see. Fang Xing smiled. Today's virtual network cannot support the combat power of the 8 realms, let alone the display of the mysteries of the law. To confirm, a field investigation is still needed. A few days later, a sword-shaped spaceship docked at Xingha Island. Nie Ying and several university professors got off the spaceship and saw the students who came to greet him. Fang Xing. Nie Ying eyes lit up. You said you have comprehended the way above the god of war? Indeed. I named it the mystery of fire. Fang Xing was unwilling to reveal even the law of fire, and at this time, he punched casually. The cosmic energy between heaven and earth was aroused, turning into a fiery red fist print, which was more than a kilometer long and wide. Wherever he passed, under the pressure of the fist wind, the sea water automatically parted, revealing the dry seabed. Good. 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 It's really the 8th level of combat power. Nie Ying laughed loudly, then frowned. Although the use will not aggravate the pollution, it seems that it can't last long. After all, I have only created a beginning. When I go deeper, I can rely on the power of the mystical world to compete with the martial saint and the martial god. It won't be a big problem. Fang Xing answered confidently. Even when I break through the martial god realm through the power of the mystical world, I will definitely be able to expel the pollution from my body and recover completely. Chapter 332 30 Years. Fang Xing. The teacher is waiting for the day when you break through to the martial god and all your illnesses are gone. Before Nie Ying left, he held Fang Xing's hand tightly and spoke earnestly. Blue Star University first lost Yu Luyun, the top martial god. and then lost the Blue Star twins, a pair of potential new stars, which was seen as a sign of decline in the past 10 years. In terms of enrollment, it has even ranked last among the 3 super first-class universities, and has also been challenged by first-class universities, such as the War University. Fang Xing may recover, which is a shot in the arm. Mr. Nya. On the spaceship, several professors surrounded him. Nya hummed and handed over a strange dark red stone tablet. On the stone slab, Fang Xing carved the mystery of fire meteor with his own understanding. The mystery of fire cannot be carried by ordinary paper or virtual space. It must be carried by the wonders of the universe. Nya said, "You also look at the mystery of fire. How do you feel?" Although the young tiger is small, it already has the spirit of eating cattle. This road is simply amazing just looking at the beginning. It can become a brand new profession, and even a perfect system that exceeds other professions. A professor who specializes in new professions raised his glasses. Unfortunately, success and failure are like this. Such a perfect and huge system. Even if our Blue Star University gathers the strength of the whole school and dedues for hundreds of years, it may not make much progress. It is even more unknown how long it will take for Fang Wuxing to comprehend it alone. Even so, it is still a hope. And we can also release some information. Nya made a decision. After returning to his cabin, he looked at the increasingly smaller white bird star with a complicated expression. "Is this your choice?" Lai Hun. Nya suddenly spoke. "Master, what do you want?" The artificial intelligence affiliated with Nya responded immediately, projecting a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance. Secretly transform the white bird star and deploy the highest level Zhulong 3 monitor. Remember, follow the highest level of confidentiality and only be responsible to me. Nya spoke. Understood. Just as Lai Hun was about to take action, he suddenly heard Nya say, "Forget it. All previous actions are invalid." "Yes." Lai Hun saluted. "The mastermind behind the destruction of my university's twin pillars is very hidden. He can even interfere with the arrangement of the Martial Saints mission in the imaginary space. And it is suspected that the all-knowing brain has been taken through the back door. Once the all-knowing brain becomes the enemy's eyes and ears, no matter what I do, it will not be safe. Fang Xing, it's up to you." Nya looked at the white bird star with deep eyes. Since the exposure of the mystery of fire, Fang Xing communicator has received a small peak of calls. However, he doesn't care about it, and basically lets Xiaolan handle it. He highlights a calmness that sees through the world. Every day, he comprehends the law of fire, and occasionally inspects the company. Nandong Shui doesn't mention the 10-year agreement anymore, as if she is nailed here. Fang Xing is surprised that this woman is so lazy and poorer than himself. What should she do with the Martial Saint mecha? Is she going to be a blank Martial Saint? Due to the scarcity of exclusive mechas, and the difficulty of practicing the secret pattern of will, many Martial Saints don't have their own exclusive mechas until they die, and are called blank Martial Saints. However, he doesn't care. But every few years he takes out a copy of the Mystery of Fire, saying that it is his own discovery, and gradually consolidates his fire genius personality. Ordinary geniuses may have a flash of inspiration and enter the mystery of fire. But if you can comprehend a mystery every few years, you are a real pioneer. As the research on the mystery of fire continues to deepen, the Blue Star Federation attaches more and more importance to it. And even the entire White Bird Star has become more and more peaceful, making it easier for him to create a law. Others don't know that Fang Xing is not a creator of law, but just a carrier of the mystery. He has already comprehended the mystery of fire to perfection. And now he is just looking for a suitable carrier of cosmic wonders to print out the mystery. That mastermind behind the scenes can really be patient. Forget it. Time is on my side anyway. I will see if I can break through the martial god in the future. Can you still be patient? In a mysterious space, a certain spinning cone-shaped instrument is running rapidly. Then, on a heavy screen connected to it, lines of new text appear. Target 2 ###. Confirm the possibility of recovery. Send martial god ### to assassinate. Due to the emergence of the mystery of fire, the Federation has increased its monitoring of the White Bird Star. In order to avoid the Federation's pursuit, it must use various coincidences to cover up and keep the identity of the assassin secret. Estimated time, 20 to 30 years. At the top of the screen, there are lines of text that have been typed out, and it seems that they have been displayed there for a long time. Confirm the target 1 ### mental state. Start guiding. Estimated assassination time, 40 years. Interference has been launched. And the date of the big day is being confirmed. Hashtag intervention is carried out on the all-knowing brain, affecting the chaos algorithm, and pushing the designated task. The first push failed. Second push failed. Third push success. Confirmed that target 1 hashtag. Target 2 hashtag survived. Determined that chaos disturbance occurred. Observing. Fong Xing didn't know that the killing game against him had already begun. But he had been waiting silently for a long time. What he didn't expect was that the waiting time was so long. However, compared with the Yuanine cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, who often retreated for a decade, the efficiency of the main universe and the Daxia world was actually quite fast. 20 years later, the gate of the heavens, 100/100. Fong Xing glanced at the attribute bar and took a deep breath. Let's start. Daxia world. White Eagle War Zone. Swoha Desert. Fong Xing touched his forehead. A little dazed. In the sea of consciousness, Liang memories of the past 30 years came flooding in. Daxia War Zone. White Eagle War Zone. Integrate the Global Warrior Association and become the General President. Open the era of great cultivation. Fought against many ferocious beasts, beast kings, and beast emperors in the border areas alone. Was regarded as a hero of mankind. For Liang, it was a magnificent first half of his life. But Fong Xing paid more attention to the inheritance of the Grey Marquis in his mind. 18 guns of fiery fire. Star Palace volume. Before Fong Xing could comprehend it carefully, he suddenly thought of something very important. And a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant. Then, under him, boom, endless light and heat burst out, turning into a huge mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud rose slowly and rushed into the atmosphere. The dazzling light explosion and electromagnetic wave impact ravaged the surrounding area of dozens of miles. After a long time, Fong Xing was suspended in the sky above the desert that had turned into glass, but was still hot. He recalled, it turned out that Liang was inspecting the White Eagle War Zone this time, and was invited by Commander Caillou to show the power of the new era warriors. His way of showing was to cooperate with the human nuclear explosion experiment. Fong Xing was speechless. This is the first time I have seen someone take the initiative to carry a nuclear bomb on his body. Fortunately, although Liang is a pit, he has cultivated to the Star Lord realm. Even the lowest satellite level has the combat power of the 8th realm. He carefully felt his body, and found that this body was unexpectedly powerful beyond imagination. Not much worse than his own martial arts physique. In an unknown place in the body, a life star is moving along a strange trajectory, shining brightly. What's even more amazing is that the law of fire in the void is 10 times clearer than his own perception. Is Liang a genius? He is not. He can perceive the law so well because he became the master of the Yuanzhong Temple and obtained the first stage of resource support, including an extremely precious flame heart fruit, which can transform the body after taking it and increase the understanding of the law of fire. What a good thing. The effect is better than the Great Sun relic. Fong Xing silently recalled Liang's previous experience. Since he left 30 years ago, Liang has been smooth sailing and became the master of the Yuanzhong Temple. And then he became a tragedy. After all, the perception of the law is Fong Xing, not Liang. The other party was at most a master of physical true energy at that time, and he had to flee in panic when facing the Daxia official. However, Liang soon changed his fate, because he had initially let Yuanzhong Temple recognize him as his master and obtained the first stage of resource support. In addition to the cultivation method Star Palace volume for becoming a Star Lord, there is also a set of spear techniques 18 spears of fiery fire, which is combined with the law of fire and has infinite power. It can also comprehend the law of fire through continuous practice of moves, which can be said to complement each other. In addition, there are a large number of cultivation resources, including defensive battle clothes, Star Lord weapon spears, enlightenment treasures, body-transforming flame heart fruits, etc. However, Liang soon found out sadly that he still needed to make up for the mystery of fire, and could not practice Star Palace volume at all. So, he spent more than 20 years, with the assistance of a large amount of resources, and finally completed the mystery of fire in the past few years at a speed that even the spirits of Yuanzhong Temple rolled their eyes, and entered the law of fire. Then he practiced Star Palace volume for entry, and was promoted to a satellite-level powerhouse in the Star-Lord realm. In terms of law comprehension, even Fang Xing today is far inferior. Then, he was sadly stuck before the second test of Yuanzhong Temple. After all, Li Ying's first test was completed by Fang Xing's help. It is rare to force the issue to this extent, and it has seriously deceived the Grey-Robe Marquis. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a piercing sonic boom suddenly came from the sky. 2 missiles bombarded at supersonic speed, and the target was Fang Xing, obviously also carrying nuclear warheads. In fact, the equivalent seemed to be much larger than the first nuclear explosion, and some other technologies were added. Before, I don't think there was such a program. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he had no intention of enduring it. Li Ying was fooled into taking a nuclear bomb in the face. He was stupid, but I am not. He took a wrong step. The Star Palace in his body suddenly exploded, and his body turned into a ball of fire. Under the increase of the law of fire, his speed was amazing, and he was instantly several kilometers away from the center of the nuclear explosion. Once it exceeds this range, although it will still kill ordinary people, it is no different from a breeze on his face for his physique. Boom! Looking at the 2 huge mushroom clouds entering the atmosphere, Fang Xing showed a sneer on his face. What a fool! He turned into a beam of fire and disappeared instantly. Dozens of kilometers away, in a command room, a large number of screens flickered, reflecting the location of the nuclear explosion and the image of Li Ying. The target dodged. His speed is far beyond his previous performance, at least 3 times faster. A white officer stared at the screen and shouted loudly, "How is it possible? General Jones, the Supreme Commander here?" Was full of disbelief. Didn't the psychologist promise me before that the target was proud and would not deliberately dodge? And so many groups analysis. How come they were all wrong? No. The target is flying towards us, and it is estimated to arrive in 6 seconds. Another female operator screamed, "Get ready immediately." The third plan. Just after Jones finished shouting, a figure fell from the sky. It was Li Ying. "President Li, congratulations on completing this unprecedented human feat." General Jones stepped forward with a smile on his face. "You are indeed the #1 warrior in the world. The first one is fine. But what about the subsequent attacks?" Fang Xing's eyes were like lightning. "I gave the order. I think President Li, as the #1 extraordinary person in Daxia, is far more powerful than imagined. And he can definitely..." General Jones was interrupted by Fang Xing before he finished speaking. "Very good. You admit it." Fang Xing nodded. When the nuclear explosion experiment plan was formulated before, there was no description of additional attacks. So, you did it on purpose and wanted to murder me. Don't say that the experiment was wrong. You are insulting my IQ. I don't want to apologize. I demand that all the people involved in this experiment, including you, the fighter pilots, and the monitors here, all be brought to the military court and executed immediately. As soon as these words came out, General Jones's expression changed suddenly. "Do you dare? You are going to kill me. What else should I not dare to do?" Fang Xing looked at a surveillance camera. "I am giving you face. If you don't do it, then I will do it myself. Start with Caillou and kill them one by one from top to bottom." After all, Li Ying is just an ordinary person. He suddenly ascended to a high position and had no idea what to do. He was even blinded by the false title of the General President of a martial arts association and did many stupid things. He almost killed himself. "Mr. Li Ying," an old but confident voice came from a loudspeaker, "please don't be angry. We are willing to give you the compensation you want. But as a human hero, please don't say such willful words." I am the overall situation. It was Li Ying who didn't take the opportunity to become the captain and obtain a position that matches his strength. He was stupid. He deserved to be calculated. But he couldn't be calculated on my head. Fang Xing sneered, "Add you to the conditions. I still want your life. For this, even if the war situation collapses and the entire White Eagle War Zone becomes a paradise for ferocious beasts, what does it matter, President? It's too much." Just then, a stream of light flew over, and it turned out to be a satellite-level strongman. The other party was dressed in a tight suit, with deep facial features, blue eyes, and a brilliant golden long hair. It was Gaby, the president of the White Eagle War Zone of the Warrior Association. As for how this person broke through, the mysterious Atlas, and the Star Palace volume were taught by Li Ying himself. Damn. Li Ying is also drunk. And he taught a lot of traitors. Fang Xing looked at Gaby. You used to call me teacher. Are you going to fight me now? Sorry, President. I am from the White Eagle War Zone first. Gaby said righteously. I won't let you hurt people in the war zone. I will stop you from falling into the abyss of crime. In his heart, he was even more disdainful of Li Ying. This Li Ying. His talent for the law is far inferior to mine. I am afraid he is no longer my opponent. He is just a lucky guy who got lucky and inherited the ancient civilization. If I hadn't been worried about your hidden secrets, I could have challenged you and defeated you long ago. Chapter 333 Xiao Hui. Good. Very good. Fang Xing stood in the air and looked at Gaby. Li Ying had no choice but to pass on the Star Palace scroll, because he couldn't understand it. After all, he was just an ordinary person with limited comprehension and talent. If he hadn't taken the flame heart fruit and other exotic spiritual objects, he might not even be able to break through the satellite level, even though he had a clearer understanding of the laws. His speed of comprehension was not as fast as other true geniuses. But in order to quickly comprehend the mystery of fire and break through the Star Lord realm, it was understandable that Li Ying chose to brainstorm. It's just that his strategy was no match for the officials of various countries. After serving as the president of the Warrior Association, he also leaked part of the inheritance in order to deal with the fierce beasts and even his own breakthrough. Not only that, Li Ying is also the richest man on the planet. Well, because he used most of the resources obtained from Yuanzhong Temple for himself, and then sold the remaining little, which caused countries to scramble for it. And then his assets skyrocketed, and he directly became the richest man on the planet, with a huge amount of luxury houses, companies, factories, mines and other assets in major war zones. Even so, the real geniuses in various countries, relying on the little leftovers leaked between Li Ying's fingers, have successively promoted 4-star masters in the past 30 years, and Li Ying is still trapped in the satellite level, struggling. Fortunately, he is not too stupid, and the sequel of 18 Guns of Fiery Fire and Star Palace Volume, as well as the existence of Yuanzhong Temple, have not been leaked out. Even the White Eagle War Zone vaguely speculated on the existence of the Golden Finger, and wanted to kill Li Ying with an accident and try to obtain his inheritance. Fang Xing figured out the cause and effect, and suddenly felt that Li Ying was really miserable. However, as an ordinary person, this should be the limit, right? Facts have proved that personal qualities have long been determined. For example, even if a poor beggar obtains a fortune of billions, he will soon lose it all. A flash of fire. Gaby took the lead. His fist was like a volcanic eruption, with a hint of the law of fire. With the satellite-level strength of the Star Lord realm, he is considered powerful in the 8 realms. The power of heaven and earth was aroused, forming a red fist wind trajectory of hundreds of meters. This law perception should be considered as an entry-level 100/1600. The previous Li Ying was probably in the single digits. It was indeed a tragedy. But I am different. My law perception has reached 435 out of 1600. Fang Xing casually glanced at the attribute column, Law of Fire, for 35/1600 entry, although the main universe does not have such good conditions as the Yuanzhong Temple, relying on the attribute panel to slowly increase proficiency. The progress is also amazing. Even if it is very small, it is improving every day. Gathering sand into a tower is very impressive. Fiery gun. Kill! Facing Gaby's fist, Fang Xing clenched his right hand casually, and a ball of fire emerged out of thin air, turning into a red spear. His spear was like a dragon, suddenly coming out, carrying the terrible explosion of the law of fire, as if the god of fire had descended to the world. Boom! A ball of fire flickered on the tip of the spear, instantly defeating the fist shadow. Fang Xing danced slightly, and the spear shaft hit Gaby's chest fiercely. The satellite-level master chest immediately sank, and the whole person fell into the desert. No, President. Spare me. Gaby's mouth and nose were bleeding, and his heart was full of disbelief. He was so strong. Why did he hide all the time? Die! Fang Xing's eyes were indifferent, and he fired another shot, directly hitting Gaby's chest. On the tip of the gun, a red source of power flashed and sank into the Star Palace in Gaby's body, annihilating the satellite. As a Star Master, the satellite in the body is the absolute key. I hate it. The light in Gaby's eyes dissipated, and he died completely. Humph. Fang Xing spread his hands, and the flame spear in his right hand disappeared instantly. Then, he looked at the people in the command room. I only give you 24 hours. After Fang Xing turned into a ray of fire and disappeared into the sky. The command room exploded. How is it possible? Gaby is one of the 5-star masters of the planet. How could the guardian of our White Eagle War Zone die like this? A female clerk had a dull face. He actually killed Gaby, and didn't care about the life and death of our White Eagle War Zone at all. The previous threat must be true. I don't want to die. A monitor wailed, and was about to run outside and drive away. General Jones's face changed several times, and his body was trembling slightly. At this time, a new voice suddenly appeared in the loudspeaker. This incident is a huge mistake and disaster. Jones, you must be ready to take responsibility. The Lieutenant General just now has a heart attack and is sent to the hospital. The predecessor of the White Eagle War Zone is the White Eagle Empire, a country second only to Daxia. At this time, on the Gold Rush Island in the White Eagle War Zone, Fang Xing figure landed and flew into a large villa. Outside the villa, several streets were packed with people, and there were actually 2 parades. A group of people held up signs such as I love you and Li Ying is invincible with fanatical expressions. Another group of people shouted slogans such as make laws to limit the power of warriors. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and disclose all martial arts secrets. The 2 sides even had a tendency to clash violently. Inside the villa, seeing Fang Xing on the balcony, a yellow woman dressed as a female secretary came up to greet him. President, you are back? Did the nuclear explosion experiment go well? She was Li Ying accompanying Secretary Li Ling, a Daxia native, an outstanding talent selected from the Daxia War Zone. It's okay. Fang Xing crossed his arms and looked at the 2 gangs outside, as if watching a monkey show. Do you need to stop them and disperse them? Li Ling asked. No need. Do you believe that as long as I show a little disgust, those people who oppose me will be attacked or even killed? Fang Xing's mouth curled up slightly. Maybe. There will be a girl who is superior to me in all aspects. She grew up in a similar environment to me, and has a lot in common with me. She worships me fanatically, and then avenges those people for me. And if I show a tendency to be weak, those opposing slogans will immediately become control chips should be installed in the minds of warriors. Chemical castration of warriors. Bombs should be installed in the bodies of warriors, etc. As the most outstanding individual in this civilization, Li Ying's living habits and growth experience must have been thoroughly studied long ago. Even the files can fill several large rooms, and there are several groups of people at any time to analyze him comprehensively from the perspectives of psychology and behavioral analysis. Li Ying, being targeted like this, you can hold on to today, which is already very good, although you are still a little shallow. You are at least happy after becoming the richest man on the planet. I guess I wronged you. Fang Xing said to himself. President, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Li Ling always feels that this president is completely different from before. He is no longer so silly and cute, but makes her feel a little nervous. Today, the White Eagle War Zone took advantage of my human nuclear explosion experiment to test my strength limit and capacity. Fang Xing said leisurely, so I killed Gaby, and then sent a bunch of people to be buried with him. What? Gaby is dead? Li Ling was shocked. This is one of the 5 major star masters in the world. Without him, who will contain the Beast King and Beast Emperor of the White Eagle War Zone? Who knows? It depends on human lives. Or directly declare the country's demise and evacuate the victims to other war zones. Fang Xing shrugged. Get ready. We will return to the Great Xiao War Zone tomorrow. I have always had a pleasant cooperation with the Great Xiao War Zone, and I hope it will be the same in the future. In general, the Great Xiao War Zone is considered to have cheated Li Ying less, and it has a bit of a sense of righteousness even if the deal is not successful. Therefore, Fang Xing was not going to replace Li Ling, the secretary who obviously bore the official stamp of Daxia, because he found her pleasing to the eye and easy to use. Fang Xing returned to the room, scanned with his mental power, and confirmed that there was no surveillance around. He immediately disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already entered the Yuanzhong Temple. The mottled gray-white stone pillars soared into the sky, and the surrounding halls were empty, like a giant's palace. On the square, there was also a black source power suit and a dark red spear. Source power suit? Star-Lord Realm Weapon Fire Cloud Spear. This Liang is also an honest man. In order to test his defense, he really left the suit here without wearing it. There is something wrong with his brain. Fang Xing raised his hand, and the black suit fell on him, becoming extremely fit and breathable. Star-Lord Realm satellite-level powerhouses mainly focus on the perception of the law, and usually practice source power. Source power is the energy of the universe. After Liang recognized the master of Yuanzhong Temple, in addition to obtaining a sum of resources, the most important thing was to open an area where he could observe the Fire God Pillar. This Fire God Pillar is equivalent to the secret book when comprehending the mysteries of fire. The speed of comprehending is completely different with or without it. But Liang lost to his disciples, and even his disciples in the understanding of the law under the premise of all the conditions. Even Fang Xing felt ashamed for him. Just when Fang Xing was about to comprehend the Fire God Pillar, a gray light flashed. A short figure appeared. It was wearing a gray robe, less than 1 meter tall, with wrinkled skin, but big eyes. Little gray. Fang Xing knew from Liang's memory that it was the spirit of the Yuanzhong Temple. That is, the gray-robed marquis before. This appearance may be the true face of the other party. It's you? Xiao Hui came to Fang Xing and was about to cry. Oh my god. Do you know how hard I waited for you? Your master personality is just a pig. No. A pig ate the flame heart fruit and didn't need 25 years to comprehend the mystery of fire. I gave him a lot of resources, and he could use the fire source crystal at will, and comprehend the Fire God Pillar. As a result, he took so long to break through the Star-Lord realm. I thought I could pass the second level of the assessment set by the master in 3 years. But he kept waiting for 3 years and 3 years, and I still haven't passed it. Do you know how I spent these 30 years? Xiao Hui's voice was full of grievances. As a weapon spirit, it was absolutely loyal to the previous master, and it was also conscientious and diligent. According to the previous master orders, it selected a successor. As a result, it was not easy to select one, pass the assessment, and recognize the master, but found that it was a pit. Xiao Hui's psychological shadow at this time can no longer be described in words, especially after confirming that the talented second personality had disappeared for 30 years. If Liang had not already initially recognized the Yuanzhong Temple as his master and could not be replaced, he would have killed this kind of waste long ago and would not have wasted it to such an extent. Chapter 334 Flame Palm. What else can Fang Xing say? He has nothing to say, because he is that idiot. Fortunately, I don't feel bound by any oath. So the contract and oath of the Yuanzhong Temple are probably carried by Liang, not me. And I have obtained the inheritance I need most. Star Palace Volume. Practicing the Star Palace Fate Star can at least transform the satellite in the body into a neutron star. As for the black hole level, this is not an ordinary realm. Fang Xing sighed and said to Xiao Hui, "You've worked so hard. I'm not tired. It's the old master who's suffering." Xiao Hui's face showed a hint of cruelty. "You have to rush to the second level of assessment as soon as possible. I will do my best to help you within the scope of my authority. And, in the future rewards, I will help you exchange a treasure to seal your master personality. Even if I lose a little talent for law perception, there is nothing I can do about it. Law perception makes the strong stronger. Your talent for law is already very good, and with the addition of the flame heart fruit, you can be comparable to many geniuses of advanced civilizations in the universe. But if it's that idiot personality, even the elementary civilizations won't look down on him. That is to say, the law perception of this body is superimposed on my original body?" Fang Xing heart moved, and then sighed, "No need to do this. Follow the rules. Even if you get a consciousness treasure, you can't seal any master personality, because he is not a second personality at all. This can only be said that the gate of the heavens, or my golden finger, is too high. Really avoiding the constraints of the Yuanzhong Temple? Well, the pollution that was able to burn the gate of nothingness before was probably not only because of the nature of the great sun evil god, but also because the great sun Tathagata mantra was fixed through the attribute panel and obtained the status blessing of the golden finger." Fang Xing strolled through the Yuanzhong Temple and came to a hall. In the hall, the 4 walls were all made of a fiery red metal, and in the center of the palace was a red pillar of fire. On the pillar of fire, there were layers of flame patterns, burning fiercely. When Fang Xing saw it, it was as if he saw the essence of the law of fire. His eyes lit up. Such a clear essence of the law, with this Fire God Pillar as a treasure for enlightenment. plus the superposition of enlightenment in this body. Fang Xing felt that he could impact the next level of proficiency in the law of fire within a month. If my previous talent for understanding the law was 1, then after condensing the Sun Godhead, it directly became 10, entering Li Ying body, superimposed with the special physical transformation of the flame heart fruit. The talent is at least 20. If you comprehend the fire god pillar again, the progress speed is simply 100. Like flying. But when it comes to Li Ying, his original talent was 0.001. And later after the transformation of the flame heart fruit, it was probably 0.1. Fang Xing eyes lit up. The road to understanding the law. The strong will always be strong. The higher the talent, the geometric increase in the progress of understanding. He looked at this fire god temple, and found a pile of fiery red crystals, and several dark green jade bottles in the corner. Fire source crystals can be converted into source power. According to Xiao Hui, the geniuses of the advanced civilizations in the universe only need to focus on the perception of the laws, energy accumulation, etc., and directly absorb the source crystals. In addition, there is also Jade Soul Liquid, which can relieve mental fatigue. Use a few drops after comprehending the law of fire for the best effect. Fang Xing eyes moved. Your master personality is really damned. At this time, Xiao Hui was still muttering, the resources I gave him before. If you were to use them, I'm afraid you would have directly broken through to the planetary level of the Star Lord realm. Given to this waste, he can only barely break through to the satellite level. Even the little bit he sold has created 4 satellite levels outside. Obviously, Xiao Hui is not completely ignorant of the outside world. But he did not remind Li Ying. It seems that he plans to kill the previous master and replace him with another one. After all, due to the rules, Xiao Hui cannot actively harm Li Ying. But Li Ying is looking for death, so there is nothing he can do. Fang Xing nodded, knowing that a Star Lord planetary level can easily slaughter a large number of satellite levels in terms of strength. The difficulty of promotion is also incomparable. Fortunately, the biggest reward for passing the first test is the initial recognition of the Yuanzhong Temple, and the resources given are just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Hui wiped his eyes. Once you pass the second test, you will be given more resources. But unfortunately, you have wasted too much of your foundation and time. The second test. Fang Xing looked at the Vulcan pillar. You should have known that there are 2 ways to pass the second test. The first is to get close to the Vulcan pillar within 500 meters. Once you achieve this, it means that your understanding of the law is comparable to the pinnacle of the planetary level, even the general star level. Or, through practice, break through the planetary level and defeat the number 1 guardian puppet. This puppet has ordinary planetary strength. Even if you break through the planetary level, you can't do anything without the corresponding understanding of the law. Or at least practice the Fire Cloud 18 spears to the 3rd style. Xiao Hui said, originally, it was easy for you to break through the planetary level with the gifted resources. But now it's troublesome. I'm afraid you can only focus on the route of understanding the law. I think so too. Fang Xing smiled. What resources? Treasures? He couldn't take them away. Only the understanding of the law was his. He gradually approached the fire pillar, feeling a growing pressure, until it was a little difficult to get close to it after about 1,000 meters. Huh? Seeing this, Xiao Hui's eyes widened. Your understanding of the law has increased so much. If it was the old Li Ying, he couldn't walk beyond 2,000 meters. Has the personality changed so much? Xiao Hui was confused. Gun! Fang Xing eyes were shining, staring at the fire god pillar, feeling countless inspirations swarming out. He held the fire cloud spear, but did not use the source power, but subconsciously performed the 18 fire spears, and then matched himself one by one. The first style, the second style, the third style. The spearhead was like a fire tree and silver flowers. Brilliant and extraordinary. This actually comprehended the first 3 styles directly? Xiao Hui's eyes widened again. If it were the useless personality before, it would only take 30 years to get started with the first style. Gold Rush Island. Villa. So many things happened? After contacting Daxia's secret intelligence department, Li Ling's face was shocked. Now, the president must be very depressed and uncomfortable. She returned to the villa and waited for several days before seeing Li Ying. And she couldn't help but be shocked, because the president seemed to be in a good mood. The fire god pillar is really powerful. It's a pity that it can't be comprehended for a long time. Otherwise it will put too much pressure on consciousness. Fang Xing smiled and dripped a few drops of jade soul liquid on himself, calming the burning feeling from the depths of the soul. It's Li Ling. What's the matter? He rubbed his eyebrows and asked casually. President, there are two major things that need to be decided at present. Li Ling lowered his voice. First, it's the White Eagle War Zone. Commander Caillou wants to come to express his sincere apologies. In addition, they have sent a video of the trial and execution of the military court, including Jones, a total of 1,329 people, and the lieutenant general, who was hospitalized for heart disease, was declared dead. Well, then? Fang Xing crossed his 10 fingers and didn't care at all. He really is completely different from before. Li Ling was shocked. The annual assessment of our Daxia branch is ended, and 3 A-level geniuses have emerged. The best one is named Luo Mu, 29 years old, Grandmaster level, has already practiced the Flame Palm to the 18th level. Well, if he can practice the Flame Palm to the 20th level before the age of 30, he can reach the standard of an S-level genius. Please notify him. Give him a verbal commendation, and give him the full A-level treatment. If he can reach the S-level, send him to see me, and I will give him a gift. Fang Xing nodded. Since Li Ying became the president of the Warrior Association, he has reformed martial arts. Above the True Strength Grandmaster, 2 more ranks have been added, Grandmaster and Grandmaster of Heaven and Man. In addition, a number of martial arts that can assist in comprehending the mysteries of fire have been released, such as Flame Palm, Wind and Fire Claw, etc., which are regarded as the lower-level replacements for 18 spears of fiery fire. This lower-level martial arts has a total of 36 levels, corresponding to the 36 volumes of the mysteries of fire. When you practice to the 36th level, you will have comprehended the mysteries of fire, and you can try to comprehend the laws of fire and advance to the Star Lord realm. If combined with the 36 volumes of the mysteries of fire, the speed of comprehension will be very fast. That's how Gaby was selected back then. I have to admit that Li Ying is very responsible. He has trained a large number of high-level warriors for the planet and effectively blocked the ferocious beasts at the border. He is very selfless and a little selfish. So he published the secrets such as Flame Palm, but kept fire 18 guns. This is already very good. He is even willing to give geniuses some treasures. Well, in fact, it was difficult for Li Ying to go deep into the mystery of fire back then. So he asked Xiao Hui for help. Xiao Hui had no choice but to give Flame Palm, a special move that can help comprehend the mystery of fire. Because for it, Li Ying has passed the first test of comprehending the mystery of fire. So this is not. It was considered helping Li Ying cheat. But Li Ying was very slow in practicing the Flame Palm and could only pass it on to students in large quantities. After the Warrior Association flourished, he secretly used the highest authority to watch various teaching videos to learn from them. Of course, regardless of the original intention, the behavior is worthy of recognition. Moreover, he took the initiative to give the genius some low-level resources. But later, he was caught in a psychological state and was casually praised. And he was a little lost. He was a little eager for wealth in his heart. So he sold a small amount of high-level resources such as Fire Source Crystal and became the richest man on the planet, and eventually raised a tiger to harm him. Fang Xing came back to his senses, just a glance, and found that the outside was empty. And he couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's get on the aircraft and go back to Daxia. Chapter 335, the second test. Above the ocean, a bright silver aircraft broke through the air. Not far away, a group of wind god pterosaurs with a wingspan of more than 30 meters were about to swoop over, but were easily torn apart by the barrage of bullets, and their flesh and blood fell into the sea like raindrops. Splash. In the sea, python-like sea beasts were tumbling, swallowing the gifts from nature. In the aircraft, Fang Xing stared at the screen. His thoughts had already diverged. 30 years later, the border area has almost spread all over the world. Fortunately, with Li Ying technical support, the anti-interference technology was brought out from the Yuanzhong Temple, so that the technology of human civilization did not regress to the Stone Age in one breath. This idiot. The licensing fee for this technical patent alone is enough to become the richest man in the world. And he is still doing all kinds of things. What followed was the globalization of fierce beasts, and the birth of beast kings and beast emperors. The beast king is already comparable to the great King Kong realm, or even a weak martial saint. The beast king is a strong martial saint. I wonder if there are any who have just entered the ninth realm. To comprehend the laws, one must combine work and rest. Actual combat is also the best way to practice. When one day the comprehension reaches a bottleneck, you can go hunt the Beast King and the Beast King to relax. Also, before I leave, it is best to pass the second test. It is not that I am interested in any resources. Even if I get those resources, I can't take them away. In the end, they will all be cheap for Li Ying. Fang Xing wants to obtain a new inheritance. For example, Grey Marquis. Does he only have Star Palace volume? Although Star Palace volume can be cultivated to the neutron star level, it is already amazing. But Fang Xing wants more. So he is indeed looking forward to it. Maybe Grey Marquis has a better inheritance. Even Star Palace volume is just a method of source power cultivation. And 18 guns of fiery fire is just a move of the law of fire. Then above movement, defense, and even the attack of soul will. Are there no other methods? Grey Marquis probably has all these, but he just needs to teach them as appropriate. But Fang Xing couldn't wait any longer. After feeling the burning sensation in his soul caused by the comprehension of the fire god pillar gradually fade away, he stretched out his right hand. The dark red fire cloud spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Fire! Violent. Hot. Fang Xing fired a few shots casually, and although he didn't use the source of power, the void screamed, and there was a faint sense of breaking. This frightened Li Ling on the side. At this moment, a piercing alarm sounded. A Beast King level beast was found, 32 kilometers away. On the screen, a beast appeared, which looked like a flying fish with wings, with blood-red eyes and a mouth full of barbed fangs. Beast King level? Just right. Fang Xing carried the fire cloud spear and flew directly out of the cabin door. Whoosh! With a flash of fire, his figure was like a long rainbow of blazing fire. And soon, he saw the flying fish. Puff! The flying fish beast just rolled up, and streams of water surged up from the sea, hitting Fang Xing's body. In the water, there were faint transparent scales, like thin ice cubes. Swish! Fang Xing did not dodge, and the source power suit wrapped his whole body, allowing the water to submerge him. Splash! The scales cut on the suit and were all blocked, and even the impact was weakened by about 50% to 60%. Good stuff. The nano-protective suit prepared by the Federation for the Martial Saint does not have such defensive power. Fang Xing made a comparison in his mind. I am afraid that only the defense of the exclusive mecha can surpass this suit. He rushed out of the water and thrust with his spear, fire cloud style. The law of fire was activated, like a bunch of red clouds, wrapping the Beast King flying fish. Splash! A large number of scales rolled down, and the fire cloud spear was extremely sharp, directly piercing into the fish's belly, and blood gushed out. With one move, the Beast King flying fish was severely injured. In the aircraft, Li Ling, who saw the scene, covered his mouth in surprise. When did the president become so powerful? In the past, Li Ying needed to rely on battle clothes and source weapons to barely kill the Beast King and entangle with the Beast King. Sometimes, he even needed the cooperation of technological weapons and other warriors. When did he seriously injure the Beast King flying fish with one shot? Splash! After being severely injured by one move, the Beast King flying fish immediately dived into the sea, and its speed increased sharply. This is the trouble of sea beasts. The speed of human warriors in the water, and even the power of their moves, are far inferior to those of sea beasts. Want to run? Fang Xing sneered, holding the gun with both hands, like swinging a stick, smashing it on the head. Boom! In the terrifying sound of sonic boom, countless air pressures fell, pushing away the seawater, revealing a dry seabed. The Beast King flying fish fell to the bottom of the sea and subconsciously flapped its tail. Puff! With a flash of fire, Fang Xing pierced its head and shot it up. It's a good time to eat grilled fish today. He landed next to the aircraft and said, since we are here, let's take a look at where the Sea Dragon King in the White Eagle District is, and take care of it together. Li Ling's face suddenly became solemn. Yes. In her heart, she was secretly happy. The president looked changed, but he was still as gentle as before. This time, it was Gavi and his men who started the fight first, and the president made a harsh statement on the surface, but secretly solved the Beast King. Even if Gavi was not in charge of the White Eagle War Zone, nothing serious would happen. Fang Xing didn't know that this little secretary had so many thoughts in his mind. He was just going to find a few opponents to test his strength and marksmanship. It happened that the Sea Dragon Beast King was nearby. And the most dangerous place where fierce beasts gather is the Shenangjia mountain area in Daxia. There are at least 3 beast kings there. And it is also the core of the largest intersection, where fierce beasts have built their nests. Maybe there are some secrets. After I break through, I can go explore it. 6 hours later. Daxia War Zone. Global Warrior Association Headquarters. A flying vehicle slowly landed. The hatch opened. And a terrifying pressure came out. Sure enough, it's a Beast King level beast. A young man was awed. He is one of the 5. No. 4. Star Master Realm Masters in the world. Daxia Lin Qianzhu. President. Lin Qianzhu saw Fang Xing. His eyes lit up. And he bowed and said, "Congratulations to the president for killing a Beast King level beast alone. Even those of them in the Star Master realm have never killed a Beast King level beast alone. It is easy for satellite level warriors to defeat the Beast King, but it is more difficult to kill it. Even in the Beast Tide, it is necessary to cooperate with weapons such as nuclear bombs to make the Beast King and the Beast King a little afraid. Not only that, the president just went to fight with the Sea Dragon Beast King and severely injured the beast." Li Ling added, "Humph. I want to retreat. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Fang Xing waved his hand and flew into his practice room, looking unhappy. "Secretary Li?" Lin Qianzhu looked at Li Ling. "President seems to think he is not strong enough?" Li Ling could only answer with a wry smile. "In the practice room. This body is still a little weak. I almost killed that Sea Dragon Beast King. I have comprehended the law, but my physical foundation is too poor, and I can't burst out." Fang Xing sat cross-legged, reviewing the previous battle, feeling a little helpless. The Sea Dragon Beast King is relatively weak among the 9 Beast Kings in the world, but it hides in the sea when it can't beat it. There's really nothing we can do, unless this body's quality improves greatly, or the law is further comprehended. Fang Xing scanned the surroundings and confirmed that there was no surveillance. He immediately disappeared and entered the Yuanzhong Temple. Every minute and every second of the time he traveled through is very precious. He went out this time only because he had reached the limit of his practice. His soul needed to relax, and he used actual combat to test his understanding of the law. After recovery, he must continue to comprehend the Fire God Pillar. Apart from that, everything is false. Time flies, and more than 20 days have passed. In the Fire God Temple, Fang Xing, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, 3 balls of fire appeared, moving in an irregular 3-body trajectory, and suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of flames. Countless fire birds, fire snakes, and fire dragons were flying and circling in it. The Law of Fire, 1/3200, proficient. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. 30 years of accumulation, coupled with the talent after this body transformation, and the advantages of the Fire God Pillar, the Treasure of Enlightenment, finally allowed me to enter the 2nd stage of the Law of Fire. He stood up and raised his hand to summon the Fire Cloud gun. Swish! The gun came out like a dragon. Compared with the previous one, there were more strands of flame tassels when it was swung, and it had a hint of indescribable charm. Roar! In the end, the countless tassels outlined and faintly transformed into the prototype of a fire beast. This is. A flash of gray light appeared, and Xiao Hui appeared, saying without any image, the 6th style of the 18 spears of fiery fire. The wrath of the fire god? That's it. Fang Xing held the spear and strode forward. In the blink of an eye, he came within 500 meters of the fire god pillar. Ha ha. Good. Xiao Hui nodded quickly. You have now passed the 2nd test, although you spent too much time on the 1st test. If you really count it, you have achieved this in less than a month, which is amazing enough. So, what about the reward? Fang Xing hooked his finger, looking forward to it. Come with me. Xiao Hui took Fang Xing out of the Fire God Temple and came to another palace. This place is actually 100 times larger than the Fire God Temple, and it is extremely empty, with only a huge jade platform in the middle. Ring? Fang Xing heart moved. This is the 100 Battles Hall, which contains the 100 Battles puppet carefully collected by the owner. Xiao Hui nodded, and a bronze-armored man walked over. This is number 1, who has the strength of a planetary master. His understanding of the law is the most ordinary one. Unfortunately, it is the law of Earth, which is not very suitable for you. Now, it will recognize you as its master, and you can take it out of Yuanzhong Temple. Master! A flash of red light flashed in the eyes of the bronze-armored man, and his voice was dull. Sure enough, a big deal. Fang Xing was full of emotion. A planetary master can definitely unify the current Daxia planet, sweeping away all humans and fierce beasts. Moreover, this kind of puppet is extremely rare and expensive. I'm afraid that even a star-level master in the Star Master realm will have to spend all his money to buy it. In addition, there are planetary-level cultivation resources, as well as a secret treasure Qingting Ling. And finally the exercise Wanqin. Shall we hand it over a ring? It's all in here. Fang Xing took it, and found that the ring was grayish-white, and the style was very simple. At this time, the source power moved slightly, and it was directly refined. Then, his spirit was connected to a space. Big! This was Fang Xing's first feeling. He was used to seeing that there was no space equipment in the main universe, and the storage bags in the world of immortal cultivation were often measured in cubic meters. When he first sensed this space, he was stunned. It's so big. This space is 1,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 1,000 meters high. In a corner of the space, there are a lot of fire source crystals, jade soul liquid, and more unknown treasures, which are probably enough to allow a planetary master to cultivate to the star level. Are they all resources related to the law of fire? I suspect that Xiaohui must have earth source crystals, wood source crystals, etc. But he didn't take them out. This space can even be loaded into an ordinary spaceship. It's really a good thing. But it's a pity that the ring can't be taken away. Fang Xing mind moved, and a green vine token and a dark ancient book appeared in his hand. The green vine order is a one-time secret treasure. Only a planetary master can perfectly activate it without hurting himself. It is powerful enough to destroy any master below the red giant level. It is your life-saving item. Even if you encounter a red giant master, the time you buy with the green vine order is enough for you to hide in the Yuanzhong Temple. Shall we pointed to the black secret book again? The secret book of 10,000 hearts is a rare method of cultivating spiritual power. In the universe civilization, the human soul is divided into 3 levels: heart, mind, and soul. That is, spiritual power, willpower, and the most fundamental true spirit. The master has never come into contact with a secret book that can cultivate the true spirit. Even the secret method of cultivating willpower is extremely rare. Only the peak universe civilization can cultivate it. It is possible to exist in the universe. This 1Xian secret book is specially used to cultivate spiritual power. It contains the mysteries of soul defense, soul attack, etc. Even if you don't understand the means of soul attack, you must learn soul defense well. Unfortunately, this kind of mental defense is okay for ordinary soul attacks, but it is very ineffective against will attacks. Xiaohui sighed, but you are unlikely to encounter an enemy who is good at will attacks. I don't agree with this. I am quite good at will attacks. Fang Xing complained in his heart, and then his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the main universe still has something. At least the martial artist profession, in addition to the immortality of the flesh, is to cultivate martial arts will. According to Xiaohui's introduction, the method of cultivating will is very valuable even in the peak universe civilization. It seems that in different worlds, there are some resources with extremely high value. Fang Xing was quite emotional. Then, he pressed his hand on the 1Xian secret book and obtained this inheritance. Although mental power is only the outermost defense of the soul, it is not bad to have one more method and inheritance. What's more, very detailed. Various spiritual power methods. In addition to attack and defense, there are also exploration, tracking, and even mind control. Spiritual power, in the world of cultivation, should be the divine consciousness. Right? This copy of 1Xian is simply the ultimate divine consciousness cultivation inheritance. And it is also the only thing I can take back. Although he passed the second test and obtained the planetary puppet, super storage ring, a large amount of resources, Qingting order and other treasures. But what Fang Xing can really bring back is only knowledge and law perception. Chapter 336 3 Emperors. Now, Li Ying, you have to cultivate to the Star Lord realm star level as soon as possible to meet the third test. Xiaohui said in a low voice. The real good things of the old master are all behind. What you have now are just some low-level stuff. Even the Star Palace volume is only the source power cultivation method of the Star Lord realm. But after the third test, you can get a Dharma Lord realm inheritance. This is the real treasure of the old master. Even if you get it, you must swear a rule oath and cannot leak it out. Obviously, Xiao Hui was a little dissatisfied with Li Ying's previous behavior of spreading the skills. But it didn't matter, because it was not the core inheritance of the Grey Marquis lineage at all. What is the third test? Fang Xing asked. Walk into the range of 50 meters of the Fire God Pillar, or defeat a puppet at the peak of the star level. Xiao Hui said in a low voice. The tests set by the master are more difficult than the previous ones. The rewards are also twice as rich. The inheritance of the Dharma Lord realm? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The Dharma Master realm has at least fully comprehended the existence of one law, and its divine power is vast and incredible. The only time he saw a Dharma Master realm master take action was when the creator took action before, which directly led to the fall of the peak martial god Yi Luyun. Of course, he wanted this kind of inheritance. But the requirement of 50 meters in front of the Fire God Pillar is really difficult. More importantly, he doesn't have a few days left. I do my best. He suddenly felt bored and walked out of the Yuanzhong Temple. Then, his mental power swept across the Warrior Association headquarters. Lin Qianzhu. Come to see me. Whoosh. A flash of fire. Lin Qianzhu's figure emerged. President. He was respectful and a little admiring. After all, Li Ying was his martial arts teacher. This man's talent is not bad. At least much better than Li Ying. Fang Xing said in his heart. The requirement for the selection of Yuanzhong Temple is to comprehend the mystery of fire without other auxiliary conditions. Like Lin Qianzhu, Jiawei, planet-level geniuses. They were selected by Li Ying through the Global Martial Arts Conference after he became the president of the Warrior Association. They are the most suitable geniuses to comprehend Scorching Sun Palm and Fire Mystery Volume 36. Li Ying only selects talents of the fire department, and there must be omissions in other departments. But there is nothing he can do about it. He only has the Fire Secret Book. Lin Qianzhu's talent is a little better than Jiawei, but still not as good as me, who cheats by opening the attribute panel. Therefore, he did not meet the standards and was selected by Xiao Hui. Later, he joined the Warrior Association and had the Fire Mystery Volume 36 Secret Book, Fire Palm, Jade Soul Liquid, and other treasures that accelerated the comprehension of the mystery given by Li Ying. Only then could he spend decades to complete the mystery of fire and enter the law of fire, and then refine the Mars Source Crystal and analyze the Star Palace Volume Introduction, and finally break into the satellite level of the Star Lord realm. With inheritance, enlightenment treasure, Source Crystal, it's normal for a planetary genius to enter the satellite level in decades. Li Ying, who took the Flame Heart fruit and added the advantages of the Fire God Pillar, actually started from the same starting line as these geniuses, and also spent nearly 30 years to break into the satellite level. Of course, although they ran at the same speed, the resources consumed and the external conditions were very different. It means that there is still a gap in talent. So, in this world, those who work hard are not as good as those who cheat. Good talent is not as good as good resources, unless the talent is against the sky to a certain level. You can ignore these rules? After thinking it over, Fang Xing said, you will perform the flame palm again. Yes. Lin Qianzhu was startled. And then he began to practice the flame palm very skillfully, because Li Ying often asked him to do this before. And still the teacher, by the way. Each level of this palm method is a kind of fire mystery. Practicing the moves is to comprehend the mystery. Combined with the secret book Fire Mystery Volume 36, the progress is very fast. No matter which one. It is not comparable to the incomplete secret book in the hands of the Master of True Energy. The reason why Xiao Hui did not put in the serious mysteries and the flame palm, which are auxiliary comprehension techniques, is to find a true genius who understands the law under extremely harsh environmental conditions. Finally, it found Li Ying. Lin Qianzhu had already perfected the mysteries of fire and practiced the flame palm to the 36 major perfections. At this time, there is an inexplicable charm between each move, which is natural. At the end, he shouted loudly, and the 36 palms merged into one palm, with a tendency to evolve into a palm of the law. Clap. Fang Xing applauded. Good. Good. Well done. Especially the last palm. Are you going to use the palm method to interpret your own understanding of the law? Very good. If it continues like this, that would be the beginning of 18 guns of fiery fire. There is no way. Li Ying has a trick up his sleeve. He did not teach the fighting skills that cooperate with the law of fire. A genius like Lin Qianzhu can only comprehend it by himself. He is still good. Like Gavi. Who would turn evil if he didn't give? At least not all of them are ungrateful. People's hearts are hard to predict. I can't control them. Let alone Li Ying. In Li Ying memory, Gavi has always been a sunny boy with a strong sense of justice. Please give me some advice. President. After performing a set of palm techniques, Lin Qianzhu was a little nervous. Well, I really want to give you some advice. Fang Xing laughed. And suddenly his figure flashed. And he came in front of Lin Qianzhu and pointed a finger. Lin Qianzhu exploded instantly. His figure flashed several times. But he couldn't avoid this finger at all. And a trace of horror appeared on his face. Then, he was pointed at the center of his eyebrows by Fang Xing's finger. Boom! A large amount of text and picture information appeared, making Lin Qianzhu stunned. After a long time, his eyes came back to his senses and he murmured, 18 fiery spears? Yes. There are 18 styles in this spear technique. I will teach you 6 styles now. Fang Xing saw that De Xiao was quite respectful. And considering that he would leave eventually, he had to leave some talents. Otherwise, relying on Li Ying, the useless leader, the evolution speed of human warriors might not be able to catch up with the beasts. Li Ying was not sad to sell his father's land, let alone him. For him, inheritance that does not need to be kept secret can be copied at will, and the resources cannot be used by the original body. If you really want to be a boy who spends money, you will be more inhumane than Li Ying. The benefits have been given. Now, take me to the beast nest in Shenangjia. Fang Xing raised the fire cloud spear and said, before, he could only be seriously injured and could not kill the beast king because Li Ying foundation was not good and his explosive power was insufficient. Now that the law has been realized, Fang Xing still wants to give it a try and take advantage of the last bit of time to explore the secrets of the beast. Daxiao War Zone. The Heartland. Shenangjia Mountains. At several mountain passes, a large number of fortresses were built, and countless soldiers patrolled and guarded. Swoosh! Swoosh! There were flashes of fire in the sky, and 2 figures directly crossed the cordon and entered the depths of Shenangjia. President, the beast nest is ahead. If we go deeper, we will definitely be discovered. Lin Qianzhu stopped in midair and said, there are 3 confirmed beast kings here, including the Great Ape King, the Great Peng King, and the most mysterious Jiao King. Well, let me say hello first. Fang Xing looked at the countless beasts living, breeding, and playing on the ground, and lightly tapped the fire cloud gun in his hand. A long red rainbow exploded, turning into countless flying fire meteors, falling from the sky. Boom! Like a missile washing the ground. Countless sky fires exploded, forming a prairie fire, and a large number of beasts, even the Beast King level, were reduced to ashes in the flames. The third move of the 18 fire spears, fire spreads across the prairie. So strong. Lin Qianzhu looked at a 6-winged flying snake Beast King turning into ashes in the flames, and couldn't help but suffocate. I thought the president's understanding of the law was not strong before. It turns out that he was teasing me on purpose. With the president's strength, even if 10 of me come together, I'm afraid they will be killed in one move. Right? Boom! At this moment, a piercing sonic boom was heard in the sky. The hills were treated as rocks and smashed madly. Along with the hills, there was also a huge figure. It was 100 meters tall, covered with purple gold fur, as if wearing a layer of armor. Standing up, eyes full of fierce light, lips vibrating the air, and actually uttered human language. You are looking for death. Great Ape King. Lin Qianzhu took a deep breath and put on a pair of red gloves. This pair of red gloves is called Flame. After Li Ying sold several precious ores, the Daxiao War Zone bought one of them at a high price. It was specially made for Lin Qianzhu with many alloys and can be used as a weapon for satellite-level strongmen. As I said before, you have to work after taking the benefits. This Great Ape King is the weakest, so I leave it to you. Fang Xing laughed and rushed into the sky. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a pair of sharp eyes were already staring at him. It was the Great Peng King. Swoosh! A black shadow fell. At an extremely fast speed, the Great Peng King's wings were like knives, so fast that he swung hundreds of knives in an instant. The law of wind? Fang Xing smiled slightly, and his body turned and moved, like an elf leaping in the flames. Although long-distance raids may not be as good as the Great Peng King, a natural bird with the introduction to the law of wind. But short-distance maneuvers are not slow at all. Not only that, he thrust with a spear, triggered the law of fire, and even gradually suppressed the Great Peng Emperor. As expected, the power varies greatly depending on the degree of understanding of the law. It divided according to the proficiency panel. The entry-level proficiency level is just barely able to trigger the power of the law and perform various blessing and amplification. And the application is the most rough. When you reach the proficient level, you can slightly control the power of the law, perform oppression and more subtle operations. I wonder what the performance of the mastery level will be. Starting from the 7th style of the 18 fiery spears, the requirements for the understanding of the law are extremely high. And you need to understand the heart of the law before you can perform it. Is it a feature of the mastery level? But I don't need to understand the heart of the law. My current understanding of the law is enough to crush the Great Peng Emperor. As for the various changes and performances of the law in the future, Fang Xing has only begun to comprehend the 7th style of the 18 fiery spears, and he can't understand the 8th style at all, not to mention the various means after the 10th style. But he was extremely sure that the one who created the 18 spears of fiery fire must be a great master of the Dharma Master Realm, or a being who fully comprehended the law of fire. Fang Xing's spear tip moved, and countless fire tassels were outlined in the void, turning into a flame beast, roaring and screaming fiercely. Roar! With a roar, the Great Peng Emperor couldn't help but stop for a moment. Then, it saw a spear tip burst like a flame and pierce through. Puff! The Great Peng Emperor head suddenly exploded. One shot! The Beast King died. Chapter 337 Yuan in Palace. Old Peng? At the moment when the Great Peng Emperor died, the Great Ape Emperor on the ground roared, and a layer of khaki light circle covered his hairy fist. Bang! Lin Qianzhu barely used the half-law palm he had comprehended, and then was punched away, hitting a hill and creating a hole several meters deep, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose. So strong. This Great Ape Emperor is not only extremely strong, but also has a punch as heavy as a mountain. He is definitely a strong man who has just started the law of earth. And even his understanding of the law is far beyond me. At this moment, he also saw the corpse of the Great Peng Emperor falling from midair, and a smile appeared on his face. It's great. Even if I die, I can exchange for a beast emperor, which is not too bad. Boom! A shadow emerged. It was the Great Ape Emperor. Its eyes were red, and its big feet stepped down. Die! Just as Lin Qianzhu closed his eyes and waited for death, he was suddenly wrapped in a ball of khaki light. A bronze-armored man appeared in front of him and also punched out. This punch was not as powerful as the Great Ape King's, and looked ordinary. A punch hit the Great Ape King's feet, and then there was a vibration. The Great Ape King flew backwards instantly, and even his bones were constantly broken in midair. When he landed, he had turned into a muddy corpse. You, Senior, that's not right. Lin Qianzhu, who had escaped death, widened his eyes, and finally confirmed that the bronze-armored man had no breath of life and was just a puppet. My master ordered me to hold the fort, so I saw that you were about to die, so I took action. Puppet number 1 said lightly. The president actually has such a puppet? Killed the Great Ape King with one punch? Lin Qianzhu's heart was filled with shock, and his strength is so strong that he can kill the Beast King alone. It seems that everything before was a joke to us. There must be a deep meaning in the president's every move. When Fang Xing landed, Lin Qianzhu had completely transformed and followed him respectfully. President, there should be 3 Beast Kings here, now that the 2 emperors are dead. The last Jiao King has not appeared yet. It has always been very mysterious. Let's go to the core of the border. Fang Xing brought the copper-armored puppet and felt that he had enough power to suppress the planet, so he naturally had no taboos. Master, this is from the Great Ape. The copper-armored puppet handed over a stone piece. It looked ordinary. Even Fang Xing ignored it. What is this? Fang Xing mind moved, and with a long spear, he took out a piece of the same stone from the Great Peng King's body. It seems to be some kind of token. My power cannot destroy it. The bronze puppet said. You can't destroy it? Fang Xing nodded, put away the stone, and went to the deepest part of Shenangjia with Lin Qianzhu. Here, The sky is always gloomy. And the void is like a mirror, vaguely reflecting another broken world. The core of the border. Lin Qianju was full of excitement. As long as this place is destroyed, there will be no more disasters of ferocious beasts in the Shenangjia area. What is that? Fang Xing has excellent eyesight. But he saw a dark palace in the broken world. The palace is vast and majestic. It is estimated that the length may exceed 300 kilometers. Even Xiao Hui is vague about the border. There is indeed a big secret. He pointed the fire cloud spear in his hand. And a red spear light several thousand meters long rushed into the core of the border. Crash! The amazing blow was directly crushed by the void, without any trace left. Lin Qianju was stunned when he saw the scene. At this moment, Fang Xing felt some movement in the storage ring. He flipped his palm, and 2 stone pieces emerged. On each of the stone pieces, there was a mottled light condensed. A huge voice sounded directly beside Fang Xing's ears, holding the token. Do you want to enter the Yuanyan Palace? It looks like another secret place. Fang Xing casually threw a stone piece to Lin Qianju. You try it first. Yes. Lin Qianju gritted his teeth. I go. The next moment, a silver light flashed, and his figure disappeared. So strong. Fang Xing had already released his perception. But with his understanding of the law of fire, he couldn't detect how Lin Qianju disappeared. Wait a minute. Wait until there is a little time left before the end of the Advent. And then go in and see if Lin Qianju can come out during this period of time. It would be the best. He sat cross-legged and began to wait silently. Maybe the missing Jiao Emperor is in this Yuanyan Palace. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The 3rd day. Soon, Fang Xing did not see the Jiao Emperor and Lin Qianju, and finally stopped hesitating after calculating that they were about to return. Go! The thought penetrated into the stone, and with a flash of light, his figure disappeared instantly. In a space. Fang Xing's eyes focused, and he saw groups of flames appearing out of thin air. Roar! Then, fierce beasts continued to jump out from the flames. Their bodies seemed to be made entirely of flames, and every roar shook the void. Beast King? So many? The next moment, hundreds of fire beasts surrounded him. Fang Xing's feet were like lightning, and his body was leaping like flames. While his body was moving, the fire cloud spear in his hand shot out like a dragon, turning into groups of red fire clouds, engulfing the fire beasts. Faced with this siege, he used his body's skills to the extreme, ensuring that there were no enemies behind him, and quickly dealing with the enemies in front of him. Puff! After more than 10 minutes, Fang Xing swept the last fire beast with a gun, turning it into ashes. Boom! Just when the last fire beast was destroyed, Fang Xing suddenly felt a terrifying force of heaven and earth descending, making him unable to move at all. Good. Very good. A ray of light fell, transforming into the figure of an old man with curved black horns on his head. He was born with double pupils. And at this moment, he looked at Fang Xing with regret. It's a pity. You are a human, not a member of the Yuanyan Beast clan. So you could only become a registered disciple of the Yuanyan Palace. What do you mean? Fang Xing showed a puzzled look on his face. My master, named Yuanyan Palace Master, is an extremely powerful being. As the spirit of Yuanyan Palace, I have always followed my master will and selected disciples for him. Your qualifications, understanding, age, are fully qualified to become the master true disciple. Unfortunately, my master true disciples only accept people of the same clan. You and that little human who is still trying to pass the level can't even be inner disciples. You can only be registered disciples. Another inheritance? Fang Xing couldn't hold back his expression. Are there so many cosmic inheritances on the planet Daxiao? Hee. There is also an inheritance in the top spaceship on you. Right? The black-horned old man's eyes seemed to penetrate everything, and sneered. It's just a mere inheritance of the Star-Lord realm. Except for that good spaceship. The rest is simply useless. My master, Yuanyan Palace Master, is a powerful person in the Dharma Lord realm. Damn it! In the Yuanzhong Temple, Xiao Hui's eyes were bloodshot. But he was helpless, because it didn't notice the other party before, but was easily noticed by the other party. It has proved the difference in level. What is the merit of this Daxiao planet? It actually has the inheritance of the Dharma Master realm? Fang Xing sighed. You think too highly of yourself. After the master fell, its inner world collapsed. affecting several galaxies and countless planets. As long as you reach the core of the junction and obtain the token, you can be led to the Yuanian Palace to accept the test. There are more than 10,000 inheritance points similar to those on your planet in the nearby galaxies. The black-horned old man laughed dumbly. The inner world collapsed. Affecting several galaxies? You can also cultivate a world in your body? Fang Xing suddenly felt a little suffocated. He had long known that the energy level and level of this Daxiao world seemed to far exceed the main universe. Now it seems that it is true. After all, the main universe only has one confirmed Dharma Master realm power, the Creator, who is still in the dormant stage. But in the Daxiao world, there are many powerful people in the realm of Dharma Lords. And there are even higher Dao Lords. This Blackhorn spirit weapon is not ordinary. Even the Yuanzhong Temple does not take it seriously. Although, this Yuanzhong Temple is already an unimaginable top-level spaceship for Fang Xing. Wait. So, the disaster of the ferocious beasts is because your master inner world collapsed? Fang Xing suddenly thought of a question. No wonder Xiao Hui has always been very secretive about the border area and thinks it is a wonder of the universe. It turns out that it is related to the death of a powerful person in the realm of Dharma Lord. That's right. My master inner world is a universe in itself. And the diameter of the light main continent is more than 900 billion kilometers. The black-horned old man said proudly. After the fall, the inner world collapsed. And there was a space intersection phenomenon with countless galaxies and planets. A wisp of my master breath can benefit a planet and give birth to countless beasts. This is the gift of evolution. Fang Xing was speechless. The diameter of the continent in the body is 9 trillion kilometers. Isn't it close to the size of a solar system? And this kind of alien warrior really thinks differently and discriminates against the human race. This is understandable. After all, they are not of my race. But dragging countless planets into the beast disaster and considering it a gift is too much. If they can't beat you, they will definitely beat you up. Sure enough, although the inheritance is good, it is also full of dangers. It may even be a dead end. Fang Xing sighed silently in his heart. Fortunately, the Yuanian Palace Master who inherited this time only discriminated against the human race. If it was replaced by a hostile one, the human warriors who entered the Yuanian Palace might be killed directly. Wait, if Li Ying died, I don't know if I would automatically return or lose this consciousness. Fang Xing had an inexplicable question in his mind. And the relationship between the heart, mind, and soul in the secret book of Wan Xian that he had read before emerged again. According to the classics, mental power is the outermost layer of the soul. Willpower is the middle layer. And the true spirit is hidden in the deepest part of the soul. So, I might be a true spirit that traveled through time? As long as this weapon spirit doesn't have the means to kill the true spirit, it shouldn't be able to really kill me. Wait, he didn't mean to kill me. He just asked me if I wanted to be a registered disciple. Chapter 338 Three Dantians. What are the benefits and responsibilities of being a registered disciple? Fang Xing asked. In the universe, the cause and effect covers everything. There must be a result for every cause. The black-horned old man smiled and said, for true disciples, cause and effect are the most important. I won't tell you. If you are just a registered disciple, you can choose any item from the Master Class C collection. As for the price, you have to make a law oath. In the future, when you are able to do so, if you encounter a Yuanian beast in trouble, you need to help it once. Once is enough. Okay. Fang Xing nodded. I, Li Ying, am willing to become a registered disciple. Can I choose first? Of course I can. The black-horned old man said meaningfully, after entering the Yuanian Palace. It is difficult for anyone who is not a great master of the Dharma Master realm to leave. How can I, Li Ying, be someone who takes the benefits and runs away? Fang Xing answered righteously. The black-horned old man waved his hand, and a light screen emerged, divided into many categories such as secret treasures, secret techniques, weapons, spaceships, potions, companion beasts, etc. It even has a search function, and even the text is in Daxiao language. I deliberately expressed it in the language of your planet. See for yourself. You have 1 hour to make a choice. The black-horned old man was waiting there. Fang Xing directly skipped the various physical objects and looked at the column of skills and secret techniques. Scanning them at a glance, by the way, how is the human who came in a few days after me? He has average talent. But if he honed his skills for a few more decades, He may be able to pass the assessment of registered disciples. The black-horned old man smiled. As for that little snake, although his talent is a little worse and his bloodline is a little mixed, but in just a few years, he can become a registered disciple. Got it. Treated differently, Fang Xing complained in his heart. And after 59 minutes, he stopped his fingers. This is it. 9 Source Star Body Forging Secret Technique. Created by a neutron star warrior in the Star Lord realm. The black-horned old man nodded. For those below the neutron star level, it is a good body forging secret technique. As long as there is a celestial body, you can draw the light of the stars to practice. You don't need to use special natural treasures or cosmic wonders to lay the foundation. But, as long as you practice to the neutron star level, your body will automatically become extremely hard and terrifying. Therefore, this secret technique is useless to practitioners above the neutron star level. The master accidentally obtained this secret technique, took a look at it, and threw it into the Class C treasure house. Are you sure you want it? I'm sure. Fang Xing had no choice. Although some other secret techniques are better, they require special resources to get started. This is a rip-off. He still didn't know if he could come to this world. Even if he could, it would only be the arrival of his true spirit consciousness. And he couldn't take away any physical things. Very good. The black-horned old man casually pointed. And a piece of inheritance turned into starlight, and fell into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. In an instant, he was initiating this 9 Source Star Body Forging secret technique. Okay. Now, leave your oath on this law stone slab. The black-horned old man casually took out a strange stone slab, and placed it in front of Li Ying. Leave your soul breath and follow me to recite. Li Ying, wait. Again? Main universe. White Bird Star. Galaxy Island. Fang Xing walked out of the hibernation cabin. Recalled a little. And one inheritance after another emerged in his memory. Star Palace Volume. 18 guns of fiery fire. 10,000 hearts. Flame palm. Wind and fire claw. 9 Source Star Body Forging secret art. Very good. I have already entered the door of the law of fire. As long as I practice Star Palace Volume. Absorb the source power of the universe. Open up the Star Palace. And condense the life star. I can immediately break into the satellite level. If there are a lot of fire source crystals, it is not difficult to quickly advance to the planetary level. Star Lord Realm satellite level is equivalent to the 8 realms of the main universe. Star Lord Realm planetary level is the 9th realm of combat power, equivalent to the God of War. But I don't have source crystals. I can only refine the energy of the universe by myself. And the speed of cultivation will be much slower. And is there a conflict between the Star Palace source power system and the warrior system? Even if you break through to become a planetary level powerhouse in the Star Lord realm, or even a star level, or even above a star, it can only be said that the combat power breaks through the 9th realm, the 10th realm, but not above the God of War. Because the path that I follow is martial arts after all. All these inheritances need to be digested. The most urgent thing is to retreat immediately and digest the inheritance completely. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. However, even if he sorted out the method to break through the Star Lord realm, he would definitely not give it to the Federation. Even the original mysteries of fire would not be given in full. As for the 18 blazing fire guns and the flame palm, there is no need to think about it. After all, there are still powerful enemies lurking in the Blue Star Federation. Wouldn't it be like aiding the enemy if we gave them to them? Only giving the incomplete mysteries of fire can at most increase the combat power of the Martial Saint and other 8 realms. But it can't change the overall situation. The reason is even simpler. Fang Xing is originally a creator of the law. It is difficult for him to create a perfect system from scratch. Isn't it reasonable? Even if the Blue Star Federation studies it by itself and wants to perfect a series of cultivations in the Star Lord realm, the difficulty is not much worse than creating a series of cultivations above the martial god. And it is also very time-consuming. I promised Nie Ying that I would find the way above the martial god. But it doesn't guarantee that others can do it. Besides, my foundation is still martial arts. Therefore, I need to digest this harvest into the attribute panel, adapt it to my own martial arts, and then see if there are any changes? With this thought, Fang Xing immediately entered the secret room and began a long period of retreat. A few months later, inside the secret room, Fang Xing opened his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel out of habit. Has the gate of the heavens been completely closed and can no longer descend on the great Xiao world? Unconsciously, I am already an old man in my 100s. No. The lifespan of a martial saint is extremely long. And I am still a teenager at best. Even after I become a master of the great sun Tathagata palm, I will definitely be able to condense the Dharma body of the great sun Tathagata, be promoted to the martial god, and my body will be immortal from then on. So, I am very young. Shingwichiojue, on the other hand, has gained a lot of inheritance from the great Xiao world, and his limit has risen again. And this Star Palace volume. Fong Xing looked at the proficiency of the Star Palace volume. Of course, he was able to get started with this volume, and even raise it to a level close to proficiency, thanks to his practice on Liang. Moreover, after several months of hard training, Fong Xing finally managed to integrate the source power training system into his own martial arts. Blue Star Martial Arts focuses on physical strength and will. Physical strength maintains the whole body's qi and blood, and is traversed by meridians and acupoints, mainly located in the lower dantian of the human body. Not to mention will. It is located in the Ling Tai, the Sea of Consciousness, that is, the Niwen Palace, where the Great Sun Godhead is located. It belongs to the Upper Dantian, and the Star Palace to be opened up in the Star Palace volume is located in the Middle Dantian, where the Chi Si Snow Mountain is located. Absorbing cosmic energy and turning it into source power is similar to the internal force in novels and rumors. Some similarities. Fong Xing thought about it for a while, and felt that the Star Palace volume had great potential. Could it be that the martial god has been unable to break through the martial god, because the Blue Star martial arts is already lame, and lacks the key step of cultivating the middle dantian? Why is it so complementary to the source power cultivation system? And the weakening of the mysteries of the law is very little. These two worlds must have some connection. Could it be the inner world of the strong? As for the martial arts, it seems that the upper, middle, and lower dantians must be cultivated together, and the three major palaces must be perfected before entering the realm of true immortality? Fong Xing didn't know if this idea of cultivating three dantians at the same time was right, but he felt that he could give it a try. Because the attribute panel is included, there will obviously be no more danger. Damn! If I could bring out a lot of fire source crystals, I could quickly break through to the planetary level and master the 9th realm combat power. Now, I can only rely on the martial saint and the law perception, and barely burst out a few moves of the 9th realm combat power. If I want to compete with the new martial god, I'm afraid I have to use a mecha. This is Fong Xing preparing to catch the fish. He thinks that if the mastermind comes again, the danger level will be at least the 9th realm. If it is the 10th realm, then he can just run away with the bucket, and come back to settle accounts one by one when his cultivation is invincible. But I've been waiting for decades, and the assassin hasn't come yet. Should I stimulate it again? Fong Xing scanned the attribute panel and looked at the severely injured mark after the martial saint, which he found particularly eye-catching. Well, let's recover first. Let's keep this a secret. If we are discovered, we can say that I have comprehended the mystery of fire and comprehended the mystery of rebirth from the fire, and then recover the fighting power of the martial saint. Let's see if they are anxious. He will practice Star Palace volume next. Open up the Star Palace, condense the life star, and absorb the source power of the universe. A seriously injured body will be too much of a hindrance. Source power cultivation is not about comprehending the law, as long as you have a brain. But the stronger the body, the faster the speed of absorbing and refining source power, and the higher the efficiency. Great Sun Godhead. Fong Xing made the sun wheel seal with his hands and raised it to his eyebrows. Between his eyebrows, a round of red sun's brand suddenly appeared, bursting with terrifying burning power. Fong Xing's sea of consciousness instantly turned into a furnace, turning the endless pollution and the brand of the gate into fuel, quickly igniting and burning. There were even circles of great sun true fire and sun golden flame along the veins between the eyebrows, connecting the 12 meridians, constantly surrounding the body, burning the pollution in the origin of life. Awesome. Once the stubborn disease was gone, Fong Xing felt like his whole body was refreshed. Not only that, because of the great tonic, the proficiency of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra soared by more than 100 points. In the past few decades, my cultivation has not stagnated. If I don't first master the Great Sun Tathagata curse to the Grandmaster level, the Great Sun Tathagata palm of its subordinates will not be able to improve. Now, I only need to sprint to the proficiency of the Great Sun Tathagata palm with all my strength, and I can quickly be promoted to the god of war. A dozen days later, a dark shadow came across the universe and slowly fell into the atmosphere of the white bird star. The person who came was surrounded by a layer of spirit defense. The whole person looked hazy, and the breath was even more restrained to the state of being there and not being there, and did not alarm the reconnaissance satellites in space at all. There is no entry record, as long as I am not discovered. I am a transparent person on the white bird star. It's worth it that I came here across the universe. Galaxy Island. Fong Xing. A thought emerged, and the figure slowly fell, looking at the landing area. It was the range of Galaxy Island. It was nighttime. Fong Xing was lying on the rooftop, looking at the bright stars in the sky, silently absorbing and refining the source of power. Source power. Wherever there is the origin of the universe, there is source power. With the body of a martial saint, I have the second stage of the understanding of the law of fire. I absorb the source power of the universe much faster than ordinary practitioners. Tonight, I just condensed the Star Palace and opened the middle Dantian. In the Daxia world, as long as you get started with the law and get a legacy, it is not difficult to advance to the Star Master realm. In the main universe, it is the same. Fong Xing mind moved, and one after another, with a trace of red source power emerged at the location of his middle Dantian. Crashing, a strange Star Palace was opened up, constantly swallowing and spitting out the source power of the universe. And inside the Star Palace, the source power continued to increase, condense, and turn into red crystals. A large number of crystals condensed and piled up, and finally formed a small life star. Star Master satellite level. It's done. For Fong Xing, this is a matter of hand. And, with the body of a martial saint, opening up the Star Palace and condensing the life star is a natural thing, without even a little pain. My understanding of the law is enough to advance to the planetary level. Unfortunately, I don't have the fire source crystal. If I absorb it slowly, it will take at least several years, or even more than 10 years. Fong Xing sighed. At this time, in his upper Dantian Niwen Palace, the great sun godhead slowly operated, constantly observing the middle Dantian. A big sun fell above the Star Palace, and under the Star Palace, there was a boiling spirit like a sea of blood. After opening up the middle Dantian, when Fong Xing looked inward for the first time, the three Dantians shook together, and a strange frequency came out. So there are such benefits to cultivating the three Dantians at the same time? His expression was blurred, and he fell into the state of unity between man and nature. No, it was a higher state than unity between man and nature. The state of unity between man and the universe. In this strange state of enlightenment, Fong Xing felt that he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. No, not the surrounding environment, nor the mere Galaxy Island. It's the white bird star. Even the entire galaxy, the universe. In this state, Fong Xing upper Dantian will, middle Dantian source power, and lower Dantian spirit merged, as if to breed a new energy. But at this moment, a trace of disharmony broke this state, causing Fong Xing to withdraw directly from the epiphany. Its murderous intent. A martial god-level master sneaked into the white bird star and sent a trace of murderous intent to me? Fong Xing's eyes widened. If it weren't for the coincidence of the three major Dantians being cultivated, he would enter this strange state, facing a martial god-level assassin. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. The fear quickly dissipated, followed by anger. How dare you disturb my epiphany? Still want to kill me? Die! Behind Fong Xing, a red sun emerged. Its light was so bright that it illuminated the entire Galaxy Island, and even made the nearby ships almost think they saw the sunrise. In the middle of the sun, the Buddha's Dharma images gathered and pressed down the Buddha's palm towards a certain place in the air. In the void, Buddhas appeared one after another. The sky was full of flowers, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. The ninth style of the Great Sun Buddha Palm, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. Chapter 339 Rampage. The sun rises in the east. Thousands of golden Sanskrit characters spread across the void of the universe, like a brilliant river, instantly overwhelming the stars in the sky. In the center of the infinite golden Sanskrit characters, a figure was forced out of the void, facing the palm of 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. 9 realms? No. This star has recovered? Not only has the injury recovered as before, but it can also burst out the combat power of the 9 realms? The attacker pulled with one hand and pressed down with one palm. It turned out to be the same Tathagata palm, but it was the authentic Tathagata palm of Blue Star University. The ninth style of 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. In an instant, a golden Buddha emerged from the universe and pressed down on Xingha Island, as if to wipe the entire island off the planet. Poof! The two huge Buddha hands collided in the void, and then both turned into nothingness. Above the ocean, a tsunami of more than 10 levels suddenly arose, and many orbital satellites frantically sounded the alarm. The entire White-Bird star, and even the Dragon star system, were alarmed by the sudden burst of 9-realm energy fluctuations. Damn it! The attacker's palm was as crystal clear as jade, and he pressed down again. A golden sun emerged and quickly fell towards Fang Xing. The first move of the Tathagata palm, Buddha's light shines everywhere. Fang Xing lifted his palm, and the sun godhead between his eyebrows quickly consumed a ray of the sun's divinity, igniting the sun's golden flame, which was the first move of the sun Tathagata palm. Sun shines everywhere. Light. Infinite light. Infinite life. The dazzling brilliance instantly made the nearby sea area seem like daytime. Equally matched? Fang Xing frowned slightly, knowing that he had already lost. I can only have the 9th level combat power when I burst out in an extraordinary state, which cannot last long. And this martial god, who attacked secretly, did not exert his full strength, and wanted to hide his identity. Even the unique skills he used were definitely not his best. The most obvious evidence is that the opponent has not yet revealed his soul and body. For a martial god, the moment when the soul and body are revealed is the moment when the combat power is fully opened. The peerless martial arts based on the soul and body are the peak of combat power. But once the soul and body are revealed, it is a joke to want to hide the identity. This assassin is not an ordinary newly promoted martial god. He is a peak martial god, and may not be much worse than Yi Luyun. Fang Xing made a quick judgment in his heart. Those who can be promoted to martial gods are basically strong martial saints, and their foundation is the Great Diamond Physique, which is the pinnacle of martial arts. But there is still a gap between martial gods. The weakest is naturally the martial artist who has just been promoted to martial god, which is considered an ordinary 9th level combat power. Of course, even the worst martial god is stronger than the strongest martial saint. The gap between the Dharma image and the Dharma body is like the gap between the earth and the sky. Then, there are those who have perfected many unique skills, and have made no further progress in martial arts, and have reached the peak of the martial god. The highest is Yi Luyun, who has reached the limit of the martial god and can launch an attack to the next level, and even almost succeed in the extreme martial god. Of course, these do not count the mecha enhancement. The extreme martial god is the extreme combat power of the 9th realm. But if the martial god wears armor, it is the 10th realm explosive star combat power. After 2 moves, Fang Xing confirmed that this martial god was not from Blue Star University, and the Tathagata palm should be a casual dabble after the martial god. His true strength is at least the peak martial god. Fortunately, the other party is not wearing armor. Of course, this is also normal, seeing that the other party is still sneaking in. We know that this assassination is definitely not to be seen. Not to mention that the space technology of the Blue Star Federation is backward. There is no storage equipment that can be installed with mechas. Even if there is, the maintenance and logistics of the martial god mecha requires an entire industrial zone and countless technicians to maintain it. Not to mention that the background data is difficult to completely destroy. Even some wear and tear and subsequent maintenance under the crowd will definitely leak. Therefore, it is almost impossible for assassins to use mechas. There may even be no exclusive martial god mechas. If the opponent is a newly promoted ordinary martial god, I can fight with the increase of the great sun godhood and the extraordinary law perception. Although I am still a martial saint, Fang Xing believes that he has exceeded the limit of martial saint. But the opponent is a peak martial god, and I will definitely lose if I fight. Not to mention taking him down. Although facing an assassination, surviving is considered a success. But what is the point of waiting for decades if I don't beat the opponent to death? My thoughts are not clear. Fang Xing activates the characteristics of the immortal warrior, and the great sun Tathagata Dharma quickly condenses and transforms into the great sun infant. The great sun infant giggled and began to summon his own natal spiritual treasure. Shanghai Company? Mecha Factory. What's going on? Dr. Wang and Viggy were here, as were many technicians and workers. They were all startled by the sudden outbreak of the War of the Gods of War in the night sky. and then hid here as Fangxing exclusive mecha construction site. The factory's protective measures were top-notch. And in theory, it could withstand the impact of the aftermath of the battle in the 8th or even 9th realm. It was like an ordinary worker who would hide behind the company's valuable equipment as soon as he encountered danger. I don't know either. Dr. Wang widened his eyes. A little absent-minded boss. Is the boss recovered? At this moment, a large amount of solar true fire spread, and one of them fell towards the factory area. Hiss! In the void, a black giant python's martial arts dharma appeared and swallowed the flame in one gulp. A graceful figure landed on the ground. It was Nangong Shui, with the attack of the god of war. How is the status of Fangxing exclusive mecha? Nangong Shui's eyes were like lightning, and she immediately looked at Dr. Wang. Even if Fangxing recovered, he was still just a martial saint. If he wanted to fight against the god of war, he had to fight in armor. The boss's mecha was basically completed 20 years ago. We have been maintaining it for the past 20 years. It is in good condition, but the boss has never used it once. Dr. Wang wiped the sweat from his face and answered in a whisper. As they talked, they looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window at the dark and hideous mecha that was over 100 meters high and looked like a small giant. At this moment, something strange happened. The mecha's eyes suddenly lit up, and the scarlet light flashed wildly. In the factory, a shrill alarm sounded immediately. The Black Death is activated. A researcher looked at the data on his own brain and suddenly shouted, "How is it possible? The eternal crystal furnace has not been turned on yet. How can it be activated without the main energy?" Dr. Wang subconsciously refuted. But the next moment, boom, the factory began to tremble, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The ground twisted, bulged, and cracked, revealing hideous cracks like a centipede. Countless cracks gathered, and the center was Fangxing exclusive mecha, the Black Death. Crack! Crack! The alloy steel plate that fixed the mecha body made a wail of being overwhelmed, twisted and deformed, and was torn apart by a pitch-black metal giant hand, as if tearing apart a thin piece of paper. Boom! The dome of the factory was directly opened, and the alloy restraints on the Black Death exploded, causing it to raise its head and roar towards the space. Roar! The harsh sound waves spread in all directions, and suddenly a pale bone spur on its back burst out, tearing the flesh and metal deck, and rapidly proliferating to form a pair of hundreds of meters long bone wings. The Black Death. Violent. Violent. Dr. Wang let out a wail. This is a negative effect unique to biological mechas, or evil mechas. If it is replaced with a purely scientific mecha, this is absolutely impossible. Under Nangong Shui's eager eyes, the Black Death just gently flapped the bone wings behind it, and its figure disappeared instantly over the sky of Xinghe Island. Damn it! The martial god who had been hiding his head and showing his tail finally couldn't bear it anymore. The wind and clouds gathered behind him, and the martial arts spirit soared into the sky, merged with the soul, and turned into the soul body. It was a female war god covered in golden armor, holding a golden scepter in one hand and a golden round shield in the other. Under the soul body, the assassin turned out to be a female warrior, with long golden hair, a fit body, and blue eyes. You are Venus, the martial god of War University. Fangxing eyes condensed and recognized the identity of the attacker. War University is a first-class university, and it is also the top among first-class universities. It is not only the 3 super first-class institutions that can cultivate 9-level professionals. The top of the first-class universities can do the same. In fact, War University has always had the ambition to become a super first-class university. When Blue Star University declines, it is most likely to defeat Blue Star University. Replacing Blue Star University and becoming a super first-class university is the dream of most teachers and students of War University. When Venus's identity was confirmed, Fangxing immediately thought of many things. War University has always been keen on war. It is inseparable from the big faction in the Federation, the death-fighting faction. Is it the pro-war faction targeting Blue University, or a certain faction in the pro-war faction? The mastermind behind the murder of the 2 pillars of Blue Star has gradually surfaced. However, Fangxing still has many doubts. It doesn't matter. After taking her down, everything will be clear. Of course, in Venus's eyes, it was her determination to kill Fangxing. On her palm, A layer of dust-like brilliance suddenly appeared, turning into various weapons, with the momentum of annihilation of all things. It fell with a bang. The martial arts departments of the 3 super first-class institutions all had their own peerless martial arts. For example, the Tathagata Palm of Blue Star University, the Nuclear Palm of St. Armor University, the Star-Destroying Sword and Sky-Breaking Knife of the 9 Swords Academy. As a first-class institution, the War University originally needed to learn the peerless martial arts of the other 3 institutions. But later, it also gathered the power of many martial saints to create a peerless martial arts called Ragnarok. Venus is the first female warrior who successfully promoted with Ragnarok. She used the Dharmakaya of the goddess of war to perform Ragnarok, and the power was more than several times greater than the simple Tathagata palm before. Fang Xing suddenly felt a little difficult to move. Fire! His star palace shook, and the source of fire emerged, transforming into a red spear. A ball of fire burst out from the spearhead, and suddenly a flame beast appeared between heaven and earth, roaring and roaring towards the sky. The 6th style of the 18 fire spears, Fire God's Wrath. Chapter 340, Fighting in Armor. Roar! Above the ocean, the flame beast roared, striking the light of Ragnarok. The twilight light turned into scimitars, battle axes, bows and arrows, shields, cross swords and other weapons, which fell down with a bang, but were all defeated by the flame beast. Impossible. When Venus saw this scene, her beautiful face finally couldn't hide her shock. Before, she didn't use her soul body, and Fang Xing, as a martial saint, was already very surprised that he could fight with her. But now, she went all out, using the Ragnarok that she had worked hard to deduce. And the lethality was definitely at the upper level of the 9th realm. But the result was still evenly matched. Has there ever been such a talented warrior in the Blue Star Federation? It's a pity that my Star Palace cultivation is still short of source power accumulation, and I haven't been able to transform my natal star from a satellite to a planet. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to wear armor, and it would be easy to kill you. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. After all, he is only a satellite, and his source power cultivation is comparable to that of the 8th realm. Like the martial saint, it is difficult to last. Killing an 8th realm professional is naturally easy, but facing a 9th realm professional is a bit troublesome. Especially this Venus martial god, who is also a master in the 9th realm. The more talented, the more damnable. Venus clasped her hands together and raised them high, like holding a water bottle. Behind her, the goddess of war made the same move, and a water bottle that seemed to be condensed by the light of dusk emerged, with the mouth of the bottle pointed at Fang Xing. Light. The dusk light dominated all the power of decay, broke the great sun realm, and came in front of Fang Xing. Swish! The dusk light bombarded the black mecha, and then suddenly dissipated. In the air, I don't know when a strange mecha appeared. It was pitch black, with scarlet eyes, and a pair of hundreds of meters long white bone wings on its back. It was the Black Death. At this time, the Black Death clasped its hands together, as if it surrounded Fang Xing in its palms. Fang Xing chuckled and walked into the chest of the Black Death. The bone armor and flesh opened automatically, as if he had merged directly into it. War in armor. Trouble. For the first time, Venus had the urge to flee directly. With the great sun infant refining the mecha core, Fang Xing entered the Black Death smoothly and directly into the main cockpit. Then, countless neural networks connected to his body. Boom! Boom! Fang Xing heard a violent heartbeat in his ears. This mecha seemed to be a living thing. Not only a living thing, but also a living thing with combat power comparable to the 9th realm, and with rules perception. Layers of secret patterns lit up, and the white light enveloped the whole body of the mecha, which was the power of death. The biological evil god mecha of the Federation can use part of the power of the evil god's descendants. Of course, in Fang Xing's eyes, it was a different scene. He saw a white heart that was still beating. On the heart, there were all kinds of strange lines that looked like overlapping blood vessels. Law of death? Such a clear law of death? Is it comparable to the Vulcan pillar? No, that's not right. It's still much worse than the Vulcan pillar. It should only be at the level of the heart of the law of death. This is at least the 3rd stage of the law comprehension, and it is possible only at the mastery level. The proficiency of the law comprehension reaches the mastery level, and the sign is the condensation of the corresponding heart of the law. In Feng Xing perception, the Black Death is extremely special, like a new half-living and half-dead life. And its core is such a pale heart, possessing the basic strength of the ninth realm, engraved with the heart of the law of death's pale heart. This may have a lot to do with the fact that he is the only offspring of the Pale Mother. Did he inherit some of the power of the foreign evil god? Feng Xing martial arts will emerge in a mighty way, penetrating every part of the mecha, as if it were an extension of perception, as if he had become the Black Death. With it came a strong malice. This was the residual will of the evil god's offspring in the mecha rejecting him. After all, it was he who killed the pale offspring. Good kill. It actually has such potential. What will happen once you grow up? Not only the spiritual will, but also the flesh and blood pollution inside the mecha, coming along the neural network. Fortunately, as a martial saint, Feng Xing will has long surpassed the scope of the alien beast map and entered the realm of the nameless map. His body is even more like a big diamond physique, so he bears it calmly. And then, the scarlet light in the eyes of the Black Death gradually dissipated, and a trace of rich paleness quietly emerged. The basic power of the descendant of the evil god, combined with such a high level of law perception. No wonder the martial saint mecha can burst out the 9th level of combat power. No, with the heart of death as its support. Its potential limit is indeed the 10th level of combat power. That is, a martial god level mecha. Can I control the martial god mecha now? As for willpower, my willpower has already broken through to the martial god level, so it's not a big problem. But in terms of the body, even if I am the strongest martial saint among the 3 Dantian practitioners, I still seem to be a little short of the martial god's physique. But if I practice the 9 Sword Star body forging secret technique, there will be absolutely no problem. So, I may be able to control the martial god mecha and burst out the 10th realm combat power when I am a martial saint. Unfortunately, the heart of death on the Black Death is not the heart of fire. However, the laws are common in all major universes. Since the power of the evil god is the embodiment of the laws, then maybe there are high concentrations of source crystals or similar things among those cosmic wonders. If I can find a large number of substitutes and absorb the pure source power from them, I will be promoted to the planetary level very quickly. As many thoughts turned, Feng Xing looked at Venus. The most important thing now is to capture or even kill this Valkyrie. With my current strength, it is easy to defeat her, but it is difficult to capture her alive. I can only choose to kill her. Feng Xing has a clear understanding of his own strength. After fighting in armor, his basic combat power has reached the 9th realm. And the Black Death is actually no different from the bronze-armored man in the Great Xiao world. They are just puppets. And although the law perception has reached the 3rd stage of the law of death and condensed the heart of the law of death, it can only be used rigidly, and there is no possibility of going further. Even so, as long as it is slightly stimulated, it is the crushing force in the 9th realm. However, in the same realm, it is easy to defeat, difficult to kill, and even more difficult to capture alive. If the heart of the law of fire is engraved, Feng Xing will be very sure of capturing alive. Now, you can only try your best. Die! Feng Xing martial arts will fully merge with the martial arts will secret pattern of the Black Death, and his body nerves were connected. He felt that he had become the Black Death. At this time, his mind moved, and the white bone wings behind him flapped lightly. The black figure, as high as 100 meters, instantly came in front of Venus, the martial god, and pressed down with one claw. For the martial saint mecha, what weapon can compare to the mecha itself? Its hands are sharper and harder than any magic weapon. Feng Xing grabbed with one claw, and a white light burst out from his arm, bringing winter and death to all things wherever he passed. The pale light covered everything. Even the dusk light seemed to be extinguished in an instant and fell into extinction. Ah! Venus's spirit burst out, and the scepter in the hands of the goddess of war behind her paused, turning into a golden spear. Spear of Ares. Her Dharma body was piercing through the sky and the earth, and was also 100 meters high. The huge golden Valkyrie held a spear and fought fiercely with the Black Death in an instant. This is the battle of the martial gods. It is enough to make all people and organizations who observe it speechless. Bang bang. The 2 giant figures kept entangled, and all kinds of extraordinary skills appeared. Bang. Finally, Feng Xing grabbed with one claw and pinched the spear of Ares. The white light flashed, causing the war goddess's body to collapse. If I had a mecha, You would die today. Venus snorted coldly, suddenly retreated, and flew into space. After all, she was only the martial god of War University. And the exclusive mecha when she was a martial saint consumed a lot of favors and resources. At the martial god stage, it was not her turn to build a mecha. After all, the martial god level mecha consumed a lot of resources. Even the cheapest evil god mecha required the body materials of the extraterritorial evil god. Even if the Nine Swords Academy had the wreckage of the moon god, it would only supply the sea-breaking martial god of this academy at the first time. This assassination failed. I have been exposed. I can only run away according to the previous backup plan. There is an illegal spaceship on the meteorite in outer space. After boarding, I fled directly to the Huoluo clan. The Huoluo clan is an alien race bordering the territory of the Blue Star Federation. Its overall quality and technological strength are very strong. More importantly, it secretly worships the Chaos Fire, one of the three pillars of the extraterritorial evil god. According to the secrets obtained by Venus, the evil god from outside the domain, the Lord of Entropy, was born from the fire of chaos. The creator is about to awaken, and the three pillar-level beings have begun to appear frequently. My choice is right. Venus glanced at Fang Xing for the last time, and her figure turned into a rainbow light and flew into space. Want to leave? Fang Xing sneered, and the entire Black Death was covered with a layer of pale lines. Dong dong. Dong dong. A violent heartbeat sounded. This heartbeat shook the world, coming from both the Black Death mecha and the Valkyrie Venus. Fang Xing indifferently stretched out his right hand, and in the dark hand of the mecha, he held an illusory bright red heart. Dong dong. This heart was still beating, dripping with bright red blood. Venus, who was running away, suddenly felt that a disaster was about to happen. The law of death is an extremely powerful law, but I can't use it perfectly. Fang Xing kept exerting force on the mecha hand holding the bright red heart. Generally speaking, after those martial saints and martial gods obtain their own mechas, they will specifically comprehend the armor weapons that are most suitable for their own mechas. If it were me, I would have a higher talent for understanding the laws. And perhaps I could develop a set of Death Fist, just like Lin Qianzhu created his own martial arts of laws. Originally, in this battle, I could directly use the law of death to curse, but I am not proficient in it, and I have to go through many battles before I can lock its breath and use the power of the law of death. Die! Bang! In the hands of the Black Death, the bright red heart burst. Chapter 341 Xingwu. At the moment when the illusory heart was broken, Venus martial goddess instantly showed a look of pain on her face and covered her heart. If it were an ordinary person, she would probably have died at this moment. But she is a martial god after all, and her life essence is extremely strong. Even if her head is cut off, she can survive for a period of time. Even after the head is sutured, it can heal quickly and continue to fight. Even if Fang Xing attacked with the law of death and broke her heart, it was just an appearance. The really terrible thing is that under the impact of the law of death, the origin of her life was weakened by half, like a candle in the wind, resulting in direct serious injury. If she fails to pass the death judgment, it will not be a serious injury, but a direct death. Now! Fang Xing bone wings behind the mecha flapped, and he suddenly rushed into space, opening his big hands, ready to capture the Valkyrie alive. He was not going to let go of any of the masterminds behind the last incident. At this time, the martial goddess Venus was extremely weak, and the possibility of being captured alive increased dramatically. Venus, if you want to survive, cooperating with me is the only way out. Fang Xingwu was mighty, and he attacked Venus, trying to shake the Valkyrie's mind. On the body of the Black Death, the white bones pierced through the flesh and blood, and the deck protruded outward, about to form a bone cage to bind Venus. Death? Venus' heart moved, and her resistance was much weaker. Yes, she wanted to survive. She was a martial god, and her will was free. Therefore, she made her own decision to betray the Blue Star Federation, assassinate Fang Xing, and join the Huoluo clan. Since it was her own decision, she would not regret it. As for now, compared to death, she chose to be captured alive, which was also free will, and she would not regret it. But the next moment, the expression of the Valkyrie began to change drastically. In front of her, an unknown space seemed to emerge, and she saw a spinning cone and the screen next to it. On the screen, Lines of text appeared. Venus thought her will was free. And she was indeed free. But her fate had long been controlled by ######. She was able to become a martial god because of the gift of ######. And now, she was about to die. Venus's face changed drastically. And then her pupils lost all color and became extremely dark. Swish. The Black Death opened its palm, revealing Venus's body. And it was a little unbelievable. Dead? Impossible. The power of my law of death should not be to this extent. The deck of the Black Death opened, and Fang Xing flew out of it. Looking at Venus's body, he pressed one hand on Venus's head. With the help of the soul-searching technique of the Sun Infant, and even the mystery of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, he tried to find some clues. Boom! The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra was activated, burning all the residual souls collected by the magic secret technique. Then, Fang Xing seemed to see that room, as well as the huge equipment and screen in the room. What is this? An alien evil god? An alien evil god who controls the laws of fate. Fang Xing was shocked. Even if he only saw it in his memory, he felt a sense of trembling. Even when he wanted to trace the source again, he felt a sense of danger. Her past has hidden the most critical part. How to become a part of the god of war. The will of the god of war is free. Otherwise she would not be able to be promoted. But at the critical moment, her fate seems to be disturbed. A positive disturbance. Fang Xing's face was solemn. After going to the Great Xiao world for further study, he now has a deeper understanding of the power of the evil god. The power of laws also has its own level. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are the foundation. But in another world, earth, fire, wind and water may be the foundation of the world. But no matter how it is changed, the law of time, the law of space, and even the law of fate, the law of destiny, must be the absolute superior law. Destiny. Is it one of the 3 pillars? At this time, Fang Xing communicator has received a lot of information. He thought about it, and called Niang directly. The experience of more than 30 years has proved that the other party is at least a comrade in arms. The war of the gods of war broke out on White Bird Star. What's going on? Niang's voice was a little anxious. Are you still safe? Safe. I was assassinated by Venus, the god of war, and I have defeated her. But she died inexplicably. I have sent you the video. Fang Xing answered. There are satellites everywhere in the sky now, and this battle cannot be concealed. Besides, he controls his exclusive mecha and defeats a god of war, which is not too revealing. Teacher, I'm fine. Finally, Fang Xing said so. Recovered? Good, good. Niang was delighted. But then he saw the video and fell silent again. Vice President of War University. Venus the martial god? Yes. The body is still here with me, Fang Xing said. Is it the death fighting faction? One of the main battle groups? The War University group. Are they coveting our Blue University's status? No. It's unlikely. Niang answered subconsciously. The main battle group assassinated their own genius. What kind of main battle group is that? It may just be a conspiracy of the War University group. Or even just Venus's personal behavior. In Niang's mind, there is still a possibility that the mastermind behind the scenes deliberately wants to use Venus martial god to drag War University, and even the death-fighting faction into the water. I have this feeling too. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. As expected, every senior executive is not a fool. Even the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Venus is a martial god after all. Those who can contact her and turn her against her are definitely not ordinary people. As long as we check, there will definitely be clues. Fang Xing said, in addition. Before she died, she told me something in her martial arts will. Such as a secret room with a spindle and a screen that can interfere with fate. Interference with fate? Niang said, are you sure? It's fate? In the Blue Star Federation, there are actually some superpowers that seem to involve fate, such as some vector manipulation superpowers. But rather than interfering with fate, they predict the future through big data, and then create variables and make changes. True fate has never been interfered with. It is also possible. It is fate. Fang Xing thought about it, and replied with a sigh. We have never encountered an extraterritorial evil god with authority such as fate and destiny. Once it appears, it is suspected to be one of the 3 pillars. Niang sighed. Once, there was only one pillar level active in the Gate of Nothingness. and the other two were suspected to be dead, missing, or sleeping. Unexpectedly, it finally appeared now. I have submitted your matter to the Federal Security Committee, and someone will come to recover the body of Venus Martial God soon. Please cooperate. After turning off the communication, Fang Xing drove the Black Death back to the factory. Boss. Dr. Wang immediately greeted him. Just now the mecha suddenly went berserk. Well, it's probably because it fits me too well, and it sensed that I was in danger, so it took the initiative to attack. Fang Xing fooled around. It's impossible. The Eternal Crystal has not been charged yet. Dr. Wang squatted on the ground, puzzled, and a little bald. You fought in armor and killed a martial god? Nandong Shui took off her virtual glasses, and seemed to have seen the space perspective of that battle. Looking at Fang Xing, her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. It was just a defeat. Her death was inexplicable. It gave me a feeling of a destined death, but it didn't seem like fate. It might be destiny. Fang Xing frowned. If the mastermind behind the scenes could really control fate, it would put him in a desperate situation. Therefore, perhaps they could only stay together for a long time. Or those who meet several prerequisites can gradually exert influence and pollution, and then control the destiny of the polluted? And the Black Death. You really did transform it secretly. Nandong Shui continued, based on its performance today. I know that no one can take it away. Fang Xing felt a little guilty, but then he became confident. It was originally my property. I can transform it at will. By the way, I can provide you with a batch of high-quality evil god materials. In return, I need Professor Han Chufeng to provide technical support for the subsequent upgrade plan for the Black Death. Subsequent upgrade plan? Nandong Shui was originally happy to hear that her Wuxing mecha had been settled. But when he heard the upgrade plan, his face changed. You are going to break through the martial god? For me, this is a very simple thing. Therefore, the martial god level mecha needs to be prepared. Fang Xing answered as a matter of course. The Black Death was designed with upgrade plans and design space at the beginning. I will provide a batch of extraterritorial evil god level wreckage with the power of death. There is no problem in upgrading the Black Death to the martial god level. The martial god level mecha can burst out the combat power of the 10 realms. This is enough to destroy the planet. I will try my best to convince Professor Han. But the construction of this kind of power specification mecha must be approved by the Federation after you become a martial god. It may be easier to get approved. Nandong Shui suggested. Apply first. I feel there is still a certain possibility of passing, Fang Xing said. After all, he is now a famous genius of the Federation, a creator of laws, and has restored his original strength. Or even more. The Federation has treated him a little unfairly. Isn't it right to make compensation? This can also be regarded as a little willfulness of genius. A few days later, inside the villa, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, reviewing the situation silently. The Federal Corpse Collector has already left with the body of the Venus Martial God. I don't know how far they can track it down. But with Nying and the Academy, at least Lan Dashan is watching. There will be progress sooner or later. The battle with the God of War still exposed many of my shortcomings. The previous sudden enlightenment feeling of the unity of heaven and man, the harmony between man and the universe, is hard to come by. The resonance of the 3 Danshans, the fusion of martial arts will, source power, and spirit, is just the beginning, or even just a trend. Thinking back now, even if I was not disturbed, I might still fail in the end. According to the words of the immortal world, my 3 treasures of spirit, energy and spirit are not coordinated. If they are not balanced, it is easy to get into trouble. Fang Xing sat cross-legged silently, and the sun godhead between his eyebrows shone brightly. My spirit resides in the upper dantian, and the will of the martial god can even face the main body of the pillar-level existence. Blue Star warriors specialize in willpower, and their willpower is even comparable to other 10-level professionals. Not to mention that I have also condensed the great sun godhead. But in terms of the chi in the middle dantian, my source power training has just begun, and only satellites have been condensed in the Star Palace, which is barely the 8th level. Although my law perception has reached the 9th level, I still lack source power accumulation. In this regard, I can either practice hard by myself, or go to the Federal Treasury to find something that is the same or similar to the Fire Source Crystal. The final essence of the lower dantian is my martial saint physique. Spirit. It is also only the 8th level. If you want to break through the martial god level, You still need to use the Great Sun Tathagatapam. Promoted to Grandmaster level. Dharmakaya sublimated into Dharmakaya. The three treasures of the cultivator's spirit. Energy and spirit. If not completely balanced, at least can't differ too much. When I reach the planetary level through my source power cultivation, and the martial arts path reaches the martial god. Although the god is still too strong, it will definitely be much more balanced than it is now. At that time, try again to resonate and unite the three dansons. Perhaps, it will be the opportunity to break through the 10 realms. Although Principal Yi Luyuan did not have as many systems and resources as Feng Xing, he finally broke through the 10 realms. But Feng Xing is different. If you can do it perfectly, you must do it perfectly. Moreover, Yi Luyuan may have reached the limit of the martial god, but it is only the limit of the martial god under the Blue Star martial arts system. Feng Xing will definitely be stronger than Yi Luyuan when he is promoted to the martial god in the future, because he has reached the limit of the martial god under his own martial arts system. I believe that my foundation is still in the martial arts. Therefore, my martial arts contains the essence of the immortal cultivation system and the source power cultivation system. The 10 realms I have broken through may also be different from Principal Yi. It is even possible that this is the true path of a warrior? After the breakthrough, is it true immortality? The self-reliance that will not be destroyed and affected by the outside world is truly immortal. Feng Xing has a vague understanding. It seems that Yi Luyuan, the martial god, has successfully broken through the 10th realm. His will and immortal body are united, seemingly immortal. But when affected by external forces, the foundation collapsed directly, which can only mean that he is not truly immortal. The true immortal is self-contained, self-reliant, not affected by any external rules, and always immortal. Even if you want to do this initially, it is very difficult. Extremely difficult. Because the essence of Blue Star martial arts is somewhat incomplete, lacking the cultivation of the middle dantian. Yi Luyuan seems to be successful. But in fact, even if there is no Dharma Master Realm Master to take action, it is still possible to fail in the end. Even if he really breaks through the 10 realms, it is only a broken 10 realms. Like a mecha, with only combat power. Nothing else. My martial arts has surpassed Blue Star martial arts. Its foundation lies in the three dansons. The spirit and will are cultivated together. And the law perception and true spirit cultivation will never be abandoned in the future. This is my Star martial arts. Star martial arts. That is, new martial arts. It also means Life Star martial arts and Square Star martial arts. Chapter 342 Heavenly Venerable. Night. Feng Xing looked at the endless stars in the space, and his spirit gradually dispersed. The 9 source stars body forging secret art. But it is the inheritance of Yuanyan Palace. Although it is only a neutron star inheritance, it is already very impressive. According to the conversion of the combat power of this universe, the satellite level of the Star Lord realm is equivalent to the 8th level professional. The planetary level is equivalent to the 9th level professional. The star level is equivalent to the 10th level professional. The red giant star level is the 11th level combat power. The neutron star level corresponds to the highest 12 level combat power of the Blue Star Federation. In fact, there is no real 12 level professional in the entire Blue Star Federation. It can only rely on the combined efforts of the 11th level professionals, supplemented by technology, to form a short-term 12 level destructive power. In other words, this secret art is enough to make me surpass the professionals of the entire Federation. Feng Xing mental power continued to spread, capturing the starlight from the universe, and constantly guiding it into his own star palace. The application of these mental powers naturally comes from the Wanqin secret book, with the will of a martial god, and then practicing some mental skills. It is really a high-level project. And basically there is no level. Mental power, soul power, consciousness, are actually the same thing. Strictly speaking, they are just the outermost layer of the soul. Above mental power is willpower in the middle layer of the soul. The core of the soul after willpower is the true spirit. It's a pity that even the peak universe civilization doesn't know how to cultivate the true spirit. This secret technique only requires the stars to get started. And the most important thing is that it can temper your body to the hardness of a neutron star. In the world of immortal cultivation, although Feng Xing also collected some physical training techniques, he was too lazy to practice them, because in terms of comprehensiveness and development, they are completely inferior to the various hard skills of Blue Star martial arts. But this 9-source star body forging secret technique from a higher world is completely different. After just a few attempts, Fang Xing felt that his martial saint level physique had been trained again after getting started, using the source power to guide the starlight. To practice this bodybuilding secret technique, the practitioner must have at least the source power, which is the Star Lord realm. Fang Xing thought, therefore, even if this method is spread, local warriors cannot practice it, let alone enter the door. For me, first, it is because I have the source power, and second, the entry level corresponds to the 8th level of physique, so it is relatively easy to enter the door. He glanced at the attribute panel. 9-source star body building secret technique 1/100 entry. 9-source star body building secret technique corresponds to the 5 major proficiency levels. The entry level should be the martial saint physique, because my body has reached the requirements, so it is very easy to enter the door. The proficiency level corresponds to the martial god physique. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the 5th level of physical cultivation. And the ability to resist the god of transformation? The proficiency level. I am afraid that ordinary star level cannot break the defense. At the master level, the physical strength is comparable to that of a red giant star. The final grandmaster level is the highest stage of the secret art, representing the strong physique of a neutron star level master in the Star Lord realm. A neutron star level master is like the Grey-Robed Marquis, who can freely roam in the advanced cosmic civilization. They are all absolutely strong in the Great Xia universe. If it weren't for bad luck, he would have encountered a black hole level existence that defied the heavens, and he wouldn't have fallen so aggrievedly. The proficiency level of Star Palace Scroll seems to be the same. Grandmaster level proficiency corresponds to promotion to neutron star level. In the Star Lord realm, the neutron star level is generally the top, and then you need to consider how to promote to the Dharma Lord realm. Star Palace Scroll only goes up to the neutron star level, and there is no higher Dharma Lord level part. Not to mention, the black hole level is a very special realm, and it cannot be achieved by simple cultivation. When the 9-source star body forging secret art is upgraded to the proficient level, my physique will be comparable to that of a martial god, and I can fight against the god of transformation with my physical strength alone. The will of a martial god, the physique of a martial god, is enough to control a martial god level mecha. Of course, there is no need to blindly pursue the myth of a martial saint controlling a martial god level mecha. Whether it is the planetary level or the martial god level, you must continue to accumulate and break through if you can. While thinking, Fang Xing encouraged the source power, mixed it with the starlight, and flowed through his limbs and bones. This 9-source star body forging secret art is mainly to use mental power to outline the secret pattern in the mind and guide the starlight. Starlight is a very special energy, but the Blue Star Federation has already used it. It is only after combining with the source power and cooperating with several visualization pictures in the body forging secret art that it becomes the supreme body refining holy medicine. This technique is worthy of my careful selection. The most important thing is that the starlight is everywhere, so there is no need to worry about the lack of resources. In fact, when it comes to the art of body refining, there are more powerful ones even in the sea-level inheritance. For example, the 10,000 devouring demon body not only has an extremely amazing training speed, but also claims to devour everything with the body in the later stage. And the body is perfect enough to compete with the existence of the Dharma Master Realm with the body. However, to practice this technique, it is not only extremely difficult to get started, but also requires the consumption of black hole spirit liquid, a natural treasure that Fang Xing has never heard of. Otherwise, there is even a risk of death during practice. Fang Xing also thought for a long time before choosing this secret technique. Even if the effect is a little worse and the practice is slower, at least it will not be stuck by the environment. When the practice is over, it's time to go to the evil god world, not only to collect food for the evolution of the great sun Tathagata curse, but also to collect materials for the Black Death and Nangong Shua's mecha. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Xing went to the beach for a walk. Next to him, Xiaolan projected a picture, circling around him. Master, Master, the news that you have recovered has spread, and the address book has exploded. Master, the video of you fighting in armor has spread. So handsome. Master, Master, you have a call. From Principal Xiao Long. Fang Xing hummed a few words casually and ordered Xiaolan to handle it. Master, Master, there is the news you asked me to pay attention to before, Xiaolan suddenly said. Oh, Let's take a look. Fang Xing became interested. Xiaolan immediately projected a screen from his eyes, which contained a news flash. According to this newspaper, the president of War University, Andrew Doyle, announced his resignation due to health reasons, and the new president will be Xia Fanghai Wuxing. The picture was a bird's-eye view of a vast university. A female reporter was interviewing a middle-aged martial saint. Excuse me, Xia Wuxing. Why did Principal Andrew resign due to health reasons? Xia Fanghai had a square face and strong features. He said expressionlessly, no comment. Okay. Then according to federal conventions, the vice president Venus Wuxin should have been the principal of the War University. But Ms. Venus seems to have not appeared for a long time. She was on a series of visits to the Dragon Star system before, and suddenly disappeared halfway. There are rumors that a war of martial gods took place on the White Bird Star. I wonder what Xia Wuxing thinks about this. Xia Fanghai's face twitched. No comment. Is this finally taking action? Fang Xing knew that Principal Andrew must have been taken down, just to prevent the outside public opinion from boiling. He gave the other party a face, and said that he took the initiative to resign. He is just the president of a war university, and he is probably still a level away from being the mastermind behind the scenes. I wonder if you have found that strange fate hut, the fire of chaos? He sighed lightly. With the vastness of the universe, the 8th level martial saint can only barely enter the upper threshold of the Blue Star Federation. Even the 9th level martial god can hardly stand at the top core. But I just need to wait for my own strength to increase, and the martial god mecha to be built. And then I can burst out the 10th level combat power. The strongest person in the Federation is only at the 11th level, and the 10th level combat power is enough to be a big boss. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, Xiaolan said, Master, good news. The Federal Parliament has approved the request to build the martial god mecha. Oh, so fast? It seems that Teacher Niang and Blue Star University have contributed a lot. Fang Xing nodded. The relationship with Han Chufeng had been settled long ago, and the workload was not large. After all, the margin for upgrading was reserved at the beginning, and the key core components of the Black Death were all made of materials from the evil gods outside the domain. Now, as long as we get a lot of the same evil god materials, it is not difficult to upgrade. Even the mecha built by the pale offspring body will not reject the mother body. It can be said that Fang Xing's previous use of mother and child materials has saved a lot of resources for the current martial god upgrade and transformation, and saved a lot of trouble. In the evil god world, the pale mother body has fallen into eternal death. Those origin spirits are all in the 8th realm, and the evil god offspring with higher potential have been killed by me. With my current strength, I can kill a bunch of origin spirits even without wearing a mecha. Warning with armor can even sweep directly. Fang Xing is no longer worried about whether the use of the Black Death mecha will leak secrets. After all, the Black Death is his private property, and the core has long been refined. The Black Death is now the natal spiritual treasure of the Great Sun Infant. This is just an experiment. The evil god world is probably still in this universe, even if it is discovered. It doesn't matter. But if there is no information leakage after the deployment, and when it comes back for maintenance, then the next step is to take it to the world of immortal cultivation. Fang Xing's eyes were suddenly full of expectations. Now I control the Black Death, and when I go to the world of immortal cultivation, I will be a complete god-transforming combat force. The 3 major holy places in the world of immortal cultivation, Piamu Immortal Palace, Wuji Palace, and Yuanshan Sword Sect, have been ruled by gods from generation to generation. In addition, some major sects and casual cultivators occasionally have geniuses who have transformed into gods. Of course, Yuanshan Sword Sect has been wiped out now, but Fang Xing estimated that there are still many gods in the vast sea of immortal cultivation. If I drove the mecha over there, I'm afraid I wouldn't be an ordinary god transformation venerable in the world of immortal cultivation. Maybe I'd be a god transformation heavenly venerable. In the world of immortal cultivation, nascent soul cultivators are called true lords, and great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage are called great true lords. And they are highly respected because great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage have the ability to kill nascent soul cultivators in the early and middle stages. And god transformation cultivators are generally respected as god transformation venerables. And great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage are respectfully called heavenly venerables. The strength of the god transformation heavenly venerable is only a hair's breadth away from the refining void ascension, and can kill ordinary God transformation venerables. Chapter 343 Laplace Evil God World. Sun God Cult. Headquarters. A sci-fi style golden mecha stood on the shrine, accepting the devout worship of believers from all over the world. In a room next to it, the old-looking Pope stared at the map of the continent. This map is very simple, depicted on parchment, with the Sun God Cult as the center, surrounded by large and small principalities and kingdoms. The glory of the Sun God will spread to every corner of the earth. The Pope's expression was firm. We must continue to vigorously eliminate the false god sects. But those false gods exist in unknown space. We can't kill their bodies, but they can often project their power and show miracles. Even if the believers are eliminated for a while, there will always be more lambs bewitched. An archbishop hesitated. The more this is the case, the more we must resolutely eliminate the believers of the false god. The original spirit has great limitations. Just when His Holiness, the Pope, was about to say something, a great knight in armor hurried in and saluted respectfully, "Your Holiness." The Stargazer saw something. The Stargazer is a prophet of the Church. He signed a contract with a very strange Great Spirit and has the power to peek into the entire world and even higher levels of space. Of course, he can only peek. Not long after, a young man wearing a star robe and with only whites in his eyes walked into the hall. He looked enthusiastic and humble, and said with a sigh, "Your Holiness, I saw the fall of the original spirits one by one." The Stargazer said, "The 3 dragons, the green snake, the witch sisterhood, the original spirits believed in by many false god sects will suffer a catastrophe, and the whole world will be shrouded in the light of the Sun God." My prophet, this is really good news. The Pope laughed. Everyone, the war to unify the world has begun. The world of evil gods. The land of origin. A black mecha flipped down with one hand on the pale mother body. A round of red sun emerged, and countless sun-true fires swept thousands of miles, physically transcending a large number of original spirits within the range. The 4 style of the great sun Tathagata Palm, become a Buddha on the spot. Seeing this pale mother body again, I still feel it is so magnificent. Fong Xing Black Death is 100 meters high, but standing on the pale mother body, it feels like standing on a pale continent. After all, the original body of the evil god outside the domain is often incredibly huge. For example, the corpse of the devouring star Turum after his death is a dead planet, and then no one knows where it was used. Fong Xing estimated that it was either used as the material of the evil god's mecha, or to feed the real mecha masters of the 10th and 11th realms. A real mecha master professional, when he reaches the 9th and 10th realms, must have cultivated into the light of the soul, and the person and the mecha are completely integrated into one. Each of them is extremely tall, and their daily food has become various high-energy blocks or alloys such as eternal crystals, engine oil. It is also very likely that the first president of St. Armor University feeds on evil god materials. After all, the construction routes of various mechas have something in common when they reach high levels. Death. Death. We are all servants of death. After destroying many original spirits with one palm, Fong Xing saw that all over the Sonbai continent, there were original spirits emerging and attacking him. This was the reason why he shot a few shots and ran away in the previous Martial Saint period, which made him easy to be besieged. And then the gains outweighed the losses. But now he is fighting in armor. He has become a true 9th realm fighter. It is not so good to use the great sun Tathagata Palm with the Black Death God. Is it because of the conflict of laws? Fong Xing stretched out his palm, nuclear palm, when he obtained the fragments of the 10,000 Spirits Atlas. He had a comprehension of various peerless martial arts. After driving the mecha, it was common to use armored weapons. Boom! The flash of the nuclear explosion appeared, sweeping away many original spirits. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud rose slowly. Light and heat exploded. Such a devastating scene. But for the pale mother body, it did not destroy a single drop in the bucket. Hiss! The smoke of the nuclear explosion dissipated, and Fong Xing saw a flash of white light. In the center of the nuclear explosion, a huge white centipede appeared at some point. It seemed to be formed by the fusion of countless original spirits, and the countless centipede feet were various human hands and feet. Not only that, on its pale shell, there appeared a number of twisted or crazy human faces. 9 realms evil. Fong Xing felt a terrifying mental shock coming. But for his martial god will, It was like a breeze blowing on his face. Heart of Death. A pale heart appeared in Fang Xing's hand. And then he crushed it. Crack. The centipede evil creature composed of pale human bodies suddenly twisted into a ball. And every face let out a crazy scream. Fang Xing immediately moved forward with the Black Death. And the Black Mecha's big hand easily tore the pale centipede into pieces. Then, he even had a desire in his heart, wanting to swallow the flesh and blood of the centipede monster in his hand. This is it the pollution of the mecha? Fang Xing was the will of the god of war after all. And he suppressed this feeling directly, a mere origin spirit. The flesh and blood of the 8th realm. Swallowing it is pollution. It will only reduce the potential of the mecha. He put out both palms and pressed on the head of the evil centipede. Boom! Another round of red sun erupted. And the amplified great sun true fire burned everything, turning countless limbs and arms into ashes. Main universe. Galaxy Island. The Black Death emerged from space and landed directly in the factory area. Behind the mecha, there were several high-tech containers strung together with thick iron chains. Bang! The huge container fell to the ground, making a dull sound. These are all? Dr. Wang and Nandong Shui opened a container and saw a large amount of evil god flesh and blood sealed in cans. And their eyes widened. The data of the mecha I am traveling with this time is top secret. Fang Xing looked at Dr. Wang and reminded him. Please rest assured. Boss, we know the confidentiality regulations. Dr. Wang quickly assured. He thought to himself, Boss must have gone to the black market or traded with some underground forces. The information in the mecha must be top secret this time. Once it is leaked, the boss may be fine. But I will die. Fang Xing just did a test casually. Anyway, as long as the core data is leaked, there will definitely be a record in the core of the Black Death. No one can hide this life treasure from themselves. And this box is specially for you. Fang Xing looked at Nandong Shui and pointed to a huge steel container tens of meters high next to him. Thank you. Nandong Shui took a quick look and a happy look appeared on her face. With these resources, my exclusive mecha can enter the actual production stage. As the martial saint of this academy, Han Chufeng might be more attentive to Nandong Shui than Fang Xing. Congratulations. Fang Xing didn't care about it at all. And he was a little happy to see it happen. After all, Nandong Shui was his own person. In the future, even if it is the materials of the martial god level mecha, it is not impossible for him to provide some support. A few days later, in the villa, Fang Xing opened his eyes and looked at the communicator. Teacher Niang, have you finally achieved some interim results? He no longer hesitated and entered the holographic virtual cabin. Somewhere on Blue Star, a three-dimensional projection appeared. It was Fang Xing. Teacher. Fang Xing looked at the suspended spherical projector and nodded to Niang next to him. Let's go. Let's go meet a big shot together. Niang was wearing a green uniform, and his expression was extremely serious. He is a real big shot in our school. And he also graduated from Blue Star University. Oh, I wonder which big shot he is. Fang Xing became interested. Lord Hingdong, Niang said, he is a mecha master trained by Blue Star University. And now he has reached the level of a 10th level professional. 10th level mecha master? Fang Xing let out a long breath. Such a professional mecha master is already a mecha life, not a human. He followed Niang and walked into a huge door. This door was tens of meters high, just like the one used by giants. After entering, the internal space was even more empty and incredible. It was a huge palace hundreds of meters high, and more than thousands of meters long and wide. In the palace, a green giant was sitting cross-legged. He was covered with green steel armor, with a pair of green sword-shaped wings behind him. But his eyes were very smart, exuding the brilliance of humanity. Lord Hingdong. Niang bowed first. Lord Hingdong. Fang Xing followed suit. Well, Fang Xing, I have heard of your name. You are a promising junior in Blue Star University. Hengdong's voice is very young. After transforming into a mecha life, his life light has completely merged with the mecha. He is now this mecha. As for his flesh, it has already completely merged with the mecha. It may even be expelled as impurities. After our investigation, we have confirmed that the mastermind behind this incident is the pillar-level evil god Chaos Fire. He gave birth to an evil god from outside the domain, which is the strange room and screen you mentioned, codenamed Laplace Demon. It has been confirmed that the War University has been infiltrated by it. The voice of the blue mecha figure is calm. but very powerful. We have destroyed several bases of the evil god church and confirmed the corrupted people in the Federation's top leadership. Soon, we will try to kill Laplace's demon. Fang Xing was silent after hearing this. Niang was a little surprised until he left. You don't seem to be very happy that the conspiracy has been destroyed and the mastermind has been caught? Today, he met with the Hengdong Mecha Division and was considered to have the potential to enter the core of the academy. Why is this student so calm? I feel that I am still too weak. Fang Xing sighed, feeling a little bored. But he was secretly alert in his heart. Sure enough, the 8th realm or even the 9th realm is nothing. The future of the Federation is still in the hands of the big men in the 10th and 11th realms. Chapter 344 Iron Sword Gate. Qishan Mental Hospital. The Federation is filthy again. Su Sanyong had dark circles under his eyes. His hair was messy, like a chicken coop, and he was wearing a hospital gown. This was the first sentence he said when he saw Fang Xing. Decades later, he, the martial saint, was still in his prime. After all, the martial saint had a long lifespan, and he was still in his teens. But Dean Yilingxi next to him looked painful. Sanyang's condition has been getting worse over the years. Now he could only be awake for about an hour a month. The rest of the time he is either sleeping, crazy, or delirious. I spent a lot of effort to barely prevent his body from turning into an evil object. But it's hard to say about his mental state. You kid. You actually projected to see me. How can you visit a patient empty-handed? Su Sanon looked at Fang Xing, who was just a projection with empty hands, and shook his head, also. I'm fine, although I'm not awake most of the time. What did you mean by that sentence before? Fang Xing was silent for a moment and asked. When I was awake, I never gave up the investigation. Recently, due to the clues you gave, the Federation has tracked down some people. But some have been dealt with, while others have not. Su Sanong sighed, because of background, power, concerns. Even my Su family is unwilling to offend too many big shots for a useless person like me. This is different from last time. It's a real big shot. Coexistence faction? Escape faction? Fang Xing immediately thought of the suspect. Even if there is a Laplace demon, there must be corruption among the top leaders of the Blue Star Federation. Today, the Hengdong Mecha Master didn't mention anything. Not only is it a concern, it may even be indifferent after all. There are only 2 martial saints. Got it? What's the use? Su Sanyang's eyes gradually lost their focus. Even if we are promoted to martial gods, I'm afraid we don't have enough power to take revenge. Give me a name. Fang Xing's voice was low. So many stars. The stars are flying. But Su Sanyang has completely fallen into delirium. Hugging his knees, squatting in the corner of the room, looking into the void. This time, he was only awake for 59 minutes and 12 seconds. Yilingxin looked at Su Sanyang, her face full of worry. Please continue to take care of him. Dean. Fang Xing projection dissipated. Xinghe Island. Su Sanyang. Does he not know? Or can't say? Fang Xing walked out of the holographic virtual cabin, thinking. After all, the virtual network must be monitored. And he is about to collapse. It seems that the vest of the master of our school needs to appear as soon as possible, whether for saving people or for revenge. On High Xiuxian Realm. Mingquan Island. High-shirt teleportation array. Buzz. A flash of light. Several figures emerged, including men and women, old and young, most of whom were Jindan cultivation. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Outer Sea cultivation world. I am Nai Huolong, the steward of Mingquan Island. Nai Huolong smiled and checked the formation, exchanged a few words with several Jindan cultivators, and then sent out a few local jade slips, which contained the rules of the island. These are all procedures. For decades, he has been accustomed to them and is almost numb. It turns out to be Steward Nai. The master of Mingquan Island is a great figure in the cultivation world. He can fight with the master of Pingma Island without losing. We admire him very much and will abide by the rules. Several Jindan cultivators bowed and thanked, and then walked out of the bronze hall, just like a few drops of water, directly blending into the sea market. One of the early Jindan cultivators, with 2 foundation-building nephews, strolled in the market for a while before walking into a cave. This is a cave rented out by Mingquan Island, with a spiritual energy supply of the highest level of the 3rd level top spiritual vein. For Jinan cultivators, cultivation is enough. The cultivator in the early stage of Jin Dan entered a cave of the third-level medium-quality spiritual veins. The cave was surrounded by second-level iron-hard bamboos. This spiritual plant was black ink in color and had a body as tall as a pine tree. It could only grow on metal veins and was an excellent material for refining spiritual flying swords. Although flying swords were mostly made of metal materials, they were easily restrained by special yuan magnetic methods. If they were replaced with wood-attributed flying swords, there would be no such problem. The cultivator in the early stage of Jin Dan walked into the bamboo forest and easily passed through a layer of illusion array and came to the cave. It was called a cave, but it was actually a small palace. At the entrance stood a huge archway with 3 powerful characters' iron sword gate written on it. Several streams of light flew out, and among them were Jin Dan cultivators. Seeing the 3 people coming, they all showed a hint of joy on their faces. Junior brother Zhou. 2 nephews. You are here? Well, although there were some troubles along the way, and I was attacked by a third-level swallow, but it was not particularly dangerous after all. Instead, I killed the Demon King with 1 sword and took its inner elixir. Junior brother Zhou smiled slightly and took out a gray-white third-level inner elixir. Just give it to senior brother Hulong to refine a few furnaces of elixirs to increase the magic power of the disciples. When it comes to this, a female cultivator among several Jin Dan cultivators hesitated. Now that our Iron Sword sect has come to the outer sea to develop, it is the time to use people. I am afraid that we have to be more eager for quick success and use the demon pill to cultivate a fake pill real person. Fake pill cultivator. Is that still a Jin Dan real person? Junior brother Zhou looked disdainful. Alas, you should take the 2 nephews to settle down first, and then go to see senior brother Hulong. The female cultivator sighed. A moment later, junior brother Zhou entered a cave and felt a hot fire coming towards him. In the cave, there was a fire dragon pill cauldron, and a bearded man was sitting cross-legged in front of the cauldron. His eyebrows were red, and his aura was as sharp as a sword. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Jin Dan, and he was also considered a great cultivator in the outer sea. Senior brother Hulong. Junior brother Zhou immediately saluted. This person is none other than Fire Dragon Master, the most powerful cultivator of the Iron Sword sect in the outer sea. Fire Dragon Master flicked his finger, and a series of restrictions were set up one after another, sealing off the entire cave. Judging from his technique, it was extremely mysterious. Brother, your wonderful music restriction has become more and more profound. I'm afraid that even the Lord of the Dark Kuan Island will find it difficult to investigate this place. Junior brother Zhou was full of admiration. It is rumored that the Lord of the Dark Kuan Island can rival a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Not to mention that he has an elder who is even more powerful. My restrictions can only ensure that even if a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul eavesdrops with his spiritual consciousness, he will definitely be discovered. There is no way to deal with the spiritual consciousness of a great master. Fire Dragon Master shook his head. The great master of the late nascent soul has undergone qualitative changes and surges in both mana and spiritual consciousness, which is absolutely different from ordinary nascent soul masters. He sighed. His expression turned serious, and looked at junior brother Zhou. Inner Sea, what's going on? Brother, I just got the news from the Inner Sea that great True Lord Shuyun and True Lord Lei Jian fought, destroyed their Dharma bodies, and captured their Yuaning. I'm afraid the Thunder Sword lineage has been wiped out. Junior brother Zhou looked solemn. Damn it! True Master Hulong was furious. If my Yuanshan Sword sect was still there, how could a mere great True Lord dare to capture and kill my Yuaning True Lord? Junior brother Zhou was silent. Since the Yuanshan Sword sect fell into the ground, the disciples outside have been greeted with all kinds of greedy eyes. Even the Yuaning True Lords, who happened to be traveling outside, all suffered misfortune. It was simply a feast for the immortal world back then. Only a few hidden veins, which had no obvious connection with the Yuanshan Sword sect from the beginning, barely survived. But there is a risk of leakage from time to time. Fire Dragon thought for a moment and sighed again. The Thunder Sword lineage must pass on the Thunderbolt Sword canon. Thunder-attributed sword techniques are relatively rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if they have been changed later, it is still okay when building the foundation and forming the elixir. After the nascent soul, if you want to become a god, you must return to the right path of the Thunderbolt Sword canon. If you fight with all your strength, it is inevitable that your foundation will be seen. Of the 5 lines of the sect, the Golden Sword lineage has long fled to the outer domain and has disappeared. The killing sword lineage only accepts one person per generation, which is the most mysterious. The Faxian lineage joined the Piamio Immortal Palace. Now that the Thunder Sword lineage has been destroyed, the Orthodox Yuanshan sword sect in the vast sea is only left with our Wanmi lineage. Junior brother Zhou nodded, as if thinking of the earnest instructions of his mentor and the oath he made. The Miol Wafang sword cannon inherited by my Wanmi lineage is known as the Wanhua Wufang. Can be transformed into any mid-level or low-level sword art. The founder had a far-sighted vision and dominated the world with the 5-element sword art. The 5-element sword art is everywhere in the world of immortal cultivation, so there is not much suspicion. The founder only hopes that our Iron Sword sect will prosper from generation to generation, and that a great true master will emerge, and then go to the ancestral land, take out the spiritual Void Sword Sutra, and glorify the Yuanshan sword sect. Wolong Shinran smiled bitterly. As a result, after the master passed away, I was unable to do anything, and the Iron Sword sect could not even stay in the Inner Sea. This is not the fault of my senior brother. Junior brother Zhou persuaded and took out a jade box from the storage bag. This is what senior sister Yin asked me to give to my senior brother. Senior sister Yin fought with others for this thing, and now she is still being hunted by Yu Huadian in the Inner Sea. I am afraid that she is in danger. Junior sister Yin. Wolong Shinran suddenly felt sad, and his memory seemed to return to his youth, when he was carefree in the Iron Sword sect and fought with his junior sister. He sighed and blew gently. A stream of fire dragon essence emerged and sank into the talisman on the jade box. The talisman ignited without wind, and the jade box slowly opened, revealing one of the red inner pills. In the inner pill, there was a raging ape, roaring to the sky. Is it the spirit pill of the 4th level great demon? Junior brother Zhou looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. He only knew that senior sister Yin had something important to hand over, but he didn't expect it to be so important. If the talisman on the jade box was not opened with the fire dragon essence as the key, it would probably destroy the things in the box directly. Junior sister Yin, you are really thoughtful. It seems that she sold all the assets of our Iron Sword sect in the Inner Sea to exchange for this spirit pill. Fire Dragon True Man slowly exhaled a long breath. The 4th level spirit pill has many uses, but for the Jindan cultivator, its greatest effect is to refine the Ningyin pill with other spiritual medicines. Although refining Ningyin pill with spirit pills can only make one pill, which wastes a lot of auxiliary medicines and is not as effective as the genuine Ningyin pill. But it is a rare opportunity to Ningyin in the Hanhai Xiuxian world. Chapter 345. Coming out of retreat. When you condense your nascent soul and become a true lord, our Iron Sword sect conceives a 4th level spiritual vein in the outer sea as a foundation and carry it forward from now on. Zhou's eyes were a little hot. The several Jindan true lords of the Iron Sword sect grew up together and have a very good relationship. Of course, the key is the ancestral Styx divine stone, which can sign the Styx blood contract, which has a certain binding force even for the great true lord. They all swore to keep the secret, glorify the sect, and naturally use their strength together. What's more, in the Iron Sword sect, only true Lord Hulong has the highest cultivation level and has faintly touched the great perfection of Jindan. This Jingpa Great Pill is mainly based on fire attributes. It can be said that except true Lord Hulong, other brothers and sisters are not qualified to use it. Well, that's right. Wolong Shinran nodded. Junior brother, you came at the right time. I have found an island with spiritual veins. Although it is only a 3rd level spiritual vein, it can be temporarily sheltered. It is better than relying on others on Minkuan Island and being worried all day long. Although the owner of Minkuan Island has been in seclusion for decades, they are still afraid. At this time, Fang Xing, who is remembered by a large number of immortal cultivators, is in the spiritual eye area with the most abundant spiritual energy on Minkuan Island. After decades of seclusion, his appearance is the same as before, without any change. At this time, a powerful mana fluctuation emerged from his body, followed by another muffled groan, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, have you finally reached a bottleneck? Fang Xing Immortal Clone stood up with some disappointment. After decades of seclusion, he refined all the resources he had plundered into elixirs, and then used the Wanhua Ding to remove the elixir poison. With the help of the 4th level spiritual veins on Minkuan Island, he finally cultivated his mana to the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul. For a nascent soul cultivator, it is a big win to be able to cultivate to this level after decades of seclusion. They often retreat for several decades, often to practice exercises or some great magical powers. After coming out of seclusion, everything has changed. But, for me, this immortal cultivation clone is gradually unable to catch up. After all, whether it is the Blue Star martial arts or the source power cultivation system, it seems to be much faster than the immortal cultivation at the beginning. Fang Xing sighed. After cultivating to the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul, he certainly tried to break through the middle stage of the nascent soul. But, he found that he had encountered a bottleneck and could no longer break through smoothly like before when his mana cultivation reached the peak. In fact, this is the normal situation in the immortal cultivation world. Even if it is a heavenly spiritual root, there is no bottleneck before the formation of the pill, and it is possible to encounter it after the formation of the pill. His spiritual root is better than the general heavenly spiritual root, and he did not encounter many bottlenecks even in the cultivation of the formation of the pill. But after the condensation of the nascent soul, he finally felt the obstacle when he broke through the middle stage of the nascent soul. Over the years, I have used the Explorer, that is, the Dark Kun. I have done a lot of experiments, and the improvement of the spiritual root seems to have reached its limit. Fang Xing pondered in silence. This is actually a normal phenomenon. After all, the magic in the world of cultivation always has its limits. Not to mention that this blood sacrifice method was created by Master Wanfa, a Jinan cultivator. It has far exceeded Fang Xing expectations that it can lose its effect only at this level. The scientific and technological means here are not good, so we can only rely on the traditional means of the world of cultivation, he murmured. When the cultivators in the world of cultivation encounter bottlenecks, there are generally 3 ways to break through. The first is to continue to meditate and practice hard, relying on time to slowly endure. Perhaps 10 or dozens of years. Perhaps hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Suddenly, an idea came to mind and broke through. Of course, this situation is more likely to be stuck in a bottleneck for a lifetime and unable to break through. For most cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, it is normal to reach a certain limit, encounter a bottleneck, and no longer be able to break through. Then, they often focus their energy on other aspects, such as enjoying life, building a family, and revitalizing the sect. Only truly hard-working cultivators, and those who have great prospects will suffer for a ray of breakthrough opportunity. The second way is to travel and fight, hoping for a sudden enlightenment, but the possibility of dying in the fight is greatly increased. The third way is to break through with the help of various secret arts and strange objects, or even the power of elixirs. For Fang Xing, he has been sitting for decades, so the first method is naturally not advisable. The third way currently does not have the conditions. The elixirs and secret arts that can assist cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul to break through to the middle stage are very rare even in the vast sea of immortal cultivation. I am afraid that they can only appear occasionally at the big auction in the inner sea. So, you still have to come out of retreat, travel outside, and look for opportunities? Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and then he patted his head. A blue-black nascent soul emerged, with red eyes and a sun mark on his forehead. It was the Wanfa ghost infant. After so many years, the Wanfa ghost infant was still in the early stage of the nascent soul. I can't break through the realm quickly, but I do have the secret technique for the second Yuaning to break through. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. The second Yuaning can break through the realm quickly through the infant devouring technique, but this method requires a large number of Yuaning or Jingpa pills, and it is also harmful to the harmony of heaven. Once discovered, everyone will definitely shout and kill him. But I can't care about it. The second Yuaning grows up quickly and breaks into the middle or even late Yuaning stage. That will be useful. Otherwise, in the main world, the combat power of the initial stage of the 8th realm is useless. At this time, the blue-black second Yuaning waved his hand again, and the Qingyang magic lamp he held quickly grew larger. In the lamp, the original Nanming Lihua and the soul-devouring demon fire had already merged into one, turning into a little blue-purple lamp flame. This fire has been refined into a positive fire, with infinite power. Perhaps it can be called the purple-blue divine flame. Fang Xing nodded, and the Yuaning grabbed it with his little hand. After the bean-sized purple-green divine flame left the Qingyang magic lamp, it suddenly exploded and turned into a fist-sized flame. Under Fang Xing control, it turned into the shapes of fire dragons, fire phoenixes, and fire trees. all of which were lifelike. Its power far exceeded that of the past. And it worked even better. The law of fire. Although the law of fire in this world is different from that in the Dashya world, and its power is much weakened, it can at least allow me to sense and slightly manipulate the fire's spiritual power between heaven and earth, and cast various fire attribute spells with greatly increased power. Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to be thinking about something. The source power system of Dashya. From mystery to law, from law to the great way, the relationship is constantly progressive, and the adaptability is also constantly increasing. The power of the mystical is weakened in the main universe, and in the world of immortal cultivation, it is weakened by more than 99%. Obviously, the mystical is not suitable for different worlds. The power of the law is interesting. There are also 5 elements in the world of immortal cultivation, and the law of fire is also useful. But there are many inadaptations, and it needs to be re-understood and adjusted. But it is obviously not as powerful as the world of Dashya, and the power of the great Tao is completely different. I am afraid it can adapt to many dimensions, universes, and worlds. As long as the great Tao exists, the power of the great Tao will operate smoothly. All time and space exist forever. Dalyo? Or, although the world of immortal cultivation and the world of Dashya are not in the same world, but these many worlds and universes belong to the same area in a higher category? The concept of the Sea of Universe? The concept of the long river of time and space? Fang Xing had some guesses, but he knew that before he was promoted to a high enough level, any more guesses would be a joke. At this time, he cast a few fire spells, and knew that his understanding of the law of fire also increased the clone of immortal cultivation. It's a pity. Why isn't it the comprehension of the law of gold? Otherwise, with my swordsmanship, I would be no less capable than the Venerable Huashan in the late nascent soul stage. The Venerable Huashan can mobilize the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and comprehending the law can also leverage the spiritual power of heaven and earth. In this regard, Fang Xing is confident that he can tie with the Venerable Huashan. However, his foundation, that is, his magic power, is too poor. So now, he is definitely not as good as the Venerable Huashan. The mana of the early nascent soul is at least several times weaker than that of the late nascent soul. And the mana of the late nascent soul Great True Lord is 1 realm lower than that of the God Transformation Venerable, which may be a tenfold difference. Together, it is a difference of dozens of times. Forget it. I am not as good as you. The Wanfa Ghost Infant can cultivate the Qingyang magic lamp into its own spiritual treasure. Cultivate the magic fire magic. And then, by madly devouring the nascent soul, it can be promoted to the late nascent soul, or even the nascent soul perfection. Although there is no hope of ever being promoted to the God Transformation, it is not a big problem to match the God Transformation. Being able to match ordinary God Transformation Venerables is the 9th realm combat power, which is barely enough to cause trouble in the main universe. My understanding of the law of fire may even surpass many God Transformation Venerables. But facing the God Transformation Heavenly Venerable, it is probably not enough. But in the current Han-Hai Xiuxian world, is there really a God Transformation Heavenly Venerable? Even if such an existence exists, it is probably only in the 2 holy places of Wuji Palace and Piamu Immortal Palace. After all, it is a force that has produced a powerful person in the refining void stage and ascended to the sky. Other sects of immortal cultivation and the inheritance of scattered cultivators, even if they are lucky enough to have a God-transforming venerable, are difficult to pass on from generation to generation, let alone peek into higher realms. It is precisely because of this that the destruction of the Yuanshan sword sect has set off a carnival among the cultivators in the Han-Hai immortal world. I don't know how many God-transforming venerables have secretly taken action to seize the inheritance of the spiritual void sword sutra of the Yuanshan sword sect to complete their own path of refining the void, or at least pave the way for the God-transforming heavenly venerable. It's time to come out of retreat. Fang Xing's mind moved, and he turned into a sword light, flew out of the spiritual eye, and came to the Minkuan. Xiaolu, how is the island running recently? He sat on the sofa, drinking a fruit juice drink from the main universe, and asked casually. A flash of light appeared, and an elf similar to Xiaolan emerged, but with green wings. Master, this is the annual work report written by Ni Huolong and other masters. In addition, there are also high-quality spiritual stones and market taxes that are handed in every year. Xiaolu controlled the drone and brought storage bags to Fang Xing. The surveillance I set up on Minkuan Island has recorded a total of 342 evidence of monks committing crimes. Some of them need to be handled by the master personally. Chapter 346 Unbridled. As a spacecraft, the Minkuan has first-class exploration and monitoring equipment. Because it is different from mana monitoring, it is often easily overlooked by cultivators. Xiaolu secretly monitors the entire Minkuan Island. Although he doesn't know everything, he is indeed very observant. Even if Fang Sheng has been in seclusion for decades, he will not be deceived by his subordinates. He glanced at it, and found that in addition to the occasional cultivators killing people and stealing treasures, there were also Jindan cultivators such as Nai Holong who embezzled. Although the situation was not very serious, they could still be punished. In addition, there were small actions by Yuanying forces such as Wanbao Tower, Sanfen Hall, and Nehai Baichao Mountain. Oh! There are also Dark Cloud Hall cultivators? And the spies of Tianyin Island? Fang Xing checked several monitoring records, and a smile appeared on his face. The Dark Cloud Hall is a dark force that accepts various assassinations and intelligence lists. It is said that there is a great master behind it. True Lord Jiayue and True Lord Huiyun on Tianyin Island are descendants of the two lineages of Great True Lord Yineng. They both have grudges against him, and are both mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. These are all the resources for the Wanfa Ghost Infant to advance. Fang Xing showed a satisfied smile on his face. First destroy Tianyin Island. The Wanfa Ghost Infant may be able to advance to the mid-stage nascent soul. Then see if there are any blind Great True Lords who come to the door. For the great cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul, one nascent soul is at least 10 ordinary nascent souls. As for the Taijian sect, the monks of the Taijian sect are cautious and law-abiding, and are not under Xiaolu's surveillance at all. Moreover, Xiaolu does not know how to identify any skills and magical powers. In other words, even if the Yuanying True Lord is in front of him, I am afraid he will not be able to see the relationship between the 5-element sword art of the Taijian sect and the Yuanshan sword sect. It's time to go out. Fang Xing moved his mind and flew out of the Minkuan. Then, a token appeared in his hand. Go! His nascent soul mana surged out and injected into the formation token. Rumble. With the Minkuan and the spiritual eye as the center, a formation suddenly emerged. This formation transformed into wind, rain, thunder and lightning, light and dark, and a myriad of weather. It was the Wanxiang Wuchang formation. The formation originally only covered the core spiritual vein, but now it is expanding and including Haishur. This is a 4th level formation? Is there an enemy invading? Who is so bold? The great island master of Minkuan Island, Fang Xingzhenjuan, can compete with the cultivators in the middle stage of Yuanying. And the second island master, Fang Yinzhenjuan, can fight with the island master of Pingmao without losing? The cultivators on the island talked a lot. Some alert ones went back to the cave or shopped directly and stayed at home. There were also those who were guilty and flew directly, ready to leave before the formation covered them, or use the forbidden talisman. But they were killed directly by the 5 figures in the Wanxiang Wuchang formation. Although the 5 mixed demons have always been disliked by Fang Xing, they are enough to run rampant in the Jindan period, cooperating with the great array of all things. Even a late Jindan cultivator will have to suffer. The Cave of the Iron Sword sect. This, junior brother Zhou, and many of his senior brothers and sisters turned into streams of light, looking at the great array above their heads with horrified faces. What's going on? They looked at each other, all terrified in their hearts. Could it be that the matter was leaked? Junior brother Zhou, junior sister Murong. At this time, the spiritual consciousness of the Fire Dragon Immortal arrived. These Jindan Immortals immediately flew into the cave of the Fire Dragon Immortal. Looking at this situation, it should be the owner of the Minkuan Island who has come out of retreat. The Fire Dragon Immortal looks serious, although I don't know if he came for us. We need to be on guard. You should keep these 4th level talismans. If the island owner comes for us, you should run for your lives. Yes. Junior brother Zhou, junior sister Murong, and others all agreed, feeling uneasy in their hearts. This is the sadness of living under someone else's roof. When the Fire Dragon Immortal saw this scene, his thoughts became more and more determined. Not long after, they saw a long golden rainbow flying from the center of the island, heading straight towards Haishur. The island master is not here for us. Seeing this, many Jindan Jinren of Tijianmen really felt lucky to have escaped death. Look at that direction. It seems to be Wanhua Tower? Jinren Huolong glanced a few more times. His face looked a little strange. Junior brother Zhou and junior sister Murong looked at each other, both feeling a little strange. That Yuan Yingzhenjuan has been in seclusion for decades. Is he going to discuss Taoism with those Kunxia for the first time? Fang Xing turned into a light and came to the sky above Haishur. A stream of light flew out to greet them. And the leader was in Huolong. Greetings to the island master. Well, you all have been dancing happily during the time when this island master was in seclusion. Fang Xing glanced around and sneered a few times. And Huolong suddenly felt empty in his heart. I wonder what the island master means. Fang Xing glanced at him. This third-level array master was conscientious and did not deduct the transmission fee. As for privately selling the outer sea map and even the array, it can only be regarded as extra income. It is the other party's ability. He is not prepared to investigate it. On the other hand, the other Jindan Jinren were unwilling to accept the fact that they were controlled by the poison pill. And some of them deceived their superiors and subordinates. The most hateful ones had already betrayed his information, which was considered betrayal. Fang Xing was too lazy to say more, and flicked his finger. A golden sword light appeared, and the two Jindan Jinren covered by the sword light had their heads cut off before they could even scream, and their Jindan in their bodies shattered. These two people betrayed their master for glory, and sold out the information of my Mingquan Island. They should be killed. Fang Xing swept his eyes over and looked at the Jindan Jinren again. You are a little more timid. You have made a lot of spirit stones. Remember to spit out 10 times to this island master. Otherwise, those Jindan Jinren were immediately scared to death. We will obey the orders of the island master. Only an Huolong, looking at the two Jindan Jinren who were killed, and then looking at the Wanhua Tower below, seemed to have realized something. This Wanhua Tower is a famous den of money in the market, and I don't know how many high-level cultivators linger there. Those two Taoist friends seemed to come to Wanhua Tower for fun and pleasure often. At this time, the movement in the sky obviously alarmed Wanhua Tower below. There were countless petals around Wanhua Tower, and it was shrouded in a layer of illusion. It was obvious that an extremely powerful formation was activated. A graceful lady flew into the air with a flower carpet magic weapon. She had a face like peach blossoms, a waist like a willow, and half of her breasts were exposed. She was very charming. She first bowed to Fang Xing, and then said, I am Wanru. I meet the island master. I wonder how my Wanhua Tower has offended the island master. You Wanhua Tower has not offended me. But you have taken in the enemies of this island master, and spied on the island master information. Fang Xing said calmly, hand over Nongyu and Yao Xing. When Wanru's expression changed. These two women have the cultivation of fake Dan, and are the most popular girls in Wanhua Tower. After all, when one's cultivation reaches the Jindan level, he simply cannot look down upon the mana of Qigong cultivators. And only the foundation building furnace can look up to them. Want to attract Jindan real people, and spend a fortune on them? At least you need fake Dan real people. Nongyu and Yao Xing are the top girls in Wanhua Tower. Island Master. Is there a misunderstanding? When Wanru's expression froze, my Wanhua Tower was opened by Lianyun Island. Lianyun Island is a major force in the inner sea. The Hanhai Xiuxian world is divided into the inner and outer seas. The inner sea Xiuxian forces are generally stronger than the outer sea Xiuxian forces. The characteristics of the outer sea Xiuxian forces are firstly large territories, and secondly, they are numerous. It seems that you didn't take them in unintentionally, but you deliberately protected them. Fang Xing nodded and snapped his fingers. A purple-blue flame emerged and floated towards Wanru. Crash! The purple-blue flame turned into the size of a human head in midair, and the terrifying firepower it emitted made the Jindan cultivators change color. A fourth-level talisman appeared on Wanru's body. She barely hid in the formation, and her face immediately changed color. Senior, spare my life. I surrender. You are not surrendered. But I know you are going to die. Fang Xing's expression was grim. A mere Jindan cultivator dares to negotiate with the island master. Is it the courage given by Lianyun Island behind you? Feeling the terrifying power of the purple-blue divine flame, Wanru's face changed miserably. She was just used to dancing with long sleeves, and regarded the platform of Lianyun Island as her own strength, and wanted to bargain with this Yuan Yingzhenjuan. But she forgot that in the world of cultivating immortals, it is the law of the jungle after all. Sizzle! The purple-blue divine flame suddenly surged, turning thousands of petals into ashes. It turned out to be a quasi-4th level formation, and I Huolong next to him was secretly surprised when he saw this scene. Wanhua Tower dared to set up a quasi-4th level formation in Haishur. Even if it was just for self-protection, it can be said that its intentions are ulterior. And seeing Fang Xing gesture, a flame broke the quasi-4th level formation. He was even more impressed. Ah! When Water screamed, but it was a purple spark that fell on her. Then, it turned into a pile of ashes together with a defensive magic weapon. Island Master, spare my life. We will let you deal with it. Seeing Wanhwa's fate, the cultivators in Wanhua Tower immediately shouted to surrender. Humph! A merely Yun Island. Dare to come to this Island Master. Fang Xing snorted coldly, which shocked the surrounding Jin Dan Jinren secretly. The Island Master was so domineering and said what he meant. And when Wanhwa's death was really unfair. Even when Wanhwa would definitely give in the end. But Fang Xing didn't expect him to do it so quickly. For Fang Xing, he was ready to let the Wanfa ghost infant quickly devour and advance. So he definitely didn't care whether his reputation was bad or not. In fact, he even wanted those yawning old monsters to come to him on their own initiative. So he acted ruthlessly and deliberately offended Lianyun Island, which was bad luck for the other party. He was playing with the purple and green divine flame in his hand. This 4th level spiritual fire was not as violent as before. It turned into a small snake and swam between Fang Xing fingers. 10 breaths. Hand over the person. As soon as Fang Xing finished speaking, the sound of fighting came from Wanhua Tower. Then, 2 disheveled fake Dan female cultivators were sealed in their dantian by several Jin Dan cultivators and sent to Fang Xing, Island Master. Nong Yu, Yao Xing are here. From their appearance, they seemed not to be guests of Wanhua Tower, but guests who happened to be here for fun. But there was no way. In order to avoid angering Fang Xing, they could only take action. And the fake Dan cultivators and Jin Dan real people called each other Daoist friends for the sake of face. But when they really started fighting, they were still nothing. These 2 women might have been dragged down from the bed directly, naked, and unable to resist at all. Fang Xing didn't say much, and started to search their souls directly. After a while, he left the 2 bodies behind, and a sneer appeared on his face. Tianyin sect, Jiaoyue. Huiyun, dare to plot against this Island Master? This is actually an excuse to show a reconcilable hatred, so as to facilitate the attack on Tianyin Island and exterminate the sect in the future. More importantly, these 2 women are actually of high status. They know that true Lord Huiyun and true Lord Jiaoyue are practicing together, trying to practice the great water and fire magic of true Lord Yinyang. Once they succeed, they may be comparable to true Lord Yuanying. But, even if they are comparable to true Lord Yuanying, what can they do? My original body will come and sweep everything away. Even the supreme beings of Huashan will die. Now in the Hanhai cultivation world. Except for the 2 holy places, which can make Fang Xing have some concerns. The rest are just chickens and pottery dogs. Even if they are holy land cultivators, Fang Xing is not afraid as long as he does not kill them in their nests. Even if he encounters the supreme beings of Huashan, he cannot beat them. But running away should not be a problem. After dealing with many Jin Dan true lords, Fang Xing did not return to the cave. He came to the edge of Haishur, a shanty town. The cultivators gathered here are all Qi training cultivators. Even the middle and low-level Qi training cultivators. They are considered the lowest level of the cultivation world, but the largest number. There are always shanty towns outside any market town. Watching these scenes, it really brings back some memories. When I first stepped into the world of immortal cultivation, I also hung out in the shanty towns. Fang Xing walked a few steps and stopped in front of a wooden house. The wooden house looked very crudely made and shaky. An extremely old spiritual farmer, with a pipe on his waist, ran out respectfully. "Senior, who are you looking for?" His face was full of flattery, and his cultivation was about the 3rd level of Qi training. His palms were thick, and there was some spiritual soil left in the gaps between his nails. At first glance, he was an experienced old spiritual farmer who could be found everywhere. "If I don't look for others, I look for you." Fang Xing pointed at the old farmer. "Daoyu's disguise skills are really amazing. Even face to face, I didn't find many flaws." "Daoyu?" As soon as these words came out, the Qi training cultivators around were stunned. Old man Xing has been farming here for decades. Is he actually a hidden master? This old man Xing came to settle in the shantytown more than 30 years ago and rented 3 acres of spiritual fields. He usually works diligently. His only hobby is to buy a few cents of grain wine from the worst wine shop after selling spiritual rice. And then go to the half-closed female cultivator to have fun. Even when bullied by several nearby gangs, he could only pay the protection fee of spirit stones. Is he actually a master? What does he want? But there is still a flaw. Old man Xing's expression changed, and a dark mist appeared around him, and the mana fluctuations of the nascent soul period surged out. This seat. Anha Jinjuan of the Dark Cloud Palace. I wonder if the owner of the Dark Kuan Island can tell me where this seat has exposed a flaw. No. Fang Xing smiled and answered. Should he tell Anha Jinjuan that his every move was captured by the spacecraft surveillance, judged as abnormal, and then screened by big data? You have pried into the privacy of this island owner for no reason. Today, please leave your life here, so as to warn future generations. As soon as he said this, Anha Jinjuan's face changed. You dare? My Dark Cloud Palace has a great Jinjuan in charge. Chapter 347 Capture. Great Master? I am afraid he won't come. Fang Xing responded domineeringly. Well, it seems that Dao Yu can't have a peaceful ending today. Anha Master regretted a little. He regretted that he had too much greed and accepted the task of Bright Moon Master. He also regretted that he was too confident and stayed on this island. He regretted not leaving as soon as the formation was opened. Now that the Wanxiang Wuchang formation covers the market, although he can forcefully break through an escape passage, he will inevitably be delayed for a moment. This time is enough for Fang Xing to chase him. There are 2 great masters on Mingkuan Island. This one is okay. If the other one, Fang Yun, who is comparable to Pingma Island Master, takes action, it will be really difficult to escape unscathed. Anha Master narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, black light filled his body, and 8 iron pieces flew out of his sleeves. These 8 iron pieces present the layout of the 8 diagrams, and a large number of complex runes are engraved on the surface. It is actually a rune array. Cloud Iron 8 Array Diagram. Anha Jinjuan kept pinching his hands, and dark light quickly overflowed from the 8 iron runes, like a cage, trapping Fang Xing inside. Then, without looking back, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of Mingkuan Island. Anha Jinjuan is not stupid. In a 4th level formation, fighting with a cultivator of the same level? No Yuaning Jinjuan would be so crazy. Not to mention, there is more than one Yuaning Jinjuan on Mingkuan Island. If he waits for that Fang Yun Jinjuan to take action, he will really have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Therefore, Anha Jinjuan did not hesitate to give up a valuable treasure, temporarily trapped Fang Xing, and then escaped, with his Yuaning Jinjuan strength, plus a few high-level forbidden-breaking talismans in his storage bag. As long as he reaches the edge of the formation and delays for a few breaths, he will be able to break out of the formation. At that time, he will be able to gallop across the world. This Yutai 8 formation diagram is indeed a treasure that Yuaning cultivators must cherish. After activating it, talismans seal the sky and lock the earth. An endless black light spreads around, like an iron cage, blocking Fang Xing inside. Not only that, there are also wind and thunder that appear, like a rainstorm. Fang Xing chuckled, and the Qingyang magic lamp appeared in his hand. The peak mana of the early Yuaning was injected into it, and a green light shield suddenly appeared, which was the Qingyang shield. The Qingyang magic lamp has been sacrificed before, and it has long been a 4th level middle grade spiritual treasure. In addition, his Yuaning peak mana is stimulated, and the Qingyang shield defense formed is difficult to break even for a Yuaning middle stage cultivator for a while. A green light shield protected Fang Xing's whole body. It was unusually thick and immovable. It remained safe and sound despite the wind and thunder attacks. Go! Fang Xing flicked his finger, and the purple-green divine flame on the Qingyang magic lamp flew out and turned into a purple-green fire dragon. It continued to expand and turned into a 12 feet long. Every scale on its body was lifelike and carried scorching fire. The purple-green fire dragon shook its head and tail, rushed into the Yutai 8 formation diagram, spewed flames, burned the wind and thunder, and swung its tail fiercely, hitting the black light. The black light trembled fiercely, and the outside world could be vaguely seen. One of the iron talismans even showed a crack, but it finally stabilized. It's a good treasure. Fang Xing nodded, and the outer Yuaning appeared, flicking his fingers, one after another. purple-green fire dragons appeared. Finally, 8 fire dragons roared and rushed towards a black iron talisman. Blazing, under the shroud of the purple-green true fire, it finally broke through the black light and landed on the body of the iron talisman. With just one refining. The Cloud Iron 8 formation diagram turned into 8 pieces of scrap iron and fell from midair. Fang Xing let out a long roar, and his figure turned into a sword light. The Jindan cultivators in the market felt their mana unstable just by hearing the roar. Soon after, a golden sword thread caught up with the Dark River Master at an incredible speed. This Iron Sword Gate. In the sky, when the Dark River Master appeared earlier, these Jindan masters were shocked. They knew that a battle between the masters would break out, and they dared not neglect it. The Fire Dragon Masters all appeared in the sky, ready to watch the battle and then decide on the movements of their own sex. Unexpectedly, the Dark River Master fled without a fight. And then the Master of the Dark Kuan Island immediately broke out of the formation and used this peerless sword escape technique to chase the enemy. This, Junior Brother Zhou looked at the golden sword thread and his face changed. The sword light was actually converged to such an incredible level. The speed of sword escape is unparalleled in the world. True Fire Dragon was even more shocked. And the palms hidden in his sleeves were trembling with excitement. No mistake. Although it was disguised. Most Yuaning Xinjuan might not recognize it. But I recognize it. This is the Great Freedom Xianjin sword escape. The golden sword lineage of the sect. Is there still a legacy? No. It is not certain. Perhaps the golden sword lineage has long been defeated, and the legacy fell into the hands of other sects. And they deliberately threw out a bait? The origin of this island owner must be carefully inquired in the future, and then carefully observed. If it is really the golden sword lineage, then there will be strong support, and it may not be impossible to join in the celebration. Fang Xing naturally had no idea of the thoughts of a certain Jin Danjinren on his own island. He turned into a sword light, and came to the edge of the Wanxiang Wuchang formation. He saw the 5 mixed demons transforming into the 5 elements battle formation, entangled with the Dark River Master, and couldn't help but smile. Why is the Master leaving? Is it because the Island Master didn't treat you well? You'd better stay. Fang Xing laughed and waved his sleeves. 8 more purple and green fire dragons flew out and besieged the Dark River Master. Since he knew the information about the Yuanshan sword sect, he deliberately concealed his own foundation. The swordsmanship on the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic should be avoided as much as possible. And even if it is used, it must be concealed. In this way, unless he meets a cultivator who is particularly familiar with this sword classic, it is likely that he will only think that he has practiced a gold-attributed sword technique, and may not be able to see more. However, even if they find out, it's still unclear who will deal with whom. Should I deliberately expose my identity, and then let me come over to take advantage of the opportunity to fish for some fat? The Yuaning Xinjuan attracted will probably be enough for the second Yuaning to break through to the late Yuaning stage in one go. Right? Fang Xing also had a constructive idea in his mind. But in this way, it is easy to become a big devil that everyone wants to beat, and it is also possible to attract the Huashan Venerable, or even the Huashan Tianzuan. It is better to take it step by step first, at least to find out the situation of the Yuanshan sword sect. The gate of the Yuanshan sword sect is sunk, and no cultivator has been able to explore it successfully for so many years. Even the Huashan Venerable was rejected. Obviously, there is something unusual now in the entire cultivation world. The only thing that can attract Fang Xing is the Linshu inheritance. Of course, the natural materials and treasures that greatly increase the power of the Yuaning, or the Yuaning of the cultivators, are also considered. Facing the attack of the purple-green fire dragon, Master Anha did not dare to neglect and released his own spiritual treasure, which was a strangely shaped black hook. The Dark River Hook. When he used the hook, a black river suddenly appeared out of thin air, protecting his body tightly. When his spiritual consciousness moved, a set of sword techniques was used. The flying hook is similar to the flying sword, but it is more sinister and vicious, and it is impossible to defend against it. Go! Under the control of Master Anha, the Dark River Hook is like a poisonous dragon, entangled with a fire dragon, and even shows the swordsmanship of Jiani Tianqin, trying to kill the spirit of the fire dragon. This person is not a pure sword cultivator, and what he condensed is the Yuaning spirit body, not the sword infant. It is good enough to reach the 3rd level in the sword way. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing sneered. Just want to kill the spirit of the fire dragon? Your flying hook can withstand the purple and green divine flame first. The 5 realms of sword cultivation are Qi, Gang, Yi, and Sure. And the 5th realm is the sword breaking all methods. As a sword cultivator who changed his career, it is already very good to be able to cultivate to the realm of sword intention. Under the control of the Dark River Master, the flying hook was extremely agile, like a star ball flying, playing with the 7 fire dragons one by one, and the last sword cut into the body of the 8th fire dragon. It's done! The face of the Dark River Master was happy, but suddenly changed color. He felt a terrifying sense of heat coming from his natal spiritual treasure, and the Dark River hook was wailing, and even had a tendency to be destroyed. There was a flame coming with the connection of the natal spiritual treasure, burning the soul. What a terrible devil fire! He hurriedly pinched the sword formula, took back the Dark River hook, and looked at the damage on it, and his face couldn't help but show a look of great pain. Roar! The next moment, 8 fire dragons followed closely, spewing purple-green divine flames, evaporating the Dark River. Not only that, there were 5 mixed demons forming a battle formation around the battlefield. Coming suddenly, there was also the Wanxiang Wuchang formation to suppress. The face of the Dark River Master turned red, and he forced down the injuries in his body, and shouted loudly, I am the younger brother of the Dark Cloud Master, the Master of the Dark Kun Island. Don't make a mistake. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Xing frowned slightly, and the 8 fire dragons merged with each other, turning into a purple-green fire dragon, full of majesty, and pressed down with a dragon claw. The Dark River Master had no choice but to throw out an iron shield magic treasure and fly back to the left. At this time, the 5 mixed demons roared, and it seemed that there was a colorful wheel between heaven and earth, which crashed down on the Dark River Master. Bang! Anha Zhenjuan resisted the 5 elements' great grinding. His body stagnated, and then a beam of light from the Wanxiang Wuchang formation broke the protective light of his body. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. To make matters worse, the purple-green fire dragon slapped the iron shield magic treasure away, and a ball of purple-green divine flames fell down. Ah! Anha Zhenjuan screamed, and his body turned into ashes in an instant. Hundreds of feet away, a light flashed in the void, and a small Yuaning spirit emerged. It was dressed in a black robe, and the body was covered with black mist. With a wave of its little hand, the Dark River hook turned into a black lightning and fell into the Yuaning little hand. The Yuaning left the body. The Lord of Mingkuan Island destroyed my body, and this hatred must be avenged. After speaking harshly, Anha Zhenjuan prepared his Yuaning to escape into the void and completely escape from the area covered by the Wanxiang Wuchang formation. But at this moment, the void seemed to freeze, and the nascent soul of Master Anha seemed to be frozen in the void. A golden palm appeared out of thin air, with a sense of freezing the void, and fell down with a bang, grabbing the nascent soul of Master Anha in the palm of his hand. It was the immortal martial Qi great handprint. Chapter 348, Knock on the Door. You still dare to speak harshly to me? Fang Xing sneered and ordered his immortal clone to collect the storage bag and magic treasure of Lord Anha and return to the Mingkuan. The immortal clone had no good way to deal with the Yuaning of Lord Yuaning, but the original master could take him down at will. After all, there were corresponding moves to block the void in the Great Sun Tathagata palm, not to mention the Great Sun Dharma realm. Of course, Fang Xing didn't use these 2 methods. He just used the latest simplified version of the Tathagata palm that he had comprehended, and he was able to capture him easily. Lord Anha? Is he the younger brother of a great lord? After Fang Xing left, the many Jindan lords who were watching were in an uproar. If Lord Anya knew about it, there would be trouble on the island. Hong Wanjin of Wanbao Tower was a little worried. Decades later, he was still the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower. As a businessman, he hated disorderly environments the most. Iron Sword Gate. That Mingkuan Island master is so powerful. He has a magical power of magic fire. I'm afraid that even a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul would not dare to take it head-on. He destroyed the body of a true lord with just a few moves. Junior sister Murong exclaimed. The one who made the final move. Could it be the true Lord Fang Yun who was rumored to have fought to a draw with the Pingma Island master? It is rumored that he is a 4th-level middle-grade physical cultivator. Is the last golden hand the physical magical power of a physical cultivator? It can actually freeze the void and capture the nascent soul? Once this move is made, its deterrent power is almost the same as that of a great true lord. True man who alone has a higher vision, and knows that the true Lord Fang Yuan who only made one move in the end is the real powerful one. Great cultivators in the late nascent soul are honored as great true lords, because their magic power and consciousness are far superior to those of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. As long as they practice a few powerful secret techniques or consciousness attack techniques, they can effectively prevent the nascent soul from leaving the body and escape into the void, and have the power to kill the true lord of the nascent soul. In today's battle, it seems that the physical power of the true Lord Fang Yuan also has the effect of blocking the void, and the deterrent power is really unparalleled. In the Dark Kun, let me go! Otherwise my brother will not forgive you. Master of the Dark Kun Island, we have no grudges. I can provide you with information about the Tianyin sect, and even mobilize members of the Dark Cloud Hall to fight together on the Tianyin Island. Fang Xing sat cross-legged and took out the Yuanying of the true Lord Anha. After the Yuanying was relaxed a little, it immediately started to chatter. In short, it was nothing more than threats and begging for mercy. It's just a joke, Fang Xing thought silently, and a stream of mental power sank into the sea of consciousness of the true Lord Anha. You want to search my soul? Anha Jinjuan face changed. And then he said indifferently, Jinjuan Fang Yuan, I advise you not to waste your time. You are just a body cultivator, and your spiritual consciousness is originally weak. As long as I don't want to say it, you will never be able to. No. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and then his expression became a little confused. The 10,000 Hearts secret technique is really effective. Fang Xing nodded. The 10,000 Hearts secret book obtained from the Grey-Robed Marquis was originally a spiritual consciousness inheritance. Spiritual consciousness, mental power, soul power, are just the outermost power of the soul. Even so, you can play with it. The 10,000 Hearts is all-encompassing. Whether it is spiritual consciousness attack, soul search technique, or even the secret method of controlling the heart, all are listed one by one. If I am willing to spend some time and get thoroughly familiar with the nascent soul, maybe I can make Anha recognize his master, or the kind of slave who obeys orders unconditionally, recognizes his master from the bottom of his heart, and dies immediately when his master dies. Fang Xing looked at the completely confused Anha nascent soul, and immediately ordered the immortal cultivator to make hand gestures. 2 golden lights instantly sank into the eyes of Anha nascent soul. The reason why it was so troublesome, and did not use the great Sun Tathagata mantra was, of course, because he had to keep this nascent soul spirit as the nourishment for the promotion of the second nascent soul Wanfa ghost infant. As for the original body, in the evil god world, I have almost eaten up the group of original spirits. It can be said that I can eat all I want at the buffet. Is the matter of the great true Lord Onion true or false? Fang Xing spoke directly, and asked the question he was most concerned about. It's true. But An Yuan is selfish and only works hard to break through the spiritualization stage. Previously, several Yuanying's engines in the An Yuan Palace had problems while performing their missions, and he didn't do anything. And He Jinjuan said woodenly, although An Yuan and I are brothers, our relationship is not very good. He may not come to save me. Waste. Fang Xing cursed immediately. If Great Jinjuan and Yuan doesn't come, where can I find my Yuanying late-stage spirit body? Then, he asked about some secrets in the An Yuan Palace. It's a pity that this dark force is completely anonymous. Many casual cultivators, and even Yuanying Jinjuan can hide their identities and take on any mission. Because the internal organization is tight, and the external organization is loose, it makes it difficult to see the truth. More importantly, with the suppression and guarantee of the great true Lord, they have credibility, and are considered a first-class force in the vast sea of immortal cultivation. As for the Dark River True Lord, he is only responsible for the business in this sea area. The tasks of the Bright Moon and Fire Cloud True Lords are already rare big orders. He just lives in the trading center of Mingkuan Island to facilitate contact with various subordinates and develop tasks. And monitor me by the way? The 2 middle-stage Yuanyings are also assigned long-term monitoring tasks in the Dark Cloud Palace. If they were not weak, they might have come to kill me directly. Isn't it said that the dual cultivation progresses rapidly? How can it be so slow to cultivate a great supernatural power? Fang Xing had to complain about the terrible time concept of the immortal cultivators. The Yuanying True Lord is in seclusion for decades. With this spare time, Blue Star warriors and Source Power practitioners have broken through to the Martial Saint and even the Star Lord realm. In the end, I still have to kill it myself. Carelessly throwing the dark river Yuaning to the Wanfa ghost infant next to him. Fang Xing himself was too lazy to pay attention to the subsequent screams, and came to the outside world. This beautiful land of the Xiuxian world. The inheritance of Lianshu will eventually not escape from my palm. Tianin Island. This island is the location of the Tianin Sex Mountain Gate. It is full of spiritual energy, and full of birdsong and flowers. This day, boom, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. And a beam of light fell from the sky, directly knocking down a mountain. Its momentum was like thunder, which frightened some low-level cultivators to death. And those affected were killed and injured countless times, until the Tianin sect suffered heavy casualties. A spaceship that seemed to be invisible slowly emerged from the sky. It's a Yuaning-level puppet. Mingquan, the Lord of Mingquan Island, is attacking. The high-level female cultivators of Tianin sect shouted, "Why don't you use all your strength to activate the mountain protection formation?" As a result, the sect's formation master took out the token and was immediately embarrassed. An important formation base has been destroyed. The power of the formation has plummeted. It can't be stopped. When Fang Xing took action, he naturally had to attack by surprise and hit the snake at its weakest point. Since the Mingquan has the ability to be invisible, it must be used to the extreme. And the protective formations of the general Yuaning sects are not always fully activated. This consumes too much spiritual veins and spiritual stones. So Fang Xing rushed thousands of miles, hiding his attack, and directly blasted the top of a mountain where an important formation base was located, and then controlled the Mingquan to crash down, which was really a case of using force to defeat cleverness. The secret information of this important formation base was still asked from the mouth of Anha Jinjuan. Obviously, this Dark Cloud Hall master had no moral integrity. He secretly gathered information about Tianin Island, and he was afraid that he was waiting for a good price. But he didn't expect to meet Fang Xing, who paid with a knife. Boom! The mountain protection formation of Tianin sect is ranked 4th, named Yunshui Jiu2 formation, which is mainly based on water attributes and is the best at defense. It is even better than the formation of Nanhua sect. But a formation base was destroyed at the beginning, and the power of the formation was reduced. When the Dark Kun cast a shadow of oppression on all living beings and rushed into the formation, the Yunshui Jiu2 formation could only wail, and many formation patterns collapsed directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the eyes of the female cultivators of Tianin sect, countless foundation building and Jindan-level puppets flew out of the Yuaning-level war puppet city, madly harvesting all lives. Master of Mingquan Island, how dare you? A female Yuaning cultivator was furious, and the colorful magic treasure in her hand swept across the sky, like a sea of flowers and rainbows, and blew up dozens of drones with one move. Humph! You, the Tianin sect, took the lead in plotting against this island master. So this island master came to destroy the sect. Isn't it justified? Fang Xing Immortal Clone sneered. His figure was like a rainbow, holding the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand. And with a slight flick of his fingers, 8 purple and green fire dragons emerged, sweeping across the 4 directions, showing off their power, and fighting with 2 Tianin sect Yuaning Jinjuan in the early Yuaning stage. Then, his original body flew high into the sky and headed straight for a mirror-like lake. Splash! The lake instantly turned into a yin-yang fish, and the mana fluctuations of the 2 middle-stage Yuaning rushed into the sky. Jinjuan Fanyun, you are bullying too much. Jinjuan Jiayue and Jinjuan Huiyun stood side by side. Their auras were faintly connected, and their faces were full of anger. They haven't even come to the door yet. And the 2 cultivators from Mingquan Island dare to come and fight back? Not only that, the 2 Yuaning Zenjins have a bad premonition in their hearts. Fang Yun is a master who can fight the master of Pingma Island. He must have something to rely on when he comes to the door at this time. Jiayue Jinjuan sensed that his mountain gate was broken and countless disciples were killed and injured. His heart was bleeding. True Lord Huiyun could not hide his anger, just right. Today we will avenge our past shame and revenge our sect. Although that great magical power has not been fully cultivated, he and True Lord Jiayue have made great progress in their dual cultivation. Now that they have joined forces, even if they cannot defeat the great True Lord in the late nascent soul stage, they are not far behind. You 2 idiots. Do you know that there is inflation now? And your combat power has depreciated. Fang Xing sneered, raised his hand, and performed the 5th style of the Great Sun Tathagata palm. picking Buddha and burning incense. The Buddha's light that penetrated the sky and the earth illuminated all directions. And there were the pale faces of the two true lords Jiayue and Huiyun. What kind of magical power is this? You are actually a 4th level upper grade physical cultivator? Great true lord. This is the sadness of a cultivator encountering a high level martial artist. After decades of seclusion, an ant has become a dragon. And then he is abandoned by the whole world. Chapter 349, Destroying the Sect. Boom! The monks who were fighting in Tianyin sect suddenly felt a chill. Soon, they were shocked to see a red sun rising from the place where the Grand Elder and the guest minister were in seclusion. Water and fire have the same origin. At the critical moment of life and death, true Lord Huiyun and true Lord Jiayue held hands, causing their respective magic powers to surge. And a shadow of the Tai Chi diagram appeared faintly behind them. This magical power is infinite. And the Tai Chi diagram of water and fire may have touched the critical point of the great true Lord. But all this is still like a joke in front of Fang Xing. The Dharma image of the great sun Tathagata appeared. And with just a light palm, he shattered the magical power of the Tai Chi diagram of water and fire. Not only that, the Dharma bodies of true Lord Huiyun and true Lord Jiayue were wrapped in groups of golden flames of the sun, and instantly turned into ashes. The Dharma image of the great sun Tathagata did not stop there, but stretched out his 5 fingers and turned into a palm again. The 6th style of the great sun Tathagata palm, mountains and rivers in the palm. Countless golden swastika runes, like constant sand, emerged, blocking the void of heaven and earth, as if it was a Buddhist kingdom in the palm. The golden Buddhist kingdom kept shrinking, and finally fell into Fang Xing hands, turning into 2 small yuanings, 1 male and 1 female. They were all unconscious, with a swastika seal on their foreheads. Fang Xing original strength had long been comparable to that of a great true lord. If he went all out, he could even fight a few moves with a god-transforming cultivator. If he fought again in armor, the only thing that would be feared in the world of immortal cultivation would be the god-transforming Tianzuan and the Holy Land formation. It was easy to capture 2 middle-stage yuanings alive. Tianyin Gate. Fang Xing immortal clone chuckled, and the purple-green fire dragon roared violently, flicked its tail, and hit a bronze bell spiritual treasure hard. Then, a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared. The shadow of the rotten iron sword spirit treasure was hidden in it. And it was so fast that it was as fast as thunder. Swish! The golden sword light flashed, and the body of a female yuaning cultivator was cut open, revealing a yuaning spirit body with a look of realization on her face. Grand Elder. Elder Jean. When another female yuaning Xinjuan saw this scene, she gritted her teeth and drove the flower basket spirit treasure to fly backwards. Seeing the Grand Elder and Huiyun Xinjuan being captured, this woman had already lost her spirit. At this time, she only wanted to escape. Isn't it too late to leave now? Fang Xing laughed and descended on the battlefield. A golden big hand struck across the sky, and with just a scoop, he grabbed the yuaning spirit body in his palm. It was the immortal martial chi great handprint. He bent his body, and was so fast that he blocked the way of the yuaning female cultivator, who was driving the flower basket spirit treasure to escape. Great master of body cultivation. The face of the female yuaning changed several times, and then revealed a trace of sadness. I am Qinghua, willing to submit. I know all the secrets of Tianyin sect, and I am willing to be a slave, even if it is a furnace tripod. Yuaning furnace tripod? Fang Xing nodded, and then slapped it with a palm. You are too much. Qinghua master body exuded pink spiritual light, and several flying needles suddenly flew out from the flower basket, landing on Fang Xing arm, and were easily bounced off. I am only interested in your yuaning. Fang Xing current physical condition. A mere spiritual treasure level flying needle is naturally helpless. He laughed loudly and slapped his palm. Under the sky covering hand, everything in the surrounding area seemed to be within the range of his palm wind. A palm print instantly blasted the flower basket spiritual treasure, and then fell heavily on Qinghua master. Sizzle! Her body exploded and turned into a blood mist all over the sky. In the mist, a female yuaning was making hand gestures, about to perform some powerful secret technique. But Fang Xing just chuckled, and an invisible spiritual wave fell on the yuaning spirit. Spiritual attack? The yuaning spirit screamed, and a wind-shaped hairpin appeared on its head, which turned out to be a treasure for defending against spiritual attacks. Yuaning old monster. You really have a lot of treasures. Fang Xing sighed, and his martial arts will turn into a picture of a strange beast, and rushed into the female yawning sea of consciousness, along with a spiritual attack. There are also treasures for defending against spiritual attacks. But Fang Xing has never seen a treasure that can defend against will attacks in the world of immortal cultivation. Qin Huazhenju and Yuaning screamed, and his eyes were full of madness. Then, just before her Yuaning died, Fang Xing grabbed the Yuaning spirit in his hand and stuffed it into a black jade bottle. Grand Elder. Two great true lords. In Tianyin sect. Many Jin Dan and Foundation building cultivators, who were still resisting, collapsed instantly after seeing this scene. In the world of immortal cultivation, the rise and fall of major forces are often determined by top cultivators. Now that the three great female true lords of Tianyin sect and a guest official were all killed, their morale naturally collapsed to the point where it could not be further destroyed. Some low-level cultivators even knelt down and begged for mercy. Shilu, identify and torture them one by one, and then dig out the treasure house and secrets of Tianyin sect. Fang Xing ordered lightly. Although he looked down on these, the immortal clone would need a lot of resources to advance to the late stage of Yuaning in the future, or even break through to the god of transformation, and could only accumulate them slowly. A few days later, as the Mingquan returned to Mingquan Island, a shocking news spread in the outer sea. Tianyin sect was destroyed. Unlike the Nanhua sect before, Tianyin sect was directly destroyed, and even the two mid-stage Yuaning cultivators joined forces, but still lost to the two island masters of Mingquan Island. Some people who are interested have already listed Mingquan Island as a first-class force in the outer sea, only below those immortal cultivation forces with great masters in charge. And the forces that are more aware of the origins of the two great masters treat Mingquan Island as if there is a great master in charge, and warn all disciples to list it as an object that must not be provoked. After all, the two mid-stage Yuaning cultivators, Xiaoyue and Huiyun, join forces, and they can almost match the great master, even if they are weaker than the great master. Defeating and killing are completely two different difficulties. The force that can destroy this pair of dual cultivation Taoist couples must have the combat power of the great master. With this battle, the reputation of Fang Yinjinjuan spread more and more. Great master of body cultivation? Well, this guess is quite reliable. On the Mingquan, Fang Xing was playing with a fan in his hand. The surface of this fan has phoenix feather patterns, and the embroidery craftsmanship is exquisite. It is the inherited spiritual treasure of Tianyin sect. The 4th grade top grade cloud wing phoenix feather fan. In terms of power, it can be said to be the best spiritual treasure in his hand. Even if it is sold for spiritual stones, it may be much higher than the bright moon spirit cauldron. Of course, in Fang Xing's mind, it is definitely not as good as the Wanhua cauldron. This Master Huiyun and Master Jiayue are indeed mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. In one word, fat. Fang Xing was quite emotional. But it is normal to think about it. There should still be thousands of nascent soul masters in the Hanhai cultivation world. But there are very few great masters, because the bottleneck of breaking through from the mid-stage nascent soul to the late stage is so terrifying that it can make the timeling and cultivators feel despair. Without the great true lord, it was natural that the group of nascent soul mid-stage cultivators dominated the world and had a lot of good things in their hands. Not to mention, these two nascent soul mid-stage true lords were originally the leaders of a faction, and their ancestors had the legacy of the great true lord. So they were wealthy, which was natural. However, now all of this was taken advantage of by Fang Xing. Even before feeding the second nascent soul, he used the soul-searching secret technique to squeeze out the value of these nascent souls and obtained a lot of valuable clues and information. Some treasures, hidden secrets, are actually nothing. Fang Xing was too lazy to hunt down even the hidden vein disciples. What made his eyes light up was the information about Yuanshan Sword Sect in the minds of the two Yuaning true lords. Does Yuanshan Sword Sect have 5 hidden veins? Golden Sword Vein, Wonderful Vein, Thunder Sword Vein, Flying Immortal Vein, Killing Sword Vein. They just correspond to the 5 inherited sword classics. It's a pity that the Flying Immortal Vein has rebelled and has already joined Pyamyu Immortal Palace. The other veins don't look good either. Oh! The Golden Sword Vein refers to my Tianjin sect? That's fine. As for the Killing Sword Vein, they practice the Killing Sword Classic, enter the Tao through killing, and have the heaviest killing instinct. There is actually some news. From this aspect, it can be seen that the identities of the Midyuaning cultivators are different. and they know more news than the early Yuanian cultivators. The news that the descendant of the Killing Sword vein appeared in the world was unknown to even the Dark River True Lord. The Killing Sword lineage is passed down to only one person in a generation. The speed of cultivation is extremely fast. The sword moves are deadly, and the moves are ruthless. It is extremely easy to go astray. Once they achieve something, it is often very amazing. Since the sword cultivators of the Killing Sword lineage need to release the desire for killing from time to time. Otherwise they will inevitably go crazy. Therefore, they will occasionally cause big trouble. Recently, there is a sword cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul in the outer sea, who calls himself Tai by Sword Immortal. He is ruthless and is active in the Red Algae Sea. He is suspected to be the descendant of the Killing Sword lineage. This information is questionable, but it is good to have it. He pondered for a while, and suddenly looked at the place of the spiritual eye. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth fluctuated, like clouds and fog, swarming towards a certain center. It was a breakthrough phenomenon. From this situation, it is not an ordinary low-level cultivator's breakthrough. Oh! Middle stage of the nascent soul? Fang Xing murmured, watching his immortal clone come out. The fluctuation of his mana is very strange. It seems that he is only at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul, and it seems that he is broken through the middle stage of the nascent soul. The immortal cultivator's clone chuckled, touched his forehead, and a dark blue Wanfa ghost infant emerged. Its aura was powerful, and it had already broken through the nascent soul stage. But it was still a little difficult to control. Well, it's worth it that I fed you so many nascent souls, and finally broke through to the nascent soul stage. I didn't expect that the immortal cultivator's clone's decades of hard work would not be as good as the ghost baby's swallowing. Fang Xing laughed. Immediately, he reached out and took the Wanfa ghost infant. At this time, the Wanfa ghost infant was in a very wrong state, and its little face was full of resentment. Once the restrictions were released, it might start to backfire. The Wanxiang sect's second nascent soul secret technique has too many flaws and defects after all. Fang Xing saw this scene, shook his head, chanted the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, and formatted the Wanfa ghost infant. After a while, the Wanfa ghost infant opened his eyes, showing a clear and stupid look, and was grabbed by the immortal cultivation avatar. The master is weak, and the minister is strong, which is the way to disaster. The immortal cultivation avatar placed the Wanfa ghost infant in the Dantian position, and immediately saw a white and tender sword infant beside the Wanfa ghost infant. Although it is thinner than the Wanfa ghost infant at this time, it has a strong foundation, bright eyes, and the sword mark between the eyebrows is ready to come out. With the help of the Wanfa ghost infant, it can indeed have the magic power of the middle stage of the nascent soul. With my control over it, even if it is promoted to the late stage of the nascent soul in the future, it can't escape from the palm of my hand. Seeing this, the sword infant couldn't help but laugh, and threw the Qingyang magic lamp to the Wanfa ghost infant, ordering it to continue to refine this treasure. This Qingyang magic lamp is only a 4th grade middle grade one now, but it has great potential for promotion. After all, Fang Xing still has a 5th grade Nanming stone in his hand. It has even become the life treasure of the Wanfa ghost infant, because the purple and green divine flame on it is so powerful that it is hard to give up. When the Wanfa ghost infant is promoted to the late Yuanian stage, this Qingyang magic lamp must be at least a 4th grade upper grade 1 to be enough. But by then, you can also change the name to Qingyang magic lamp. Fang Xing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Iron Sword Gate. True Man Hulong called several junior brothers and sisters who had reached the Dan stage into the cave. Senior brother Hulong, junior sister Murong said, now there are rumors in the outside world that the 2 island masters of Mingkuan Island can defeat the great true lord in the late Yuanian stage together. And the rental prices of various caves in the market have skyrocketed. If we take the opportunity to sell the lease, we should be able to make a lot of money. Although Mingkuan Island would definitely not recognize this act of reselling the lease and becoming a sub-landlord. But since the people did not report it, the officials did not investigate it, so they just turned a blind eye to it. After the lease was transferred, we took advantage of the situation to occupy Fascia Island. The 3rd level spiritual veins on that island are good. The Tianqi sect that is now in charge is a vassal of Tianyin sect. Now it is a good time to take action and beat the fallen dog. Junior brother Zhou is also a sword cultivator, and he is happy to hear about the battle. This matter may need to be considered in the long run. Our Taijin sect and Mingkuan Island may have some fate. The face of Master Huolong changed several times. But he spoke like this. Fate? Junior Sister Murong and others looked at each other, and were a little speechless. Master Huolong was not going to elaborate. These junior brothers and sisters were not only inferior to him in cultivation, but also inferior to him in swordsmanship. With Master Huolong current sword realm, he has touched the threshold of sword intention becomes power. As long as he breaks through the nascent soul, he will be a genuine nascent soul sword king. What he can see, the junior brothers and sisters may not be able to see. In short, pay more attention to the news of the master of Mingquan Island. Huolong Zhenren was a little disappointed. In addition, the 5 hidden veins of the sect, the sword-killing vein seems to be active in the open sea. So we must pay attention to it. 1 month later. It's really calm. Fang Xing sat on the sofa of Mingquan, with a helpless look on his face. I am a rule breaker standing here. Why doesn't anyone come to beat me? The Dark Cloud Palace is really a bunch of rats. And those first-class forces, even the God-transforming venerable, are the same. Fang Xing, who was fishing for air forces, was very disappointed. If you don't come, how can my second Yuanying improve? How can I go to the main universe to cause trouble? He vented his dissatisfaction. And then, he was bored to find Xiaolu to watch the surveillance. They didn't come directly to kill us. Maybe they were secretly monitoring us. And it was just right to follow the clues. During this period, Fang Xing directly increased the intensity of surveillance on Mingquan Island, and did catch a few rats. I just don't know what force is behind it. Huh? There's actually one on this island. The Iron Sword Sect? How dare a rubbish that has only just reached the Dan stage dare to touch my tiger whiskers? Chapter 350 Quasi-6th Level. Iron Sword Gate. Fire Dragon Master was sitting cross-legged in meditation, with red light flashing around him. As he breathed in and out, the core of the sword pill in his body seemed to have a peerless flying sword that was breathing in and out the spiritual power of heaven and earth. After slowly finishing his work, feeling that his own magic power had improved, Fire Dragon Master face could not help but show a hint of joy. Not bad. If you continue to practice like this, you should be able to complete the golden pill within 10 years. Right? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, scaring Fire Dragon Master so much that his soul left his body and ascended to heaven. He almost thought he had encountered a demon in his heart. The fire sword energy flashed around him. And then, he saw the person who spoke. And he shuddered again. In his own cave, he saw a young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes standing, looking at him with a smile. Island Master. Huolong Zhenren didn't know what he felt in his heart. Anyway, it was complicated and hard to explain. And then he smiled bitterly. Why did the Island Master come here? This Island Master didn't want to do it either. I just found someone who was very interested in this Island Master recently. I found the Iron Sword Sect after following the clues. Fang Xing's smile did not change. Originally, he was going to destroy the Iron Sword Sect directly. But after a careful observation, he changed his mind. After all, with his strength, secretly searching the souls of several Jindan cultivators, even making them forget the experience of being captured and searched, is just a small matter. After secretly attacking junior brother Zhou and others, although he could not know too much due to some soul restrictions, he was clear enough about the origin of the Iron Sword Sect. It turned out to be his own people from the Wanmia lineage of the Yuanshan Sword Sect. Fang Xing was immediately overjoyed, and felt like he was sleepy and was given a pillow. So he came to confront Huolong Zhenren. Anyway, there are only 2 or 3 big and small people in the Iron Sword Sect now. And the highest one is only a sword cultivator in the late Jindan stage, who can't make any waves at all. True Fire Dragon regretted it immediately. Originally, he thought he did things perfectly. But now it seems that he underestimated the magical powers of the old monster in the nascent soul stage. He didn't know that Fang Xing didn't rely on any magical powers at all. So some of the secret prevention methods of the Yuanshan Sword Sect were useless. True Fire Dragon was discovered purely out of bad luck, and it was screened by big data. I just admire the island owner, but I didn't expect to cause the island owner to come in person. And I'm guilty of death. True Fire Dragon quickly apologized. No need to do this. Fang Xing raised his hand slightly and released a great freedom of black gold sword energy. To be honest, I am a descendant of the Tianjian sect in the great wilderness cultivation world. Counting it, my ancestors are also from the Yuanshan Sword Sect. You can call me Fang Xing. Junior Fire Dragon. Pay homage to Uncle Fang Xing. True Fire Dragon's body is extremely flexible, and he saluted directly. After all, facing a Yuan Jinjuan. Naturally, whatever the other party says is what he means. However, he was moved in his heart. Everyone knows that the Golden Sword lineage has gone far away. But it is indeed unusual to say that they have gone to the great wilderness. Maybe it is really a branch of our sect. But they have been estranged for so many years. Fang Xing rolled his eyes, knowing that this cheap nephew actually didn't believe it at all, and immediately flipped his palm, took out the black iron sword order given by Chu Kuangtu from the storage bag, and threw it over. Do you recognize this thing? Wolong Jinren took it, and his expression immediately became excited. This is a token passed down from generation to generation in the Golden Sword lineage, and the younger generation naturally recognizes it. Uncle. Over the years, we, the hidden lineage, have lived so miserably. His eyes were full of tears, and he seemed to be a little sincere. But Fang Xing still didn't believe it. However, this is how the world of cultivating immortals is. It's rare to be confused. I am worried about the suffering of the sect. I don't know when I can go to the mountain gate to pay homage, Fang Xing said. Since the sect's mountain gate was destroyed together with the ancient demon, it has long been on the ground. The demon even polluted the sea with the blood of the real demon, giving birth to a large number of monsters, even 4th level ones. Now it is called the Yuan Sea. Fire Dragon Master explained. Those 4th level monsters are not as smart as the transformed monsters, but they are cruel and bloodthirsty, and they come in groups, making them very difficult to deal with. Of course, with the power of the Master Uncle, he is naturally not afraid and can go deep into the Yuan Sea. But the gate of the Yuanshan Sword Sect is guarded by a large formation, which is called the God-Slaying Demon Exterminating Sword Formation, which is a quasi-6th level formation. Quasi-6th level? Fang Xing was surprised. In the world of immortal cultivation, Yuanian cultivators are only considered 4th level. The God-Transforming Venerable is at the 5th level. Only the Refining Void Great Power can reach the 6th level. Yes, my Yuanshan Sword Sect has had a Refining Void Sword Immortal ascend to the sky, although he had to ascend as soon as possible after breaking through the Refining Void Realm. He could also leave a legacy for the sect. Wolong Jinren proudly said, this God-Slaying Demon Exterminating Sword Formation is one of them. It was even a true 6th level sword formation at the time. When facing the demons, its killing power was amazing. It could be used as a 6th level top-grade formation. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to perish with the ancient demons at the time. After the sect was destroyed, the god-killing and demon-destroying sword formation was broken, and only the power of the quasi-6th level remained. But even the transformation god Venerable dared not to trespass. After Fire Dragon Trueman said this, Fang Xing finally understood. The Yuanshan Sword Sect has an amazing foundation. Even if the mountain gate formation is half broken, it is very dangerous for ordinary transformation god venerables to break in. He did not rush into the Yuan Sea without hesitation before, which was indeed the right decision. Fire Dragon True Man hesitated for a while, and finally recited a few mantras in his mouth and grabbed his chest. He grabbed a dark ball of light, and inside it was a black iron sword order. Uncle Master, please look. This is the black iron sword order of my Wanya lineage. Wolong Jinren said, the sect's formation has already produced a formation spirit, which must be able to sense the black iron sword order. But this formation spirit has fallen into a deep sleep since it slaughtered the ancient demon. Otherwise the Piamu Immortal Palace would have gone in and looted it after receiving the Faxian lineage's token. However, now 1,000 years have passed. According to my nephew's deceased master, he once went to the Yuan Sea to try to contact the formation spirit with secret techniques. Although the formation spirit did not respond, it had already shown signs of awakening. If we wait a few more years, there will be a rare astronomical phenomenon in the world of cultivating immortals. The 7 demons strike. When the formation spirit is stimulated by this, it will definitely be fully awakened. Oh! It seems that you are also eager to go to the mountain gate. Fang Xing smiled. To be honest, the highest inheritance of our sect, the spiritual void sword scripture, is in the mountain gate, and it is magical and cannot be taken out, and those who have learned it cannot pass it on to others. Wolong Jinren sighed, for us hidden veins. At most we can pass on the divine sword scripture. After all, we are far behind the main vein. I'm afraid it's more than that. There must be a lot of good things in Yuanshan Sword Sect. Fang Xing showed a trace of desire. Of course, After all, our sect is one of the 3 holy places in the Han-hai Xiuxian world, and there are many generations of divine transformation cultivators. For example, the sword grinding cliff is an excellent place to sharpen your natal flying sword. And there is also the Kanglin Palace, where you can sharpen your sword heart. In addition, the sect's spiritual medicine garden is a world of its own, with many rare flowers and herbs in this world. And there are no shortage of magical medicines such as Ningying pills and Zhuangying pills. Huolongzhenren was beaming with joy. Zhuangying pill? Could it be the magical medicine that can help Yuanying cultivators break through bottlenecks? It is said that even if a Yuanying cultivator breaks through to the late stage, it will have a 10% to 50% effect. Fang Xing became interested. In his current situation, if he takes a pill of Zhuangying pill, he will almost have a 99% chance of breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the middle stage of Yuanying. Haha. The foundation of the Holy Land is naturally extraordinary. It is said that with the accumulation of our sect, we can produce a portion of transformation spirit paste every few thousand years. It is a rare opportunity to transform into a god in this world. 1 portion is enough for Yuanying perfect cultivators to have a glimpse of the great road of transformation. Fire Dragon True Man said mysteriously. No wonder Piamu Immortal Palace and even many first-class forces covet our sect's mountain gate. It's all driven by interests. Fang Xing sighed. With the opportunity to transform into a god in front of him, even the great true lord will definitely fight for it. As for the Holy Land forces such as Piamu Immortal Palace and Wuji Palace, they certainly don't mind having an extra portion of transformation into a god. Even, the Yuanshan Sword Sect has also produced a Lianqiu Sword Immortal, who might have a chance to become a Lianqiu Sword Immortal. This is something that even the Huashan Venerable would risk his life for. 7 Demons Charge? Fang Xing is already a Yuanying True Lord after all, and a cultivator has a photographic memory. He recalled a miscellaneous book he had read, and then counted on his fingers. There are still 3 years. It seems that it's not just us, but also Piamu Immortal Palace and even Wuji Palace will come by then. When it comes to this, True Man Huolong smiled bitterly and said, Piamu Immortal Palace will definitely join the game. And Wuji Palace. The Xiantai Sword Order of the Thunder Sword lineage may have fallen into the hands of Great True Lord Shuyan. This Great True Lord seems to be a casual cultivator, but in fact, he is a subordinate of Wuji Palace. Of the 5 hidden veins of the sect, only the Killing Sword lineage is missing now. Killing Sword lineage? I wonder if you have heard of Tai Bai Sword Immortal. It is said that he has been active in the Red LGC. Fang Xing said. Oh! The eyes of Fire Dragon Master lit up. The Killing Sword lineage and my Wanmia lineage have a long history. My nephew can perform a secret technique to see if we can sense and communicate. But this technique has certain requirements for the range. In his heart, Fire Dragon Master still didn't trust Fang Xing, the owner of Mingquan Island. If the Killing Sword lineage can be introduced to form a 3-legged tripod, he can feel a little more at ease. There is actually such a wonderful way to communicate? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. And then he thought of his own Tianjin sect. Oh! It turned out that it was a lineage that was exiled, and it had been away from the Han-hai Xiuxian world for a long time. Even if they developed similar secret techniques, it would be useless? That's fine. That's perfect. You and I will go to the Red LGC quickly to see if we can save him. Fang Xing made a decision. Since Jiaoyue and Huoyan knew about the Tai Bai Sword Immortal, other major forces must also know about it. As a fish that escaped the net, even a sword cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul would feel uncomfortable being besieged. I just want to go and rescue him, and add some nutrients to the second nascent soul. If the nascent soul spirit of the Great True Lord is used to nourish him, the nascent soul of the 10,000 laws will advance by leaps and bounds, and it will be easy to break into the late nascent soul stage.